The world collapsed, humanity nearly extinct. Monsters now rule the land. A dying man, furious over betrayal in his final moments. Facing death, he gives up, bitter at his comrade's treachery. His name is Yi Zhongming, once a dreamer, now on death's door. 10 years ago, a catastrophe turned most humans into monsters. Later, mankind discovered demon cores that could summon gear from the wheel disc. Survival wars erupted, turning the world into a hell of greed. To live, he bent his pride and traded his humanity for power. Just as hope bloomed, he died to his own allies' schemes. Suddenly awake, he finds a familiar, beautiful girl beside him. Shocked to meet the dead, he realizes he's returned to the past. It's the 10th of September 2022, the day the apocalypse began. Not punishment, but a redo granted by 10 years of memories. Without hesitation, he preps weapons and vital supplies. Hearing noises, the girl wakes and asks where he's going. He quietly takes his parents' keepsake, ready for the coming doom. Annoyed at being ignored, she demands an explanation. He coldly accuses her of betrayal and fake affection. She's stunned, denies it, not understanding his words. He recalls when she ditched him for another man early in the apocalypse. Furious, she argues, he's just jealous and slandering her. He warns her coolly Tanjun isn't as nice as he seems. Knowing she won't believe, he stops explaining altogether. Heart-hardened, he leaves, ignoring her screams. Aware of what's coming, he moves fast, calling a cab and prepping medicine. Handing the driver cash, he orders a full-speed run to the hospital. Medicine will become priceless in the end times, a true game-changer. Next, he hits a shop, grabbing all survival gear he can find. Just before leaving, his eyes land on a special blade. It's the weapon he once wielded in his past life, cheap as dirt now. After the sale, the shopkeeper beams like he hit the jackpot. Back in the car, he tells the driver to floor it to the villa. The wheel disc is the only key to surviving what's ahead. Every resource, basic or rare, must be fought for through the wheel disc. At the gate, guards block him, so he pays the driver to ram through. The car smashes in without hesitation. Reaching the spot, he warns the driver to avoid main roads. As he gears up, 3 guards chase him, furious over the wrecked fence. One yells threats, demanding he stop pretending. Calmly, he points to the sky, signaling something strange. The guards freeze, stunned by what floats above. Everything replays like 10 years ago. The bloody cycle begins again. If fate repeats, this time he won't be weak. Above them hovers a shining metal warship. 2 guards pull out phones to record. The third looks terrified. The ship attacks instantly, forcing him to flee. 5 minutes of bombing turns the area into a wasteland. This is where the first wheel disc appears after the assault. Disguised as a delivery man, he's angrily chased out by a girl. Before he can explain, a thunderous explosion shakes the world. The warship releases toxic gas, mutating humans, the true dawn of doomsday. Chaos erupts as people slaughter each other in panic. Terrified by the screams, the girl threatens to call security if he doesn't leave. Light flashes from the kitchen. He rushes over, recognizing the sign. She follows, horrified by what's forming before her eyes. Just as he predicted, a loadier wheel disc appears with a gray crystal core. Shay's baffled why such a thing exists in her house. He spots a rare potion that boosts strength beyond its limits. Seeing 7 slots instead of 5, he suspects something unique. Looking closer, he notices a strange card symbol of a rare chance. Curious, she questions him, trying to grasp the wheel disc's meaning. He guesses she's immune to the toxic gas, a potential ally. Despite his detailed explanation, she dismisses it as fantasy nonsense. He points out the eerie silence outside after the chaos. He scolds her for wanting to go out in such danger. But she opens the door too fast as zombie lunges at her. Panicking, she freezes. He slashes it down coldly. She's stunned as he calmly extracts the crystal from the corpse's skull. Sharp-minded, she deduces he's collecting energy cores from zombies. 2 more rush in. He steps forward to shield her. He cuts both down with ruthless precision. Amazed by his coolness, she fangirls hard and asks his name. He replies, Imye Zhangming, and she introduces herself as Mo Jingfei. Hearing her name, he freezes, drenched in sweat. He suspects she's the future 9-star legend herself. Still clueless, she asks what's really happening. He sums it up: the Earth's being invaded, people turning into monsters. Only a few remain unmutated, including the 2 of them. He confirms the government and army have fallen. The outside is hell. She's petrified, her soul nearly leaving her body. Hard to believe this fragile girl will one day be a top-tier powerhouse. He decides to teach her survival rules early. Pointing at the wheel disc, he explains its function and use. She realizes zombie crystals match the pieces needed to activate it. To spin the disc, you need enough cores. The better the prize, the higher the cost. She asks about classifications. He confirms each type grants unique rewards. Suspicious, she wonders if he's a main character or time traveler. He dodges the question, offering to activate the wheel disc as a demo. Before leaving, he tells her to lock up tight, no matter what happens. Outside, the villa is now a sea of zombies swarming the grounds. One appears, he kills it instantly. The noise draws 4 more his way. With practiced skill, he wipes them out effortlessly. Just as he's looting, he hears a girl screaming for help. She hides behind him. He slays 4 zombies, then the last two with ease. Suddenly, the girl goes berserk, her face warps into a monster's and she attacks. He reacts instantly, killing her without hesitation. Back with the loot, Jing Fei admires him for bringing home 11 crystals. He slots each one into the wheel disc, ready to test his luck. Once full, it spins. He silently wishes for a power-boosting item. The result? 4 jars of jam. He can only cry in silence. Even food like that is priceless in the apocalypse. Disappointed, he lets Jing Fei take the next spin. Hez eager to see if the future powerhouse pulls something epic. She fits the crystals and spins with great hope. She draws a 3-character card, stunning him completely. It's a rare item with major long-term value. Though unusable now, it's vital later for skill extraction. She brags about her past luck from sodas to golden eggs to a live cow prize. He, on the other hand, has never won anything in his life. Since she's Lady Luck, he plans to ride her fortune. At dawn, he's already prepping to hunt more crystals. Secretly impressed, she feels the urge to join him. Not wanting to fall behind, she decides to cook him a proper meal. Later, he returns tired and disappointed. He reports good and bad news. The zombies in the area are all gone. Though he found few crystals, T's glad to spin again. She asks about food. He grins, of course. Jing Fei serves a ruined mess. Embarrassed, she's never cooked before. He doesn't mind, cheerfully eats it all, just not much to look at. Touched, she nearly cries. He values her, despite her clumsiness. Remembering starving times and thoughts of cannibalism, any meal now feels like grace. After eating, they return to business. More wheel disc spins. This time, Jing Fei draws a gun and another useful item. 2 great hits in a row. He gives up his next turn. 6 prizes remain, no repeats allowed. He plans to remove cookies from the list to boost odds for potions. As he speaks, the removal card activates instantly. Hez dumbfounded, losing it, while she apologizes profusely for misclicking. With 15 chances left, he decides to gamble for the booster potion. He prays hard, hoping friendship flips his luck. It works, he yells in pure joy. A basic strength booster triples melee power, absolutely vital. She urges him to drink it right away, but he wants to show a neat trick first. He mixes the hospital potion with the enhancer to double the output. It succeeds. Each vial can now duplicate itself. Beyond this wheeled disc, many others exist, each with unique rewards. She asks how he knows all this. He dodges by teaching her potion making. Using his method, 2 energy boosters can be brewed from 1. She's amazed. He knows pharmacology like a pro. Suddenly, he goes silent, signaling at a strange sound outside. Grabbing her hand, he runs upstairs, warning something worse than zombies is coming. It's mutated roaches, flesh-eating swarm predators. Seeing one means a whole colony nearby, a nightmare in motion. He orders her to hide and not come out until he says, so hell handle the fight. As the swarm bursts in, he draws his blade, ready despite the potion's side effects. Downstairs, giant roaches crawl everywhere, a grotesque nightmare. Click click, they've reached the door, starting to break through. Their steel-hard legs tear the wood apart. The danger is seconds away. With no choice, he pulls out the potion and swallows it whole. Instantly, his body convulses, eyes dilating with strange transformation. His scream echoes as a mutant roach kicks the door open. Still writhing, he's flooded by the swarm, crashing in like a tidal wave. Yi Zhongming lies motionless, surrounded completely. The potion kicks in. He leaps up, slicing off the nearest head. He jumps again, killing the first bug in a spray of green blood. Wounded but relentless, he stomps another and vaults upward, eyes blazing red. His battle aura roars like fire. One roach charges, furious for its fallen kin. He roars back in pain, body steaming with fury. Spinning, he slashes. A single blow fells 3 at once. Without pause, he dives into the swarm, cutting down everything in sight. The blade drips green blood as he pants amid the corpses. Knowing the mother roach hasn't appeared yet, he stays alert, trusting past life memory. Feeling a familiar aura, he turns to face the massive queen. Its venom melts wood instantly, pure lethal proof. A necklace drops near him. He steps on it by accident. He glances and smirks, taunting the enraged queen. It screeches and lunges. He recalls its fatal weak spot. Jumping on its back, he spots the red mark its heart. Without hesitation, he swings, spurting toxic blood everywhere. The queen shrieks as each strike carves deeper into its bulk. With a final spin, he finishes it. The monster collapses. Landing, he rolls his shoulders, feeling the lingering side effects. Though exhausted, he reassures her it's over. Jing Fei rushes in, hugging him tightly, leaving him awkwardly stunned. Shaking from shock, she's gently patted like a scared child. As she cries, he reminds her tears are the cheapest thing in the apocalypse. She denies her feelings but can't really hide them. Pretending to be tough, her blushing face betrays her emotions. Avoiding his gaze, she changes the topic. So how do we clean this mess? Staring at the roach corpses, she sighs at the green goo, but he says it's free resources. She gags at the stench. He explains food's fine now but worth gold in a year when farming dies out. He adds that future food comes from leftovers, wheel disc prizes, and dried bug meat. She's horrified. He says eating bugs is still more humane than eating humans, which happen often post-apocalypse. She freezes in horror at the thought. When dissecting them, their legs still twitch like they're alive. Jing Fei becomes the apocalypse chef. 2 knives, apron, and full mask on. One bug twitches, she screams and chops it furiously. Eyes shut, she hacks away nonstop while he grins, pleased with the outcome. Hearing Hell go farther, she removes her mask, promising to dry the bug meat into rations. Determined, she joins him to brew more enhancement potions. Yi Zhongming swears with firm resolve, it'll definitely come back. He sets out fully equipped, ready for whatever dangers await. She sees him off at the door, eyes filled with worry and hope. As dusk falls, he speeds toward the ruined inner city. Corpses lie scattered everywhere like garbage in the streets. The undead's blood has turned green, no trace of humanity left. He races past, only to hear cries for help. He wants to ignore them, but conscience nags, though he curses the fool screaming in Zombie City. A frail girl, barely able to move, sobs desperately for help. He covers her mouth fast, fearing her screams will summon the horde. Too late, her cries already drew monsters. Her shirt torn apart. He yanks her back, scolds her hard, then draws his blade, one swing, one beheading. Holding her close, he shouts, "Run," as every slash takes another head. She dashes into a nearby house, tears streaking down her face. Carefully shutting the door, she slumps to catch her breath. Exhausted, she stays silent, tears quietly falling. She calls out, telling him to get inside while he's still fighting. Hearing her, he turns and sprints toward her, zombies right on his tail. Just as he reaches the door, their hands grab at him. Once inside, he slams the door shut, but it won't close. His zombie hand wedges through the gap. Both freeze, startled by the sudden turn. The creatures move lightning fast, already swarming the stairs. Too late to fight back, they dash upstairs at full speed. He leads while she struggles behind, quickly running out of stamina. One zombie catches her leg, making her scream. He turns, frowns, lifts her up, and chops the monster's hand clean off. Shielding her from behind, he urges her to run while more pour in. Suddenly, something glowing makes them both turn. Momentary distraction. A radiant light falls from above like a meteor. He instantly recognizes it, the legendary key of mystery. That key opens the path to a hidden world of treasures. They stare at the descending relic as he recalls dreams of ultimate power. Ambition surges, hell claim it no matter the cost. She panics, spotting zombies closing in, one even aiming low at him. He reacts fast, punching the creature's face into a spray of gore. Swearing furiously, he curses, almost losing his future heirs. Drawing his blade, he studies the stairs, planning a full extermination. Taking a deep breath, he vows to clear them all out. Facing the first one, he swings calmly, striking dead. The zombie's arm flies off, green blood splattering her, some even on her face. For a split second, he recalls his once a glorious past, when dreams were still reachable. She was once a pampered heiress, untouched by hardship. Educated at an elite school, she once believed her life would soar high. Staring at the undead, she feels her life split into two halves. Everything fell apart when the zombies came. Her parents weren't spared either. In despair, she collapses, sobbing, certain death is moments away. After clearing the horde, he yells at her to get up and keep moving. She looks up just as he finishes another kill. Amazed by his calm, she hears him remind her not to wait for death, his mind fixed on the key. Hesitantly rising, she admires his strength, her eyes thoughtful as she watches him go. Scanning the area, he suggests crossing the rooftops to reach the tower ahead. The key's landing site, and she agrees instantly. Upon arrival, they freeze at the strange sight before them. Massive vines stretch and twist like living creatures. Curious, she approaches, puzzled by the moving plants blocking their way. As she reaches out, he shouts a warning, but too late. The vines ensnare her. The tendrils tighten, thorns piercing her skin. He frowns, draws his blade, and charges to rescue her. With sharp precision, he slices every vine, pulling her safely into his arms. Her face flushes red, heart racing from his reckless heroism. She clings to him, imagining they'd make the perfect apocalypse duo. But he quickly lets go, leaving her awkwardly surprised. He cuts down the rest, cursing the mutant plants, a term she mentally notes. The way he fights makes it look more like gardening than combat. Wiping sweat, he moves to the rooftop door, trying to open it. When it won't budge, she anxiously asks why. He says it's locked from the outside and readies himself. Without another word, he kicks hard, blasting the door open. A loud bang, and behind it, a crowd armed with sticks and pipes. She flinches in fear while he gulps in doomsday. Humans can be worse than zombies. They question him immediately. He explains the lower floors are unsafe, so they had to climb up. One man scolds him for breaking the door, fearing the undead might swarm in. Calmly, he replies, he checked no zombies followed them up. Still, the man distrusts him and orders the exit barricaded. Another waves a pipe threateningly, accusing him of risking everyone's lives. Someone steps in to mediate. Ye Zhongming shields the girl, who grips his shoulder in fear. Glancing upward, he spots someone on the roof. She points out it's the same guy who threatened them. The man says they're all just survivors running for their lives, then asks his next move. He answers, he's heading to the high school. The man sighs, guessing he has family trapped there, then asks how he plans to cross that zombie-filled hellscape. He says to find a route toward the school. The man recalls strange light coming from that direction. The man warns it's extremely dangerous but mentions a roof path eastward that connects via a risky jump. Measuring the gap, he declares confidently that he can make it. The girl tugs his sleeve, begging to go with him. She won't stay with these strangers. He agrees, telling her to grab the backpack. She accepts without hesitation. A blonde man mocks them, saying taking a girl and that huge bag is suicide. Pretending friendly, he steps closer, offering to hold the bag with shady intent. Yi Zhongming suggests jumping first, then she can toss the pack, but she clings tightly, refusing. Suspecting the man's motives, she protests. He calms her and says to strap in. She nods and hefts the bulky backpack. He ties a rope around her and the pack, ready to move. Looking down from the ledge, he braces to leap across with her. The man bangs his stick, demanding to know if the bag holds climbing gear. She starts to answer, but he threatens to break her arm if she doesn't hand it over. Yi Zhongming just smirks and jumps without a word. The crowd gasps, stunned. He actually dared. He and the girl soar over rooftops above swarming zombies. One slip means death. He lands safely, carrying her as they touch down perfectly. The people left behind curse in disbelief that he really made it. Trembling, she nods, saying she's fine, never felt such danger before. From afar, someone watches them through binoculars, eyes gleaming with predatory delight. The watcher licks his lips, excitement twisted and obscene. His fake smile hides a demonic shadow, observing from above. Nearby, a gang torments a schoolgirl, laughing as they bet how long it'll take one guy to finish. They complain the dump has no booze, only scavenged cigarettes from a corpse. Something feels off. They decide the principal's office might have alcohol and mention students trapped inside. Their vile plan feeds some to zombies, keep the girls for fun, while one guy grumbles he's not done yet. Their boss, called Wu Ge, shows up asking what's going on. The lackeys grovel, saying someone left the area and whining about being stuck here. They ran about zombies everywhere, the world completely doomed. Wu Ge laughs, finding the apocalypse amusing, leaving his men puzzled. He explains that now they can do whatever they want, no rules, no limits. He declares power is the only law that matters. With a perverted grin, he says the schoolgirls won't escape. This end times is paradise for monsters like them. He tells them to play till night. Plenty of zombies outside mean no worries. Yi Zhongming watches silently from the shadows, expression cold. He signals the girl behind him steps forward quietly. They slip away quickly, moving while he scans the area for threats. She tried to keep up, gasping for breath in the dark. She begged him to slow down since she couldn't keep pace. He felt annoyed, blaming himself for helping another troublemaker and being fooled by her looks. Still, he relented and promised to slow so she could follow. He really did slow down, making her happy to match his pace. They finally reached the school gate, oddly deserted. He told her the school is usually crowded. She wondered why no zombies were around. He explained they'd been lured elsewhere and kept moving forward. Up ahead, zombies were pounding on classroom doors. The students inside were trapped, some starving, some despairing. Suddenly, a schoolgirl looked out and spotted someone. She screamed for help, desperate to be noticed. The girl beside him saw his focus. He told her not to interfere and to leave quickly. The students' cries echoed, begging for rescue from this hell. She froze, heart aching, but his eyes were cold. He stopped her, saying their screams would only attract more zombies. The pleas continued. She lowered her head, whispered, "Sorry," and followed silently. At last, she asked softly if they truly couldn't save them. He frowned, bluntly saying they were surrounded. Shouting only made it worse, and he couldn't save them. She finally let go of pity, realizing emotion meant death. Corpses swinging in the wind made her shiver. Curiosity struck. She asked his name and thanked him. He mocked her, demanding sincerity. He stepped closer, half smiling, saying she should be grateful he risked his life for her. Then he coldly declared he'd use her as zombie bait, eyes gleaming with calculation. In his mind, he planned her big lips might attract plenty. Hearing the truth, she cried in terror. He said she wasn't worth his backpack. They kept walking timidly. She said her name was Liang Shumo. He replied, Mi Zhongming, surprising her with relief that she'd met someone seemingly reliable. Suddenly, another cry for help echoed, and both looked up. But right after, the person was torn apart. Liang Shumo covered her mouth in horror. Mi Zhongming scanned the area, spotting where the secret key had fallen. Without a word, he ran off, ignoring her calls, climbing a drainpipe like a monkey. A zombie inside heard the noise and turned its attention. He charged in, kicking its face, shattering glass as it flew back. Drawing his blade, he struck once dead on impact. The teacher screamed as children clung to her, crying. Trembling, she thanked him while holding two terrified girls. He didn't reply, eyes fixed on the window, confirming the secret key's location. The teacher closed the eyes of a fallen student, then begged him to help them escape. Mi Zhongming coldly said he came only for one item. If she knew where it was, he'd guarantee their survival. All three froze as teacher Fa cautiously asked, "What exactly are you looking for?" He pointed out the window, asking if they'd seen the strange light from the sky. The two students shook their heads. Teacher Fa stayed silent, then said, I saw it, but only if you promised to save us three. He grew wary, knowing in the apocalypse trust was a luxury. She explained the light was like a daytime star, falling somewhere in the school. Realizing she had really seen it, he demanded the exact spot. Teacher Fa hesitated, asking what would happen to her and the students if she told. He bluntly said their choice was between certain death or a slim chance to live. She swallowed hard and asked if telling meant all three could be saved. He coldly said the zombies were too many, he could only protect two. The students panicked, calling him heartless and insisting their request wasn't unreasonable. He drew his knife without hesitation, saying one must stay. The rule now was survival of the fittest. The teacher and students, facing death, knew indecision meant ending up like the devoured ones. A male student hugged Teacher Fa tightly. She patted his head, voice trembling with helpless comfort. He repeated, "Choose. There's no time." Teacher Fa decided to sacrifice herself, asking him to take the students instead. She accepted death, placing her students' lives before her own. He nodded, then asked if she could now reveal the light's location. She stroked the children's heads, saying she'd write it down and drop it once they were safe. He silently admired her resolve. Turning away, he hoped her words were worth her sacrifice. A girl still clung to Teacher Fa's hand. She gently urged them to keep living. Near the door, he pressed his ear against the three zombies outside. He told Teacher Fa to shut the door tight and stay silent once they left. She nodded, ready, gripping the handle firmly. He tightened his grip on the knife, poised to strike the moment it opened. A zombie instantly thrust its head in, making the students scream. He reacted fast, kicking it hard so it flew backward. The corpse slammed into the wall. The other two hadn't even reacted yet. He lunged forward, slicing the next one's head clean off like chopping fruit. "Go!" He ordered. The students bolted after him without hesitation. One student glanced back at Teacher Fa as she shut the door, eyes brimming. She steeled herself, closed it tight, and cried silently, reminding herself she was still a teacher. The stairway was full of corpses. He led the way, urging them to stay close and never stop. Footsteps pounded, breath ragged. He realized guarding two kids amid zombies was madness. Reaching the lower floor, he noticed eerie calm. Zombies must have gone upstairs, leaving this area briefly safe. Suddenly, he froze, a strange instinct stopping him cold. He shouted, "Stop. Don't move," startling both students. The blonde girl asked, "What's ahead?" He frowned, saying he sensed invisible danger. His survival instinct, his sixth sense, had saved him before. But the girl doubted, thinking he was hallucinating. He wished she were right. The air was still and cold. He chose to move on despite doubt, unaware a creature above was watching, claws sharp, tongue dripping. A chill hit him. He instantly looked up at the ceiling. A girl bumped his back, asking why he stopped so suddenly. He signaled for silence, scanning around. The blonde girl grumbled but obeyed. Seeing nothing, he wondered if he was being paranoid. They kept descending. Unaware, the creature crawled after them, drooling behind the girl. A sudden shiver struck her. He too sweated, sensing something wrong. The monster crept closer, tongue wrapping around the brown-haired girl's hair. Sticky drool dripped. She turned and saw horror staring back. The creature roared, flesh, and lunged like a rabid beast. The girl screamed as its tongue licked her face, freezing her in terror. He threw his knife blade, lodging in its mouth mid-bite. Cold sweat poured, unsure if had made it in time. He met the creature's hateful gaze. Its severed tongue twitched on the floor. It shrieked in a distorted human voice. Screaming wildly, it ignored the girl and charged at him instead. He dodged the strike and punched its gut with all his might. The hit did nothing. Terrified, he realized it was a steel-armored mutant zombie. Still shocked, he twisted aside, retreating while racking his brain for a counter. A thunderous kick to its head barely scratched it, his first true brush with death. The creature grabbed his leg with terrifying force. It slammed him onto the floor, dust flying everywhere. He clutched his head. That blow could have killed anyone, but he forced himself up. The floor cracked. The two girls backed off. The long-haired one begged Lily for help, but Lily fled, leaving her frozen in despair. The monster swung a deadly punch, strong enough to kill instantly. Blood burst from his mouth as he fell unconscious. The sight of it broke the girl's will completely. The monster's finishing blow came down without hesitation. She screamed in horror at what she saw. Suddenly, a gaping hole appeared in the creature's chest. An unexpected strike. With a single bullet, he killed it, staggering upright despite his wounds. He told the girl to stand if she didn't want to die. Slowly, she regained composure and steadied herself. A strange sound echoed from beneath the floor. Fear surged. He worried the gunshot had drawn trouble. Noises echoed from the stairs, making all three tense up. The girls feared zombies, but he checked inside. It wasn't them. Liang Shu-mo suddenly appeared, rushing in to hug him in relief. The two students relaxed a little, still wary of the newcomer. Crying, she told him how terrified she had been when he hadn't returned. He was stunned to hear the light could attract zombies and asked for confirmation. Moving toward his knife, he guessed the glowing disc might be the only cause. Eyes firm, he decided to head downstairs again, taking everyone with him. The short-haired girl spoke up, and the other nodded in reply. The blonde accepted her apology, letting go of resentment. Once outside, he looked at Liang Shu-mo, slightly awkward. Teacher Fa rejoiced, seeing them safe, warning not to draw attention. She hesitated about revealing the light's location but reminded herself not to be selfish. He picked up the note, calling her a good teacher. Shumo was surprised he still respected someone who once threatened her. He planned next steps, 2 targets, the secret realm site and the mysterious glow. Since the students were unreliable, he chose to check the light first. He ordered directions. Shumo warned the place swarmed with zombies. He only smirked, saying valuable things always attracted danger. He invited the students to join. They agreed despite fear. On the way, Shumo pointed to a building, urging him to stop. It was too perilous. The girls panicked, accusing him of leading them into danger, suspecting he'd used them. He calmed them, drawing his knife, saying everywhere was deadly now anyway. He denied using them as bait, his tone firm. He told the 3 to wait outside while he went in alone to scout. Alone, he entered, alert and ready to fight. The trio watched anxiously, fearing for his safety. The students sighed in relief, thinking they weren't the bait. Lily doubted his sanity. Injian feared if he died, they'd be doomed. Lily dragged Xiao Xiao away, avoiding attention. She suggested hiding elsewhere. Xiao Xiao couldn't believe she'd abandoned him so easily. Lily insisted nothing they could do, and he'd surely die. Xiao Xiao hesitated, torn between gratitude and fear. Liang Shumo noticed their sneaking. The girls lied, then slipped away silently. Shumo understood but stayed quiet, trusting he'd make it out alive. He was now inside the bank, crowded with zombies but no mutants. Luckily, biting his knife handle, he steeled himself for a life or death battle. He reset his dislocated wrist and faced the charging horde head-on. The zombies snarled viciously, eyes burning with bloodlust. Spotting him, the whole swarm rushed forward instantly. Raising his gun, blade in front, he aimed carefully and fired. The gunshots made Shumo flinch, fearing he'd drawn a horde. The students panicked too. Lily urged them to flee to the teacher's dorms. Ignoring her friend's feelings, Lily dragged Xiao Xiao along, thinking only of survival. After a pause, Xiao Xiao broke free and ran back towards Shumo. Shumo was shocked to see her return. Xiao Xiao begged her to leave this deadly place. Lily fumed, calling her weak, saying going back only meant sharing less food. She regretted not ditching her friend sooner, eyes cold, only wanting to survive alone. Liang Shumo refused to leave, startling Xiao Xiao, who begged her to flee before zombies poured out. She replied calmly that without Mi Zhongming, they'd die soon anyway. Shumo insisted he was far stronger than they thought. Leaving him meant certain death. Xiao Xiao was bewildered by her calmness amid chaos. Shumo dismissed her doubt, saying no one could judge him right now. Inside the bank, he had nearly wiped out all the zombies. He found the horde gathered around a strange table. To his shock, the glowing disc wasn't normal. It was a mysterious tricolored wheel of fate. The apocalypse brought plague and rare chances. Such tricolored wheels were priceless. Beyond 3 colors, there were 5, 7, and 9 colored types, all called multicolored wheels. These not only ranked power but also unlocked special skills, combat, medical, or survival. When skill and profession aligned, power amplified to terrifying levels. Such wheels were under 20 of all, making them invaluable. He was thrilled yet cautious. Choosing the wrong color could mean punishment. But the job sigil in the black zone proved it was a reward, not a trap. He wondered if 20 years of bad luck had just flipped, thanks to that kiss. When her lips brushed his hand, something inexplicably changed. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao and Liang Shumo decided to go back to help him fight. Earlier, Xiao Xiao had begged Shumo to run, convinced no one could survive there. Shumo's faith in him never wavered, warning that fleeing wrongly meant quicker death. Lily argued instead that since zombies went inside, outside was safe now. She pulled her friend away, done arguing with Shumo. Still arrogant, Lily sneered that he wasn't a hero, just a delusional fool. Hearing that, Shumo's fury ignited. Her fists clenched tight. She slapped Lily. Hard blood splattered from Lily's mouth. Shumo shouted, reminding her who saved them from death. Lily snapped, screaming curses wildly. Xiao Xiao panicked, trying to stop her. But Lily didn't stop. She even tried to hit back, still yelling insults. Then she dragged Xiao Xiao away, though Xiao Xiao kept glancing sadly at Shumo. From afar, Wu Gei, the thug from before, watched, grinning at the drama. The scoundrel ordered his men to seize Shumo, planning something vile. His men objected. The area was crawling with zombies, impossible to enter. He sneered, claiming they'd all left and the place was safe now. Xiao Xiao followed Lily, guilt-gnawing for abandoning Shumo. Lily blamed her for the slap, snapping angrily. As they neared a cargo crate, a strange noise made them jump back. Meanwhile, Shumo fumed that those she saved had betrayed her kindness. While cursing them under her breath, she heard a sound behind her, someone approaching. Sure enough, Wu Jie's men had found her. A blonde thug lunged forward, grabbing her like head caught a new toy. He spat filthy words, eyeing her body while others surrounded her. Shumo trembled, asking what they wanted. He answered crudely, cursing, Mie Zhongming. Hearing he was dead shattered her. Tears streamed down her face. But in truth, Zhongming was calmly collecting energy cores from zombie corpses. He sighed at the slow pace, wishing he could loot like in a game. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered as zombies chased Lily and Xiao Xiao. Lily panicked, yelling for silence. No one was coming to help. Zombies closed in, claws nearly reaching them. One swipe almost caught Lily, making her scream. She was struck down, crashing to the ground with a painful cry. As Xiao Xiao reached to help, zombies were already upon them. In desperation, Lily shoved her friend toward the horde to save herself. Xiao Xiao was horrified by the betrayal, a zombie biting into her shoulder. Lily fled, crying apologies, her selfishness laid bare. She ran, muttering she had to live, no matter what. Along the way, she saw Shumo, restrained by thugs, unable to fight back. The blonde one leered, claiming her first, while others demanded their turn. Seeing Xiao Xiao, Shumo struggled harder, tears falling as she cried for help. Lily backed away, but the men spotted her another target and abandoned Shumo to chase. Xiao Xiao turned and ran, screaming for help in terror. Shumo bit the thug's hand hard, breaking free. He howled in pain, cursing furiously. Shumo ran, sobbing, shouting the name she trusted most. But before she got far, another thug grabbed her by the hair. She screamed Mi Zhongming, clinging to her last hope. The man sneered, mocking her for calling some fool's name. A blade suddenly struck his hand. He screamed in agony. Mi Zhongming appeared, pulling her into his arms as she burst into tears of relief. Crying hard, she clung to him tightly, unable to let go. The wounded man roared, warning him not to mess with Wu Jie's crew. Before he could finish, Zhang Ming's fist smashed him across the chest. Midair, a follow-up kick shattered his face completely. Shumo asked about the two girls. He told her to wait while he went to find them. Meanwhile, Lily sat crying, whispering empty apologies. Zhang Ming watched silently, recalling Xiao Xiao's corpse had already found. Shumo coldly scolded Lily for wasting the life she had been given. She pointed at the two surviving thugs, asking what to do with them. He calmly said, "Let the zombies handle it. Evil always gets its due." He led them to the media center, already cleared of zombies. Only now did Lily grasp his true power, realizing why Shumo trusted him. Scheming inside, she resolved to stick with him to survive. Mi Zhongming ordered the two to stay while he went to fetch someone. They were shocked he still had someone else to save. It turned out had already wiped out all the zombies in the classrooms. Teacher Fa, lost in despair, suddenly heard urgent knocks at the door. Just as she was about to end her life, the pounding on the door grew louder, freezing her in place. She thought dying by her own hand would hurt less than being torn apart by zombies. Teacher Fa, thinking her students were safe, decided to die, regretting never having loved anyone. Right then, Mi Zhongming burst through the door, jokingly asking if she was okay. Stunned, she dropped the glass shard and burst into tears, thinking she was doomed. He came closer, gently calming her, saying he'd come back to save her. She clung to him, crying, shocked yet moved that head returned. Zhang Ming coughed awkwardly, asking her to let go and stop crying. Overjoyed, she thanked him, and he smiled, saying they should leave first. Rain still fell as they returned to the media center, collecting crystals per his instructions. Shumo asked what value those tiny things had. Lily frowned, disgusted at picking items off corpses. But before she could complain more, Teacher Fa appeared, startling Lily. The two women hugged, sobbing. Teacher Fa immediately asked about Xiao Xiao. Lily recounted everything, making the teacher sigh and pat her head gently. She took the blame, saying she had failed to protect Xiao Xiao, and comforted Lily for being terrified. Shumo couldn't hold back, accusing them of causing Xiao Xiao's death by abandoning everyone. Lily stubbornly argued that if they'd rescued the teacher sooner, things would have been different. Shumo grew furious. How dare they twist the truth and ignore their debt. Lily went on, questioning why he didn't save everyone at once if he was truly good. Shumo snapped, accusing Lily of being the reason Xiao Xiao died in vain. Mi Zhongming instantly slapped Lily, calling her stupid and ungrateful, telling her to stop blaming others. Sternly, he said no one was obliged to save her and she had no right to demand it. Teacher Fei stepped in to ease the tension, saying had already done more than enough. Shumo looked at her approvingly, praising her for her sense and gratitude. Then she asked him about the crystals. He nodded and told them to follow, promising to explain on the way. "This is a tricolor analyzer," he said. "Give me the crystals you gathered." Liang Shumo handed over her pouch. Curious about their use, he told her to wait and see. Lily also handed hers over, but no one knew her true motive. He poured all the crystals into the Wheel of Fate. It judged by energy total, not count, unsure if 26 level-1 cores would suffice. The machine whirred to life, the wheel spinning rapidly. Excited, he saw his effort paying off as it began to function. The spin stopped at the red zone, ejecting a strange item. Eagerly, he opened the box, expecting a powerful combat class. A message appeared. "You have obtained Glorious Artisan, a basic support profession with crafting and modification skills." He was stunned, mind spinning. This wasn't the mighty role he hoped for. The tricolored wheel yielded two branches: combat and support. For instance, snipers specialized in ranged attacks. Support classes lacked combat power. Artisan was one of them, and at the lowest of 4 tiers he felt cheated for wasting so many crystals on a non-combat job. He blamed his bad luck, crumpling the result sheet in frustration while confusing everyone nearby. Lily demanded to see it, fuming that her hard-earned crystals were wasted. forgetting who killed the zombies first. He stopped hiding and showed the result, acting indifferent about it. In his hand was a strange 5-colored badge he'd never seen even in his past life. The teacher read his class and abilities. Shocking Lily, it felt like a real-life game. Liang Shuomo analyzed it, surprised that this job had 5 unique skills like crafting and enchantment. Enlightened, he snatched the paper back to study the 5 listed skills. The guide detailed gathering, refining, unifying, crafting, enchanting, and socketing, each color symbolizing one power. He laughed at himself for missing the potential earlier and planned to gather more crystals to boost the team's survival odds. The trio agreed to follow the plan, only Lily stayed silent. They dragged zombie corpses away while a stranger secretly watched, impressed by his solo combat. The man suspected they aimed to clear the media center and turn it into a base. Examining the corpses, he frowned. Something wasn't right. Calling for reinforcements, he grinned slyly, plotting to seize their discovery. After exhausting work, Liang Shumo sighed in relief that Wu had collected plenty of crystals. She rubbed her stomach, whining that hunger was draining her strength. He handed her 2 packs of rations to replenish her energy. Shuomo, grateful, reported that the school's water supply was still usable. He took out a backpack for her 3 days, food, tools, and medicine. He sternly told her to guard it well. She was touched but still uneasy. Hesitant, she heard him assure her of his trust before leaving to find the secret key. Lily instantly objected, unhappy that he'd go alone again. Yi Zhongming calmly prepared to depart, saying her company only slowed him down while Lily shouted in fear. He repeated that he wasn't anyone's babysitter. Activating crafting, he made a basic wooden spear and told everyone to protect themselves, especially Lily. Lily recoiled in fright, while the teacher stayed silent. Fa Shu agreed, survival must be learned. The teacher comforted Lily, saying no one could protect others forever, they had to grow strong. He handed the spear over, telling them to use it for defense. Fa Shu accepted it gratefully. Liang Shuomo choked up, urging Ye Zhongming to return safely. He gave no reply, just waved and left, carrying their trust and worry with him. Outside, he scanned the area, realizing he was near where the secret realm had fallen. He finally arrived only to find the secret key was at the new school construction site. Studying the site, he noted how deserted it was. Suddenly, a girl fell right before him. He caught her, stunned at yet another newcomer's arrival. She froze too, shocked to have fallen right onto someone. Frowning, she slipped from his grasp, flipped him down, and demanded his identity and purpose. He broke free, dodging her sudden strike that startled her. He pinned her by the neck against the wall, questioning who she really was. Furious, she claimed to be a security soldier, ordering him to release her, which stunned him briefly. Adjusting her collar, she noted his solid martial background. He smiled, saying he'd trained for nearly 10 years longer than she had. To her surprise, bullets suddenly flew. He yanked her aside behind a rock. He whispered, asking Ho'd start shooting on sight. She said it was her pursuer, confusing him since she was supposed to be security. She sighed, being security was exactly why she was hunted down. As smoke cleared, 3 armed convicts emerged, looking vicious. He recalled such men from his past life, brutal, merciless, and wouldn't hold back. He asked how they got guns. She said the armory had been looted. The 3 killers advanced, each gripping a weapon with bloodthirsty glee. Their leader gave attack orders and asked what to do with him. Coldly, the man said to kill him, bragging about his love for exploding heads. Suddenly, a hidden bullet burst open Dallas' skull before he could act. The remaining 2 panicked, realizing their enemy also had a gun, and sprayed bullets wildly. They fired like amateurs, screaming curses while wasting ammo. The leader drew a backup gun, firing madly without caring about noise. They advanced under heavy fire, only to find the pair had vanished. Hearing a voice above, they looked up to see him aiming down, cursing in terror. A clean shot pierced Lao Qian's back. He dropped instantly. The last one raised his gun, still spewing filth, but the girl lunged, kneeing him hard in the gut before he could react. Then a crushing punch to the chin sent him flying like a rag doll. His face twisted from the blow, body tossed aside like straw. He collapsed, begging for mercy, trembling and sobbing. A sudden gunshot startled the girl. She couldn't tell where it came from. She turned to him, asking why he shot when the man had surrendered. Jumping down, he frowned, too disgusted to explain how Shed survived this cruel world. She checked the corpse, confirmed Head died from a ruptured artery. She demanded why he killed someone already helpless. Turning away, he said coldly that's what a true security soldier should have done, and she hadn't finished her job. She lashed out, but he calmly replied that law no longer mattered. Killers only knew murder and plunder. He warned her that misplaced kindness only doomed more innocents. He revealed his ex-girlfriend had been murdered by such scum, and had never shown mercy again. She fell silent, admitting he was right, but wondering what pain forged his coldness. He resumed searching for the secret key, while she quietly followed behind. Elsewhere, a subordinate reported that 2 tied-up people had been bitten to death by zombies and ran off to relay it. Wu Ji was stunned to hear both of them were dead. A subordinate nervously warned that their foe knew martial arts and urged retreat. Furious, Wu Ji punched him and ordered a massacre, intent on seizing all the gear. The heavy blow made the man tear up, while Wu Gei demanded to know if everyone was assembled. The door swung open. Wu Ji strode in smiling, greeted by cheering underlings. With his crew gathered, he asked if they were about to gang up on some weakling. He falsely claimed the two men had been killed by that target, though zombies were the real culprits. Enraged, Wu Ji slapped another subordinate and barked for silence. Clearing his throat, he shouted that laws no longer existed, no need for pretense anymore. The gang roared in agreement, eager to prove strength and crush any obstacle. They vowed to kill anyone ruining their plans. Wu Je's gaze turned venomous. In unison, they declared themselves rulers of the zone, swearing vengeance for their fallen. Seeing them riled up, Wu Ji ordered action, eyes bloodshot with madness. The punched subordinate asked about his role, but Wu Ji sneered, saying he had special business. Near dusk, the girl still tailed him, curiously asking what he was searching for. He calmly said it was a crucial key he must find today. She offered help, genuinely wanting to assist in the search. He thought Head never seen it himself, but said Head recognized it by its unique design. She agreed to help even though the area was vast and night was coming. He smiled, saying the key would glow in the dark, making it easier to find. She gasped, spotting something, and asked if it was what he wanted. He turned happily, then frowned. What she held looked bizarre. She showed him a keychain with an attached key, oddly shaped, and asked again. He scowled, confirming it was unique but not the one they needed. Regretfully, she tossed it away without hesitation. He frowned, sensing movement behind them, something like a dog. She confidently claimed it was, relying on her sharp eyes and canine training. She added that dogs were easy to control if you knew how, insisting it really was one. But the dog looked wrong, mutated, dangerous, clearly infected. It suddenly howled and slammed into the wall, making a terrifying noise that alarmed him. The girl was also shocked by its violent behavior. The beast lunged again. He realized it was a second-tier mutant zombie hound. It charged straight at him. He fired 3 defensive shots. It dodged all of them, rushing in so fast he barely raised an arm, heart pounding. The guard girl screamed, panicking as he was cornered. The hound opened its jaws wide, ready to crush his skull in one bite. Yi Zhongming stumbled back, but the creature suddenly sniffed him, recognizing a familiar scent, and halted. It wagged its tail and licked him like greeting its owner, leaving him dumbfounded while the guard guessed it was being friendly. He was utterly baffled. Why was this zombie hound wagging its tail like a happy puppy? Suddenly, he froze, a wild guess flashing through his mind. Could it be? He remembered his childhood, hearing shouts about a thieving dog. A tiny, trembling pup held something muddy in its mouth, terrified and pitiful. A drunken man raised his foot to kick it. The pup dodged and bolted as the drunk cursed furiously. The man hurled his bottle after it, intent on killing it. The glass struck, making the pup yelp in pain but still struggle upright in fear. He stomped on its tail, pinning it down while laughing cruelly. The dog howled and thrashed, then young Yi Zhongming rushed in. The drunk sneered, asking what the boy thought he was doing, raising his hand to strike. The trembling boy said the dog was sick and had bitten him, his arm aching for days. Hearing that, the drunk paled and backed off, terrified of infection. Yi added it was filthy, covered in feces and urine, making the man recoil in disgust. The pup quivered, barely standing, still frightened. He sighed in relief, glad Head saved the poor thing. The drunk left grumbling, and Ye politely bowed farewell. Turning back, he smiled, proud of rescuing the dog. The pup followed, rubbing against his leg in gratitude. He petted its head, noticing its injured tail and feeling even sorrier for it. It still trembled, so he offered a piece of bread. The dog wagged its tail joyfully, barking woof, before gobbling it up. Yi watched sadly. His family didn't allow pets. Before leaving, he waved goodbye to the little dog wistfully. After that, they became inseparable, playing together as it grew up. Smiling emotionally, he called its name Dai Huang Huang. The guard girl laughed, realizing it was his old dog, still loyal even in mutation. He explained it had been a stray he fed, plump and golden like a ball, so Head named it Dai Huang Huang. He stopped talking as the dog kept licking him, the bond still unbroken. The girl was surprised to see his gentle side. Elsewhere, 3 teammates ate rations in the dim light. Lily curiously asked what else was inside the backpack. Liang Shuomo replied curtly that she couldn't finish what was already shared. Lily snapped back, accusing her of hoarding meat, until the teacher intervened. Liang Shuomo, irritated, said Shed already shared enough, return it if she didn't want it. Angry, Lily grabbed for the bag but was held back, still struggling. The teacher was startled as Liang Shuomo declared it was entrusted to her, no one else could touch it. Lily persisted, demanding equal portions, unafraid even when Ye Zhongming's name was mentioned. The teacher calmed them, saying there was no need to fight since sharing had already been done. Lily reluctantly stopped but muttered insults under her breath. The teacher was shocked by Lily's words, while Liang Shuomo seethed at the disrespect. Fa Shu comforted them, reminding that the food wasn't theirs to begin with, they should be grateful. Lily retorted that morals solved nothing, urging the teacher to help her steal the food since she doubted the supplier would return. Elsewhere, Yi Zhongming sneezed suddenly. Someone must have been bad-mouthing him. The guard girl asked with concern. He chuckled, joking that someone must be thinking of him. The trio and the dog continued on, flashlights lighting their way. He said the darker it got, The easier it'd be to spot items, the light was something Head scavenged. Suddenly, another zombie crept up silently from behind. As danger closed in, he quickly activated a glowing device for defense. He grinned, realizing Head stumbled upon something crucial, clearing debris excitedly. A golden glow revealed the secret key Head been searching for. He gripped the faintly shining key, joy lighting up his face. The girl smiled, glad to see his hard work finally pay off. Out of nowhere, a massive tongue wrapped around her from behind. She turned to see a giant deformed frog about to swallow her whole. Frozen in fear, he slashed swiftly, severing the tongue and saving her. Yi Zhongming seemed transformed, unleashing his empowered skill to battle the monster. While she gaped at the sudden mutant lizard-like beast, the lizard attacked with its limbs, but he dodged as the dog bit fiercely at its leg. The creature eyed the dog hungrily, as if eyeing its next meal. While it was distracted, he slashed its eye, blinding one side. The beast shrieked, blood gushing from its ruined socket. Panting hard, Ye lured it uphill to change the battle's terrain. Enraged, it charged after him like a berserk monster. Just then, the Tier 2 mutant dog dashed forward to block its path. Yi shouted for it to move, not wanting it hurt. But Dai Huang stubbornly stood guard, refusing to retreat. The two beasts collided size clearly against the dog. The dog roared defiantly while Yi worried desperately for its safety. The lizard lunged, jaws wide for a killing bite. Unexpectedly, Dai Huang leapt up and clamped down on its head. The creature screamed, thrashing violently and hurling the dog skyward amid flying dirt and stone. The blow sent the dog crashing down, yelping in agony. It landed near the guard girl but still rose bravely, eyes fierce. The monster raised its claws to crush the wounded dog. He couldn't stand by, he dashed in, intercepting the strike with his blade. He was flung backward, clearly overpowered by the creature's strength. It loomed, jaws opening to finish him off. Suddenly, a sharp weapon shot through its skull, killing it instantly. The attacker was the guard girl, unable to stay idle while their lives were at risk. Dai Huang barked triumphantly as she gasped for breath. Yi praised her, admitting she truly fought like a warrior. She stayed silent, eyes glimmering with emotion. The dog bounded over joyfully. Yi patted its head, proud of its courage. He yelped as it barked and tried to lick his face. Dai Huang pounced, slobbering all over him while he awkwardly pushed it off. The guard girl smiled softly at the sight. While they celebrated, two shadowy figures appeared briefly, then vanished into the darkness. Yi Zhongming grew serious again, stabbing his blade into the corpse to mark the end of rest. The girl curiously asked what he was doing, and he held something out to her. She gasped. It was a rare crystal, a vital resource in this zombie-infested world. Touching it in awe, she asked if it was some kind of magic energy core. He smiled, saying it surpassed even what magic could achieve. She asked how to use it. He hesitated, then hinted at a trade. When he set conditions, she frowned and refused, saying she'd figure it out herself. Martin. He thought privately that someone like Xing Fei or Shuomo wouldn't have turned him down. Coldly, she told him to go, leaving him disappointed though still clinging to the idea of alliance. He rubbed his hands awkwardly, as if about to say something important. He proposed forming a team to boost survival odds in this chaos. She pondered it made sense. He lowered his head in guilt, while the dog nudged him comfortingly. Then her eyes softened. She nodded in agreement. Though she found him strange, she sensed he wasn't a bad man. They shook hands. An uneasy alliance between Yi Zhongming and Mo Ye was born. Elsewhere, the corpse of a soldier lay untouched until someone found a real gun and grinned with delight. His comrade quickly hushed him, warning not to make noise. A scarred man pointed toward Yi Zhongming and Mo Ye's direction, and the group began moving. They approached with guns raised, hurling insults and ordering the pair to stop. One accused Ye of killing their two comrades, demanding payback. Mo Ye whispered for names. Yi frowned, recognizing them as the same criminals from before. One thug shouted and aimed to shoot, but his gun jammed. He panicked, squeezing the trigger to no effect. Confused, he asked about the safety. His ally cursed him for being too stupid to switch it off. Suddenly, the dog lunged before they could react. It bit down hard on the fool's gun arm, making him scream and drop the weapon. He shrieked for help, face pale as paper. Lao Dao stumbled back in fear, realizing the dog was a zombie hound, its victim doomed. Mo Ye appeared behind Lao Dao like a phantom. Before he could react, she kicked his face, snapping his head sideways. Lightning fast, she locked his arm and threw him down, disabling him completely. The impact sent up dust as he spat blood, eyes rolling in shock. Yi shivered in awe, sweat dripping. Her combat skill was terrifying. He demanded to know who Wu Gi was, the one who ordered the hit. The wounded man whimpered, bleeding heavily. Yi threatened coldly, ordering him to talk or die. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a blonde underling asked Wu Gi if he wanted to grab dinner now that things had quieted down. Wu Ji snapped, berating him for laziness and asking about scavenging from zombies. Then he inhaled deeply, eyes glinting with scheming intent. The blonde thug still didn't get it, saying the stuff they collected was worthless. Wu Ji didn't bother explaining. He punched the fool square in the face. He thought to himself that those crystals couldn't exist for no reason. They must hold special value, especially since many zombie corpses had their crystals dug out, proving their importance. At the media center, Liang Shuomo slept soundly hugging the backpack. Lily, however, stared at it with greedy calculation in her eyes. Once sure both Shuomo and the teacher were asleep, Lily crept into action. Her eyes gleamed coldly as she gripped a sharp shard of glass, ready to strike. Her mind fumed with resentment, blaming Shuomo for always being favored by Zhang Ming. While Shuomo slept, Lily whispered curses, determined to take the life-saving pack. Just then, Teacher Fa woke and asked what Lily was doing. Startled, Lily hid the glass and lied she was just going to the restroom. The teacher said nothing more, watching as Lily left only for Lily to scowl and resume her plot once out of sight. Water trickled as Lily washed her face, trying to steady herself. She frowned in frustration, hating how others still trusted people in this apocalyptic mess. She reminded herself that whoever controls resources survives. Clenching her fists, she decided only self-reliance worked, no softness like Teacher Fa's. Her betrayal fully formed just as hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Lily panicked, running back as Shuomo and Teacher Fa woke and armed themselves. Fa Xuan asked worriedly what was happening. Shuomo trembled, insisting zombies couldn't get in, trying to calm herself. But the door bent inward, nearly bursting off its hinges. Shuomo froze. Those weren't zombies, but humans. The pounding grew louder, like a battering ram. Lily was terrified, realizing the door wouldn't hold much longer. The door exploded open. A gang of thugs stormed in, faces twisted with malice. Their leader grinned sleazily at the sight of women inside. Teacher Fa backed away in fear, asking what they wanted. Shuomo tried to fight with a stick, but was easily disarmed, while Lily hid herself. Smoke from a cigarette puffed into Shuomo's face. They leered disgustingly at the teacher, making filthy remarks. One said to grab the short-haired girl, but another reminded him Wu Ge forbade touching women. Dong Zika scoffed, saying Wu Ji wasn't here, so he was in charge, and claimed they were allies of the enemy. A trembling thug went to grab Lily, swaggering nastily. Dong Zika approached Teacher Fa, boasting had been her student and now intended to exploit that. Another pinned Shuomo, while one shone a light on her face to confirm who she was. They realized she looked like an online idol they'd once watched. Their mocking laughter made Shuomo cry, praying Ye Zhongming would return in time. Elsewhere, the two captured thugs hung tied up, while Di Huanghuang circled them like a guard dog, making them shake in fear. Mo Ye asked what came next. Ye Zhongming said he'd confront Wu Ge head-on instead of running. She urged preparation, but he replied chaos ruled now, truth must be faced. He moved forward, the dog following, leaving Mo Ya to decide. In the end, Mo Ye chose to go with him, reasoning their cooperation benefited both. She then asked the purpose of the secret key. She was stunned when he said it could open the future nonsense in an age of chaos. He explained she had seen mutant zombies and beasts, proof that all rules were broken. She asked when to use the key, but he said not yet, eyes burning to avoid past tragedy. Meanwhile, Lily was being chased, hurried footsteps closing in. With weak stamina, she couldn't outrun a grown man. The pursuer got more excited, threatening to tie her up once caught. Lily reached a locked door, panicked as the knob wouldn't budge. He caught up, making her sob and retreat in despair. He grabbed her face, venting years of humiliation on her. He raved that the apocalypse let him force anyone, while Lily lied to survive. His frenzy grew, he lost all control. Lily trembled, begging mercy, saying she was just a harmless schoolgirl. She even tried to flatter him, willing to submit for a chance to live. He gripped her shoulders, laughing, but said he couldn't betray Dong Zige. He planned to take her to his boss while she begged in vain. He lied that she wouldn't die as long as he was there. Lily hit a shard of glass, ready to fight back if cornered. He dragged her to the gang's base, boasting head caught her. She froze upon seeing Teacher Fa tortured and bleeding. He mocked the teacher's suffering like a sick game, horrifying Lily further. Dong Ziga sneered that the teacher's resistance ruined his fun but stayed cruel. Da Bai, who attacked earlier, had his face bitten and wept in pain. Lily rushed to her teacher, no longer composed. Dong Zige pointed at Lily, declaring she was his now. When asked, he insisted Lily wanted to join them. Dong Zige smirked that Lily was smart, while the fat guy flattered him. He barked at Lily to come closer and stop crying. Lily forced a smile and softly greeted Dong Ji. Dong Zige asked again, and she confirmed her loyalty and obedience. He pointed at Shu Mo, ordering Lily to prove loyalty by subduing her friend. Shu Mo cursed Lily's betrayal, accusing her of turning on her savior. Lily slapped Shu Mo hard, denying all past kindness. Shu Mo called her a beast, eyes burning with fury. Dong Ziji laughed, telling her to hit again, treating Shu Mo like entertainment. Lily sneered, saying she already hated Shu Mo and was glad for revenge. Shu Mo stared in disbelief that her suffering companion had become this. Lily yanked her hair and struck again before the thugs. Shu Mo glared murderously, while Lily mocked her looks with sarcasm. Dong Ziji nodded, saying Lily was now worthy to join them. He handed Lily to the fat man, claiming she was now his woman. The fat man grinned, boasting Lily was his now. She clenched her teeth in hate. Dong Ziji gathered everyone for an announcement. He reminded them that once followed Sai Ge, but after he turned zombie, they served Lao Wu. Hearing Sai Je's name, the underlings fumed, cursing Lao Wu as cowardly and greedy. Dong Ziji fueled their anger, saying Lao Wu sent them to kill while he ran away. He roared that in this chaos, why serve a coward like that? The thugs shouted in unison to follow Dong Ziga from now on. Dong Ziji grinned wickedly, declaring Lao Wu's death day had come. Just then, a scout rushed in to report. He said the dining room was empty and Lao Wu hadn't returned. Dong Ziji entered as the door opened, seizing a chance to raid Han Market. Suddenly, a bone hit his face hard, twisting it in pain. Furious, he demanded who threw it, spotting Ji Zhongming and Mo Ye. Ji Zhongming calmly said he'd just eaten and was leaving, brimming with luck. Mo Ye wiped his mouth, while Dong Ziji realized they'd eaten the chicken his gang hesitated over. He angrily demanded to know who they were and why they were here. Ji Zhongming stood, declaring he was the hunted man, now offering himself up. Dong Zige wondered if Lao Wu had failed to kill him. Ji Zhongming laughed, saying he'd already finished off the assassins. He added the next to die was the gang leader. One thug raged, but Dong Ziji stayed calm. That thug dragged Liang Shumo out as a hostage, asking if she was Ji Zhongming's woman. Ji Zhongming stayed silent, while Mo Ye scoffed that hostage-taking was pathetic. Dong Ziji mocked him, saying he was scared for his girl and insulting Shumo. Ji Zhongming denied any special tie and warned Dong Ziga coldly. He suddenly hurled a chicken bone, stabbing Dong Ziji's hand and shouting for her to run. Dong Ziji screamed in pain, clutching his hand and cursing madly. Ji Zhongming grabbed Liang Shumo, while Dong Ziji ordered his men to attack. He handed the girl to Mo Ye, telling him to protect her. Then he faced the rushing enemies alone, ready to fight. One lunged, but he dodged with a tilt of his head. The attacker gaped, then got smashed back with no chance to respond. One punch knocked out his teeth, emergency needed as soon as possible. Still, Dong Ziji mocked them for being beaten so easily. Four more surrounded Ji Zhongming at once. Calm as ever, he saw he was outnumbered and thought to change tactics. Unable to fight head-on, he feigned orders and taunted them as weaklings. A thug, with iron knuckles, roared and charged, full of false confidence. Ji Zhongming sidestepped smoothly, disappointed at such poor skill. He caught the man's arm and twisted it brutally, making him scream. The man writhed on the ground, useless and howling in agony, cursed by his own mates. Another rushed from behind, trying to grab Ji Zhongming. He spun, seized the man's head, and slammed him down till bones cracked. The last thug froze in horror, backing off in fear. The fat one shoved his comrade aside, cursing and pointing an axe at Ji Zhongming. Seeing the weapons come out, he stayed cool. Fear wasn't in his dictionary. He dodged swiftly and punched the fat man's knife hand. The fat man laughed, thumping his chest and bragging his fat made him tougher. Ji Zhongming moved so fast he left afterimages, striking the hand and knocking the weapon away. Seizing the chance, he leapt and kicked the man's face. The thunderous kick dropped the fat man, scaring the rest into retreat. A can-wielding thug appeared, threatening to kill the teacher if he moved. Ji Zhongming sensed the danger, his face tightening in tension. The thug admitted he was using the teacher as leverage, yanking her hair while she cried for Lily. He demanded Ji Zhongming kneel and surrender. With no choice, he knelt silently, face filled with strain and rage. The thug smirked in triumph, then got smashed in the face. A brick flew into his nose, splattering blood everywhere. The thrower was Lily, flawed but loyal, never betraying her teacher. Taking advantage, the thugs were swiftly tied up. Lily burst into tears, hugging teacher Fa as she was gently comforted. Liang Shumo scolded Lily for betrayal, while Mo Yi quietly studied their connection. Lily stayed silent. Teacher Fa defended her, saying it was all an act to save her. Mo Ye tried to mediate, claiming Lily was enduring to strike back. Shumo refused to believe it. Ji Zhongming stepped in, ordering them to stop since Lily just saved the teacher. Shumo hugged him, crying over his absence. He soothed her to calm down. Mo Ye quietly noted she seemed rather prideful. Lily simply watched everyone without a word. At last, the four of them reunited after all the chaos. Meanwhile, the three-colored roulette kept spinning, drawing others' attention. Wu Ge arrived, discovering the enemy's power source and collecting crystals for dark purposes. His underling pointed to the spinning wheel, saying it might grant a valuable prize. Wu Ji said nothing, just tapped the lackey's head painfully as the wheel stopped on black. He rejoiced wildly, and the gang cheered, thinking they'd struck gold. The system announced, "You've gained a new class, Novice Alchemist. Though weak in combat, it was vital for long-term growth." An old man appeared to confirm the change. Wu Ji was crushed, furious that all his effort led to a support class. Enraged, he kicked his lackey and ordered a search for more loot in the base. They gathered over 20 crystals, but all were spent on that spin. He didn't know leftover crystals weren't refunded. The next player only needed to top up. A henchman handed him a backpack full of Ji Zhongming's stuff, heavy with potential loot. Opening it, he found only rope, cans, and a medical kit junk at first glance. But inside was a vial of basic enhancement drug, boosting power to soldier level with deadly risk. Wu Ge beamed, treating it like a rare treasure. His lackey curiously asked how he even knew what the drug did. Wu Ji stammered a vague reply, leaving his men utterly confused. He suddenly realized his alchemist class let him see the drug's full details. Eyes blazing, he guessed his rival had used this very drug to fight zombies. Despite the danger, he gulped it down, ignoring his men's frantic warnings. Pain exploded through his body as the drug's effects kicked in. He screamed in agony as every muscle spasmed violently. His men panicked, seeing smoke rise from Wu Jie's body. Abian freaked out and ran, mumbling about getting help. A loud crash from the door made him jump. A flaming zombie burst in, charging at him. Abian trembled as the red zombie swung a massive punch his way. He tried to defend himself, screaming, certain he'd die. But the blow never landed. Wu Ge, powered by the drug, had stepped in to block it. He grinned confidently, boasting he was now stronger than ever. Abian gawked in awe while Wu Ji thrilled at his newfound power. At dawn, Ji Zhongming led everyone back to their base. He welcomed them, telling them to unpack and then find Mo Jingfei. They brought back all the supplies from Wu Jie's place trip, well worth it. He called out for Mo Jingfei, but no one answered. As he passed a hall, someone called urgently for him to come see. Liang Shumo pointed to the first-floor kitchen, a mess like it'd been looted. Ji Zhongming was puzzled, unsure what had happened. He soon found a blood-stained note marked with Mo Jingfei's traces. It mentioned a roulette at the supermarket. He grew furious and worried. Meanwhile, Wu Ji gasped for breath after slaying a mutant zombie. He laughed wildly at his bloody hands, high on newfound power. Abian praised him as unstoppable, saying zombies were no threat now. Wu Ji declared headhunt down and wipe out every last zombie. He patted Abian's shoulder, ordering him to find Dong Jie's group. The two returned to base, Abian guessing Dong Ji hadn't come back yet. As they opened the door, both froze at the shocking sight inside. Abian screamed in disbelief at what he saw. Dong Zige's gang lay tied up, some unconscious without even needing ropes. One conscious thug blurted that their boss was dead and the loot stolen. Wu Ge dashed to the storage room, face tightening in dread. The empty vault made him roar in rage, crushing the door and vowing revenge. Ji Zhongming suddenly shivered, worrying Liang Shumo, but he said it was just a strange feeling. She and Mo Ye brought him food, while Teacher Fa handed him warm water. He suspected Mo Jingfei was in danger and planned to trace the supermarket roulette. Liang Shumo nervously asked if Mo Jingfei was his girlfriend. He firmly replied they were just partners, nothing personal. Hearing that, Liang Shumo brightened and eagerly asked to join. Hoping to be of help, he patted her head, warning not to slow the mission. Everyone must pull their weight. He reassessed the team. Liang Shumo was loyal, Mo Ye skilled, Teacher Fa's power unknown. Guessing his thoughts, Teacher Fa volunteered to join, citing her medical expertise. He agreed but warned he couldn't guarantee their safety, then asked if Mo Ye was in. Mo Ye smiled and accepted, trusting him after all they'd survived. The group gathered supplies and prepared for their new journey. Ji Zhongming worried the search for Mo Jingfei might outlast their limited rations. Mo Ye asked why he seemed uneasy. He said they could only carry essentials. Mo Ye suggested storing the rest, saying it was unsafe to leave behind. Her clever idea surprised him. It was like a light bulb moment. They went to the security bureau and seized a military truck. Mo Ye proudly explained it was a strategic vehicle once issued by headquarters, earning his admiration. The truck had armor, all-terrain wheels, huge capacity, no missiles, but he said that was fine. He thanked Mo Ye sincerely. She smiled, saying teammates help each other. Meanwhile, Abian nervously asked Wu Ge if they'd leave the school, but Wu Jie growled about hunting their base wrecker. Furious, he recalled Dong Zi's attempted mutiny, never thought he'd have to kill his own men. Remembering their cries for help, Wu Ji felt no pity and let them die. Licking his blade, eyes wild, he swore Ji Zhongming wouldn't live long. Meanwhile, the group drove from the safety bureau, crushing zombies under the truck. Ji Zhongming felt safer in the armored ride, while Mo Ye boasted no zombie could stop it. Inside, they chatted easily. Fa Shuying praised Mo Ye, but Liang Shumo sulked, jealous. Liang Shumo fumed that she hadn't proven her worth yet. Ji Zhongming reread the note, saying the clue only mentioned a roulette no location, so they'd check supermarkets. Suddenly, Mo Ye shouted, spotting a massive zombie horde like a tidal wave. He gawked as countless zombies fled, not attacking but running in terror. Liang Shumo screamed, pointing at something horrifying in the distance. A creature leapt over the zombies, landing like a falling meteor. The ground quaked. Water burst from drains. The thing looked like a giant ape. The zombie ape stood over 23 meters tall. Fleeing zombies were mere ants beneath it. One unlucky zombie got snatched and chewed alive like a snack. Ji Zhongming frowned. This was the mutant white ape, a vicious evolved zombie. He admitted his current power couldn't match that monster head-on. Though planning retreat, he remembered its weakness from a past life's deadly battle. He shivered at the memory, nearly dying then, and now the ape had noticed their truck. He signaled the team to brace, then swerved hard in reverse as the engine roared. The truck slammed into a roadside pillar and got stuck. He cursed as the beast charged. It leapt so hard the asphalt cracked, its massive weight crashing straight toward them. From this view, its body nearly matched the truck's size. The impact rocked the whole vehicle. If not for the armor, they'd be paced still. Windows shattered and everyone was tossed around. Amid chaos, Ji Zhongming's eyes stayed sharp, fearless. He frowned. This was the worst-case scenario, the windshield gone. Red monster eyes glaring in. He jerked the wheel, trying to fling the zombie ape off the roof. The truck shook violently, but it clung tight, so he handed control to Mo Ye. Mo Ye froze, unsure if he truly meant to fight that nightmare head-on. Without hesitation, he jumped out, facing the zombie ape atop the truck. Before it reacted, he kicked it straight in the mouth, gripping the truck edge for balance. The blow sent the beast flying back, snarling in pain. Then its long tail snapped out, wrapping around his leg. Shocked, he realized he couldn't move, completely trapped. The ape yanked him off the truck, flinging both into the air. They crashed down hard. His back slammed the ground painfully. The truck screeched to a stop. Mo Ye shouted his name as he struggled to breathe. The ape rose unharmed, stepping from the dust toward him. Part of its mask had cracked, revealing a hairy, savage face. It grinned wickedly, thinking victory certain over the helpless human. Roaring triumphantly, it beat its chest like celebrating a kill, but it was wrong. It swung a massive punch meant to crush Ji Zhongming once and for all. At that instant, bullets sliced through the air, forcing it to block with its arms. It turned toward the gunfire. Mo Ye stood in the truck doorway, aiming straight at it. Interrupted, it howled madly, drooling rage, eyes blazing crimson. It charged the truck, dodging every bullet with terrifying speed. Each round missed. Its agility was monstrous. Reaching the truck, it smashed the door flat, but Mo Ye leapt clear just in time, gun still in hand. Inside, everyone screamed. Liang Shumo panicked at Mo Ye being chased, while Teacher Fa trembled at her first glimpse of such a monster. Outside, clashes echoed as Mo Ye and the zombie ape circled the truck in a desperate standoff. She kept firing, forcing the creature back and buying time to reposition. Wounded, it shrieked in humiliation, chased and shot like prey. It lashed out. She stumbled back, mind blank with fear. As it lunged again, she ducked under the truck, heart pounding as its blow crashed down. Frustrated by the miss, the zombie ape roared, fury boiling over. It roared, pounded its chest, then leapt onto the truck, trying to lift it clean off the ground. Liang Shumo and Teacher Fa screamed as the vehicle began to tip. Teacher Fei was thrown out of the truck by the violent impact. Spotting her, the zombie ape paused, reaching out to grab and devour her. She dropped flat, barely dodging its lunge. Still, its claws raked her back. Blood streamed as she collapsed in pain. Liang Shumo panicked, screaming helplessly. Just as the beast roared in triumph, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Ji Zhongming appeared with the dog Di Huang Huang, both ready to fight. Though outmatched, the dog charged the mutant ape head-on. The ape roared and swung a crushing punch. Di Huang Huang dodged nimbly, springing onto its shoulder without hesitation. It barked and snapped, got flung off, yet jumped back to attack again. Ji Zhongming used the distraction to rush to his teammates. Mo Ye tossed him her gun and shouted his name. Catching it, confidence surged through him. Battle mode on. He activated crafting skill, enhancing the weapon's power. The ape grew furious, bellowing wildly. As it lunged for Dai Huang Huang, the dog dodged with lightning speed. Not only that, it aimed a bite at the creature's arm, but the blow sent it flying, snapping off its two horns in chaos. The dog crashed over 10 meters away, writhing in agony. The ape rose, glaring murderously at the dog, then turned as someone taunted it. Enraged by the insult, it spun toward Ji Zhongming, furious at the weak human. He aimed at its exposed spot, ready for a lethal shot. The bullet struck its bare spine, making it howl in agony. Eyes bulging, it collapsed heavily, cracking the pavement beneath. Ji Zhongming realized its mutation exposed the spine, its fatal weak point. He looked at the gun, thankful for the enhancement skill. Otherwise, even that shot might failed. Inside, Liang Shumo dressed Teacher Fa's wound as she groaned in pain. Gritting her teeth, sweat dripping, Teacher Fa endured silently. Hearing the scream, Ji Zhongming rushed in, worried sick. He accidentally glimpsed her bare back mid-treatment. She shrieked, ordering him out immediately. Flustered, he apologized and slammed the door shut, face red. Mo Ye asked for an update. He said the wound wasn't life-threatening. Leaving the truck, he couldn't shake the turmoil from his mind. Sitting beside Dai Huang Huang, he stroked its head with pity, worried its mutated wounds would heal slowly. Then Liang Shumo called out that Teacher Fa was still bleeding badly. Urgent care needed. Mo Ye said stitching was tough without anesthetic or tools. Ji Zhongming, recalling his past life, feared she couldn't handle the pain unmedicated. He suggested searching a nearby private clinic for supplies and painkillers. Liang Shumo asked about the friend who'd gone to the supermarket with him. Ji Zhongming smiled, saying Mo Jingfei would be fine, no need to worry. He remembered she'd become a top-tier fighter later, hardly easy prey. Mo Ye proposed splitting up headhunt medicine. She'd scout the supermarket, promising not to act recklessly. He worries the road still hides dangerous monsters. She confidently insists he not underestimate her, she's trained for this. Zhang Ming falls silent, seemingly swayed by Mo Ye's resolve. She gives a thumbs up, vowing to fulfill her guard duty. He reluctantly agrees, warning her to stay alert. Before leaving, he warns the rotation disc might attract zombies. He recalls past betrayal and hopes this time will differ. Meanwhile, Abian and Wu Ji pedal away from a zombie chase. Wu Jie enjoys the wind. Abian asks where to go next. Wu Ji doesn't answer but assumes the enemy heads to a key site. He nearly guesses right, muttering as if he knows the man's route. His eyes gleam dangerously. He's sure they'll hit the supermarket for supplies. Hearing that, Abian speeds up, praising Wu Jie's wit, heading for Keihua Market. Arriving, they ditch the bikes. Wu Ji notes the place seems abandoned. Abian grows wary of zombies, while Wu Gi acts fearless. Abian finds the market empty, angering Wu Ji as everything's looted. Suddenly, an instant noodle pack drops. Abian cheers at the find. When picking it up, they spot a mutant zombie staring from the shelf. The zombie hisses eerily, head twitching unnaturally. Then it leaps down, attacking like a beast, not a normal zombie. Abian screams. Wu Ge braces to fight, but it turns to stare at Abian. It doesn't attack, only walks away calmly. Abian wonders why Wu Ji guesses it's searching for something and decides to follow. They quietly trail it. Abian hauls a heavy pack when odd sounds halt them. Ahead, zombies cluster around a strange device, seemingly drawn to it. The zombies bite the cloth strapped to the machine, acting bizarrely. Abian panics, begging Wu Ji to flee. They've hit a death nest. But Wu Ge stays, eyes gleaming, calling it a rare chance. Meanwhile, Mo Ye scouts with gun in hand, cautious on the familiar road. A small supermarket appears ahead. She decides to investigate. Inside's cramped but still has a few useful items. In a corner lies a slain zombie, flies swarming in sunset light. After gathering supplies, she checks again. Nothing left. She sighs. No trace of the rotation disc, so this isn't the spot. She heads for Keihua Market, the largest one, worrying for Zhang Ming. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming drives full speed to the hospital with Fa Shipo. Liang Shumo says her condition worsened. She's fainted. At the private clinic, he jumps out, telling them to hold on till he returns. Liang Shumo watches him disappear, heart heavy with unease. Fa Shipo, half conscious, moans in pain, making Shumo more anxious. She checks the wound. Blood still gushes. Her face pales in fear. Shumo prays. Zhang Ming returns soon. Fa Shipo can't last long. Zhang Ming dashes into the hospital, spotting the pharmacy and surgery rooms. He sprints down corridors, hunting for supplies as fast as possible. Suddenly, something whooshes past. He barely dodges. Before him swings a massive tail, a mutant zombie crocodile. He curses his bad luck. The beast's body bristles with bones. As it closes in, he retreats, muttering about trouble. Compared to beasts like Dai Huang Huang or the white ape, this crocodile is far stronger. Early in the apocalypse, people learned such creatures weren't from Earth but outer space. These alien beings, called guardian beasts, guard valuable supply zones, but he's not here for prizes. Studying it, he deems the crocodile a level 2 guardian beast beyond his current strength. Luckily, past life monster experience lets him calmly retreat to prep again. Liang Shumo sees him return and rushes to ask, but he stays silent, running off. She's baffled, eyes filled with confusion. He opens the trunk, rummaging through supply crates for something special. Finding a crossbow, he cheers, tells Liang Shumo to tend Fa Shipo, then runs back. He re-enters the hospital, vowing to gather missing materials inside. Liang Shumo watches anxiously, trusting his calculations despite the fear. Inside, he starts crafting. Relieve the materials are all there. Knowing direct combat's suicide, he plans to slow the beast using enhanced tools. He knows enhancement magic needs matching materials in type and quantity. Though his skills limited, proper mixing boosts weapon power like real sorcery. He adds energy crystals to arrowheads and plans a giant metal net next. The imbuing technique fuses materials while keeping their traits like ice and steel, making a cold blade. He combines iron mesh with blue shielding netting, hoping it'll trap the crocodile as theorized. When ready, he stares at the beast and whispers the moment of decision is here. He charges forward, firing 3 enhanced arrows at once, eyes cold and focused. The beast reflexively raises its limb, blocking one as the arrows strike before it. Another lands nearby, harmlessly. Only the last pierces its tail, pinning it in place. The crocodile roars. If it could speak, it'd demand why he nailed its tail down. Overjoyed, he whips out the blue shield net. Time to act. But the net's added materials make it heavy. He gasps for air after blocking the beast. He rejoices. Surgical tools, bandages, needles, anesthetics, and painkillers all ready for use. Meanwhile, the crocodile struggles to pull the arrow out, tail thrashing wildly. Trapped in the iron net, it howls in fury, screeching meaningless sounds. At last, it stomps the net and rips itself free. With a deafening roar, it turns and charges madly toward Zhang Ming's last spot. Hes turned away, unaware he's now the target. In the biggest supermarket, all zombies lie slaughtered and scattered. Wu Ji, exhausted yet thrilled, confirms this is the place they sought. He stares at the revealed rotation disc, excitement surging inside. ABN hides in a corner, peeking out only when Silence falls stunned by the carnage. Wu Ji lifts the white cloth, revealing a fresh, barely used device. He yells for ABN to fetch zombie crystals, kicking him hard for slowness. Though disgusted and scared, ABN obeys, holding back nausea as he digs out crystals. Wu Gi inspects the disc as ABN hands over 9 crystals in total. Seeing the bloody crystals, he nods slightly, acknowledging ABN's effort. But realizing 1 crystal short of activation, he fumes, forced to wait for more zombies. Rage erupts, he beats ABN again, cursing him useless as the blows grow harsher. Elsewhere, Mo Ye finally arrives, eyes firm on Kuei Hua Market. This is it. She senses the place cleaned out, the silence too unnatural. Just before stepping in, her instinct warns of danger lurking inside. Meanwhile, the guardian crocodile goes berserk, standing tall and shrieking madly. Liang Shu Mo startles at the strange roar, dread rising within. Seeing Fa Shipo barely breathing, her thoughts turn to Zhang Ming's fate. She rewraps her friend's wound, deciding she can't just wait. Resolute, she opens the car door and rushes toward the hospital. Leaving her teammate behind, she sprints full speed, praying Zhang Ming is safe. Upon arrival, she freezes, the beast is tearing through the door. The hospital door rips apart under its roar, echoing horribly. Liang Shumo backs away in terror, stunned by the monstrous sight. Inside, Zhang Ming desperately barricades the door as the creature smashes everything its power beyond belief. She quickly judges the situation, deciding to distract it so others can escape. Looking around, she spots several eggs scattered along the hallway. Instantly, she realizes what they truly are. The crocodile growls in frustration after failing to catch Zhang Ming. It lashes its tail, shattering a side window violently. Zhang Ming shields himself from flying glass, grimacing his gears too weak to hold it off. The beast's relentless fury makes him suspect it's guarding something hidden inside. As his gaze tracks the monster, he suddenly sees Liang Shumo outside and his heart freezes. The beast keeps smashing the wall with its tail, nearly breaking it apart. Zhang Ming feels a heavy blow of anger. Furious, she risked herself and worsened the chaos. Another tail strike lands right on target. Zhang Ming dives for cover, clutching his arm in pain, cursing as the creature senses him and attacks. Liang Shumo stays put, thinking hard, telling herself not to fear as it nears Zhang Ming. She clenches her fists, this time she'll be the one saving him, not the one saved. Then she dashes to the eggs, shouting loudly to lure the beast away. Hearing her cry, the monster turns to see who dares taunt it. Spotting her near the eggs, it charges, stomping furiously. Zhang Ming freezes, shocked at her recklessness facing such danger. Seizing the chance, he slips from the pharmacy as the beast leaves its post. Running, he shouts her name, heart pounding with fear for her safety. Despite the charging giant, she stays firm and unshaken. As it raises its claws to strike, she spins and bumps into the eggs on purpose. Realizing its brood's in danger, the creature halts instantly. 3 eggs roll away, distracting it and forcing a pause in attack. Confused which to chase, it hesitates. She exhales in relief. Her plan worked. It manages to save just 1 egg, calming slightly at the small victory. Zhang Ming watches in awe at her cleverness and courage. As she runs from the chaos, she trips over debris, losing balance. Just before she falls, Zhang Ming catches her, scolding in fear while she smiles and urges him to run. He grabs her hand, and they flee the hospital together. Soon outside, she glances back, relieved the beast doesn't follow. He explains it's guarding its eggs. But the relief fades as he yells at her for her reckless stunt, voice edged with worry. Hurt, she softly explains, she only wanted to save him. Seeing her saddened face, he can't stay angry, guilt washing over him. He says nothing more, silently grateful for her care. In the dark night, corpses gather again at the supermarket where the rotation disc hides beneath a cloth. Moye scouts the zombie-filled site, bumping into a crude man bragging about his luck seeing her in uniform. Disgusted by his filthy talk, she readies her fists to teach him a lesson. After retrieving medicine and needles, Zhang Ming treats Fa Shu Ying, burning with fever and blood loss. When finished stitching, he warns the pain will worsen once the anesthetic fades. Fa Shu Ying whispers sadly that the scar will mar her once cherished looks. Zhang Ming comforts her being alive as blessing enough, then accepts her faint thanks. When he steps out of the car, Liang Shu Mo rushes to ask. He says the girl's safe, just needs rest. A stomach growl breaks the afternoon quiet. Zhang Ming turns in surprise. Liang Shu Mo scratches her head shyly, laughing to cover the awkwardness. He chuckles, telling her to eat before regrouping with me and she. Mo Ye battles fiercely with Wu Ji, trading blows and dodges nonstop. The man grows more frenzied, muscles bulging with adrenaline. Cornered, she can only raise her arms to block a face hit. The punch sends Mo Ye flying. He rushes in to press the attack. She grabs a brick shard and strikes Wu Ge, rolling away fast. He stops chasing, dusts himself off coldly, eyes gleaming with cruel delight and perverse praise. He readies a finishing combo to crush her with brute power. Reeling from the hit, she realizes his strength is beyond belief. He keeps attacking like a mad beast reborn, tireless and wild. Wu Ge grabs for her collar, but she knocks his hand away. He's startled, oddly impressed. Mo Yi channels all her strength into a punch straight to his face. He staggers back, then recovers fast, growing even more feral. Wu Ji merely rubs his nose. Her full-force punch barely fazed him. He waves mockingly, taunting her to use all she's got. Mo Ye is stunned. How can he be so strong without mutation? Her heart sinks, but she holds stance as he laughs. Thrilled, she knows martial arts. She lunges again, but doubt creeps in at his unnatural endurance. He catches her fist easily, grinning, demanding more. Pretending to be her martial master, he restrains her effortlessly, aroused by her defiance. Abian watches, amazed she still fights after he used strength enhancers. The rotation disc glimmers nearby. Abian eyes it, plotting to steal it for power. Driven by madness, he believes this is his breakthrough moment. Abian suddenly attacks from behind, striking Mo Yi and making her cry out in pain. She curses herself for forgetting the extra threat. Then Wu Ge slams a fist into her stomach. The blow sends her crashing into shelves, body battered. Mo Yi lies motionless, half-conscious, seething at being ambushed. Even on the floor, her eyes still burn with fury. Wu Ge snaps at Abian, furious at the unwanted help. He boasts he can beat 10 people after taking the drug, then kicks her, drawing blood. Grabbing her collar, he sneers, mocking her righteous ideals. Though drained, Mo Yi glares back, refusing to yield. He raises his fist like a demon, ready to deliver the killing blow. At that instant, Mo Ye smiles, the one she awaited. Zhang Ming stands behind him. Zhang Ming's powerful kick slams into Wu Ji, stunning him. The tide turns in a flash. He spins around in shock, unable to believe someone dared strike from behind. Zhang Ming lands and steps in front of Mo Ye, shielding her exhausted form. Wu Jie eyes him warily, posture deceptively calm. The man sneers first, saying Zhang Ming walked right into his trap. Zhang Ming ignores him, coolly approaching Mo Ye and replying, "Do I even know you?" Ignored. Wu Ge sees his twisted infatuation only fuels his rage, while Mo Ye forces herself up, insisting she's fine. Zhang Ming glares coldly, making Wu Ge uneasy as if he were the one robbed. Wu Ge tries to introduce himself, but before he can finish, Zhang Ming charges, fist aimed at his face, declaring, "No one touches what's mine." Wu Ju ducks the blow, cursing didn't expect this guy to be so relentless. He counterattacks, eyes wild, throwing a heavy punch at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming blocks it easily, and Wu Ge realizes in shock they're equally strong. The man's also enhanced. Though he blocks it, Zhang Ming grimaces. His foe's wild brawling is a mess of wasted power. He dodges cleanly, countering with a precise kick to the waist and a swift arm twist. Wu Ji staggers from the pain, nearly falling, cursing furiously. He clutches his side, stumbling backward, balance faltering. Zhang Ming mocks him, hinting that no drug can save a man without real skill. Enraged, Wu Ji howls and charges for a killing strike. Zhang Ming sidesteps and slams a punch into his waist. Bones crack audibly. He scoffs coldly, ridiculing Wu Ji's pitiful endurance. Wu Ji grits his teeth in hate. Yet it's hopeless. The power gap is vast. Like a berserk beast, he lunges again, roaring threats to kill Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming retreats smoothly, dodging every swing as his foe tires out. Wu Ji kicks again, but Zhang Ming evades without taking a hit. The two clash in brutal close combat, fists echoing through the air, too fast for normal eyes. Zhang Ming sneers inwardly, same rank or not, they're worlds apart in true mastery. He catches Wu Ji's arm, twists, and yanks him forward, breaking his stance. Exploiting the opening, Zhang Ming unleashes a lethal punch packed with battle-hardened fury. The blow smashes Wu Ji's face, blood spraying as he's flung back. Payback for Mo Ye's pain. Abian panics, shouting Wu Ji's name, horrified at his ally's defeat. Wu Ge lies broken on the floor, staring in terror, unable to fathom Zhang Ming's strength. Realizing he picked the wrong enemy, Wu Ge feigns remorse, spouting excuses to beg for mercy. Had Zhang Ming lost, his fate would be grim, but now Wu Ge kneels, trembling before the cold-eyed man. Outwardly pitiful, he secretly draws a knife, still pretending repentance while plotting a sneak stab. He suddenly lunges, aiming to stab Zhang Ming in one desperate strike. But Zhang Ming reacts instantly, twisting and catching his knife hand midair. With a sharp wrench, he breaks the wrist. Wu Ge screams as the knife clatters to the floor. Not giving him a chance, Zhang Ming lands another punch, saying he's met too many scum like this. Wu Ji collapses, clutching his face, pitiful, weak, deceitful, and talentless. He turns to beg Abian, the one he used to bully, but the man just freezes in place. After hesitating, Abian helps him up. Wu Ge beams, calling him a true brother. Abian curtly tells him to leave this place fast. As the two limp away, Mo Ye asks why Zhang Ming let them go so easily. Zhang Ming replies, they'll destroy themselves soon enough, smiling wryly into the dim night. He silently watches the two silhouettes fade into darkness. Then he turns to Mo Ye, worriedly asking if she's okay. She smiles, saying rest will do. Relieved, he jokes she's lucky, nothing broke. She teases that a guard's bones aren't that fragile. He glances toward the machine draped in white, recalling Mo Qingfei's old words. In the fading light, Abian supports Wu Ge, both laughing as if nothing happened. Wu Ji thanks him, spouting brotherhood vows, while Abian forces a weary smile. Wu Ji glares at his crippled arm, bitter over losing the rotation disc. Abian brushes it off, eyes drifting away. No longer impressed by the loudmouth, he suddenly stops, turning serious, saying he's got something to clear up. He grips Wu Ji's hand. Recalling all their shared hardships, Wu Ji stammers, confused. Abian snaps, furious that Wu Ge always took the spoils while others got nothing. Years of resentment erupt. He shoves the wounded Wu Ge. Raging about unfairness, Wu Ge panics, begging him to calm down. Abian shows no mercy, grabbing the injured arm and forcing him to hand over the crystals, saying coldly they're safer with him. Seizing the crystals, Abian grins wickedly, telling Wu Ge to rest easy, he'll handle things now. Suddenly, a swarm of zombies appears at the alley's end, snarling as they rush forward. Wu Ji screams for help in despair, eyes wide with terror. Inside the car, Liang Shumo grows uneasy, suspecting the noise came from Zhang Ming's group. She freezes, seeing Zhang Ming carrying Mo Ye back, asking anxiously. He answers briefly, injured, must find shelter. Shu Mo peers toward the road, wondering what those two men leaving the market had done. She slams the wheel in frustration, regretting not taking them out earlier. In their shelter, Zhang Ming's group sits by the fire, the two girls already asleep. Shu Mo munches while suggesting they hide the rotation disc so no one else can use it. Zhang Ming replies it can't be moved if exposed, it'll attract hunters. Between bites, he says they've traded all rewards, basic survival gears secured. Gazing at their spoils, water, medicine, and a necklace, he feels their crystal gathering worth it. Shu Mo happily lifts the necklace, eyes sparkling with delight at its beauty. She tried it on and her eyes sparkled, it fit perfectly. Zhang Ming sternly reminded her it's a combat tool, not jewelry. She sighed, missing old times. Staring into the fire, she felt hollow. Her old world was gone forever. Her words silenced the other three girls, gloom settling in. He insisted that teamwork was the only way to survive. He honestly asked for trust and support for the mission, not out of kindness. Raising a vial, he declared it held the so-called power of tomorrow. Shu Yin and Mo Ye froze, wide-eyed at that strange power's name. He explained the blue drug was a reward from the wheel, boosting strength, speed, and immunity. Shu Yin doubted, wasn't that like superpowers? He said it's just basic physical enhancement for fighting zombies. In short, users get super fit. Shu Mo doubted it. TE helped 20 strength, still felt weak. He assured her it activates hidden potential before amplifying it. He urged them not to underestimate themselves and admitted this drug made him powerful. Mo Ye questioned if it's only strength, how's he so skilled? Who is he really? Shu Mo quietly felt uneasy about his uncanny adaptability. The air grew tense. Mo Ye asked if he knew the apocalypse's origin. He laughed it off, claiming all intel came from Mo Hin Fei, hiding his rebirth. Shu Mo believed instantly. He smirked, too easy to fool. Offering the vial again, Shu Yin asked about side effects. He said pain to possible cell rupture, death. Hearing that, Shu Yin panicked and screamed, but he calmly said power always costs risk. He seriously told them it was their choice, no forcing. Both girls fell silent, unsure what to do. Mo Ye boldly reached for the drug. Wanting power, he smiled, admiring her courage. He handed it over, warning the evolution pain was brutal. Best drink tomorrow, she nodded. Shu Yin, pale but resolute, refused to stay weak and asked to try too. He agreed, told her to save it for tomorrow and rest well. Suddenly, he pulled her shirt up to cover her skin, coldly warning that exposed clothes hinder movement. Blushing, she nodded rapidly, mumbling she understood. Mo Ye, annoyed by their flirting, yelled for silence so she could sleep. He quickly told everyone to rest, head stand guard tonight. In the quiet night, he kept watch behind the truck, the dog asleep beside him. A sudden noise, he sprang up, blade in hand, demanding the intruder's name. Just as he was about to strike, he realized it was Shu Yin. She screamed in terror. Annoyed, he asked why she was sneaking out instead of sleeping. She nervously admitted she was scared. He asked if she regretted taking the drug. Suddenly, she lunged forward and hugged him tight, catching him off guard. Pressing her head to his chest, she teared up, saying if the drug killed her tomorrow, she'd never see him again. He listened quietly, then gently patted her head, saying he'd ask her once more to be sure. She looked up, face flushed, eyes glistening with fragile hope. He warned that strength isn't always good. If she grew stronger, he wouldn't let her leave but make her fight beside him. Holding her shoulders softly, he asked if she'd stay and share his ideal. Shu Yin wiped her tears, smiled brightly, and promised she'd never back down as long as he trusted her. Pleased, he turned and addressed someone else. Mo Ye, arms crossed by the truck, coldly asked about his next plan. He answered frankly they'd hit the hospital first, then move toward Lake Senzhou. Mo Ye turned away, apologizing that she might have to leave. Shocking him and Shu Mo, he regretted it. She had potential. Though reluctant, he kept his word, handed her the drug, and allowed her departure. She pocketed one hand, took the vial with the other, vowing to return and meet them at Lake Zhenzhou if all went well. She gave him a few bullets, telling him to keep them just in case. He grinned, joking, had come find her to get them anyway if she hadn't offered. Under the calm night, they bantered. Shumo complained she couldn't sleep, and Mo Ye softly wished her good night. The next morning, all three girls held their vials, eyes anxious, sweat beating. Without hesitation, they downed the drugs in one gulp. Shu Yin drank first, then Tu An. The bottle shattered. All three collapsed, convulsing in agony. Yi Zhongming folded his arms, saying he'd check the hospital if they felt fine later. They could hunt nearby zombies but avoid white core or mutant ones. Watching them writhe in pain, he sternly asked if they'd heard him clearly. Then he leashed the dog and left. Shumo called after him to be careful. He replied softly. He finally reached the target hospital. Smiling confidently, everything matched his memories. Remembering past rumors, he knew 3 monsters once guarded this place, slaughtering survivor teams. A level 6 military powerhouse once slew them, earning an egg and a rare map. That map was said to be a blueprint for super weapons, leading to the army's mass production of silver warblades. His lips curled in ambition this time. All those rewards would be his. Seeing zombie corpses scattered around, he confirmed the area was clear of danger. He removed his magazine, checked every detail, final prep for the crucial fight ahead. Remembering his last battle with the Crocape using only a weak bow, he admitted had been too careless. The gun in his hand was decent but only grade standard issue stuff. He took claws from a lizard head slain before, fused them with bullets, and quickly enchanted them. The new rounds became armor-piercing beasts. Satisfied, he told the dog to stand guard. Then he climbed over the wall into the hospital while the dog watched from above. A skull-armored crocodile monster stirred, eyes snapping open in alert. Seeing his red coat flutter, it roared in rage and lunged, shredding the decoy. As it charged, Ye Zhongming emerged from hiding and aimed his gun. He thought smugly, just as planned, these things are suckers for flashy bait. The shot pierced its armor. Drawing blood, he grinned. The bullet worked. The beast spun and chased him. He dodged, recalling how it had blindsided him last time. Its body swelled grotesquely, charging like a living missile. Still calm, he slashed fast, targeting its weak spots with precision. Its tail whipped across violently. He dodged, spotting his golden chance. He leapt onto its tail as it froze in shock. He drove his blade straight into its head. The knife sank deep through its tongue into the softest point. Blood gushed out. Coldly, he drew his gun, kept the blade lodged, and fired a killing shot into its throat. The gunfire echoed. He flipped back, landed, and laughed triumphantly. The beast was dead. He put his coat back on and eyed 3 giant eggs in the distance. Between them lay a golden glowing map, dazzlingly bright. He grabbed it, shouting in joy notes detailed stages of crafting Feng Qi, Yue Fu Ye, and Yue Sha Che Chang. Reading closer, he was stunned. The final stage was rare purple grade with 1 active and 1 passive skill. He knew from memory that skill-infused purple weapons were priceless post-apocalypse. Clutching the paper, he realized the materials would cost thousands of level 5 cores far beyond him now. Still, he resolved to start stage 1. Money could solve the rest. Reborn once, why fear anything? Hands in pockets, he eyed the 3 evolution eggs, ultimate body boosters, possibly mutating his pet too. Cupping his hands, he shouted for the dog to come eat and recover together. Hearing him, the dog bounded over man and Mutt feasted greedily on the eggs. Between bites, Ye Zhongming mumbled praise. The egg's effect was astounding, strength and mind restored. Looking at his revitalized hands, he noted his power had doubled since level 1 evolution. Glancing at the dog, he chuckled and told it to lift its head for inspection. The dog obeyed. He eagerly told it to show its new innate skill. In response, it bristled all over and fired sharp quills like a spiky missile. Seeing the needles buried deep in the wall, he nodded. Its new talent was the fierce golden thread shadow. But turning back, he saw the dog now completely bald, its fur gone after using the skill. He half laughed, patting its head, saying at least no more brushing. Ugly, sure, but powerful. Standing up, he told it to finish eating but not touch the other 2 eggs. It barked obediently. Leaving the hospital, he drew his knife, placed a hand on the car, murmuring it was time to forge Feng Qi Yue Shi. Closing his eyes, a burst of light flashed. The crafting skill activated. Energy flared through him. Raising his knife, the materials began merging. He calculated head need Hoi and Gez claws and fangs plus 1 level 2 core. A blinding white explosion burst from his spot, power rippling out. He smiled in satisfaction. Success. Swinging his arm, a tree nearby sliced cleanly in half. He admired the blade's sharpness. Seeing the razor smooth cut, pride swelled. He still had enough material to craft weapons for Shumo's team. Returning with the croco egg, he found the 2 girls drenched in sweat from training. Shumo greeted him happily. He smiled, asked about progress, and mentioned Mo Ye had left. Shumo pointed at white cores on a cloth, boasting shit evolved. Zombie fights were easy now, though Tu An still feared them. Tu An, uneasy, reminded her shed vomited from pain too, then awkwardly joked first times are always tough. He praised their efforts, thinking even if cores were few, their adaptability mattered most. He presented an evolution egg, telling them to eat shock. Shumo asked what it was. He simply said, "Food to make you stronger." Standing outside, he pondered this time at Lake Zhenzhou. He must claim that artifact at all costs. Carefully storing the last egg, he noted it was the final one from the Fian Gui Ngoi species too precious to lose. Looking back, he saw the girls eating happily, the bald dog gnawing lazily, a rare peaceful scene. Tuan joked the dog got uglier in minutes. Shumo wondered how it ate so much without gaining weight. Tuan closed her eyes, feeling new energy surge, saying the egg clearly boosted her physique. Yi Zhongming approached, done eating. "Come here. I've got something good for you too." Shumo jumped up curiously. Tuan still played with the bald dog. He handed Shumo a green whip, telling her to try it might suit her. She grabbed it and gasped. It felt alive, bonded to her soul. With a swing, she lashed the ground hundreds of times, leaving deep, precise marks. Admiring the whip, she felt complete harmony, as if it was made for her. Beaming, she told him she'd train in sports before this weapon would let her truly assist him. Tuan smiled silently. He turned to ask what weapon she wanted. She blinked. "Surprised me too?" Petting the dog, she admitted shyly she didn't know what suited her yet. He nodded gently, saying she could take her time. No one in peacetime ever thought about choosing weapons anyway. Shumo tied her hair, asking if they were heading to Lake Zhenzhou. He nodded. Everything so far was prep for that trip. He warned seriously that beyond beasts and zombies, they might face humans. Were they ready to follow him? Shumo raised her fist, shouting yes. Tuan hesitated, asking if she'd be useful or just a burden. He laughed, cutting her off. If they're together, they move together. Besides, the prize ahead is worth it. The three boarded the car, beginning a new journey. Driving, he recalled his past life, how hunger finally pushed him outside. That day, the city was silent. Explosions shattered the stillness, terrifying the timid man he was. Holding a stick for defense, he saw hundreds of zombies swarming, even climbing skyscrapers. Panicked, he screamed as they surrounded him, his frail body swallowed by the undead sea. By luck, he hid by a wall, confused that the horde ignored him, chasing the light and noise instead. Back home, he locked himself in, peeking out through a small window, watching the city crumble into apocalypse. He drove with heavy heart, reliving memories told by survivors. He remembered a mystical compass under the lake, showing a spinning golden coin, needing a special item to activate. When used, it opened mission-like portals, granting rare rewards and evolution chances. He reminisced about that great war when countless factions fell, vanished, or became untouchable powers. The car stopped in a forest. He stepped out, pointing toward a place of immense power. With burning eyes, he declared this was the path to rule the city. 10 minutes earlier, Chief Li's group was surrounded by soldiers armed to the teeth. A scarred old man with silver hair asked grimly if Li had made his final choice. Li coldly replied if he refused, would his brothers be slaughtered here? Inside, he cursed. Some had evolved, yet the army was not to be underestimated. His gaze slid to a nearby soldier, clearly a two-star fighter. Old Yi stated flatly, refuse cooperation, and you'll be erased for the plan's sake. It was a blatant threat, join or die, filling the crowd with silent fury. One subordinate tried to resist, but Li stopped him firmly. Old Ye continued, promising fair rewards if they cooperated. He showed his rank badge, hinting that real power was on his side. Wang Ning urged them, such a chance for strength doesn't come twice. Reluctantly, Li raised his hand, agreeing to the alliance. Wang Ning shook it warmly, marking the start of their uneasy partnership. Afterward, Li directly asked their true objective. Old Ye revealed intel about a mysterious golden clock beneath the lake. He said strange monsters would soon appear at Lake Zhenzhou, perfect prey for the strong. Just then, Tan Xiaoba announced it was time to move and to guard the compass well. Using binoculars, he confirmed most of their forces had already gathered. He lightly jumped off the car, asking if everyone was ready. The girl confidently took the mission to hide and report immediately upon spotting a 1-meter-tall golden beast. Tuan was assigned the radio, tasked with tracking battle progress and the creature's movements. He pointed to a tall building beside the bank, saying head ambush there. He told Tuan once she confirmed the creature's direction, report so they could regroup. She looked worried, but he assured her she'd be safer retreat if in danger, stay high if clear. She asked if the high spot near the bank would make a good lookout. He double-checked the angle, confirmed it was ideal, and told her to stay put. Drawing his knife, he reminded her, report the target the instant she saw it. With a stern gaze, he warned the creature wasn't strong but sly and capable of summoning horrors. Before he finished, a bright pillar of light shot into the sky, growing blinding. Everyone shielded their eyes. Yi Zhongming shouted the wheeled jade disc had activated. Monsters emerging. Move out. Over at Tan Xiaoba's position, he panicked as strange ripples spread across the lake. A one-eyed monster surfaced, staring straight at his team. It pulled out a horn and blew a deep, eerie note. Tan Xiaoba froze, eyes wide, tracking its every move. In the city, a tide of zombies surged forth. Soldiers formed ranks, faces tense with fear. Old Ye lowered his binoculars, watching closely. A soldier approached, saluted, and called his rank. Old Ye quickly asked for the battlefield report. The soldier reported units in position per plan, but Tan Xiaoba's squad was out of contact. Multiple unknown forces and mutant creatures were approaching fast from all directions. Old Ye stiffened, asking sharply if there was anything worse. The soldier trembled. They were completely surrounded by the undead. Unlike his panicked men, the old officer calmly tossed the binoculars aside, accepting the siege. He raised his head and shouted, commanding everyone's attention. Hands clasped behind his back, eyes cold, he roared that he could lead them straight into hell. He recalled the time his truck broke down among zombies, pointing toward their encircled flanks. He warned that if they failed to retreat in time, all would die here. Seeing their anxious faces, he admitted they were lost and thinking of distant families. With quiet sorrow, he confessed he shared the same fear, not knowing if his loved ones still lived. Then he straightened, declaring that pain wasn't reason enough to abandon faith. He proclaimed that as soldiers, they must fight. This was the moment of life and death. Raising his hand in oath, he vowed to die with humanity's last honor intact. His words ignited their spirits. Soldiers shouted in unison, fists high with resolve. In the blazing sunlight, the scene blazed heroic and unforgettable. Yi Zhongming watched from above, silently admiring their steel-hard will. He glanced at the troops and tanks advancing toward the lake, then turned sharply. Something felt wrong. A sudden blue flash burst from underground nearby, like lightning piercing the earth. Cold sweat ran down his back. He realized a spatial gate had opened. Lightning thickened underground, forming an energy vortex. The monster's horns summoned a two-headed beast. Level 2, Jinghong Gangfeng Wolf. It burst out instantly, attacking Tan Xiaoba, forcing him to retreat. In a blink, its claws pinned him. No escape. The beast roared, bearing terrifying fangs. Another appeared at level 2, Kong Yang, a massive goat with razor horns. Yi Zhongming sprinted up the stairs, panting, rushing to the scene. He kicked a door open. Inside was a vast black pit, crackling with blue lightning. From it poured hordes of level 1 monsters called Ziyun Zhanyi, flooding out like water. Seeing hundreds, he froze, weak individually but overwhelming in number. Staring at the one-eyed creature with the horn, he wondered what hellish realm this pit connected to. He recalled the apocalypse, burning stones falling from the sky, unearthing ancient horrors. In those lands, golden light revealed alien creatures and destruction beasts. Yet treasures lay hidden, their spirit herbs and rare minerals beyond value. Gritting his teeth, he glared into the pit as a massive arm wielding a club began to rise. When he saw the hairy giant, he screamed. It was a level 3 corpse ape, the most terrifying zombie of all. Shocked, he couldn't fathom why a level 3 appeared so early in the apocalypse. Watching it crush everything, he panicked, remembering it once took survivors 3 weeks to evolve that far. Why the hell is it that thing again? He shouted as chaos erupted below. Chief Li refused to retreat, but the monster casually lifted a man into the air. The victim struggled helplessly before being fed to its gaping jaws. From another building, Tu An saw it all, collapsing and vomiting in horror. Yi Zhongming's voice crackled through the radio, asking for the relic creature's location. She glanced toward the lake, reporting it still wandering lazily near the shore. When asked about Kong Yang, she said it was behind the Tiandong Company, to his left. He dashed off, ordering constant updates and to watch for mutations. While moving, he radioed Liang Shumo, commanding her to close in fast. He leapt from rooftop to rooftop, racing toward the target. The radio reported the relic beast was riding a Ziyun Zhanyi, strolling around Lake Zhenzhou. Sitting on a skyscraper edge, he wondered if the black hole had vanished. The reply came, the pit was still open. He dropped to the ground, hands in pockets, pondering if the horn was one use. Why was the gate still active? Standing amid corpses, he drew his knife, slashing through zombies effortlessly. Kneeling by a corpse, he carved out its core, nothing wasted. A scream for help rang behind him. He spun around instantly. Someone was being chased by a massive, killing intent-filled beast. Yi Zhongming steadies himself, eyeing the Tier 2 beast, thinking Kung Yang's the easiest prey of the bunch. He leaps forward, aiming to snatch the precious Yang core inside its body. The powerful jump lands him on the beast's back, ready to strike the fatal blow. His blade sinks deep into its spine. His grin is confident, twisted, and gleeful. Riding atop the monster, he's certain of victory, while the others hide and watch in fear. One mutters in disbelief, same level. Yet how could he pull that off? Kong Yang roars in fury, trembling with rage. It thrashes wildly, but he clings to its spines, refusing to fall. His free hand keeps stabbing, spraying blue blood everywhere. The onlookers gape, they couldn't even pierce its skin. Yet he's carving it up. The beast bucks and writhes but can't shake him off. He just grips harder, stabbing faster, like fatigue doesn't exist. Finally, it smashes its head into a boulder, hurting itself badly. Rocks fly, blood covers his face as he thinks. Smart move. Beast using the headbutt trick. Huh. It pants heavily, smoke hissing from its breath, but still can't overpower him. He tightens his hold, slicing near the spines to find its weak spot. Watching it struggle, he sneers, trying to toss me off. Let me help you, then. He slashes again, more blue blood spurting wildly. The beast howls, he jumps down to face it head-on. As he lands, the creature collapses toward him like a falling mountain. Eyes blazing red, he thrusts his knife straight into its belly mid-fall. Just as planned, its full weight crushes down, sinking him into the ground. Gritting his teeth, he yanks the blade hard while the beast's eyes still burn with rage. The shining knife pierces its flesh once more, drawing another agonized roar. He smiles in triumph, exhausted, but certain he's won. Kung Yang twitches once more before collapsing completely. Standing tall, he points his knife at the watchers and shouts his victory. They stare, speechless. One dares to ask how he pulled it off. He sneers, saying, "You ran away, so stop pretending to care and get lost." They frown. A burly man growls they deserve half the credit for the kill. He smirks, saying their only credit was feeding the beast more bodies, enraging them. The group exchanges sly glances, signaling to strike. One charges, snarling that the brat needs a lesson in manners. Another pretends to advise him to calm down if he values his life. Spotting his wounded arm, they mock him, saying he's got no strength left. They brag about their own cruel deeds, claiming the new world bows to jungle law. Suddenly, the radio crackles. A horde of zombies is heading his way. He turns away, ignoring them, listening to news of a beast riding the Ziyun battle steed storming a fruit shop. His face darkens. Survivors are that way. He responds immediately. He decides today's top goal is seizing the golden pouch from that monster. Yi Zhongming eyes Kung Yang's corpse, planning to grab the Yang core before leaving. But the gang blocks his way, demanding his knife, radio, and gear as toll. He turns back with a mocking smile, saying their greed truly knows no end. One snaps, swinging a club, believing chaos means might makes right. In his mind flashes the memory of beating his noisy old neighbor, thinking it was justified. He recalls bullying the weak, convinced they deserved it. Even his superior once had his leg broken by him and still begged for mercy. He doesn't realize he only bullies the weak, now daring the wrong man, thinking all rules are gone. In a blink, Ye Zhongming strikes, slicing the man's arm clean off. The man screams while Yi smiles coldly, reminding him of Apocalypse law, kill or be killed. The wounded thug grits his teeth in disbelief that Ye attacked first. Without a word, Yi kicks him hard in the gut. The kick sends them sprawling, bones crack, screams rise while Yi calmly dissects the beast. He grabs the bag and walks off as a sea of zombies swarms their way. They cry for help, but no one's coming. Death is all that's left. In an old building, soldiers unleash gunfire at mutant rats, corpses piling high. Everyone's in full combat mode. Cheng Ji wonders why Ziye is so quiet lately. Mo Ye frowns and brushes it off, blaming the rats for her bad mood. She worries, asking if Xia Lei beside her is okay. Xia Lei smiles softly, saying she's only worried about her husband. Cheng Ji reassures her that Xiao Tan's team is in a safer zone, even scolding Mo Ye for wanting to leave HQ. Mo Ye hesitates, thinking of Ye Zhongming but unsure what to say. Suddenly, Qing Long interrupts, telling everyone to look outside. The group rushes to the windows to check. A monkey-faced, fur-covered abomination leaps onto a nearby roof. Everyone opens fire, shouting to stop it from getting closer. Someone screams, "Bullets don't work. Got a rocket launcher. If it climbs up, we're dead." Cheng Ji props his rifle on the frame, calling Ziye for covering fire. Xia Lei turns and fires backward, yelling, "Enemies at 3 o'clock." The two coordinate smoothly, mowing down rats attacking from behind. Mo Ye spots a zombie crawling in through the window and shouts a warning. She shoves a soldier aside, taking the scratch herself. Cheng Zi panics, yelling her name. He fires rapidly, blasting the zombie's head apart. He rushes over, grabbing her hand, furious and scared. Mo Ye forces a calm voice, insisting she won't turn. Cheng Ji grips tighter, shouting, "Stop talking nonsense." Xia Lei draws her knife, sternly telling her to cut the arm off now. Mo Ye backs away in fear, refusing, but Xia Lei seizes her arm. Cheng Ji is shoved aside as Mo Ye admits she's taken mutation serum. The group freezes. Cheng Ji demands to know what kind she used. Mo Ye clenches her fists, turns coldly away, and prepares to show them. She punches straight through a wall, barehanded, and doesn't even bleed. She confirms she's evolved, but is cut off mid-sentence by Xiao Hu's teasing sing-song voice. Mo Ye grips her gun, warning the monster is still closing in. Before she finishes, the massive creature pokes its head inside, causing chaos and screams. She deduces normal bullets can't hurt this thing. She attacks its face and eyes, making it thrash in agony. Seeing it wounded, she recalls the special bullet Yi Zhongming gave her. The beast rages, hurling a car straight at them. Mo Ye shouts in panic for everyone to get down. She drops flat as the car whooshes inches above her head. Meanwhile, Shi Zhongping walks the street, making a call. Liang Somo replies over comms, saying a tricky opponent is holding her back. He asks anxiously. She assures him she'll handle it, just might be late. He urges her to stay safe, retreat to Feiji's place if things go bad. He silently watches a building getting bombarded by flying cars. Hearing the apes roar, he knows the squad's taken heavy losses, himself gravely injured. In the apocalypse, most die not from battle, but from lack of medicine. Doctors are priceless. He notes the road ahead leads straight to Pearl Lake Zone. Liang Somo is stopped by a group their leader claims it's for her safety. She stays silent, drawing her blade, ready for trouble. The leader doubts this, Yi Gai's motives, but still covets the valuable card. He senses Somo's different, not a pawn, but a real warrior. He eyes her strange whip, her gear, her comm device, proof she's connected to someone powerful. Licking his lips, he realizes she must belong to a major faction. He raises his gun, demanding she reveal her evolution method and the whip's origin. Somo responds with a heartfelt monologue about her oppressed past, ignoring his question. The man sweats, utterly confused by her words. She continues, saying a strict mentor once trained her to survive the chaos. Anger flares as she mentions that mentor is in danger and they're blocking her rescue. She leaps up, slamming her whip to the ground, shouting they'll die if they don't move. Shi Zhongping hides by an old shop, quietly observing the chaos. He spots Commander Ye standing atop a car, overseeing the battle. Before him lies a dark lake where giant beasts rise from the depths. The commander signals, shouting for an all-out attack. Gunfire erupts, tearing through the monsters' defenses and dropping several. Troops cheer and charge, morale surging at the success. Shi Zhongping stays hidden, thinking the plan is bold to the point of madness. Suddenly, the beasts spit streams of slimy green fluid toward the soldiers. One soldier gets hit, his gun melts, his body dissolves as he screams. Watching in horror, Shi Zhongping hesitates, rush in to help or stay in the shadows. From behind, he sees Commander Ye calmly standing still while his men scream in agony. Unable to bear it, he grunts and bursts from hiding. Commander Yi glances at him briefly, expression flat and uncaring. Near the lake, he freezes something surfacing that might be the candy house Miss Fa once mentioned. Shielding his eyes, he spots a small house swarmed by giant ants. The house glows faintly. He mutters that it must be the key location. He sprints toward it, drenched in sweat, startled as the eerie horn sounds again. Blue-violet lightning flashes, the black pit widens, something terrifying is coming. He stares at the vortex, eyes fixed as a twisted leg emerges first. A grotesque creature appears, 3 legs, 2 arms, bloated body, fanged jaws, iron chains, and a huge green horn. He realizes in horror it's the chained prisoner, an SS score mutant who once broke through the dead zone barrier. Tier 4 evolution. Grimly, he knows it'll soon reach level 9, a nightmare once defeated only by 3 9-star elites. He recalls a violet-haired girl, Mu Xingfei, the Rose Assassin from that legendary battle. Gripping his knife, he feels tense yet confident, boosted by serum and aper turtle meat despite being only 1 star. He leaps, slaying lower-tier beasts, using class, skill, and over-level combat experience. On the way, he keeps mowing down weaker monsters. Level 4 remains out of reach. Collecting cores, he wipes blood from his lips and stuffs them into his pack. Strapping it on, he eyes the chained prisoner, targeting its treasure and the pouch it carries. He kicks open the house door, corpses lie piled inside. Picking up a radio, he calls Miss Fa, reporting he's arrived but sees no monster, only silence answers. Unease creeps in, perhaps both Miss Fa and Liu Soyin have gone dark for unknown reasons. Suddenly, gunfire erupts behind him. Chief Li reports urgently to Commander Yi. The man says they've spotted a small creature with a golden pouch. It's got the evolution serum they're after. The little beast shrieks under a hail of bullets. Greedy, Chief Li yells to chase it and make it drop the prize. Just then, Shi Zhongping rushes in, the squad turning their guns on him, ordering him to freeze. Without hesitation, he downs one attacker, kicking another's weapon away. Chief Li draws his gun, but she smashes a fist into his gut, dropping him flat. Grabbing the firearm, he notes its military-grade proof. Commander Yi poured heavy resources into this fight. Wasting no time, he retreats, focused on claiming the monster's treasure before others steal it. Bleeding out, Chief Li gasps into the radio, warning the prize is nearby, come fast or lose it all. She sprints like a bullet, scanning for the gold pouch creature as distant screams echo. Turning, he spots it standing beside a massive purple beetle radiating menace. Leaping closer, he stunned. The creature's wounds have healed completely. The one-eyed beast spots him, points, and emits a strange call. The purple beetle charges. His heart skips. It's a Ziyun battle ant, a savage tier 2 ant general. He braces, recalling that most battle ants are tier 1, but nests may spawn tier 2 generals, tier 3 kings, even a mysterious tier 4 queen. Suddenly, it sprays green acid. He dodges aside, narrowly avoiding a second burst inches from his face. It spreads its wings, he mutters, trying to fly off. He swings hard, slicing the wings midair. Grounded, the ant crashes down. He rushes in, guts it, and pulls out the core. The small creature freezes, sweating, wide-eyed, scrambling to flee. Smirking, he advances to finish it, his goal, the precious golden pouch. Panicking, the the little beast hurls items from the pouch to slow him down. He readies to counter but realizes the thrown item is a rare skill scroll. Checking it, he's shocked it's a Heidier summoning skill. Top class in the apocalypse. He unrolls it, grinning, pure jackpot luck. Seeing him absorb the treasure, the creature trembles, both awed and regretful, tossing another relic his way. He catches it, a promotion scroll, once worth a fortune, now thrown like trash. He waves his knife, demanding more or die. Shaking, the small creature pulls out a Tier 1 evolution vial and tosses it to him. Glancing at the scroll, he suspects it might change his profession. Opening it, he gapes at the words, "Congratulations, you've become a gardener." Meanwhile, Mo Yi squeezes the trigger, blasting furious rounds into the raging giant. A comrade screams in shock, asking what gun could actually wound the beast. All eyes fix on the weapon, astonished, as if realizing something. Cheng Ji frowns, asking if her and General Zong's departure was tied to that gun. Mo Ye stays silent, firing nonstop, thinking she once believed her organization's rewards were fair. The more she reflects, the more she feels she never gave enough to earn such weapons, replying coldly that this world defies imagination. Outside, monsters roar and hurl cars like toys at the battle line. Mo Ye narrows her eyes, firmly stating she'll explain everything in due time. She fires again, the special bullet tears through the monster's knee, crippling it. It stares dumbly at the wound, then roars madly, swinging its massive fist toward her. The squad shouts in unison, targeting the weak spot. It's slowed down. Just then, the door bursts open. A man with glasses steps in, adjusts his frames, and orders to find the shooter and recruit them to his special unit. The team freezes. Mo Ye keeps her grip tight, eyes deep in thought. Without hesitation, she yells for everyone to aim at the right knee, her voice sharp with command. They obey instantly, unleashing fire, ignoring the newcomer completely. The man turns red with fury, shouting it's an order, but nobody listens. Mo Ye doesn't even flinch, eyes locked on her target in silence. The man steps closer, reaching for her gun, but she punches his chest hard, sending him stumbling back. Furious, he accuses her of hiding something in the weapon, cheating, obstructing inspection. She glares coldly, stating she's saving lives and orders him to back off. Everyone freezes as she threatens loudly she won't leave, and if bothered again, she'll shoot for real. The old man shakes with rage, pointing at her, shouting about disciplinary punishment. Without hesitation, Mo Yi fires near his head, slamming him against the wall in terror. She raises the gun again, eyes sharp as blades, a silent warning. No one dares speak, sweat drips as tension chokes the room. The glasses man stammers in panic until she yells, she'll blow his head off, making him bolt like a rat. Cheng Zi and Xia Lei warn her that such rashness could ruin her standing in the squad. Mo Ye just smiles faintly, gripping the gun, saying only comrades here matter, nothing else. Cheng Ji frowns deeply, scolding her for saying such things. Hands on hips, she glares back, saying this place isn't as noble as they think. What's the fight really for? He looks baffled, asking what happened after she returned from Commander Zong. Calmly, she reveals she overheard a secret call between Commander Zong and Commander Ye. They're just pawns traded for greater treasures. The group freezes, drenched in cold sweat at the brutal truth. Xiao Hu hesitantly asks if what she said is really true. Mo Yi stares at him, saying survivors will see Commander Zong and his family become evolvers. Shi Zhongping glances at his hands, recalling his secondary profession, gardener. The gardener class is like the artisan of glory but simpler, with two core skills: nurture and activate. It's a path of birthing life from seed, raising it over time. With unique mastery, a grower can achieve miracles, controlling plants so powerful they've crushed elites and beasts alike. Even mutants fear such heavenly flora. He muses not only of mutant trees but crops now priceless in this era. He eyes the trembling little creature, asking what else it's hiding, curiosity gleaming. The creature shakily reaches into its back pouch. His gaze never wavers, a smirk curling his lips. Finally, it throws something hard. He catches it midair. Sensing danger, he quickly dodges aside. The object explodes violently, booming like a bomb. Covering his nose, he realizes it was a deadly trap. As the dust clears, a slimy giant monster emerges from the smoke. He grips his knife tighter, instincts screaming caution at the unknown species. Studying its grotesque form, he notices it has no magic core. Slime dripping from its body hits the ground, burning holes and hissing into vapor. He notices the green glow on the monster's skin carries intense corrosive power. It suddenly charges. He's forced to run as it chases close, even grabbing for his weapon. He worries a single touch could melt his blade. The small creature laughs gleefully, cheering him on to keep fleeing. He dashes toward a working fountain nearby. Holding a talisman, he dips his hand into the water and activates the basic spell River Will. The pool bubbles, forming a giant water creature. He exhales in relief at the successful cast. His water beast blasts a jet at the green monster, burning it with steam as it howls. Seeing it hurt, he urges the summon to strike fast. The spell lasts only a minute. Then he pivots, sprinting toward the small creature. Terrified, it collapses, trembling all over. Panicking, it bolts straight into Commander Yes' squad, blocking the way. One man laughs, claiming the loot as theirs, ordering everyone killed. Gunfire erupts instantly, forcing the little creature to cower behind a wall. Furious, he draws his gun but it's empty, cursing his carelessness for losing both target and prize. With quick hands, Faye reloads and opens fire. The hitmen drop dead on the spot. He rushes to the small monster, writhing on the ground. Lifting it up, it emits a strange sound. He grips its neck and fires point blank, ending it. Memories of past brutal hunts flash by. Survival odds were always slim. Clutching its throat, he wonders if this truly counts as victory. Suddenly, something hurtles toward him at blinding speed. He drops the creature and dodges aside, hearing a painful scream. Heart pounding, he realizes one slower move would have meant disaster. Three strangers approach. A woman offers him mercy if he walks away. He notes they're mutants, battle-hardened survivors of this cruel world. A thrown blade streaks at him. He blocks with his weapon. A man in blue swings an axe. He sidesteps just in time. If only his right arm were healed, he could have fought better. He falls, kicks the small monster aside, and retreats briefly. The move stuns the trio. They can't tell what he's planning. One realizes the creature's the real target and orders them to seize its pouch. The monster suddenly appears right before Wang Ning. He smirks, amused by the twist. The bald one snarls, shouting for an attack. He commands his men to ignore the stranger and grab the creature's loot. Wang Ding rolls up his sleeves, offering to block them as his allies ready up. He charges like a tiger, slamming into the three foes. Yi Zhongming frowns, calculating his next move amid the chaos. Around them, ruins blaze under the harsh sun. Mo Ye unleashes gunfire at waves of zombies and beasts surging forward. The monster roars, hefting a massive stone pillar. She adjusts her weapon, tense and uncertain she can handle it. Only one special bullet left. She wonders if all her effort will be wasted. Suddenly, she spots a familiar figure amid the battlefield. Seeing Miss Fa, Mo Ye recalls their last meeting, realizing Ye Zhongming might be nearby too. With that thought, she leaps straight down from above. Chang Ji yells in alarm. She lands firmly and sprints toward Tu Ying, shouting her name. The two hugged happily. Tu An asked excitedly while Mo Ye pressed for news about Shi Zhongming and Liang Sum. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making them both lose balance and scream. Tu An stared ahead in shock. Mo Ye turned back with a tense face. In front of them loomed a giant chained monster, slowly advancing. Watching Mo, yes, Shadow, Cheng Zai and Xia Lei could only grit their teeth in anger. Cheng Long and Xiao Hu exchanged looks, then charged after Mo Ye, shouting to join in. Cheng Zai turned purple with rage and cursed, but Xia Lei pulled him back, saying to let them go. Just then, the back door burst open as a man with glasses led in an armed guard, yelling to punish Mo Ye. Xia Lei sneered, saying this wasn't the time for discipline. Cheng Zai also shouted that fighting, not punishment, was urgent now. He then jumped out the window, deciding to find Mo Ye himself. The man with glasses clenched his teeth in fury, stunning Xia Lei. She looked at her gun, sighed, feeling apart from them yet full of admiration. Elsewhere, Tu An trembled as he said the last time he saw Shi Zhongming was beside that monster. Mo Ye stared at the huge beast, worrying if Zhongming could handle himself. Tu An suddenly grabbed her hand, saying they should save Liang Sum first since she was in danger. Mo Ye reassured him that Zhongming seemed to have a plan and wouldn't provoke the beast. Tu An urged saving Liang Sum first to avoid becoming a burden later. After a pause, Mo Ye agreed, but just as she was leaving, someone called out, asking to join. Three men stood behind, brimming with energy, making her ask why they came. Cheng Long said staying behind was useless, and Xiao Hu vowed to follow her. Cheng Zhai bowed awkwardly, admitting a new era needed new rules. Looking at her comrades, Mo Ye smiled, thinking they were true warriors. She patted Tu An's shoulder and ordered the team to rescue their comrades first. Xiao Hu blinked in confusion, asking who exactly they were rescuing. She replied mysteriously it was the person he idolized. Though the air was grim, the team's spirits suddenly soared, astonishing him. Meanwhile, Liang Surmer struggled to fend off enemies, her body covered in wounds. Blood gushed from her mouth as she let out a weak groan. Wiping the blood, she thought bitterly that helping others often ended like this. The injured man in a floral shirt screamed furiously to capture her alive. He raised his bloody arm, ordering them to break her legs for torture. His subordinates instantly opened heavy fire toward her. Quick-witted, she used her whip to pull a corpse nearby as a makeshift shield. Just as she realized how dire it was, a loud voice called out. Her eyes widened with hope as she heard her name. Before the enemies could react, Cheng Long and Xiao Hu's group stormed in. The floral shirt man panicked, shouting in confusion about who they were. Mo Ye appeared suddenly, landing a brutal punch straight to his face. He staggered, teeth flying, shocked to face yet another mutant. Meanwhile, Shi Zhongming watched from behind a rock as Wang Ding fought three others. He noticed the bald, muscular man, clearly a strength-type warrior. The white-haired spear wielder wasn't ordinary either, obviously a mutant with his own skill set. The red-haired girl too was a Heidegger evolver, having gone through at least 3 cycles. Wang Ding clashed with the black-haired masked man, their powers perfectly matched. Zhang Ming thought mutants and professions multiplying made sense if apocalypse cycles were spreading. While watching, he was surprised to see a soldier suddenly appear, also a mutant. Thinking fast, he dashed toward the golden pouch lying on the ground. He realized that even reborn, he was just a loadier mutant without luck. The masked man sweated, perhaps activating a Tier 2 wheel, while Wang Ding knew Tier 2 aberrants were deadly. The spear user lunged forward, striking decisively. Wang Ding sensed the spearhead's danger. He mustn't let it touch him. Too slow, the spear pierced straight through his body. He gripped the shaft buried in his chest, blood streaming down. Despite the wound, Wang Ding flipped his foe to the ground with one hand, shouting loudly. The gas mask man stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the sight. Wang Ding yanked the spear out, growling that one mustn't steal what isn't theirs. Then he hurled the weapon hard toward the red-haired girl behind. The masked man spun in panic, shouting for her to dodge. He rushed to her side, screaming, but too late. The spear hit its mark. Wang Ding sneered triumphantly, declaring the treasure pouch now his. But he froze when he saw Zhang Ming holding the pouch, smiling calmly. Zhang Ming turned away, waving thanks for helping block the other three. Furious, Wang Ding gave chase, yelling for him not to escape. One ran, one pursued. Zhang Ming sprinted while plotting how to shake him off. Suddenly, he halted, eyes wide at what lay ahead. Before him stood a skyscraper and a monster taller still, chained from head to toe. A thunderous explosion rang out. Seizing the moment, he dashed into the dust and vanished. Unexpectedly, Wang Ding's punch still landed square on his face through the smoke. Zhang Ming didn't hesitate. He drew his knife, clutched the pouch, dodging every fierce blow. Once more, he leapt into the smoky haze, seeking escape. But this time, the foe blocked his path, forcing a head-on clash. The man glanced at the tear on his shirt, realizing the silver knife had nearly cut him. He inhaled sharply, tensing until his shirt ripped open, revealing a black skull tattoo on his chest. Zhang Ming froze in shock, sweating, realizing the soul within him belonged to the head of the Ye regiment. That Ye commander was now raging, firing wildly at the swarm of zombies surging in. Yet the growing horde wore the defenders down fast. Amid the chaos, a soldier shouted they couldn't hold much longer. The old commander frowned, reporting 2 of 4 fronts lost contact, and Director Liao was retreating from a beast. Gritting his teeth, he ordered a breakout. The rear troops relayed commands immediately. His face tightened as he fixed his gaze leftward, the only path to survival. His soldier warned of obstacles there, but he cut him off, insisting it was their sole escape route. The old man furrowed his brow, yet thought any sacrifice was worth it if Wang Ding succeeded. Facing Wang Ding, Zhang Ming recalled a strange black card that came with no instructions. He recalled the card let its user absorb Samatier life forms to evolve 1 rank for a short time. A 2-star mutant devouring a Tier 2 creature could instantly rise to 3-star, but Zhang Ming knew the cost: severe loss of lifespan. Wang Ding pointed at him, demanding he drop the pouch if he wanted to leave alive. Stern and furious, Zhang Ming swore he wouldn't abandon his plan for one obstacle. Wang Ding hesitated, fearing hidden tricks, yet reminded himself strength decides all. Zhang Ming suddenly pointed elsewhere to distract him. Looking over, Wang Ding saw Shai Lei and the fat man fiercely shooting zombies. Stunned, Zhang Ming pointed again toward where the 3 earlier mutants were watching. Then he pointed straight at Wang Ding, declaring, "You were my idol, but now I despise you." The words stabbed Wang Ding's heart, leaving him shaken. Zhang Ming shouted that all their actions now were for selfish gain. Wang Ding blushed and denied it, accusing him of lying. Zhang Ming smirked, mocking, asking what part he got wrong. At that moment, a tank arrived, the Yi commander standing atop it behind Wang Ding. Wang Ding's face went pale, reminded he once led the construction corps when disaster struck. Zhang Ming accused them of ignoring civilians and hunting zombies only for demon cores. He turned to the soldiers, praising them as the true warriors fighting for ideals, not gain. He stood proudly amid the ruins, feet rooted to the deadly ground. Then he leapt swiftly from point to point. High above, he raised the pouch, denouncing filthy-hearted soldiers and daring them to take it if they could. He tore the pouch open, treasures scattering, declaring anyone strong enough, even 2 stars, could fight for them. Suddenly, a blazing sun-like light appeared overhead, drawing all eyes upward. Even Wang Ding froze, stunned by his audacity. The Ye commander and the 3 mutants lunged in to snatch the valuables. The masked bald man saw the commander outpace him and was secretly awed by his speed. Wang Ding reached out laughing to grab a treasure orb, but a green whip shot from afar, Sir Mo's, and snatched it first. She claimed the prize just as Mo Yi landed, leaping to seize another orb and calling her teammates. She kicked one orb precisely toward Tu An below. Tu An caught it tensely, eyes wide in shock. The 3 girls exchanged light smiles, each now holding a treasure. Cheng Long suddenly spotted another orb gleaming in a rock crevice. He rushed forward but saw Wang Ding aiming for it too, shouting as he charged. Wang Ding swung a mighty punch, sending Cheng Long flying. The powerful blow smashed him into Cheng Zai. Both cried out in pain. Cheng Zai asked if he was okay, while Cheng Long cursed angrily through the agony. Wang Ding dropped to his knees, clutching the orb and shouting in triumph. But before he could touch it, a bullet whizzed in, forcing him to dodge. The shooter was Xiao Hu, still gripping his gun tightly. As Wang Ding rolled aside, the orb drifted toward Mo Ye and the Ye commander. Both reached out to grab it just as Cheng Zhai shouted a warning. Before Mo Ye could react, the Ye commander lunged forward, aiming his gun at her. But as he bent to pick the treasure up, the spear user blocked him from behind, starting a brawl. Finally, the gas mask man dropped to his knees, seizing the orb and cheering wildly. The battlefield fell into tense silence. Shai Li's group held their guns behind the rocks. The fat man squinted outward, ready to fire, while soldiers beside him hesitated, unsure who to shoot. He slapped one hard, yelling to shoot anything that moved. Xia Lei was stunned. Was the commander really firing on his own men? She hugged her gun, sitting in sorrow, worrying for Mo Ye and Cheng Zhai still trapped. Suddenly she stood, pallid-faced along with two others, staring upward. A colossal monster wrapped in chains was slowly approaching. Zhang Ming looked at it, smiling in delight. Everything was going as planned. The massive beast didn't slow, striding forward with crazed fury. He fired repeatedly, not at the monster, but at the chains binding it. No matter how many shots, the links held firm like forged steel. The Ye commander frowned, thinking the guy had lost his mind. The fat man also looked baffled, wondering if Zhang Ming planned to drag the beast down with him. Exhausted, Zhang Ming thought he couldn't even handle a fake Tier 4 chained prisoner. Drenched in sweat, he aimed carefully, convinced the true treasure was the precious metal chains. He kept firing at the links near the monster's feet, hope rising as cracks began to show. The fat man screamed madly, charging forward and ordering his men to seize everything. From above, the Ye commander coldly opened fire, gunning down anyone near the base. Cornered, the fat man shot back, plunging the battlefield into total gunfire chaos. Tu Ang clutched the orb, trembling, asking Mo Ye what to do amid the chaos. Mo Ye smiled calmly, saying to let them kill each other shed strike when the treasures fell again. Tu An, still worried for him, sweating and fearing Zhang Ming's safety. In the distance, Zhang Ming stood beneath the monster, lowering his gun as he looked up. The beast stomped down, and he barely dodged in time. Drawing his knife, he charged the monster, instantly countered with a brutal swing. He grabbed a faint chain on its body, clinging tight with his left hand while raising the knife to strike. A strong slash cracked a link, making him grin with triumph. The monster bent its head, confused at his strange actions. Zhang Ming beamed with exhilaration, forgetting his fatigue. He kept slashing at the chains while dodging the monster's attacks. His grip hurt so much he thought his bones would snap if not for his evolver body. Seeing the crack still tiny, he cursed the metal's absurd hardness. Sweat poured down as he gritted his teeth. Had come too far to give up now. He stomped the ground and leapt again, but froze in shock at something glowing beneath a ground crack. Without hesitation, he struck at 3 dark spots. On impact, the dots turned into 3 long pillars. He quickly grabbed them, fusing the 3 cores into his blade before slashing the metal chain again. Activating the special ability of the 15-member squad, he pressed his hand to the iron bar. The seeds burst open, expanding violently. Gripping the bar tightly, he smiled in triumph. He saw a skull-shaped flower, an ancient bloodthirsty plant species. With fierce resolve, he jumped and slashed at the vine clinging to the bar. The crowd watched in confusion as he landed. Wang Ding laughed, thanking him. Someone tried to jump up and snatch it, greed blazing at what must be treasure. So Mer shouted angrily, afraid the precious item would be lost. Seeing danger, he panicked and shouted the name Dai Huang. Instantly, his dog bolted forward at terrifying speed. The thief could only watch as the dog dashed past helplessly. Shi Zhangming fell hard, slamming his back on the ground. So Mer ran to him in panic, calling his name loudly. The monster went berserk at her approach, its horns sparking with lightning. It became a walking fortress, firing blue energy blasts non-stop. The 3 girls rushed to him, crying out in fear. He lay still, whispering weakly, "If you want to live, run before fainting." Their desperate cries for him echoed through the chaos. He awoke in darkness, hearing reproach about his cold and distant nature. A woman's voice scolded him gently for ignoring her. Then he saw Tu An caring for him, confused and shy. In the sunny room, he lay still, as Tu An kept scolding. Unaware he was awake, she handed him a towel, reminding him of her hopes and disappointment. He felt guilty and unsure whether to speak. She wiped his face, making him tense and sting slightly as sweat poured down. She looked at him and warned not to act smug just because he saved her. "Call me teacher." Then, blushing, she changed tone, saying since he's younger, he should call her sister. She patted his cheek, smiling playfully, insisting he admit he's her little brother. Her face turned serious again, stressing that survival itself was a daily war. He frowned, silently pondering being hunted down over basic supplies. She rinsed the towel, explaining the team's tension. Mo Ye's old colleagues kept fighting for resources. She mentioned a suspicious coach troubling Mo Ye, while Jia remained kind yet unheard. She left with the basin, saying she'd bring more porridge for him. But when she turned, he suddenly asked how long Head slept, startling her into dropping the basin. Seeing him sit up, she screamed in joy, asking when Head woken. In a high-rise room, everyone gathered together. Shi Zhongming, now neatly dressed, saw Sar smiling brightly beside Tu An, thinking they looked truly happy. He glanced at Xia Lei chatting with Mo Ye, realizing she must be the fair-minded woman Tu An once mentioned. Then he glanced at Cheng Zai, Xiao Hu, and the Markfest crew, especially the man nicknamed the deputy director Yang's treasured pet. His dog ran up, he hugged it and asked about the chain. The dog happily brought the iron chain, and he smiled at the bald fat man approaching, agreeing to discuss payment. The man claimed Head led the team that rescued them from Wang Ding earlier. He noticed Mo, yes, sadness, she said, long had fallen but admitted Yang Jin's squad had helped greatly. Deputy Director Yang loudly boasted of finding food, fighting zombies and Wang Ding for days, praising old Ye for never retreating. So coldly accused him of cowardly, dirty tricks behind everyone's backs. Yang cursed furiously, threatening to kill her if not for Mo Ye's presence. So Mo angrily drew her weapon to attack, but Xi Zhongming stopped her. Yang feigned friendliness, saying Head helped them and now wanted payment. Zhongming calmly agreed. Seeing an opening, Yang suggested splitting treasures from Pearl Lake as his rescue reward. Zhongming didn't argue but asked Mo Ye about the items found that day. Mo Ye unpacked her bag, listing 3 valuable objects. He checked 2 and asked where the third was. Mo Ye silently looked at Cheng Zhai. Reluctantly, Cheng Zhai handed it over. Zhongming smiled, saying they'd inspect the first 2 first. The first was a medicine formula useful, though not advanced, sadly with no alchemist on the team. The next was a spatial gem, surprisingly valuable though it granted no power. He gave both to Tu An, thinking the small gem handy a cubic meter of space, still practical. Then he turned to Cheng Zhai about the third item and was told it couldn't be shared. Mo Ye stepped up, explaining Shed entrusted it to her former trainer, never expecting things to turn out like this. Hearing that, Zhongming firmly declared these items non-negotiable. Yang immediately signaled his men to raise their guns, threatening him over those words. Zhongming stayed calm, explaining those treasures predated their rescue and offering replacements instead. Yang narrowed his eyes, grinning slyly, demanding something of equal value. Zhongming ordered his bag opened. Inside were 2 claws from a powerful beast. He produced a green vial, explaining it was an antivirus immunity serum against zombie infection. Yang's eyes gleamed greedily but said it wasn't enough to trade. Zhongming drew out a blue vial and evolution serum. Level 1. Boosting one's tier. Still greedy, Yang scowled and demanded more. Zhongming's patience snapped. He asked coldly what would finally satisfy him. Liang So-mer shouted angrily, calling him a shameless glutton who didn't grasp the serum's true worth. She pointed at them, saying people had slaughtered each other yesterday over that very drug, enough death already. Mo Ye, furious, declared both serums were earned at the cost of their lives. Yet Yang folded his arms smugly, mocking that their lives weren't worth much anyway. Zhongming added coldly that he also had an egg of a tier 2 mutant ape. It could boost physical strength if eaten once. Everyone perked up instantly. Yang asked if evolvers could benefit too. Zhongming replied icily that for tier 1 evolvers it worked well, but its effect lessened at tier 2. The old man chuckled greedily, still unsatisfied. His ambition boundless, he drew his gun, hinting at taking everything by force. He aimed mockingly, saying even Wang Ding had to beware of Xie Zhongming. Pointing the gun, he lectured smugly about losing now to gain later, calling it a free lesson. Zhongming stayed calm, ignored him, and tossed the card to Cheng Zhai, ending the deal. Cheng Zhai and Yang exchanged looks before Cheng Zhai raised his gun, warning not to force violence. But Yang kept his aim steady, boasting he wasn't dumb enough to be tricked. His true face showed as he demanded the backpack and black metal block or head shoot on the spot. The girls ready for battle while Zhongming looked down on him, realizing the plot all along. Kneeling, he analyzed aloud that Yang had only acted polite out of fear of Cheng Zhai and uncertainty about his recovery. His icy gaze noted Yang now saw no threat since he was weak and Cheng Zhai neutral. Turning to the girls, he realized though they were evolvers, they still lacked decisive strength. Standing slowly, he exposed Yang's greed to rob them of everything. He mimed a gun with his hand, echoing Yang's words about the apocalypse, promising to return the lesson properly. Pointing straight at him, he declared ambition must be backed by real power. Before Yang could react, a bullet pierced his heart from behind. Everyone froze. The shooter was Xia Lei, stunning the squad as his men raised weapons for revenge. But the dog dashed past her like a shadow. It mauled them one by one, scattering the panicked men, screaming monster. Zhongming told Cheng Zhai to hand over the items so he could leave alive. He thought that in his past life, had have killed them all, but now his role demanded restraint. The house quieted. Mo Yi and Xiao Hu stood by the window watching. He told them to give Cheng Zhai some meat and immunity serum. He hadn't gone far. He spared him deliberately to earn Mo Ye's trust later. Handing her the supplies, he said though Cheng Zhai was vile, their teacher-student bond made saving him worthwhile. She accepted gratefully, thanking him repeatedly. The group hurried off to An called Xiao Hu, who quickly followed. Xia Lei asked if he felt guilty for driving everyone away. He tossed her an evolution vial, mocking her hypocrisy. She blinked, asking what it was. He said it was an advanced consolation and promised to escort her to find her husband once healed, musing over his Pearl Lake profits. Sitting by the bed, he reviewed the spread of loot before him. He noted the main losses were the spear and some Martin supplies and traded meds. Picking up a gold token to sniff, he recognized it as the Hellhound summoning card Cheng Zai once coveted. Holding the crystal orb and gold card, he smiled. This haul was worth it, especially the spatial crystal. He shook the crystal, sucking all items on the bed inside, then stored it in his bag. By chance, he spotted a familiar golden cloth and picked it up curiously. He remembered it was the torn golden pouch head used to spark chaos before, wondering why it had somehow stayed intact. He touched the fabric. It was unnaturally smooth, nothing like any material he knew. Pulling a knife from his belt, he slashed it without hesitation. The tear instantly healed, making him sweat in disbelief. He kept cutting, stunned that the blade that once hurt Gui Jin couldn't harm this cloth that repaired itself each time. Panicked, he threw it away, shouting in confusion about what it was. When it landed on the egg warped and began to glow. Lifting the fabric, he saw the egg shrivel like its life force was drained. He realized the fabric absorbed life energy to heal, explaining the monster's fast recovery. So the beast's wounds were healed by this cloth, not its own power. Even knowing its use, he was baffled. It was too strange to handle. He took out a spatial crystal and another orb. That orb was the only harvestable item that directly boosted strength. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. His body convulsed violently, hair and eyes turned crimson, veins bulged. Agonizing pain hit, forcing out a cry. But looking at his empty hands, he realized the pain was gone. He jumped up, landing powerfully, fists tight with energy. Feeling the energy surge, he laughed loud, fully recovered at last. His body now far stronger, he judged himself 89 times above normal. Officially, a level 1 evolver. Taking out half of Gui Jin's chain, he sensed his mental power soaring. He recalled the basic Yuan circle technique, which used mental force and summoning to extend duration and strength. With his current spirit level, he could now manually craft a large block of Gui Jin. Raising his hand, he shouted, "Refined gathering technique. Activate." The iron split apart, then merged into a glowing green gem. He admired the result, one gem holding 100 units of Gui Jin, 10 grams each, perfect for testing. Standing in sunlight outside the building, he gripped his short knife tightly. Dai Zhongming suddenly stabbed the wall hard, releasing a flash of lightning. Closing his eyes, his whole body flared with power, melting a car to ash. Watching the metal fragments float, he calculated 10 grams of Gui Jin, a few level 2 demon crystals, and claws of a Yuan ape. His body glowed blue, and the knife gained a new energy coating. Excited, he raised it high. Success. The blade was now Gui Jin enhanced with the skill Full Force Slash. Staring at it, he marveled his Feng Jiyue blade, once strong enough for level 2 foes, was now upgraded with a special skill. A test swing unleashed blade energy, marking true professional mastery. Knowledge flashed. Most survivors ranked only beginner to advanced master, Dao Sage, and transcendent were rare. Thinking further, he recalled that masters and Dao Sages were called retainers, just below the transcendent tier. Seeing his reflection on the blade, he thought this skill might pierce a level 4 beast's hide, but reminded himself to save Gui Jin until better materials and blueprints appeared. Holding 2 knives, he strode forward. It was time to grow stronger and gather rarer resources. He pushed open the door to the room where his teammates were gathered. Seeing him, Xiao Hu cheered. "Got a new blade again? Let me see." He grinned, raising the knife teasingly. "Wanna see? Then try and take it." Xiao Hu lunged eagerly, replying, "You said it. Don't blame me for going hard." He kicked off the ground, punching with the skill, Blood Ruin. The man sidestepped smoothly, flicking a finger against his opponent's neck. Xiao Hu turned, gasping and drenched in sweat. "You're faster and stronger, so unfair." He tapped the knife on his head, saying coolly, "In this world, power is fairness. The strong make the rules." He added that even as an evolver, Xiao Hu wasn't qualified to face him yet, then walked away, leaving. "Come find me when you fight to kill, not to show off." Turning to Mo Ye, he asked, "Got a map? Find one now." Studying it, he pointed to their current location to set the starting point. Then he pointed elsewhere and ordered, "We're heading here." Ha Lei froze, sweating nervously. That spot was where her husband once worked. She murmured, "Has really keeping his promise this fast?" Shu Yin said going straight was too far. But he explained cars were useless and mutants filled the streets, noise meant death, so walking was the only way. He pointed again, noting the old downtown district was nearly inaccessible. Mo Ye asked if their destination was the medical recovery center. He hesitated but confirmed it was a hospital, though something was off about it. He couldn't explain why yet. Sha Mo nodded firmly, saying Zhongming had always proven his decisions right. Using a red pen, He drew a new route and announced the finalized path. Hale worried the detour would waste time and strength. Calmly, he replied that while Head promised to help her find her husband, he wouldn't risk everyone's lives. Hale fell silent, but he cut her off. The detour raises our chances of success. Mo Ye asked if the group would depart now. He instantly refused, saying it wasn't time yet there was unfinished business. Outside, someone knocked, announcing, "Brother Dang, it's me." Inside, a bald man tended a red-haired girl's wound. A white-haired man entered with a bag, reporting they'd gathered 3 more liters. This time should be enough. Brother Dang took a drag on his cigarette, asking how many crystals they had total. The man answered over 300, but Brother Dang frowned, recalling the 260 wasted on useless shoes. Another person came in, sighing that no one knew how many demon crystals each spin would cost. The red-haired girl stood up calmly, saying they were lucky to find that wheel, otherwise all 3 would be dead. She pulled the curtain. The white-haired man noted Xiao Tong's hand was unusually red, spinning powerful items in just a few turns. Brother Dang exhaled smoke, about to speak about Xiao Tong. Suddenly, a man with a knife smashed the glass and lunged in, choking the girl from behind. The black-haired man spun around, screaming in shock as he recognized the intruder. With a cold smirk, the newcomer pressed the blade to her throat, confirming himself as the attacker. The main door burst open. Mo Ye and Xiao Hu stormed in, ordering everyone to freeze. Xiao Hu aimed his gun mockingly, telling them to keep running like last time. Dai Zhongming observed that such a simple ambush shouldn't have subdued 2 professionals and an evolver, something only possible early in the apocalypse before traps became common sense. The girl, Tu Tong, gritted her teeth in defiance. He replied calmly that if he wanted them dead, he had countless quieter ways. He glanced at the kneeling men and offered to trade one question for the bald man's life, which the latter accepted. Frowning, he demanded the location of the red tray. The man stayed silent, and the knife at Tu Tong's neck sank deeper. Blood dripped, but the man held firm, forcing Zhongming to press harder without mercy. Finally, the man broke, shouting the stash spot, Long Ren District, Building 83, Room 1107, and begged to guide them. He exhaled in relief as Zhongming eased the blade, realizing a second later and the girl would have died. Next morning, the group followed the bald man to the site. Xiao Hu admired the knife in his hand like a treasure. Zhongming snapped, saying that rusty thing wasn't worth praising. Xiao Hu argued it was a peerless weapon, slicing zombies like vegetables, bodies flying everywhere. Before he could finish, Zhongming signaled for silence. Still babbling, Xiao Hu leaned in, noting both of Zhongming's blades looked the same. Asking if it was coincidence, he replied both were hand-forged under his craftsman class. Xiao Hu scratched his head, asking when he'd get a class like that. Zhongming calmly said classes would be assigned by role, following principle. Then his tone hardened, who was truly ready to stand with him. Xiao Hu frowned, hesitated, then said, "Head, obey, Captain Mo." Zhongming smiled inwardly. Such a reaction was normal, but if loyalty came from greed for a class, that person wouldn't stay. They reached room 1107, and the bald man announced their arrival. Xiao Hu and Mo Ye kicked the door open, guns aimed inside. They spotted a multicolored wheel, and Xiao Hu gasped in awe at its strange design. Dai Zhongming stepped closer, touching the device, saying they might need to stay here for a while. Out on the streets, zombies wandered aimlessly. A wired box with a phone triggered, luring the undead toward it. Once enough gathered, the box exploded, blowing the horde apart. Zhongming signaled Xiao Hu to act, giving him the next turn. Grinning, Xiao Hu asked if remote bombs like that could be traced. Annoyed, Zhongming brushed it off and told him to move, making him laugh and comply. Suddenly, another explosion echoed from afar, catching Zhongming's attention. He looked toward it, assuming Liang Xuan's team had succeeded, probably earning over 200 demon crystals. Leaning from the car, he told Xiao Hu to finish up and assist them, while he checked another zone. On the move, he recalculated they'd need about 500 crystals for one last spin of the color wheel. Stopping before a large supermarket, he realized normal scavenging wouldn't cut it anymore. They'd have to target higher-tier demon crystals. Watching from outside, he broke into a sweat. This supermarket swarmed with strong zombies, some possibly highly evolved. Despite the danger, he entered calmly, knowing chances of meeting a level 2 zombie were high. The moment he stepped in, one lunged. He coldly stabbed it straight through the head. It collapsed instantly, just a normal type, not the prey he sought. As he walked, a drop of blue liquid hit his shoulder, putting him on alert. Looking up, he spotted a giant spider mutant lurking on the ceiling. It fired a massive web straight toward him. Facing the net, he readied his blade too wide to dodge, so head test his wind skill. Thinking fast, he slashed fiercely at the oncoming threads. The spider panicked as the blow struck its head, killed instantly by the full-force slash. He dug out its demon crystal, cut off a few legs for materials, and sighed in relief. Trip well worth it. Suddenly, something shot from behind. He twisted aside, startled by the ambush. Frowning, he sensed danger from that direction. A strange half-human, half-demon woman appeared, long-haired with a black cat beside her. The sight reminded him of early apocalypse tales of a mysterious beauty wandering with her pet. That woman lured men, then after a night together, tortured and dissected them alive, draining their blood until death. Seeing the female zombie, he realized the legend was true. Beautiful women turned special after evolving, known as spirit matrons. Though not the strongest type, spirit matrons had innate spirit seed power, controlling beasts without erasing memory, evolving together into deadly pairs. Raising his knife, he muttered that meeting both a spider mutant and a spirit matron here, plus her dual mutated level 2 cat, was absurdly rare. The matron cradled her cat, smiling slyly, eyes locked on him. Records mentioned a level 9 matron riding a white serpent, nearly human in face and manner. Some believed level 9 matrons regained their human memories and could infiltrate society, but their cruelty far exceeded normal zombies. Dai Zhongming tensed as the three-eyed cat leapt from her arms, not at him, but toward the spider's corpse. His heart pounded. They didn't see him as a threat, just a backup meal, draining the spider's energy first. The thought of being dismissed enraged him. He wasn't the weakling of his past life anymore. Fired up, he charged the cat mid-feast, giving it no time to react. A thunderous slash fell, flashing bright through the thick air. The cat barely looked up before the blade nearly split it in two. The spirit matron darted forward, snatching the cat and healing it, her face calm, utterly unfazed. He frowned, suspecting it was an energy transfer skill that boosted healing while sharing evolution ability. Such power usually appeared only in level 9 spirit matrons, yet this one, barely level 2, wielded it terrifyingly well. He warned himself not to let her finish healing the cat, or head face two deadly foes at once. Acting fast, Dai Zhongming attacked again to stop her, but she fled while healing, refusing a direct fight. He chased at full power, yet her speed was unreal, and the blocking zombies made pursuit impossible. Forced to retreat, he treated his wounds before the scent of blood drew the undead like starving wolves. He veered off, smashing a window and leaping from a higher floor to escape. Still, his instincts screamed that the danger wasn't over. Something waited ahead. Sure enough, mutant birds burst from shattered windows, diving at him viciously. He spun his knife, slashing hard to deflect the three attacking at once. The clash of claws and blade rang out sharply, shaking the entire block. Before he finished the birds, a nearby manhole cover flew open. Mutant rats poured out. A tide of fur swarmed in, forcing him to turn and cut down the front line. Across the rooftops, the spirit matron still cradled her cat, healing non-stop while sending signals to other mutants. Dai Zhongming charged toward her, roaring, "You think that's enough to kill me? Dream on." He unleashed precise slashes, slicing the lead rats midair into chunks. Still, two slipped through, leaping up to bite him by surprise. Unfazed, he poured energy into his blade, striking faster, expression calm as ever. Soon, heaps of mangled rats surrounded him, forming a wall of multicolored corpses. Realizing defeat, the surviving swarm scattered and fled. Now only the spirit matron remained above, watching, her allies gone. He raised his knife toward her for the first time. She looked impatient, sweat dripping down her cheek. Without warning, she turned to retreat, glancing back with venomous eyes promising revenge. Meeting her gaze, Dai Zhongming drew a hand across his throat and sneered, "Next time, you die." Back at base, as everyone rested, sudden knocking at the door caught their attention. Though the spirit matron had fled, Dai Zhongming returned battered, breath ragged from the brutal fight. The guard opened up, shocked by his condition, but he said nothing, just asked for alcohol and bandages. Everyone rushed to help as he sat silently, asking, "Where are Mo Yi and Xiao Hu?" Liang Shuyan replied, "They went to find food." Holding the bandages, she hesitated over his many wounds, unsure where to start, so Hale stepped forward, offering to do it herself. Experienced as always, Hale worked fast, though the strange claw and bite marks left her wondering what had fought. Seeing her hesitate, he said coldly, "Hurry up. If the blood spreads, zombies will come." A group of tied-up captives sneered, "Got your ass kicked, huh? Lucky you're not dead." Moments later, Mo Ye and Xiao Hu returned, their bags stuffed with food. Without looking back, Dai Zhongming stood, moved toward the spinning device, his wounds bandaged, and told them to eat first. Then he took out a heap of demon crystals and tossed them into the wheel, shocking everyone. The wheel began spinning slowly. 360 level 1 crystals, all earned from his slaughter after the spirit matron fled. Everyone watched nervously, waiting to see what fortune would bring. When it stopped, a glowing book floated before him. It was a profession scroll. He blinked in surprise. Guangming Apostle? Never heard of that one. Opening it, he laughed. It was a main class, blending healing arts and light magic, focused on defense, support, and recovery. A dream to your profession. The others gathered curiously, so he handed them the scroll to read. After reading, they found the catch: only someone without a profession could learn it, and once chosen, no second class was allowed. Holding a high-grade cross, he smiled. "Who wants this chance?" Without hesitation, Mo Ye raised a hand excitedly. "Me, I'll take it." Mo Ye and Liang Shuyan both shot Xiao Hu judgmental looks, silencing him instantly. Xiao Hu sighed inwardly, had only joked he wasn't evolved and barely close to Zhongming, so taking a class would be a waste. When silence lingered, Dai Zhongming turned to Mo Ye. You only have one class, right? Mo Ye waved it off. No thanks. I won't let one class limit me. He longed to grow as strong as Dai Zhongming, and if Zhongming could multi-class, he would too. His gaze shifted to Liang Shuyin. Liang Shuyin also refused, saying the job didn't suit her nature. All eyes then turned to Fa Shouying, the only one still silent, leaving her flustered. Liang Shuyin snapped, what are you waiting for? You hate fighting, this class fits you. You're gentle, clean, and pure, it's perfect. Fa Shouying wrestled with herself, then finally looked up. I'll take it. Dai Zhongming frowned at her for a moment, then said firmly, I'll give it to you, but understand the price. Once you learn it, we're all bound by that choice. Liang Shuyin smirked slyly. So, can you really trust the man who once chained your neck and split us with a blade? Fa Shouying reached out and took the scroll. Golden light burst forth, merging into her body. In seconds, her aura transformed. A pale blue glow surrounded her, radiating a divine presence. Suddenly, Fa Shouying pointed at Dai Zhongming and cast Cam Lu technique. The bandages around him unraveled, revealing an uninjured body. Everyone was stunned. Delighted, Zhongming asked, how many uses left? After thinking, she replied, 8 or 9 more times. He burst into laughter. This was truly a rare class, fit only for those with immense spirit, power, or absurdly low energy costs. Unexpectedly, Fa Shouying added, I have another skill. Zhongming turned, shocked. What? You're just a trainee apostle. She looked up calmly. You mean class rank? After Guangming, apostle comes messenger, then saint envoy, then holy maiden, then divine emissary, and finally goddess. Hearing that, Zhongming nearly cursed in awe. This profession was ridiculously overpowered. No wonder it forbade multiclassing. Fa Shouying immediately used her other skill, summoning a small blue shield after chanting. As Zhongming changed clothes, he asked curiously if it protected only herself. She touched the shield, explaining it automatically analyzed and blocked attacks, or could be set to guard someone else. Mo Ye and Liang Shuyin ran over excitedly to watch, the room buzzing with energy. Zhongming turned back to the device, where 2 black and white slots awaited. He inserted 4 Martin crystals and began the spin. The captives realized in horror that the items used were Martin Cup version. 2 seconds. The scarred man trembled. 3 of them together couldn't beat a level 2 zombie, yet this man had slain 4 solo. Zhongming ignored their fear, focused solely on the wheel's rotation. It stopped, revealing a new scroll titled Feng Yuza Wind Dancer. Zhongming immediately handed it to Liang Shuyin, urging her to take it. Shocked, she opened it. Indeed, the Wind Dancer profession. The class was female only, using ribbons as weapons, requiring dance-like movement to execute complex skills. Mo Ye smiled and congratulated her, admitting he had no clue how it worked. Fa Shouying laughed, saying it was perfect for her. She was already skilled with whips. Everyone agreed, and Liang Shuyin gripped the scroll tightly, accepting the class. Mo Ye, long yearning for rare jobs, felt new excitement seeing 2 appear in a row. Zhongming calmly announced the Martin supply was spent. They'd have to wait a full day to reactivate. Mo Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. He got a light knock on the head from Fa Shouying, who scolded him for overreacting. Sulking in a corner, Mo Ye pouted while Ha Lei shook her head, calling it a lesson in patience. Zhongming approached the captured group, ordering them to prepare for departure. Terrified, the scarred man begged for mercy, promising to reveal a secret. Zhongming's cold stare made him tremble harder. He swore repeatedly his intel was true, mentioning someone else with a similar profession. Without delay, the scarred man revealed a location, a small shop named Shi Shi Oan Hoan, 2 blocks away, where another group traded professions for resources. Morning sunlight hits the old building as Dai Zhongming's group packs up to leave. Xia Lei hands Zhongming a gold pouch. He cheerfully reminds everyone to train through real combat. Mo Ye grins, impressed that Dai didn't snatch the prisoner's demon cores too. Zhongming suddenly turns serious, warning that if the wheel's arrow lands on the black zone, it means total annihilation, no exceptions. His words freeze everyone. The air thickens with tension. Mo Ye nervously asks what to do with the 3 captives. Just then, an explosion erupts from the building behind them, startling the team. Zhongming coldly declares this is his last warning. Next time, no talk, just kill. When Xia Lei questions him, Dai replies, he never promised mercy. They surrendered only because they were weak. In this brutal world, he reminds her those people once hunted them when he was unconscious. If she calls him cruel, it's because her pity still lives. He warns her one day that mercy will cost her unbearable pain. Pointing at a nearby zombie, he says she'll end up like that if she doesn't wake up. The corpse looks horrific, skinny, tangled hair, torn clothes, missing arm, black blood oozing out. His words silence everyone. The gruesome sight leaves no room for argument. Dai continues that sorrow only belongs before corpses. Pitying enemies brings disaster, never let them live. Scene shifts to another building. sunlight leaking through an old window. Inside, a fat man sits by the window, finishing a bottle of water. A frightened girl peeks from the bed, eyes wide with terror. He catches her look, tosses her the bottle, saying the rest is hers. She gulps it down greedily. Every drop is precious in this shortage. As the man dresses, someone outside calls his son, reports a new group arrived to spin the wheel, looking tough. The man opens the door with a scowl, asking how many there are. The son cheerfully answers 6 people. 4 women and 2 men, all armed. The fat man secretly calculates such a lineup shouldn't be underestimated. Before leaving, he tells his son to call for backup and hurry up. The boy lazily nods. Inside, the girl wraps herself in a blanket, eyes full of pain as she stares at the man. He throws her another bottle and orders harshly for her to serve him again. With no choice, she stays silent and endures once more. Outside, the old man and his crew gather around the spinning wheel as Dai Zhongming's group arrives. Mo Ye excitedly confirms the prisoners were right. There really is a true roulette here. The fat man aims his gun, glaring, asking if they know the rules. Dai Zhongming laughs. 1 demon core per spin, right? Then well, spin 10 times. Saying that, he tosses the bag of demon cores Xia Lei gave him toward them. The fat man catches it and signals his men to step back so the group can spin. Dai lets Mo Ye take the turn, telling him to test his lucky red hands. Mo Ye eagerly agrees. As they spin, the fat man whispers to his son to keep a close watch on them. The wheel glows as Mo Ye spins. He turns back, asking Zhongming if luck's really on his side. When evolution potions appear, he thinks Hell gets some, but the others suddenly aim their guns, betraying them. The fat man shouts for them to drop the potions or get shot dead. Dai just smirks, as if had foreseen this and was ready to strike back. Before the enemy can react, Dai's group attacks Fa Shuying's barrier shields the front. The gunmen never expect their weapons to fail and are swiftly crushed. Screams echo as the ambushers writhe helplessly in despair. In seconds, they're all dead, bodies scattered across the grass. Dai signals his group to leave, planning to trade potions for job licenses. Xia Lei worries about high prices. Dai laughs, saying if the price is too steep, they'll just renegotiate. Everyone knows what that means. Zhongming's team finds the Oan Ha supermarket, but pauses outside. Mo Ye asks what to do next. Dai orders Mo Ye, after drinking his potion, to hunt zombies nearby for practice while he scouts alone. The group protests going solo is far too risky now. Dai reassures them if the enemy still needs potions, they're not evolved, so no threat to him. Still uneasy, Liang Shu Yin suggests sending Dai Huang with him, and they reluctantly agree. Man and beast slip quietly through the streets, swift and stealthy. From a rooftop, Lady Yu's black cat secretly tails them unseen. Dai approaches the supermarket but waits outside, observing first. When he hears voices inside, that's when chaos suddenly erupts. Dai Huang spots the black cat, and the 2 beasts instantly clash. Though smaller, the cat matches Dai Huang blow for blow in the fierce fight. Dai draws his dagger. Fully alert, he recognizes that creature all too well. Scanning the area, he spots Lady Yu hiding nearby with a bone fiend at her side. He runs a finger across his neck and coldly vows to end her today, knowing how deadly an intelligent mutant zombie can be. With that, he charges. Lady Yu lunges back. Dai dodges aside, blade flashing, waiting to strike. Just as a duel seems set, the bone fiend attacks from behind Lady Yu, eyes blazing red as it unleashes a psychic blast. 2 red lasers shoot at Dai, making him hesitate briefly. He swiftly dodges its attack as weak, just a level 2 mutant zombie using basic radiant beam skill. Landing lightly, Dai swings his blade down without hesitation. The bone fiend's arm is severed before it can react. Dai grabs its head, shouting as he prepares to finish it. Lady Yu rushes in to save her ally. Unaware Dai is faking it, he lures her in, slices off the bone fiend's other arm, then spins. Blade aims straight at her. Just as she's about to die, her crystal glows, blasting energy that halts Dai Zhongming and ruins his plan. Facing an enemy with superior psychic power, Dai uses his combat instincts to strike both foes at once. Landing hard, he suffers a mental attack. Blood spills from his eyes and mouth, proof it hits his very will to live. The zombies' level doesn't match their advanced psychic skills, making the fight bizarrely uneven. Lady Yu retreats with her cat after failing to land a hit, but Dai Zhongming won't let her go. As he springs forward to chase, the bone fiend attacks from behind. He counters instantly, decapitating it, but Lady Yu uses the moment to escape. Without hesitation, he speeds after her, determined to end this threat for good. Passing the supermarket, voices inside make him pause, reminding him to stay focused on his real goal. Meanwhile, Dai Huang extracts the core from the bone fiend's corpse as Dai approaches the store. He knocks, offering to trade, claiming he has evolution potions. Dai tells Dai Huang to leave and regroup to avoid scaring people, then adds he'll return after negotiating inside. Someone asks where he got the info. He replies, from Brother Dan. The old man inside questions further, was he alone? Any zombies nearby? Dai confirms he's solo and cleared them all. Still cautious, the man cracks the window, ordering Dai to move slowly with hands visible. Dai climbs in through the window, sunlight slants across the room while the old man keeps a bow ready, forcing Dai to stay alert. In the corner, two young men silently observe. The middle-aged man directly asks what kind of potion he's carrying. Dai removes his pack, shows one vial, saying he has more but wants to see their goods first. Standard trade rules. The old man nods, signaling one youth to fetch the item. The youth returns with a profession scroll. Dai inspects it carefully, confirming it's genuine. He steps closer to ask about trade terms, startling them into demanding he step back. The old man sets the price at 6 vials. Dai refuses, it's too steep. They insist it's fair, lowering only to 4. Dai weighs it. 1-star evolution potions are priceless early on, representing immense effort, worth far more than a job license without combat skill. He straps his pack again, stating firmly that 3 vials are already generous. The opposite side disagrees, threatening to end talks if he won't raise the offer, their guard up. A young man interjects to mediate, saying 3 vials are already the best deal lately, but the elders stay stubborn. Dai grows suspicious, asking why they're so fixated on 4. The man lowers his bow, explaining 2 relatives are gravely ill. The potions are their only hope. Hearing that, Dai understands their desperation and softens, proposing alternative ways for mutual benefit. He takes out an egg from a level 2 mutant beast, explaining it works like an evolution potion, reusable, weaker but stable. The opposite group hesitates, clearly not trusting this strange item yet. The young man asks if it works for everyone, even evolved ones. Dai Zhongming confirms yes and that this is his final offer. At last, they agree, realizing hoarding it longer brings no gain. As dusk falls, Dai prepares to leave, kindly warning the middle-aged man the area won't stay safe. The man's surprised by such rare kindness but thanks him sincerely. Before leaving, Dai asks where the profession scroll came from, doubting they spun it legally. As he guessed, the man says they found it in a monster nest while 2 aberrant creatures fought fiercely. Dai nods, sure it's a true treasure, and departs swiftly. Away from the store, he checks his loot. Guan Hui Yin Dao Shi, a glorious seal blade master, granting immense power. Learning the new class, his weapon morphs into a long, razor-sharp blade. He's thrilled to test it. Focusing energy at his fingertips, he commands surrounding matter to retreat at will. A fiery sigil appears mid-air when his blade touches it. Something strange happens. Flames erupt, engulfing the sword in pale orange light and drifting gold dust. He swings forward hard to test its real destructive power. A thunderous explosion roars. The fire spreads across the front zone. As smoke settles, Dai thrills at the power his new blade rivals half his former peak strength. The glorious seal blade master blends the bladesman with the sigil mage. Sigil mages form external seals to trigger skills. Bladesmen channel might through weapons. This class splits into 2 paths: seal arts, using the blade as a conduit for fire skills. The other path is blade arts. He only knows one move, Lin Hai Duan, Forest C/, too draining to use now. For now, he can unleash at most 2 strikes if combining sigil and Lin Hai Duan. The better the blade, the stronger the seal. Luckily he's also a craftsman. Time to regroup with Liang Shu Yin. Dai leaps across rooftops, hearing fierce barking ahead. He senses the team's in trouble. Elsewhere, Mo Yi struggles. Her summoned beast's barrier is shattered. Her foe is a muscular man in a strange uniform, likely from some faction. The brute mocks her healing and shielding skills, eyeing the powerful blade in her hands. Little Hugh lies unconscious behind her, while Mo Ye angrily curses the man's insults. Others clash too. Liang Shu Yin is suppressed by an experienced old fighter. Dai Huang is surrounded by 3 fully armed enemies. The situation turns dire. Suddenly, the big guy lunges at Mo Ye, forcing her to block the savage blow with her blade. But the foe uses both hands, easily reversing momentum and thrusting a second strike at her. At that critical instant, Fa Shuiying's final shield triggers just in time, saving Mo Ye from the fatal blow. Unfazed, the brute pulls back briefly, then lunges again with a new flurry of relentless attacks. Fa Shuying hurriedly summons Sky Shield Wolf to block, but she's drained after supporting the team non-stop. Everyone can only pray Dai Zhongming returns soon or they won't last. The attacker sneers mid-strike, mocking the weak for being robbed, declaring the blade will soon be his. Just then, a familiar voice freezes him. Dai Zhongming has arrived. Flames blaze in his eyes as he calmly steps forward, unleashing the flame-sealing blade technique. His sudden entrance halts the battlefield. Foes and allies alike are stunned. The blazing arc flashes by sharp enough to sever the enemy's arm instantly. The brute collapses, clutching the stump and howling in agony. Zhongming now stands like a war god, his aura icy and overwhelming, keeping all at bay. His comrades cheer, rushing over, calling his name in relief. The battle flips completely, seeing no hope. The enemies abandon the fight and flee. Liang Shuyin's opponents retreat too, ignoring her shouts to stop. Though victorious, Dai Zhongming is utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, urging everyone to withdraw. Liang Shuyin, worried by his weakness, supports him as he admits the last strike drained him severely. Mo Ye quickly reorganizes tasks, telling everyone to help each other and evacuate the danger zone immediately. The sky looks bright and calm, if not for the wandering corpses still haunting the city. On the rooftop, they rest over breakfast while Dai Zhongming sits apart, lost in thought. Mo Ye and Little Hu train nearby, seemingly fully recovered. Seeing his friends lively, Dai slowly awakens under the soft sunlight. Familiar sounds surround him. He raises a hand to shield his eyes, curiously scanning the place. The team notices him awake, dropping everything in joy he's finally recovered. Liang Shu-yin brings food. Zhang Ming smiles reassuringly, though he regrets failing to capture Wang Ting. Liang Shu-yin, cheerful, invites everyone to share the freshly cooked breakfast. They gather around the stove. Little Hu munches while asking to wield Feng Ji Yu again, earning a scolding from Mo Ye. Dai Zhongming smiles faintly, saying it's just a weapon, sipping his soup. Little Hu insists Wang Ting clearly feared that blade. Even with his higher evolution level, Dai sets down his bowl, chuckling that making a new one for him isn't hard. Before Little Hu can react, Zhongming stands and calls him over. He walks to a wall, gently touches it, and chants a strange forging incantation. The wall liquefies into glowing material, star-like dust swirling around it. Dai skillfully molds the liquid. Light brightness intensifies until the process completes in moments. He turns back, handing the weapon to Little Hu. Hera's Feng Ji Yue, the new version, crafted on the spot. Little Hu takes the blade, stunned speechless. He can't believe it's actually real. Liang Shu-yin gazes at him admiringly, while Fa Shu-ying curiously asks what that skill was. Dai Zhongming laughs, saying it's just a side ability from his secondary trade craftsmanship. Still, he warns Little Hu that crafting costs rare materials, like the level 2 demon core they got yesterday. Everyone teases Little Hu for his dumbfounded face, then orders him to go wash the dishes. Zhongming walks to the railing to observe below. Mo Ye asks where to go next since they've strayed from the route. He points ahead, saying they'll find a man called the Music Master, a dangerous talent worth recruiting. Scene shifts to a ruined building where weary survivors rest under the morning light. A scar-faced man strolls in, munching chicken and greeting them mockingly. With no one responding, he keeps chatting to himself, wondering why everyone's so quiet. From his tone alone, it's clear he's with the enemy. A bespectacled man just stares coldly at him. The scarred man slings an arm over a blonde girl's shoulder, smirking that food's running out, then tempts the group join him for a full meal. He ups the offer a bottle of water and 3 days' rations for anyone who finds supplies. 2 youths volunteer instantly. The scarred man agrees without hesitation. Only the bespectacled man stays silent. Suddenly, a buzz-cut thug steps in, interrupting their talk. The scarred man points at the middle-aged musician, forcing him to join, clearly scheming something nasty. Cut to a cluttered room where Dai Zhongming and Little Hu rummage through every corner. Surrounded by corpses, Little Hu mutters that aside from zombies, no one's alive here. Dai frowns, doubting the location. He clearly remembers the Music Master once came from here in his past life. Liang Shu-yin, watching the window, suddenly yells someone's using live bait to lure zombies. Outside, a chilling sight, a living man encircled step by step by a zombie horde. Meanwhile, the scarred man points his stick at the 2 newcomers, ordering it's their turn next. One refuses. He's struck hard on the arm, then tossed out to be zombie bait. The buzz-cut thug stabs the victim and shoves him outside while the scarred man goes in to check progress. He spots a young man scavenging supermarket shelves and roars, demanding if he's found anything. The youth clutches a cloth bag nervously, admitting there's barely any food left. Hearing that, Chang Chun slaps him brutally, raging over the meager haul after 2 zombie bait rounds. Then the buzzcut runs in, reporting most zombies are gone, only 6 remain. Chang Chun frowns, weighing whether to kill a few to harvest demon cores. His underling drags the musician forward, suggesting there's still 1 more bait to use. Chang Chun eyes him, saying hell, just take some blood, as lure no broken limbs if the man escapes. He eats, if not, fate decides. Before the musician can react, the buzzcut slashes his arm and shoves him out to the zombies. The old man grits his teeth, having no choice but to obey. Rage and helplessness fill him. He can't fathom how his life sank this low. Once, had been a top engineer, living comfortably with a happy family and solid career. Then the apocalypse struck, plunging the world into chaos and shattering all former values. From the moment he first harmed another to survive, his heart was never the same. While fleeing through flickering light, a voice cast cam low technique, saving him just in time. Fa Shu-ying quickly healed him, while Dai Zhongming lifted him to safety, leaving the fight to Little Hu and Shu-yin. Stunned, the man asked who they were, but Dai merely smiled, saying explanations could wait. Inside, Dai rejoiced had finally found the man who once created demon core weapons in his past life. In that post-apocalyptic world, humanity battled endless mutant beasts. A few survived thanks to rare special skills, but such people were scarce. Weapons from the roulette were too few, and handmade ones nearly impossible under such conditions. Scavenged arms had limits, but demon core weapons became the turning point for mankind's survival. The musician's real name, MC Dai Yuan, was the founder of that technology, using modern science to harness demon core energy. The group quickly took him back to base to rest. Mo Ye, seeing the stranger, immediately asked who he was. Dai Yuan nervously claimed he was useless, no fighter, no scavenger. Zhang Ming smiled wryly. This man might not fight, but countless zombies had fallen indirectly thanks to his inventions. He said plainly, "I know who you are," leaving Dai Yuan adjusting his glasses in confusion. Sure, they'd never met. Dai explained, he'd read factory archives about him and deeply respected engineers. Dai Yuan only sighed, saying past glory means nothing now. Dai whispered to Mo Ye to take everyone outside so he could talk privately with the old man. They complied without question. He unwrapped a small cake and offered it to the man to ease his hunger. Dai Yuan took it gratefully. Zhang Ming then handed him a bottle of red wine, saying tech folks always like that. The man drank heartily, accepting the gesture as a rare kindness in a brutal world. Afterward, Zhang Ming pulled out a demon core, asking if he recognized it. Of course, he did. Without delay, Dai shared his idea. Extracting demon core energy for humanity's use. Was it feasible? Dai Yuan's face changed instantly. He reached out, asking to inspect the crystal closely. After careful study, he couldn't hide his excitement, calling it an incredibly fascinating concept. Dai smiled and invited him to join, promising full research support and freedom from survival worries. Dai Yuan didn't refuse but requested one favor first, then he'd fully commit to the group. Scene cuts to another place. The people had abandoned him now rest in a ruined building. Chang Chun smokes, recalling how Zhang Ming's team looked absurdly strong and can't fathom why they saved a useless old man. His underling handed him a canned fruit box, saying it's good for vitamins. As he took it, Chang Chun suddenly recalled this guy once stole Yue Dai Yuan's wife. Just then, the door burst open violently, making everyone jump, thinking zombies were coming. It turned out to be humans, but their hearts still pounded with eerie unease. Yi Zhangming led the charge, with Yue Dai Yuan behind. Zhangming asked, "These guys?" and got a furious nod. Despite their size, the thugs froze, having seen Zhang Ming's terrifying power before. Zhang Ming grabbed the buzzcut man by the collar before he could react. With one hand, Zhang Ming flung him into the air at insane speed. The man crashed down hard, rolling right to Yue Dai Yuan's feet. Yi Zhang Ming tilted his head, handing the wrecked man over to the house lord to deal with. Dai Yuan glared at his foe, eyes blood-red, ready to finish him on the spot. He picked up a brick and smashed it down, blood splattered, the sound sickeningly loud. Mo Ye's group just watched silently, stunned by the brutality. Mo Ye knew Zhang Ming wasn't bound by old morals but couldn't tell why he favored the Yu family so much. Jia Lei stepped in, stopping Dai Yuan, warning that killing too easily breeds habit. He growled for her to let go. Zhang Ming coldly told Jia Lei to move if she wasn't involved, leaving her speechless. Xiao Hu rushed in, breathless, saying he'd found what they needed in the next room. Zhang Ming patted Dai Yuan's shoulder, told him to come. He grunted and stopped. The door shut. Liang Shuyin pointed inside, saying the person he sought was there. No explanation needed. Zhang Ming told him to decide for himself, and Dai Yuan walked in. Outside, all waited in silence, unsure what emotions brewed within. Xiao Hu curiously asked about the grudge. Zhang Ming said even in chaos, crimes like murder or wife-stealing can't coexist. A woman's scream echoed from the room. Then Zhang Ming stepped out moments later. His blade was spotless. Yue De Yuan said he couldn't strike his ex-wife, leaving her fate to chance. Zhang Ming didn't interfere, only told Liang Shuyin to bring her some food. After everything, he patted Dai Yuan's shoulder and told him to leave. Dai Yuan nodded gratefully. As they prepared to go, several others ran up, asking to join Dai Yuan. They were his old colleagues. Dai Yuan awkwardly asked Zhang Ming to let them join for research help. Zhang Ming sighed, saying he could only take 5 people due to strict mission limits. That night, the streets were eerily quiet. Zhang Ming's team planned while Dai Yuan and 5 aides studied demon crystals nearby. Yi Zhangming confirmed their target in Echo Farm, to reach before searching for Xia Li's missing husband. Xiao Hu got excited about pork, but Zhang Ming revealed the real goal, finding Tier 2 demon crystals. Liang Shuyin believed they could handle Tier 2 mutants, having seen Zhang Ming slay them before. However, this time it wasn't one creature but a whole pack of over 50. Hearing that, the whole team froze at the thought of wiping out so many powerful beasts. The scene shifted to a desolate area where a burly man was dragging a corpse. He drank and cursed, unhappy with the quality of his liquor. Then he tossed the corpse over the fence, telling the beasts inside to eat. The creatures instantly swarmed in, sniffing and gathering hungrily. They tore the body apart until nothing remained, not even cloth scraps. This man was the Beastmaster, hoping their evolution would make him a 2-star powerhouse. Morning sunlight fell on the farm, contrasting with the gloom in the room where he ate cold rations and drank. Though looking weary, he was actually under 30. His name was Gu Fan, a once-a-brilliant student destined for success. But betrayal at work ruined him. Debts mounted, and his parents died from illness while trying to help. With a classmate's aid, he tried boar farming and discovered a strange talent for it. When supply lines broke, the farm collapsed, and he sank into despair until the mutation came. His wild boars evolved into bloodthirsty beasts, yet stayed utterly loyal. Thinking of that, Gu Fan felt his fate might finally turn, but hope vanished fast when he realized his beasts were being slain one by one. A sharp pain in his chest told him it was real. His link to them confirmed their deaths. Gu Fan grew tense, suspecting a strong enemy, but kept calm to assess the threat. He dashed outside. Whistling, the boars obeyed and began returning. Riding atop a giant boar, Gu Fan led the herd forward. Behind him, the beasts followed loyally, unaware they were being watched through binoculars. Xiao Hu reported through radio, confirming the beasts' count and classification. Yi Zhongming's group watched Gu Fan's movements from a nearby building. Mo Ye detailed which beasts marched out and which guarded the base. 74 mutant boars total, clearly ranked enough to make anyone sweat. Fa Xiaoying, alarmed, urged Yi Zhongming to reconsider the plan. Yi Zhongming refused, saying big risks mean big rewards, so they move. He assigned Yue Da Yuan to stay and relay intel from his good vantage point. Shai Lei was ordered to stay behind too, guarding the rear with Ri Gong. Fei Xiuying was sent to support Liang Shuyin's and DHH's units for coordination. Mo Ye's task was to clear nearby loadier beasts and prep vehicles for the next strike. Yi Zhongming vowed to wipe out the rest in the farm, stressing evolution as their only path forward. The group quickly split up while he crept toward the farm gate to scout. In his past life, Gu Fan was a 9-star powerhouse commanding monstrous beasts, yet died alone, slain by 2 equals. Only after his death did people learn his story and that his mighty empire began with this very pig farm. Spotting a beast, Ye Zhongming dashed forward and sliced off its head in one stroke. He swiftly collected the demon crystal. Evolution was all that mattered, even if it meant killing a future powerhouse. The aftermath was drenched in blood, mostly human. Yi Zhongming kept slashing coldly, convinced none of these creatures were innocent. Elsewhere, Mo Yi was being chased by boars through dust clouds, gripping a heavy gun. Once she had lured them far enough, she spun around and opened fire. Her first bullet dropped one, igniting chaos. Many fell under her barrage, but one beast broke through, charging straight at her. Unfazed, she dodged aside and stabbed its weak spot behind the skull. Blood gushed onto the dirt. 10 boars now lay dead before Mo Ye. As she bent to collect demon crystals, she reported the situation over radio, ready to move on. Elsewhere, a pack of boars feasted on a mangled human corpse. In the tense silence, Liang Shuyin approached slowly, gripping her whip, drawing their attention. One beast stopped eating and crept toward her warily. Liang Shuyin reacted fast, whipping at blinding speed, striking multiple times. But their hides were too thick, her blows barely hurt them and only enraged them more. One lunged to counterattack, then a sudden shield blocked the hit. Barely surviving, Liang Shuyin realized help had arrived just in time. She turned with a faint smile, asking her rescuer if they came to save her. The beast before her already lay dead. But before she could relax, another lunge from behind. Fa Xiaoying shouted a warning. Without thinking, Liang Shuyin flipped upward, dodging the strike by a hair. Mid-air, she fired 3 precise shots into the beast's skull. It fell dead on impact. Fa Xiaoying confirmed mission success via radio, and the two moved toward their next zone. At another rendezvous, Xiao Hu sat smoking on a boar corpse, motorcycle ready, waiting for the team. From afar, Gu Fan led his beasts closer, suspicious of how easily his boars were being slain. Xiao Hu didn't answer. He just flipped a mocking finger and grinned, daring him to chase if he wanted answers. He revved the bike and sped off in a cloud of dust, while Gu Fan, furious, ordered the herd to pursue. During the chase, Gu Fan kept wondering who Xiao Hu really was and what his true goal might be. Xiao Hu remained calm, reporting mission success while racing toward the next target. On another front, Yi Zhongming finished off the last boars, his clothes spotless, though his blades still dripped red, then prepared to redeploy. The scene shifted to an abandoned building heavy with tension. Inside, Mo Ye stood guard with a sniper rifle, while 2 others listened to mission reports. Liang Shuyin marveled at how Yi Zhongming had slain 7 mutant beasts in record time. Fa Xiaoying teased her, saying she sounded more smitten than impressed. Liang Shuyin, caught off guard, shot back by reminding him how had once thought of Ye during danger. Fa Xiaoying blushed and stammered that he only hoped to be rescued, not smitten. Liang Shuyin kept teasing, leaving Fa Xiaoying laughing helplessly at being reverse-shipped. Despite the banter, Mo Yi stayed alert, switching to combat mode after spotting movement. The herd Xiao Hu had lured finally entered the team's firing range. Conversation stopped. Everyone snapped into battle positions. Fa Xiaoying raised an energy shield while Liang Shuyin cursed nervously, regretting she'd lived this long without a boyfriend. Meanwhile, Gu Fan raged upon realizing a third of his 74 beasts were gone. His fury grew when he still couldn't find the biker while the enemy's trap was already set. A bad feeling struck then. The first bullet hit a boar beside him, startling him. Seeing it fall, Gu Fan crouched low, using his mount for cover. Moments later, he spotted Mo Ye's squad and ordered the boars to charge. From above, Liang Shu-yin leapt down, shouting a bold promise to survive. She unleashed shadow rain from 4 directions, a storm of whip shadows tearing through the herd like weeds in a storm. Then gunfire from behind rained down, finishing the beasts before they could react. Liang Shu-yin turned to see Mo Ye, providing cover fire, calm and steady. Without hesitation, she dashed through the bullets, trusting Mo Ye's flawless aim. She reached a building and threw a hook line toward a window frame. As it caught, she vaulted upward, escaping a charging boar by inches. Mo Ye leaned out and reached to pull her in. Liang Shu-yin bit down on the rope, swung through the window, and landed inside. Wounded at the waist, she slumped against the wall, gasping that her spirit energy was spent. Fa Shou-ying rushed to bandage her while Mo Ye groaned out of armor-piercing rounds, only useless bullets left. Gu Fan, who had followed them secretly, kicked the door open in rage after overhearing, shouting no one would escape. He vowed to capture them alive, torture the truth out, then feed them to his beasts. None noticed. Yi Zhongming silently appeared behind Gu Fan, asking coldly in return. The 3 women saw him like a savior descending, their fear melting away. Before Gu Fan could react, Yi Zhongming's kick slammed into his back like thunder. The massive man flew out the window, smashing glass and falling from the upper floor. Mid-air, before he grasped what happened, blazing fireballs rained down. Yi Zhongming followed, blade aflame, diving like a fiery hawk with no mercy. Flames engulfed Gu Fan completely. Ye Zhongming watched coldly as his prey burned. The beasts burned with him, shrieking in agony before falling silent. The stench of char filled the air. Xiao Hu began counting 72 mutant boars lay dead. He reported to Ye Zhongming that only 2 remained unaccounted for. Ye Zhongming nodded, saying this many kills already counted as a grand victory. Before leaving, he told Xiao Hu to leave the carcasses for the others to process. Before Xiao Hu could ask, Yi Zhongming explained they could use some parts of the beasts for evolution. Seeing Xiao Hu's puzzled face, he laughed and teased, wasn't he the one craving pork earlier? Xiao Hu swallowed hard, eyeing the meat hungrily, while Mo Ye patted his shoulder, telling him to fetch Yue Da Yuan's team. The others split up to find salt and firewood for smoking and preserving the boar meat. Yi Zhongming smiled faintly, gave orders, then retreated to rest, his face pale with exhaustion. Everyone scattered to their tasks, and Xiao Hu sped off to pick up Yue Da Yuan. In the yard, Liang Shu-yin and Fa Shou-ying hung meat on racks, smoking each piece over the fire. Nearby, Xiao Hu, Xiao Lei, and Mo Ye sliced and prepared meat with old-fashioned knives. Yue Da Yuan's group handled preservation, all working seriously. Inside, Ye Zhongming rested, eating meat while planning. Beside him were 2 live boars bound tightly. The meat was precious nutrition, especially useful for less evolved members like Liang Shu-yin's team. Their greatest loot, over 40 Tier 2 demon crystals, enough to gamble on a level up. Suddenly, DHH stared at him with an odd gleam, catching Yi Zhongming off guard. Seeing the dimming crystal on its forehead, he guessed DHH was about to evolve. DHH lay still at his feet. Yi Zhongming waited patiently, sensing evolution approaching. Then shouting erupted outside. Mo Ye arguing with unfamiliar voices. Yi Zhongming opened the door and saw her facing 2 strangers. He coldly asked their names and sensed no evolutionary aura, just ordinary humans. They quickly replied they were Jia Ren and Da Ming, from a new base. Hearing that, Xia Lei jolted with sudden, fragile hope. She suspected the base might be government-run and maybe her missing person was there. Mo Ye cautiously suggested verifying, since official bases were usually strict. Xia Lei stepped forward to ask more. They said the base was formed by a local artillery battalion and government survivors gathering civilians. Hearing that, Xia Lei's hope grew. She immediately asked if they knew Tan Wu, a former government worker. The 2 exchanged looks, then shook their heads. They'd never heard the name. Xia Lei's face darkened into silence. Yi Zhongming glanced at her, then refocused on the strangers. They admitted they were scavenging for supplies. The new base lacked food and ammo, forcing people to fend for themselves. Xiao Hu tilted his head, asking why they came here, making the tall man tense and wonder why the group hadn't gone to the base. He hurriedly offered to guide them there, promising help so they wouldn't be tricked by others inside. Usually a bit dense, Xiao Hu now replied firmly they had legs and didn't need babysitters. The fat man panicked, explaining the new base was surrounded by beasts and zombies, only special routes allowed entry. Yi Zhongming ordered them to elaborate. They confessed the entrance was through underground sewers, easy to get lost, so they wanted to act as guides and asked for some meat in return. Yi Zhongming coolly agreed 2 meat slices each, but only if they stayed to help process it before guiding the team in. Both men sighed in relief, thanking profusely and explaining they had families to feed, forced by circumstance. Hearing that, Ye Zhongming decided to split the meat, 1 stash hidden, 1 for travel. Xiao Lei quickly told Xiao Hu to check the farm area for anything odd around the meat site. Suddenly, fierce barking erupted inside. The alarm made Yi Zhongming rush in. He was stunned. The evolution of Di Huang Huang was progressing absurdly fast, reacting within 10 minutes. Entering, he saw DHH's fur gone, replaced by a tiny pup howling, making everyone crowd and worried. Xiao Hu pointed, yelling in shock. Golden fur was sprouting again. The mark of evolution. DHH's body transformed, emerald eyes sharp, golden coat gleaming. Movements fierce. It had reached Tier 2. No sooner finished, it leapt onto Yi Zhongming, excitedly showing off its upgrade. It tackled him down. He was startled but not angry, while everyone burst into laughter. After showing off to its master, DHH ran off to brag to the others, acting like the new golden pup. Yi Zhongming wiped drool off his face, chuckling and urging everyone to finish the meat work, then scolded the silly dog to follow him. But DHH barked loudly, then shoved its head into Elsa's shirt, leaving everyone baffled where it learned that pervy habit. Once calm returned, Yi Zhongming pulled DHH aside, asking if its evolution unlocked any new abilities. DHH let out a strange yelp. Yi Zhongming frowned, unsure if it truly had no new skill. Then suddenly, DHH lay flat and fired 2 beams of light from its body. Yi Zhongming dodged fast. The beams obliterated the wall, proving their deadly power. Before, DHH's innate skill was the needle burst line, a wide-range attack used by many furred beasts. Now, post-evolution, it could control both the range and destructive force of the technique. The scene shifted to a city of tightly packed skyscrapers. On one rooftop, a man in green uniform scanned the surroundings. He spotted something odd, a group roasting boar meat not far away. That farm once belonged to a freak, now dead, and his mutant boars had become dinner for survivors. A scholarly-looking man approached with a smile. "Captain, anything strange ahead?" The captain replied not to call him that. Everyone now just belonged to the base, all struggling for food. The man chuckled, "Then don't call me Tan Ki, just Tan Wu." His gaze drifted toward the captain's rifle, silently wishing he had one too. With a gun, finding demon crystals would be easier, and with crystals came evolution and power within the base. Another man arrived, reporting preparations done, but zombies and beasts had invaded the area. Only 1 sack of safe rice remained, plus 70 cans of soybean oil and a few scraps of noodles. The captain flicked his cigarette, grumbling that without food, they might as well photosynthesize for dinner. Snuffing it out, he sighed that the hunt brought little, and he still had to hand Martin's demon crystal to superiors. He suddenly realized the group who killed the boar breeder must have gotten rich loot. If they joined the base, its strength would rise. He eyed Yi Zhongming's team hopefully. But if they refused, their meat and resources were worth more than crystals. If the base seized them, he might even earn a dream evolution vial for free, even if it killed him. Gun in hand, he turned back, ordering Tan Wu to report the situation. After finishing the boar meat, Yi Zhongming's group followed the 2 base men toward the entry point. Jia Ren pointed at a sewer ahead, saying he and Jia Di had discovered it. No one else knew of it. Then he gestured toward the nearby urban zone that, he said, was the new base. Sure enough, hordes of zombies surrounded the site. This place would later become the Yunshan Battle Course base, wiped out within half a year. Leading the way, Jia Ren spoke of the grim life inside the base. None noticed that in the shadows, most zombies there had already evolved to Tier 2. Lifting the sewer lid, Jia Ren said these monsters sometimes attacked the base, like Yi Zhongming's dog. Elsa nervously asked if leaving Da Huang alone to guard the meat was safe. Yi Zhongming reassured her the area was once boar territory, so few zombies roamed. Besides, they couldn't carry all that meat anyway. As they talked, Jai Ren and Da Ming opened another sewer lid. They warned the group to be cautious. Such tunnels often hid worms or mutant ambushers. Yue Daoyuan worriedly asked what they'd do if danger struck outside. Jia Ren said risk was part of life. Even inside, they could starve. Luckily, most sewer creatures feared fire, so flashlights would help. Yi Zhongming nodded and ordered the march. The group descended into the sewers. The air was stale, but the space roomy enough. As they walked, Jia Ren explained there were 4 sewer routes into the base, each guarded and toll-based. Food, weapons, whatever the guards wanted. Ahead lay the West Gate route. Along the way, Jia Ren's group encountered another band coming from the opposite side. When they met, a man from that group smirked, asking if Jia Ren's team got any spoils from their hunt. His cronies closed in, yanking Jia Ren's bag, claiming they just wanted to take a look. Jia Ren resisted but couldn't stop them. They stole the bag. Watching his only hope snatched away, Jia Ren felt utter despair. The thieves tore open the bag and, seeing the meat, their greed surged instantly. Overcome by rage, Jia Ren shouted and lunged to snatch it back. He shoved the thief backward, spilling the meat across the tunnel floor. Old Zhao stepped in front of a Tai, raising a fist and barking that a little scuffle wasn't worth hitting so hard. Da Ming quickly grabbed Jia Ren, apologizing, saying the man only panicked over the hard-won meat, then softly offered to share half with a Tai as compensation. But Lao Zhao ignored him, grabbed the meat bag, and declared it his, making Jia Ren angrily warn him not to be too greedy. That remark enraged Lao Zhao, veins bulging. He snapped head, even take Dai Ming's share. His arrogance crossed the line. Everyone knew their group wasn't one to mess with. A Tai, still aching from hitting the wall, grumbled that Zhao was hogging too much and stood up. He even pointed at Ji Zhongming's group, saying they were in on it too and should hand everything over. Ji Zhongming frowned. Elsa's face hardened as she stepped up, ordering them to return the meat and scram. One thug shoved a stick in Elsa's face, cursing and threatening her. A Tai roared and charged, swinging his club to kill Elsa. She stayed calm and kicked him square in the gut, folding him in pain. Then a kick to the chin sent a Tai flying, underestimating an evolver was suicide. Seeing him fly, the rest grew nervous. But stupidity beat fear. They all rushed at Elsa, screaming to kill her. Ji Zhongming glanced at Elsa coldly, telling her to finish it. He had no patience for trash. Elsa nodded, coolly saying such weaklings weren't worth her attention. In a blink, she knocked them all out, dusting her hands like she had just cleaned crumbs. The thugs lay groaning at her feet, paying the price for their stupidity. Ji Zhongming didn't bother looking again. With obstacles gone, he led the group onward. Lao Zhao, still conscious but frozen in fear, realized Head just picked a fight with evolvers. After a short walk, they neared the sewer gate. Jia Ren pointed at the guards and told everyone to stay close. Before stepping out, Ji Zhongming reminded them to get used to being robbed. Most fights were over one's own goods. Even tiny items could cost lives, so robbery and killing were often the same thing here. In truth, Ji Zhongming could have killed them earlier, but instead simply praised Elsa. Well done. Being praised by her crush made Elsa beam inside, though she only smiled modestly. Before leaving the sewer, Ji Zhongming ordered everyone to hand him their weapons to avoid trouble. They obeyed, giving him everything, and the group moved on. Emerging from the drain, sunlight hit the ruins. Ji Zhongming's group finally breathed open air at their new base. Jia Ren and Dai Ming smiled, confirming this was indeed the base they'd mentioned. A few people were selling goods, but dried blood still stained the ground like everywhere else. Having eased his fear of Ji Zhongming, Jia Ren invited them to stay in his building since there were empty rooms. The offer was accepted. Then Xie Lei suddenly announced she wouldn't continue. She wanted to find her husband, though sad. Everyone respected her choice. They said goodbye with a simple hug and went their separate ways. Xie Lei waved farewell while Ji Zhongming silently watched her walk away. Then he turned to Jia Ren, asking where to buy some basic supplies. Jia Ren pointed south, saying there's a small market at the crossroads where food can buy almost anything. Ji Zhongming quietly asked about trading bullets. Jia Ren was shocked. Only the cannon squad and Director Wang's men had them, though the black market might. He then asked if that black market traded strange stuff like scrolls, alchemy books, or unidentified items. Ji Zhongming was surprised such a new base already had a black market, but Jia Ren said he'd never seen it himself. Dai Ming recalled hearing of someone in the eastern zone selling a secret formula for an outrageous price. Whether he needed it or not, such a thing was surely worth a fortune. Ji Zhongming asked if they could help him find that seller, offering meat as payment. Surprised but tempted, they agreed. Jia Ren nodded and promised to help Ji Zhongming track the man down. Then Ji Zhongming told Dai Ming to split the team head guide. Yes, group around and return carefully. Jia Ren left, and Dai Ming politely took over as guide, leading Ji Zhongming's group onward. They followed him through the base's twisting alleys. Suddenly, Fast Showing tugged Ji Zhongming's sleeve, pointing toward something. She pointed at a pretty but ragged girl, frail and miserable. Elsa also saw another scantily dressed woman nearby, seductive yet pitiful. Mo Ye looked uneasy. Two other girls beside her seemed like twin sisters, far too innocent for this cruel world. Ji Zhongming sternly asked Fa Showing if she was ready to kill not just once, but many times. He warned her if she planned to share food, she must accept the cost. Protecting food meant being ready to kill for it. Stunned, Fa Showing froze, unsure how to answer. Dai Ming nodded, adding that too much food could be a curse. People were dying daily just for having it. Precious jade brings guilt, he said. If you have it, you're robbed. If not, you starve. Elsa patted Fa Showing's shoulder as weary faces watched from the roadside. Elsa told her that without Ji Zhongming's protection, they'd probably have become those broken women too. Just then, two strangers appeared. Their aura clearly marked them as evolvers, catching Ji Zhongming's attention. He asked Dai Ming who they were, and learned their names: Yue Chao and Yang Shilong, both evolvers. Yue Chao stepped before a blonde girl, waved a ration pack, and ordered her to lift her head. The girl trembled, face pale, crying and begging that she couldn't do it anymore. Whatever she had suffered, Yang Shilong kicked her hard in the face, cursing her for pretending to be pure. He threw the food bag at her, yanked her hair, and dragged her mercilessly across the ground. Her flesh scraped the concrete as tears streamed down, a living torture. Yet everyone nearby only stared with hate in their eyes, too afraid to act. Fa Showing gasped, asking why they forced her like that. What joy could there be in such cruelty? Elsa stood frozen, suspecting the girl was never willing. Ji Zhongming coldly explained that without value, ordinary people would just be tortured to death. Those two must have done something vile for the girl to resist. Dai Ming sighed in agreement, saying those men treated civilians like trash. Several women had already died by their hands, their cruelty well known. The brutal scene turned the three girls pale. They finally grasped how merciless and unfair the post-apocalyptic world was. Dai Ming spat bitterly, saying if the 3 rotation discs weren't under those bastards' control, they wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. Hearing that, Ji Zhongming jerked in shock, gripping Dai Ming's arm so hard he winced, urgently asking, "How many discs are here?" Realizing his overreaction, Ji Zhongming let go. Dai Ming rubbed his wrist and said everyone in the base knew there were 3, unforgettable to those who'd seen them. Ji Zhongming pressed, "What level?" Dai Ming guessed level 1 or 2 since zombie cores were gray-white. Pure white ones meant level 2. That thrilled Ji Zhongming. In his past life had only reached level 1 before leaving, never seeing a level 2 disc. Had come to trade basics, not to stumble on such fortune. He immediately bought every blanket from a nearby vendor with boar meat hot by day but freezing by night, so prep was vital. In an abandoned house, Dai Ming's group built a fire while the 3 girls prepared dinner. Xiao Hu chopped wood, Jia Ren and Dai Ming sorted supplies and organized their lodging. Ji Zhongming quietly watched the warm scene, almost forgetting that even evolvers got sick without vegetables, so he called Xiao Hu over and asked Dai Ming where to buy seeds. After getting directions, he and Xiao Hu went to the market for soil and seeds to plant on the rooftop. By night's end, the two finished all their preparations. Exhausted, Xiao Hu collapsed, covered in mud. He glanced at Ji Zhongming fetching water and groaned, "Boss, what's the point, planting now?" But that's normal folk thinking. Ji Zhongming knelt, placed his hand on the soil, and his body glowed green, his gardening profession skill activated. Energy flowed from him into the earth, threading through every crevice. He closed his eyes, feeling his spirit merge with the land. Roots spread underground each time they touched a corn seed. It lit up in his mind, and at each light, green sprouts burst forth. Seeing rows of seedlings shoot up instantly, Xiao Hu gawked, shouting, "Holy crap, that's straight-up cheat mode." Ji Zhongming silently stayed linked to the roots, feeding more energy into them. After a few more rounds, he exhaled softly. The experiment seemed a success. In under 10 minutes, all seeds had sprouted, though over half his spiritual energy was gone. Costly, yes, but worth it now. Had never lacked vitamins or minerals again. As his gardening skill leveled up, food production for the group would become far easier, meaning he could feed more people and hold a core ability few could ever rival. After finishing the planting, Ji Zhongming called Xiao Hu downstairs. The boy asked curiously, "Boss, that's your second profession skill, right? What's your job?" He replied coolly, "Gardener." Xiao Hu blinked. "You mean planting veggies?" Ji Zhongming snapped, "If you don't get it, don't ask." When they came down, dinner was ready with greens and a big chunk of meat. Naturally, Ji Zhongming sat at the center seat. Dai Ming sighed with delight, saying it'd been ages since Head had such a real meal. It felt like pure happiness. Xiao Hu burst out laughing, saying that was nothing, there'd be something even better later. Dai Ming pressed for details, but Xiao Hu just grinned mysteriously. "Secret. Not telling." Ji Zhongming sipped his soup contentedly, planning to rest a bit, then boost the cabbages tomorrow, maybe make a cabbage stew after that. Just then, knocking sounded at the door, catching everyone's attention. Dai Ming opened it to find Jia Ren back with new information. Jia Ren peeked in, looked at Ji Zhongming, and said, "Yeg, I found the one holding the formula." Ji Zhongming's eyes lit up. "Where?" Jia Ren pointed outside. "At the Haiba Community Club, in the Eastern District." Elsewhere, Xia Lei anxiously looked at the wounded man before her, asking, "Why are you so badly hurt? Who did this?" Tan Yu clutched his stomach, grimacing but trying to act casual. "Just a fight guy stuff. Don't worry about it." He lifted an empty food bag, chuckling that today's meal was weirdly delicious, something Head never tasted before. Xia Lei smiled faintly, thinking, of course, the son of an official wouldn't know common food if it hit him. She looked at her own bag, silently thanking Zhao Ye for saving some meat and an evolution potion. Otherwise, finding Tan Yu here would have been impossible. Suddenly, Tan Yu collapsed, clutching his chest and screaming in pain. Xia Lei panicked and rushed to him. A strange man burst in violently, radiating menace. Tan Yu tried to smooth things over with excuses, but Xia Lei was suspicious of his odd behavior. He urgently told her to let go, promising to explain later. The man fan stared at Xia Lei with lecherous eyes, making her uncomfortable. His gaze grew filthier. He pretended politeness toward Tan Yu, then abruptly left. Tan Yu was baffled, while Xia Lei had a bad feeling as she watched him go. Worried, she decided to find Xiao Ye to get a weapon for self-defense. Meanwhile, Fan and Yang Shilong were enjoying a massage in a fancy parlor. The manager mentioned Xia Li's stunning beauty, piquing Fan's interest even more. Fan agreed she was far prettier than the rumors claimed. Yang Shilong perked up excitedly, asking for details. He urged Fan to act quickly, clearly eager for what was coming. Fan ordered all the masseuses out so they could talk privately. The girls left immediately, leaving the two men alone. Fan grew serious, asking what their true purpose was behind the power they held. He recalled their poor pasts, emphasizing how much they'd changed thanks to newfound strength. He declared it was their evolution that gave them their current status. Fighting zombies and wielding mana crystals made them strong but not strong enough. Daedong agreed, and Fan stressed that the base faced danger every single day. They might be evolvers, but against thousands of zombies, they were still far too weak. Daedong agreed, and Fan emphasized they had to grow even stronger. Still confused, Daedong didn't see what this had to do with Tanyu's wife. Fan questioned why two others of the same rank had climbed higher while they hadn't. Daedong admitted it was because the others had stronger skills and armed men. Fan fumed that those guys always took the best spoils while they got leftovers. Daedong agreed. They discussed an upcoming target the base planned to attack and plotted to use Xia Lei to curry favor with Chef Jin. Fan suggested trading Xia Lei for weapons once they'd earned credit. Daedong eagerly backed the idea, itching to act immediately. Fan warned against rash moves, better to wait till tomorrow to hand her over. The next day, a large crowd gathered around a busy building. Jia Ren introduced Le Qiang, a former national marksman now commanding a powerful armed force. Though his evolution formula was tempting, its sky-high price kept the leaders from negotiating. Jia Ren explained Le Qiang's faction was strong and independent of the major powers. After chatting for a while, they reached the base entrance. The area was run solely by Le Qiang, where ordinary folks could work in exchange for survival. A guard came to verify identities, check them, and led the group inside to meet Le Qiang. Jia Ren assured Yi Zhongming that everything had been prepared since yesterday. At the gate, 4 armed men stood on alert with weapons ready. Inside sat a calm, imposing man sipping tea, flanked by 2 armed bodyguards. Jia Ren announced their arrival. Le Qiang immediately guessed they were there for the evolution formula. He stated plainly, "Pay the right price, and it's yours." Yi Zhongming didn't bargain yet, insisting on inspecting the goods first. Le Qiang signaled for a subordinate to bring a laptop containing the formula. The screen displayed the data, and Zhongming examined it closely. After confirming its authenticity, he asked the price only to be questioned about his background instead. Zhongming quickly realized the real reason it hadn't sold the price was absurdly high. Le Qiang proudly claimed the quality justified the cost. Zhongming coldly shot back, "If it's that good, why haven't you used it yourself?" The sharp question stunned Le Qiang, leaving him speechless. Zhongming pressed further, exposing his weakness. He simply wasn't capable of learning it. Stung in his pride, Le Qiang furiously ordered them out, but Zhongming suddenly offered a shocking bid: 100 level 1 mana crystals. The price stunned Le Qiang, thinking it a mockery. He barked for the guards to eject them. Zhongming calmly asked, "Aren't you operating a rotation disc here?" Then he tossed in a bag full of crystals enough to power it, leaving Le Qiang dumbfounded. Seeing that much mana crystal, Le Qiang realized this man was no ordinary visitor. He agreed to take Zhongming's group to the rotation disc for verification. They entered a heavily guarded section deep within the base. After confirming the number of people, Zhongming stepped forward to begin, while Jia Ren watched in awe. Zhongming analyzed that only 6 crystals were needed to activate it since the premium formula had been transferred elsewhere. The disc had been abandoned for losing value, hence why Le Qiang managed it now. Zhongming placed the crystals and the disc spun, and finally an evolution potion dropped out. Le Qiang secretly burned with envy. His own son had spun the disc countless times without reward, unlike this man. His secretary tried to speak, but Le Qiang stopped him, sensing Ji Zhongming's deadly aura. The man's seemingly casual stance perfectly shielded his teammates, making him impossible to target. Yi Zhongming drew 3 evolution potions but agreed to trade only 1 as part of the deal. He stated he'd exchange 1 potion plus a high-grade firearm. Le Qiang grew angry, doubting the value of such an offer, and demanded clarification. He sneered, "You gotta bear it, or something to call it high-grade." Zhongming said nothing. He simply pulled a special gun from his pack. Everyone froze. Had been searched? So how did he smuggle a gun in? Zhongming didn't explain. He fired directly into the wall to prove its power. The shot blasted a massive hole, leaving Le Qiang stunned as if he'd seen artillery. Zhongming calmly restated his offer, and Le Qiang, unable to resist, agreed. Deal done. Yi Zhongming quickly returned to their temporary quarters. Dai Ming had already prepared a hearty meal to welcome them back. When the greens were served, the girls were overjoyed. It had been so long since they'd tasted real vegetables. After dinner, Zhongming handed Dai Ming an evolution potion as a reward. Dai Ming teared up, unable to believe he'd been given such a priceless treasure. Zhongming advised everyone not to overeat and promised fresh vegetables would be regular from now on. Then he went back to his room, immediately pulling out the formula for deeper study. He discovered it was difficult for ordinary users but full of potential in his hands. Gazing into the distance, he wondered if he should explore a higher-level rotation disc that very night. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa belonging to Chef Jin, a fat, ugly man with enormous teeth lounged inside. Tan Yu arrived, bowing politely and calling him Mr. Jin. Chef Jin laughed loudly, telling him to drop the formality and speak casually. Tan Yu remained awkward, but Jin mentioned his late father with fake sympathy. Jin said he had just heard Tan Yu's lover had crossed a zombie-filled city to find him, pretending admiration. Hearing Xia Lei's name, Tan Yu froze, shocked that Jin knew so much. Jin raised his glass, toasting to friendship, then guzzled wine like a beast. He leaned his bloated body closer, demanding Tan Yu arrange a meeting with Xia Lei, openly saying he desired her. Rage burned in Tan Yu, but he stayed silent, knowing he couldn't defy such power. Jin ignored his expression, pressing the demand with cruel amusement. He gave two options: let him take her by force in front of Tan Yu, or have her serve him a few nights in exchange for evolution drugs. Those potions, coveted by all, made Tan Yu's mind waver. People died daily craving them, and owning one meant a new life, something Tan Yu understood too well. Jin tempted him further betray his wife, and had joined the ruling class, enjoying every privilege. He added that if Xia Lei truly loved him, she'd sacrifice herself for his sake, he could make it up to her later. Tan Yu swallowed hard, torn by inner conflict, then stormed out. Jin only laughed, reminding him he knew what choice to make. Behind Jin's chair lay two bloody corpses. The messenger's Hode reported Xia Lei's news, proof of his vicious nature. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming had tracked down the level 2 rotation disc and was hiding nearby, observing. Since no one could activate it, the guards had grown lax. Zhongming slipped in silently, passing two guards, fast asleep. The disc glowed gold but lacked the luck function, meaning no skills or formulas remained. Still, there were 2-star evolution potions, immunity serums, and gray armor shards left on it. What caught his eye most was a stone etched with blue symbols, an attribute stone. A rare treasure, it could be socketed into gear for stat boosts, but its true worth lay in being edible. In his past life, someone had accidentally swallowed a shattered attribute stone and triggered its power, mistaking it for rice out of starvation. The man had gulped it down in despair. Miraculously, he revived stronger than ever, empowered by the stone's element. Once word spread, everyone knew eating such stones could grant abilities, turning them into priceless relics. In this lifetime, discovery wouldn't happen for 4 more years, so right now they were unknown and beyond value. Zhongming checked his mana crystal stash after reserving some for crafting puppets. He still had enough for 6 spins. Just one lucky pull with a 2-star potion or an attribute stone would make him rich. The disc began to spin, heralding his next evolutionary leap. Elsewhere in the sewers, 2 thugs had just raped a woman to death and were hauling her corpse away. They complained they couldn't dump bodies in the base, it might spread disease or attract zombies. On the way back, one suggested finding a new victim, but his partner suddenly froze. Terrified, he pointed at a glow atop a tall building. The level 2 rotation disc had been activated. A huge event. Xia Lei sat on a bed, staring blankly out the window, heart heavy with despair. Tan Yu stood before her, defending himself, saying the harsh times forced them to rely on evolution drugs. He claimed that one way or another, survival always came with a price. Running wouldn't help. He insisted Kim's offer was a chance for him to become an evolver. Forcing a crooked smile, he swore he'd treat her well once he gained power. Hearing that, Xia Lei erupted in fury, disgusted by his shamelessness. She screamed in his face, calling out his filth for wanting her to be humiliated for his gain. She packed her things, declaring she'd leave immediately. Staying with him made her sick. Tan Yu panicked and grabbed her arm, but she tore free, shouting she'd never be anyone's bait. A vile voice cut in. The disgusting intruder was none other than Chef Jin, ready to act himself. Xia Lei instantly lashed out with a kick, fighting back with all her strength. But she hadn't evolved yet. Jin easily blocked her and flung her aside, sneering that he'd try a new flavor. As she fell, a hand caught her tightly, binding her in place. Her captor was none other than Tan Yu. Had completely betrayed her. The man knelt like a dog, flattering Jin and begging for an evolution potion as a reward. Enraged, Xia Lei unleashed a furious kick that sent Tan Yu flying like garbage. She pulled out 2 evolution potions, shouting, "This is what you betrayed me for, isn't it?" Both Jin and Tan Yu froze. Those were treasures beyond dreams. Tan Yu lost control, greed completely consuming him. He blamed Xia Lei, hurling vile insults for hiding the potions, stripped of all decency. Xia Lei opened the pill bottle, sighing he's truly beyond saving. Seeing her about to drink, Jin lunged forward, ready to stop her by force. Just then, a loud shout echoed outside. Someone was activating a level 2 spin disc. Jin froze, turning toward the glowing light. Without hesitation, he dove out the window, skipping the door entirely. Landing hard, Jin ordered all troops to capture whoever was spinning the disc. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming nervously awaited the wheel's final result. The noise drew closer, but Zhongming saw the victory light had won today. Without pause, he placed the last magic crystal in the disc for one final gamble. Far off, Jin's troops were closing in. An intense chase was about to begin. The wheel spun again, Zhongming held his breath, and the evolution potion appeared. The door burst open. Just as he got the potion, Jin's men aimed guns, warning him not to move. Yi Zhongming faced them, clutching the potion in return. Holding it tight, he finally felt relief. Mission accomplished. The soldiers behind him were stunned. It was a level 2 evolution potion, now lost. Jin lost patience and ordered them to shoot without hesitation. Yi Zhongming turned and ran for the table. Bullets flew but couldn't pierce the cover. Taking advantage, he leapt down, sliding with a knife as a hook. When the soldiers reached the spot, he had vanished, hiding in a dark corner. Jin shouted furiously, demanding a full search to catch him. Zhongming landed safely, checking his knife still intact. This place wasn't safe. He needed to escape before they regrouped. Just then, several soldiers closed in, yelling to capture Zhongming. Zhongming turned and ran, dodging bullets and countering with his knife, dropping a few. The gap between him and them shrank, making them hesitate to act rashly. He urgently needed a hiding spot to refine and use the 2-star evolution potion. Yi Zhongming burst out of the building, accelerating rapidly. The soldiers behind sped up too, shouting alarms across the base. Scene cut. Qin Yu was kicked into a wall by Xia Lei. Injured, her gaze icy with disappointment. She recalled Mo Ye giving her an evolution potion before leaving, telling her to use it if needed. Xia Lei held the potion, feeling bitter. A stranger valued her more than anyone else. Meanwhile, her lawful husband betrayed her over a mere bottle. The contrast sickened her. She opened and drank the potion in one go. The bottle shattered, just like her trust. Qin Yu pretended to care after she evolved, but it was clearly for selfish reasons. She slapped him, calmly declaring their end, warning him that if he touched her again, she'd kill him, then walked away. Xia Lei realized someone else deserved her faith more than that traitor. The city erupted in chaos as troops hunted Yi Zhongming, the noise deafening. He hid carefully, realizing he was surrounded with no escape. Looking at the potion, he regretted not having just a few more quiet minutes to evolve. Barely catching a breath before being found, he cursed their persistence and ran again. With no other option, he summoned the Hellhound from the trophy card he got at Hu Yuzu Lake. This kind of card is prized in the apocalypse for granting instant power boosts. The Hellhound appeared and incinerated a soldier before he could react. The soldiers panicked, firing wildly at the beast. The Hellhounds charged through the bullets, wiping out another squad. But new enemies kept coming, wearing Zhongming down. He placed a hand on a nearby tree and cast basic mirror swap. The tree morphed. Eyes and branch arms appeared, scaring the soldiers back. He brushed past a car, placing his hand on its door. Casting basic solidify. The car transformed into a badass battle robot. The robot blocked pursuit while he dashed off, careful not to drain his spirit energy. Distracting them was enough, but unless he took out the 2 leaders, he'd never be safe. In another abandoned building, search squads combed every corner relentlessly. Elsewhere, Jin and Wang moved non-stop, hunting for Ye Zhongming's trace. One was handsome, the other ugly. Jin complained the crowded city made tracking harder. They agreed the real danger wasn't losing Zhongming but him coming after them. Wang raised his chain and ordered to kill everyone except their own men. A massacre of innocent civilians began without hesitation. Meanwhile, the masterminds remained indifferent, truly deserving annihilation. Suddenly, a flaming blade appeared behind them. Ye Zhongming coldly invoked Seal Flame Slash. They never expected him to attack before finishing evolution, catching them off guard. In that instant, fire flared in his eyes, devouring everything. Hiding in a ruin, Zhongming watched the silence outside, believing killing the leaders ended the hunt. He opened the evolution potion and drank each drop, the tiny prize costing countless lives. After drinking, he smashed the bottle and collapsed, clutching his head in pain, face twisting. He fell exhausted, sweat pouring, body mutating. The evolution had begun. Outside, the city roared with screams, bullets, and rising fire from explosions. Far on the horizon, red light kept flashing. Xiaohe's group couldn't wait any longer. They went searching and cheered upon seeing Zhongming. They instantly guessed he caused the chaos. Xiaohu laughed, asking if he was the culprit. Yi Zhongming stayed silent, staring at her. Seeing their expressions, he sensed they'd endured much too and was glad they adapted well. He placed a hand on Zaihe's shoulder, smiling, telling her to go home together. She froze, confused. Mo Ye stepped forward, studying him, saying he felt something strange about Zhongming. Zhongming just smiled and told Zhang Shui to summon Jia Ren. Soon everyone gathered inside. Jia Ren and Daming stood straight, awaiting orders. He suddenly asked Jia Ren if he wanted to control the base, stunning everyone. Jia Ren was utterly bewildered, thinking it was a joke, unable to believe his ears. Yi Zhongming solemnly confirmed he had killed both leaders of the base. His words shocked everyone even more than nominating Jia Ren. Jia Ren screamed in terror. He nodded, saying the base needed stability and a new leader. Approaching Jia Ren, he placed a hand on his shoulder, asking again if he'd take the role. Jia Ren panicked, saying he wasn't evolved and couldn't handle it. Yi Zhongming calmly replied that if he wanted to, he could. There were enough people to help. Jia Ren still worried he lacked management skills. Zhongming sneered, saying in this world, management didn't matter, killing did. Jia Ren froze, torn between fear and temptation, mind racing. Finally wavering, He hesitantly asked why Zhang Ming chose him while Da Ming tried to cut in. Zhang Ming stroked his chin, smiling. He simply liked Jia Ren's vibe and believed he'd do fine. Jia Ren accepted, bowing and asking what came next. Zhang Ming told him to wait until after takeover. He added he'd meet someone soon who could help Jia Ren manage the base more easily. The group looked confused. When did Zhang Ming get such wide connections? Elsewhere in the city, massive explosions thundered, even startling the enemy. Lei Qiang's team crouched behind trenches, carefully observing. Tu Nan worried the base would collapse if chaos continued, especially with crowds at the east exit. Lei Qiang admitted bitterly that defending this area was already his limit. Suddenly, Ye Zhangming appeared silently behind a wall, asking what Lei Qiang was watching. Lei Qiang jumped, pointing his gun at him, demanding to know who he was. Seeing his face clearly, Lei Qiang realized who he was, and guessed he caused tonight's chaos. Lowering his weapon, Lei Qiang cautiously asked why Zhang Ming came to him again. Zhang Ming was surprised to be recognized so fast, secretly admitting Lei Qiang wasn't ordinary. He skipped the small talk, raising his hand, saying he had a favor to ask. Lei Qiang forced a smile, agreeing to listen now, certain this man was truly evolved. At the base's edge, hordes of zombies gathered, led by an advanced corpse-like creature. One zombie drooled, muttering that there was something tasty inside the base. The leader stretched its hand forward, ordering the sandworms to attack. Massive, vicious sandworms burst from the ground, charging the base. Behind them surged a gigantic wave of undead, like a tsunami. Inside the base, peace shattered as red flares shot skyward in alarm. Civilians panicked, stampeding in chaos. In the square, Jia Ren stood before a bonfire, megaphone in hand, commanding calm. He assured everyone the base was still secure, zombies hadn't breached, and order would return soon. Jia Ren called for all young men to step forward and join the defense. Watching his calm control, Liang Shu Yin's group nodded approvingly, impressed by his performance. Liang Shu Yin sighed over the corpses, saying Jia Ren alone wasn't enough. Evil thrived in chaos. Zi Hu squinted at the sky, guessing dawn was near and boss would soon finish his task. Lei Qiang reported retrieving the reserve food stores per Ye Zhangming's order, though supplies were scarce. Jia Ren suggested recruiting more people and quickly disposing of corpses due to the heat. Before he could finish, Ye Zhangming cut in, ordering immediate evacuation of the southern zone. When Jia Ren tried to ask why, Zhang Ming shouted for instant action, leaving no room for hesitation. Knowing Zhang Ming's nature, Jia Ren obeyed at once. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently. Another disaster was coming. Yi Zhangming cursed under his breath. Realizing it was too late to stop, he ordered Jia Ren to lead southern evacuations, Da Ming to mobilize troops and secure intersections. Turning to Lei Qiang, he asked about the potion's effects. Lei Qiang signaled full adaptation. Then Zhang Ming, Mo Ye, Xiao Hu, and Lei Qiang charged toward where the sandworms appeared. As they ran, Zhang Ming explained that killing the worms was the key to saving the base. These mutated creatures could burrow and quake the ground, wrecking the southern wall. Lei Qiang panicked. Zhang Ming confirmed peacetime buildings couldn't withstand such force, they'd collapse soon. Xiao Hu gasped if the wall broke. Monsters would flood in and joked about boss suddenly turning heroic. Yi Zhangming stared at the smoke afar, drawing his blade, saying he only needed this base a bit longer. Even if the wall fell, the rubble would still block zombies, kill the worms, rebuild, and all's well. As he neared a building, the sandworms burst through, shrouding everything in dust. Facing the giant worm, Yi Zhangming instantly entered combat stance. The worm surged from underground, debris raining over the team. Zhang Ming leapt up, his flaming blade slashing fiercely. Mid-battle, he shouted for everyone to target the worm's legs to limit movement. Then he pierced the bright shell on its back, right at the heart, demonstrating the weak spot. He jumped onto its back, drew his blade free, black blood spurting, warning it was neurotoxic. The worm he rode crashed down, while the ground near Xiao Hu trembled again. Xiao Hu gaped in awe, starting to speak when the ground split beneath them, cutting his words short. Two more sandworms erupted, attacking from both sides. A third emerged from behind, trapping Zhang Ming's team in a deadly pincer. Zhang Ming roared, taking on two himself, leaving the rest to handle the others' life or death by skill. Then he dove into battle, blood boiling with fury. Lei Qiang sweated bullets, fearing the level 2 sandworms were too strong for their small, newly evolved team. But before he could finish that thought, Mo Ye drew his blade and ordered Fa Shu Ying to move. Lei Qiang looked puzzled, while Xiao Hu laughed, saying Mo Ye and Fa Shu Ying would hold off 2 worms so the rest could focus on one. Mo Ye stepped up, asking Lei Qiang about his sword skills, and the gun Zhang Ming gave him. Lei Qiang confirmed he had it. Mo Ye drew his gun, aimed at the sandworm, and shouted to start the counterattack. At his cue, everyone took positions. Fa Shu Ying summoned spirit beasts for defense. Lei Qiang realized Mo Ye hinted rather than ordered directly to save his pride. Lei Qiang fired into the sky, shouting for cover fire, giving Liang Shu Yin and Xiao Hu the chance to charge. Liang Shuyin's whip wrapped around the worm's horn, launching her upward. She landed atop its head, slashing down as it roared and swung to retaliate. Xiao Hu threw his blade toward her, keeping her momentum unbroken. Liang Shuyin dodged the strike, caught the blade midair, and landed right at the worm's heart spot for a killing blow. Kneeling on its back, she raised the knife to finish it, but it roared and lunged, jaws gaping to bite her apart. At that perilous moment, Lu Qiang opened fire, spraying bullets to cover her. The barrage deflected the worm's attack, saving her in time. Liang Shuyin poured all her will into the strike, stabbing through its body. Toxic blood sprayed, but she dodged, kill confirmed. Fa Shuying quickly summoned another spirit shield to help Mo Ye block the next worm's strike. Xiao Hu climbed the worm's tail, stabbed deep, and laughed loudly, declaring victory and heading to assist. Ye Zhongming watched from atop another worm, quietly impressed by his team's flawless coordination. But then, a violent rumble sounded behind him. Something new was coming. The horrifying noises grew closer, chilling everyone. Zombies were approaching fast. Meanwhile, Xiao Hu, unaware of the threat, kept stabbing the last worm cheerfully. He turned to boast to Ye Zhongming, then froze. Zhongming's worms were already dead too. He asked in shock about the two worms Zhongming fought, only to hear a brief done. Liang Shuyin huffed, saying they didn't need help, they could have handled it themselves. Normally Zhongming would agree, but this time he pointed outward, serious. No time left. Everyone dashed outside through the swirling dust. Mo Ye frowned, wondering how zombies arrived so fast. Was it pre-planned? Xiao Hu noted the synchronized attacks, sandworms and zombies converging. It couldn't be coincidence. Ye Zhongming frowned deeply, mind racing. Retreating now would ruin too many plans. Just then, Xia Lei appeared, smiling, saying she had a way to stop them. Still in her familiar outfit, Xia Lei had rejoined the team. Mo Ye leapt down excitedly, rushing towards Xia Lei like reuniting with family. She hugged Xia Lei tightly, thrilled to sense her evolved aura. Xia Lei smiled, pointing toward a nearby building. See that one? If we blow it in the right direction, the rubble can block the southern entrance, buying the base time to regroup. She revealed she had found explosives in the base's east wing and only needed a bit of time to set them up. Xiao Hu whistled in awe, saying her demolition skills rivaled top experts. This mission was child's play for her. Yi Zhongming agreed with the plan, smiling as he asked how long she'd need. Xia Lei replied firmly, just 30 minutes to place all the charges. She requested support from Xiao Hu and Mo Ye, determined to risk everything for a turning point. Zhongming nodded, granting her half an hour and reminding her not to betray his trust. Outside, the zombie horde surged like a storming sea, pressure mounting. They kept coming, nearly scaling the walls. Zhongming shouted to open fire. The troops unleashed a barrage, bullets raining down. Yet the undead tide kept advancing. Lei Qiang warned that at this rate, ammo would soon run out. Zhongming signaled to cease fire, clearly plotting another move. He drew his weapon, declaring that anyone unwilling to fight could withdraw. Survivors would earn evolution potions. Then he leapt into the fray, blade blazing like molten steel, tearing through the night. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, blood flying, grin defiant against fate. Liang Shuyin followed, unleashing four shadows strike with her Joyger weapon. Illusory blades rained down, hammering the zombies ahead. Zhongming's reckless valor inspired everyone, renewing their faith in his promise. Believing survival possible if they killed a few, many charged forward with zeal. After days of struggle, now was the perfect chance to earn potions with lower risk. Standing amid the blood sea, Zhongming reflected courage was humanity's final hope. He warned all to keep safe distance, not to rush and fall into traps. Besides weapons, they could use kicks to push zombies back, avoiding misdirected strikes. Aim to kill in one blow to conserve strength amid the chaos. Bei watched the timer, urgently reporting only 15 minutes left for the plan. A soldier sneered at her idleness, mocking her as useless. In that distracted moment, another soldier almost got eaten. Bei screamed a warning. Her quick reaction saved him from death's jaws. The rescued man, trembling and grateful, realized her value as vital support. Eyes misty, he thanked her and shyly offered to treat her to a meal after this was over. In times like these, food was luxury, but Bei coolly replied her meals were of mightier beast meat, far beyond his means. Realizing her thoughts had turned twisted, she blamed Liang Shuyin's influence and tried to shake it off. Thinking of Liang Shuyin again, she silently prayed for her comrade's safety. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming kept fighting tirelessly through screams and the stench of blood. Suddenly, his eyes locked on a new abomination. The first death wraith had appeared. A soldier, enraged by his fallen comrade, recklessly charged for revenge. Zhongming shouted in alarm, realizing the suicidal act was deadly dangerous. In an instant, as the blade touched the grotesque creature, the death wraith morphed, long hair and fangs bared, spewing pink mist at the soldier. The mist enveloped him, blinding all senses. As the haze consumed him, he fell, clutching his head and screaming in agony. The torment racked both body and soul. He begged for death to end it. Seeing his comrade tortured alive, Yi Zhongming roared and lunged at the death wraith. A sudden, horrific scream echoed, leaving him momentarily confused. Before them appeared twisted, deformed creatures, even chickens had mutated into monsters. The abominations attacked soldiers. One pierced a man's chest with its tree branch-like tongue. The mutant chicken impaled a soldier's heart with its beak. Screams filled the battlefield. Amid chaos, Zhang Ming steadied the troops, ordering them to regroup. He immediately asked Bei Xuan for the remaining time on the plan. Flustered, she replied 11 minutes left. The tension spiked. Zhang Ming raised his hand, shouting for support, rallying everyone to fight while retreating. Like a war god, he cut down zombies alone, buying every second possible. He yelled for Li Qiang to cover the rear and ensure safe withdrawal. Using his scope, Li Qiang suddenly reported something odd, someone behind the zombie horde. Hearing that, Zhang Ming asked if the target was within range since ammo was nearly gone. The info chilled him if true. His suspicion was right. A terrifying power was orchestrating this. An old man stood among the mutants, seemingly commanding them all. Spotting Zhang Ming, the man grew ecstatic, as if finding the perfect prey. His eerie red eyes gleamed as he declared greedily, "Zhang Ming belongs to me." Elsewhere, Xu Yin still battled the undead, blue light dancing around her. After unleashing Foreshadow's strike, the glow surged into the zombie crowd. But 2 casts drained her completely. She staggered, spent. As she nearly collapsed, strong arms caught her. It was Zhang Ming, making her heart flutter. Before she could react, he spun and hurled her toward Bei like tossing a sack. Bei caught her in shock, while Xu Yin fumed, threatening to snap his neck if he said one more word. Zhang Ming turned back to the battlefield, slashing and shouting for everyone to retreat from the ruins. Watching him face the swarm alone, Bei called his name anxiously. But Xu Yin, exhausted, said staying would only burden him. They must obey. The surviving soldiers quickly fell back to reinforce the base. Still worried, Bei asked about his condition. Mo Ye reassured her he could last, had never fought at full strength before. She noted his attack range and power had grown, battle instincts sharper than ever. Seeing his blazing eyes, she knew she was right. Zhang Ming unleashed every skill from this life, and the last, facing the undead tied head-on. From atop the wall, soldiers stared in awe, one man holding back an entire horde, like a monster himself. Standing atop corpses, drenched in blood, he gritted his teeth, telling himself to hold on for just 5 more minutes. He recalled his luck in absorbing that special stone before evolving to 2-star rank. The stone doubled his endurance and recovery, keeping him alive amid the screaming zombie horde. His eyes burned with resolve. Endurance didn't make him faster or stronger, just absurdly unyielding. Seeing its prey refuse to fall, the monster grew impatient. The old creature roared, ordering its mutants to intensify their assault. Its abyssal mouth widened, black eyes gleaming as the beasts went berserk like drugged maniacs. Massive mutants, twice normal size, lunged at Zhang Ming without hesitation. Watching them rush in suicidally, he shuddered. These things had lost all instinct for survival. On the fortress wall, people gawked at the unnatural ferocity and unknown origin of the masked Tier 2 mutants. Amid the chaos, they all screamed his name in worry. Black claws like death's own size reached from all sides, binding him tight, stifling any counterattack. Zombies piled high, layer upon layer, burying him completely. Li Qiang trembled, convinced that Diep was surely dead. He turned away in despair, but Mo Yi suddenly shouted for him to look. She pointed toward the battlefield, urging everyone to see for themselves. From the corpse heap, fierce flames erupted, burning away swathes of zombies. The undead shrieked as the inferno consumed them one by one. In the blazing sea, Zhang Ming rose, flinging off the ones still clinging to him. He strode out of the fire, smoke curling from his neck, radiating war god energy. Everyone froze. No one could believe he'd returned alive from that mountain of death. Just then, Li Qiang's voice rang out from the wall, signaling time's up. The battle paused. Everyone rushed to reinforce the barricades with sandbags and stone. Across the ravine, others poured oil and shouted orders to hurry. Xiao Hu and his squad finally caught their breath, relieved the zombies had retreated. Seeing the organized withdrawal, Xiao Hu suspected a commander, recalling the strange hiss that preceded it. Su Yin remembered too. Right after that sound, all the mutants obediently pulled back. Mo Yu stopped further guessing, saying rest and recovery were the real priority now. Night fell over ruined factories, the world cloaked in dust and decay. When losses were tallied, gloom deepened. Over 3,000 dead or missing. Only a few hundred wounded survivors. At least tonight, zombies wouldn't return. Someone mentioned guarding the ruins, and Li Qiang assured them arrangements were done. Hong Fa raised his hand, reporting that all wounded under Diep Zhang Ming's orders had been restrained. He glanced at Zhang Ming, guilt-heavy at the harsh treatment of those brave fighters. A black-haired youth objected, saying even without immunity doses, they deserved mercy. Yet, he admitted that for everyone's safety, they couldn't risk internal chaos. He added that those fighters were courageous, unlike most citizens hiding at home. Zhang Ming coldly asked if he planned to let the wounded freely mutate without control. The question silenced the youth, though he still seemed to have more to say. Zhang Ming cut in, stressing that if they weren't restrained, they'd have to be exiled before becoming threats. He added that if they had family, they should harvest the crystal when mutation came, so even in death, value remained. Those without kin would be grouped, while evolution serums would go to today's frontline fighters first. Zhang Ming sat opposite the youth, announcing he'd recruit 1,000 to leave the base with him. Families would be supported in return. He gently lifted the young man's hand, teaching him how to run the base in future. Then he placed an evolution vial in his palm, saying the base would be his one day, but while he was here, his word ruled. In this apocalypse, kindness was rare, so Zhang Ming trusted the young man with the base's future. Xiao Hu wondered why they'd leave a stable base. Xia Lei answered it's because he had a higher goal. Zhang Ming turned and asked everyone what they saw as the base's greatest strength and weakness. Su Yin thought for a moment, saying manpower was their edge. It could be trained into a formidable force. Xiao Hu added that the 3 smelting factories here were another huge advantage, but the shortage of weapons and ammo was fatal. Xia Lei instead asked Zhang Ming for his view. Hearing them out, Zhang Ming smiled and said the base's real strength lay in its resources. Xia Lei frowned. Did he mean those monsters outside? Zhang Ming explained the issue was that this area only had Tier 2 core beasts. Everyone blinked. He thought Tier 2 was low. In his past life, that was treasure enough. But this time, he wanted more. Ignoring their shock, he grinned, promising to lead them to real treasure, but first, they'd gather assets. His team left the base, crossing desolate streets in search of stored valuables. At the sight, Xiao Hu scratched his head. Only paper money and a bit of precious metal remained. One member knocked on the vault, noting the simple lock could be opened with basic tools. But Zhang Ming just drew his blade, saying it wasn't a national vault he'd handle it fast. With a few decisive swings, the steel door was sliced to shreds. Staring at the scrap metal, the group gaped at how absurdly sharp his knife was. Sitting atop the steel heap, he declared the treasure hunt officially begun. The team eagerly pushed deeper into the treasury to explore. Xiao Hu found another safe, drew his knife, and slashed at the lock to check inside. One clean strike snapped the lock clean off. Opening the safe, blue light from a pile of gems made Xiao Hu shout for Xia Lei. He asked if they were Lu Bao jade, and she confirmed they were. Xiao Hu's eyes gleamed, while Xia Lei appraised each gem at about 2 million apiece. Hearing that, Xiao Hu cheered until Xia Lei scoffed that in the apocalypse, millions couldn't buy a few kilos of food. Ahead, Zhang Ming walked silently, hands in pockets, making Su Yin nervously ask what in this place was truly worth so much. He stopped before Vault B-18 and asked if she remembered the 2 evolved men they'd met at the market. Hearing those scheming faces mentioned, Su Yin instantly fumed. Of course she remembered them. Zhang Ming explained one had been the old leader's confidant, still alive, and had traded some useful info for mercy. As he spoke, he pulled a 1-meter-long box from the vault, stirring everyone's curiosity. Mo Ye guessed it was a gun case length matched to sniper rifles. Zhang Ming set it on his knee, finding the latch as the team watched eagerly. Just as guessed, inside lay a sniper rifle that made everyone gasp. An 88. Xiao Hu cheered at the complete weapon with scope and gear, while Mo Ye was surprised to find 2 bullets included. Zhang Ming happily shut the case, signaling the team to move on and follow him. Xiao Hu asked where to now. They'd fought all day, and the field still had plenty of crystals and loot. He blinked. Did boss really mean picking through corpses? Zhang Ming nodded, but told them to wait in the ruins first. He had one more task. At the ruins, Xiao Hu's group waited while Zhang Ming handled his private matter. Xiao Hu whispered to Yue Weishi that the boss was way too mysterious. Didn't he think so? Yue Weishi just folded his arms, saying everyone had secrets. Xiao Hu puffed a cigarette, clarifying he meant the boss seemed to know the apocalypse too well, like he'd lived it before. Yue Weishi exhaled smoke. So what? Su Yin chimed in, agreeing that his secrets didn't matter. She said no matter who he truly was, he saved her, taught her survival, gave her strength. Her eyes full of gratitude, awe, and something unspoken. Turning to the other women, Su Yin said they were lucky to live this far. Thanks to that 20-something man, she swore to follow him to the end, save or slay. Bei teased her, calling her a hopeless fangirl of his. Su Yin ignored it, saying she rarely met anyone genuinely kind on the road. She addressed Yue Shi and Xia Lei, saying she knew they still remembered the ones who once loved and betrayed them under that same night sky. Her words froze, both men their eyes dimmed, brushing memories best forgotten. Yue Shi bit his cigarette, face heavy, saying everything changed the moment Zhang Ming rescued him from that humiliating building. His life now belonged to him. Xiao Hu scratched his head, insisting he was just curious about the boss mystery. Why was everyone looking at him like a sinner? Then he stood and vowed to follow to the end, not for rank, but because the boss promised cool stuff, and he hadn't seen it yet. Mo Ye laughed, saying Xia Lei, and Bei Shuan all wanted to see where Zhang Ming would take them. After chatting, they realized he'd been gone over half an hour. His absence only deepened his enigma. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming stood silently before a massive pit of corpses, zombie bodies stacked high, reeking of death, thick enough to choke. He stared into the pile, puzzled why so many corpses existed after just one assault. Only days after the base was founded, casualties had already skyrocketed. He suddenly encountered two mutated, raging bulls. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and sliced both heads clean off. Blood gushed like a river, spilling into the pit below. The bald man trembled at the sight of the bloody blade, terrified head almost been next. Stammering and drenched in sweat, he couldn't guess what Zhang Ming intended. Zhang Ming calmly said head just mastered a new technique that required massive beast blood for testing. He added that practice made perfect, sending the bald man into sheer panic. The man groveled for mercy, swearing total loyalty if spared. Zhang Ming approached coldly, telling him to ask the corpses in the pit if they'd forgive him. Then he leveled his blade at the man's head, saying it was his turn. With the blade inches away, the bald man screamed in terror. Zhang Ming thought his death worthwhile, at least the body could serve as material for the new art. Suddenly, he froze. Sensing something unusual, he bent down and noticed faint movement among the corpses. Before him lay a blonde woman, to his surprise. It was the same girl once dragged away in the marketplace. His fists, clenched rage, flared at seeing humans tortured like beasts. Without pause, he leapt down and pulled her from the pit. Seeing her badly wounded and barely breathing, he checked her condition anxiously. Realizing she couldn't be saved, he decided to use her in a rebirth ritual. In his arms, the girl weakly opened her eyes one last time. He said she was worth more than that fool, making the bald man sob in terror. He laid her back into the blood pool of the two mutant bulls. Then he took out two energy cores to begin the rite. He made her drink a vial to trigger evolution. Placing his hand on her head, black violet energy erupted violently from her body. Black liquid poured from her eyes, nose, and mouth. Her pupils turned abyssal. Her blonde hair darkened to crimson, eyes blazing red with menace. Her body levitated, black fluid spraying as he raised an arm to shield himself. When the ritual ended, the girl descended stiffly, a puppet reborn. Her wounds were gone. Skin pale as frost, hair glowing blood-red. Zhang Ming slowly approached the newly revived being. Pressing a hand to her face, he felt her heart still beat but faintly. The few heartbeats were powerful, though her breath was nearly gone, puzzling him. Excited by the result, Zhang Ming wanted to test Kata's combat strength. He ordered the new puppet to kill the bald man nearby. At his command, she flashed forward like a ghost, leaving a blurred afterimage. The bald man froze in horror, unable to react. A blue flash swept by. His life ended without a word. Meanwhile, Xiao He's group was still waiting for Zhang Ming's return. Jia Ren appeared, saying it was his turn for watch duty. Not seeing Zhang Ming, Jia Ren grew uneasy, though Xiao He remained calm, trusting the boss. Xiao Lei called out to Xiao Hu with a suggestive tone. Her familiar attitude made Xiao Hu nervous, sensing her intentions. He quickly holstered his weapon, asking her straight what she wanted and warning she wouldn't get it. His reply left Xiao Lei speechless. Annoyed, she smacked Xiao He's head, bragging Shed trained in blade arts had he. He calmly said Shed taught him. That answer infuriated her more. She kicked his arm for being so cheeky. Just then, the group noticed another team approaching. Zhang Ming had returned. Trailed by a puppet corpse, he raised his blade and handed it to Xiao Lei, earning cheers. He passed her the weapon firmly. She accepted it with gratitude. Seeing the being behind him, the team wondered what it was. He offered no answer, telling them had explained once back at base. He quickly issued orders to make noise and throw meat to lure zombies away. Xiao Lei volunteered to bait and clear paths, but Zhang Ming reminded them this was a collection mission, not a fight. Everyone nodded, bracing for the task ahead. An hour later, under Zhang Ming's lead, the team began moving out. He called for cover fire. The lighting squad switched on their beams. As they landed, they glimpsed the puppet's blurred afterimage. Xiao Hu gasped in shock. He froze, watching the puppet charge into zombies, red hair blazing, eyes glowing like blood. Yui Shi guessed she looked like a zombie herself, yet clearly under Zhang Ming's control. Xiao Lei cut him off, urging everyone to harvest zombie crystals instead of talking. Zhang Ming kept slashing each strike faster, like he was practicing with fruit. Watching the puppet rampage, he marveled it was a terrifying bioweapon. With blistering speed, zombies were shredded before they could react. He judged her both fiercely offensive and nearly indestructible. Even tier 2 foes could barely harm her. A zombie bit her arm, only for its teeth to shatter her skin, unmarked. Though skillless and classless, she outpowered most 1-star evolvers and could challenge even 2s. Seeing zombie numbers swell, Zhang Ming ordered a retreat. The team obeyed instantly, following him out of danger. Night cloaked the ruined city, its gloom deepened by crumbling towers. Back at base, the squad tallied their loot after the battle. Mo Ye reported over 1,000 tier 1 crystals and barely 20 tier 2s. Evolution Zerum refining was risky, so they dared not push their luck further. Zhang Ming shrugged it off, telling them to save the tier 2 doses for later. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Jia Ren entered, reporting to Zhang Ming. Behind him stood soldiers who'd survived the ruins fight. Zhang Ming held up vials of evolution serum, asking if they knew what it did. Seeing the precious bottles, everyone gaped. He affirmed they'd earned them through their valor. But he warned the reward came from his team's deadly mission, so anyone taking it must fight beside them tomorrow. At dawn, the group assembled before the ruined fortress, ready to depart. Zhang Ming folded his arms, assessing the force before him. Dai Ming reported that gear was mostly prepared, though still short of his strict standards. The recruitment of 1,000 warriors was set, but one issue had arisen. Li Qiang awkwardly yielded to Dai Ming, who said only 7 of the 13 who drank the serum had shown up. Just then, Jia Ren returned, and everyone sighed in relief, hoping he'd handle the situation. He stepped forward, explaining to Zhang Ming that there was a snag: the enhanced soldiers hadn't all shown up as planned. Worried, Jia Ren offered to find replacements but wasn't sure they'd agree to come. Zhang Ming frowned, reminding him that a leader must know control if he wanted to rule the base. He had to deal with defiance. Jia Ren fumbled for excuses, but Zhang Ming cut him off, stressing the laws of survival. He raised 3 fingers, explaining problems were solved by reason, money, or power. In this lawless world, only profit and violence remained. Yesterday used profit, today required force. Jia Ren shivered, catching the bloody meaning behind his words. Zhang Ming's tone hardened, ordering Jia Ren to use his own gun to make the people obey, submit and live, resist and die. He summoned Xiao Hu, Xiao Lei, and Li Qiang to assist Jia Ren in enforcing the command. Though uneasy, Li Qiang nodded and accepted the task. Zhang Ming placed a hand on Jia Ren's shoulder, urging him to lead troops and hunt the deserters. He ordered it made clear: either join the fight or face execution. After assigning roles, he leaned against the wall, hands in pockets, calmly waiting. Hearing footsteps return, he slowly opened his eyes. Jia Ren arrived with the summoned men, reporting that 1 rebel had been executed on the spot. Zhang Ming praised him, then warned the rest that rewards could just as easily be revoked. The group trembled in fear under his cold authority. They all apologized in unison, swearing total obedience. Zhang Ming smiled faintly and ordered departure. Outside the base, laborers toiled for survival. They hurried to reinforce the walls, bracing for the coming battle. Some dug trenches, others hauled sandbags to build new defenses. Watching through binoculars, Zhang Ming noted the construction was faster than expected. 3 of them lay prone atop a skyscraper roof, surveying the base below. Mo Yi wondered why they hadn't started luring monsters yet. Zhang Ming only smiled, saying he was waiting for someone. The other 2 asked who he was looking for. He gave a vague reply, stoking their curiosity further. Gazing at his blade, he speculated that only one kind of creature could control both zombies and mutants simultaneously: the so-called brainworm. The brainworm wasn't large but excelled in speed, stealth, and ambush through perfect camouflage. It didn't kill outright. Instead, it robbed victims of consciousness, turning them into living puppets. Those controlled weren't skilled but could channel energy crystals, easily manipulating any creature containing them. He suspected the man from before was one such victim. Suddenly, Zhang Ming sliced his own palm open. Mo Yu screamed in shock, thinking he'd gone mad. He just smirked. If he couldn't find it, he'd make it come to him. He explained that raw meat alone couldn't lure enough zombies. Too few came at a time. At night, human combat power plummeted while mutants thrived, so he'd gamble by baiting the master itself. He stated clearly that the real enemy targeting the base was the one commanding zombies and mutants alike. Mo Ye kept scanning the field through her scope. Not long after his blood hit the ground, an army of monsters and zombies began stirring toward the base. Zhang Ming signaled it was time to move. Meanwhile, Su Yin led a group of youths waiting for his team's return. When she saw Zhang Ming and Xia Lei appear, her face lit up with joy. But behind them surged a horde of zombies in hot pursuit. Zhang Ming vaulted over the base wall to rejoin his squad. He assigned Su Yin to command the first defense line: hold position, but retreat immediately if the trench collapsed. Su Yin nodded, fully understanding his order. She cracked her whip, rallying the soldiers to fight bravely. Cowards would be shamed. She shouted that surviving today would change their tomorrow. Her words lit a fire in them. The squad roared forward. In the wasteland near the base, where the brainworm had once appeared, an eerie silence lingered. Zhang Ming, Da Huang, and the puppet began inspecting the area. He examined carefully, convinced the brainworm had a reason for attacking the base. He guessed its goal was to absorb power to evolve, and that he himself was the main target. Being the strongest evolver in the new base made him ideal prey. He smirked coldly. He knew it was hunting him, but he was hunting it too. Turning to Da Huang, he joked, asking if it wanted to eat some noodle worm, leaving it confused. Suddenly, Da Huang's fur bristled, eyes sharp, body tense with alertness. It growled toward a direction, making Zhang Ming instantly heighten his guard. He stared into the area it warned about but saw nothing unusual. He decided to venture deeper, realizing no one truly understood the terror of the brainworm's existence. Fearsome yet coveted, the creature was like a living elemental crystal. At the spot that triggered Da Huang's reaction sat the same old monster from before. Recognizing him, Zhang Ming called out, and the man looked briefly startled. He approached to confirm it was Commander Diep. Beside him loomed a Tier 3 mutant, the 100-armed zombie, its black core marking it as a powerhouse. Commander Diep was clearly being puppeted by the brainworm, his body drained, guarded by the massive beast, proving Zhong Ming's theory right. Then the brain worm emitted a chilling, wet sound. Delicious. Zhong Ming's face darkened. He cursed furiously. Without hesitation, he charged at Commander Deep just as the 100-armed zombie rose, towering 5 times his height. Tentacles lashed toward him. Zhong Ming answered with fire, but it failed to burn. The flames faded, leaving the zombie almost unscathed. Still calm, he smirked, admitting it was the first time his skill couldn't finish the job. A true Tier 3 indeed. As the fire died, the creature began to regenerate, but had already anticipated that. Before it could strike, Zhong Ming and Da Huang lunged together. His blade sliced through tentacles, but the wounds were shallow. Da Huang grabbed one of the zombie's arms, trying to restrain it. With a mere swing, the monster hurled Da Huang away. Freed, it threw a massive punch at Zhong Ming. He dodged with a leap, acknowledging that without preparation, he'd be in deep trouble. Yet he smiled confidently because he knew the beast had a fatal weakness it couldn't fix. He shouted, ordering Dai Huang to take down that black thing. Obeying, Dai Huang shot forward like an arrow toward Leader Yi. Seeing it ignore him, Xie Zhongming confirmed the brain worm was the Bi Xiaoyu zombie's only target. The monster spread its tentacles, blocking everyone from approaching the brain worm. The tentacles wrapped tightly around Dai Huang, immobilizing him. Suddenly, Dai Huang's fur turned into sharp darts, shooting straight at the brain worm. Caught off guard, the old man raised his hands to block the deadly strike. Seeing his chance, Xie Zhongming lunged like a spring toward the Bi Xiao zombie. With a sharp slash, he severed the long tentacle binding Dai Huang. Using the rebound force, Xie Zhongming launched himself like an arrow at the monster's face. Suddenly, a massive rock flew in, blocking his attack path. The impact sent him flying backward violently. Alert, he scanned around, suspecting a third party's interference. A two-headed mutant beast burst from the bushes, attacking him. He recognized it as a rare twin power mutant, its evolution path unknown. One head was a humanoid zombie that threw objects, the other a mutated bear with deadly claws. Xie Zhongming glanced sideways, realizing the brain worm had saved its trump card and more beasts likely hid nearby. He immediately ordered Dai Huang to attack the twin power mutant. As the command rang out, Dai Huang charged at the new foe while he turned back to the Bi Xiao zombie. Xie Zhongming activated the condensation art, summoning a massive metal warrior. The warrior delivered a thunderous punch straight into the Bi Xiao zombie's body. The level 3 monster was knocked back and instantly immobilized. Watching it frozen, he sneered. Locked up tight. Huh? The metal warrior was forged from ultra-rare osmium. Osmium had the highest density among metals, each block over 22 kilograms. From an old helicopter factory, had collected more than 50 blocks, totaling over a ton. Even a level 3 creature couldn't move under that weight, he said, drawing his blade. His voice cold as death, he stabbed the monster's eye, spilling foul black fluid. As the twin power mutant rushed in, he finished off the Bi Xiao zombie. Quickly, he retrieved its level 3 magic crystal, gripping it tightly. Xie Zhongming spun around toward the twin power mutant battling the metal warrior. Elsewhere, Sha charged at the brain worm. The old man's black eyes, under control, followed her every move. With one fatal strike, Sha severed Leader Yi's head. Seeing that, Xie Zhongming shouted, "Throw it away, now." He wasn't sure if the brain worm could parasitize, but he wasn't taking chances. Sha hurled the head hard into a nearby tree. From the cracked skull, the brain worm's tentacles suddenly burst out. The old man's face twisted in pain as Xie Zhongming charged in. At last, the brain worm's true form fully emerged. It emitted a strange sonic wave aimed at Xie Zhongming. He gritted his teeth, realizing it was a summoning signal for other mutants. Monsters from all over the forest swarmed in, surrounding him and his team. Xie Zhongming shouted for Sha, who charged in to block the beasts and clear his path. Too late now, no army can save us. His gaze turned razor sharp. The sky was clear, and the city was eerily peaceful. All zombies had gathered at Xie Zhongming's new base, where soldiers fought desperately. Suddenly, every undead froze, staring toward the forest. As if ordered, the zombies withdrew in formation. Everyone was stunned to see the undead retreat so orderly. Hai Ming guessed that Ye Musfi somehow made them retreat. Shu Yin urged the team not to delay and to chase Zidi immediately. Seeing a perfect chance to strike, Shu Yin led the pursuit. The brain worm, terrified of Xie Zhongming's power, fled into the deep woods. A pack of mutants chased after Xie Zhongming to block his way. He sped up as the enemies closed in. Ahead lay a lake, making the brain worm hesitate between fleeing or turning back. Xie Zhongming smirked and pulled something from his personal space. He drew out a fire extinguisher and advanced on the brain worm. He attacked it directly with the extinguisher blast. Hit. The brain worm convulsed violently, like struck by its nemesis. Seeing it limp, Xie Zhongming noted its frail body despite strong psychic power. His sharp eyes revealed had found the creature's weakness. The brain worm suddenly begged, speaking telepathically and startling him. Xie Zhongming stood calm amid the monster's roars. Utterly fearless, he threatened the brain worm if it wanted to live. Order the beasts to stop. Panicking, the brain worm sent a telepathic command to halt. The surrounding monsters froze, showing no hostility. Seeing them obey, Xi Zhongming smiled but kept his gun up. Taking advantage, he ordered Dai Huang and Sha Sha to wipe them out. Dai Huang lunged forward and tore into the beasts. Watching the motionless monsters, Xie Zhongming sneered coldly. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he sensed something odd. Sha Sha wasn't attacking, she was doing something strange. She was eating magic crystals, stunning Xie Zhongming. It might be Sha Sha's unique evolution method. Ignoring her, he opened the container meant to imprison the brain worm. After sealing the lid, Xi Zhongming rose and walked away. Seeing the slain monsters around, he signaled Sha Sha and Dai Huang to return. Over the base, the sky hung dim and heavy, battle traces still lingering. Inside, Xiao He's group cheered while checking their magic crystal hull. Seeing the glittering pile, Xiao Hu guessed it topped 5,000. Ba Ruyi, unimpressed, demanded another guess. Xie Lei sneered, mocking their inexperience and childishness. Yet she believed their traps and tactics must be earned tens of thousands. Convinced, Ba Ruyi gave a thumbs up and mocked Ziha's stupidity. Bo Sui counted and announced the shocking total over 15,000 crystals. Xiao Hu gawked, imagining endless evolution potions they could trade for. Ba Shuyan pointed to Shi Zhongming, saying the level 2 crystals were his. Xie Zhongming smiled, confirming even the high-grade crystals' yield was excellent. He told Xiao Hu to keep part of the haul and take the rest with Dai Ming and Lei for the rotation ritual. Xiao Hu eagerly accepted, bragging about his luck in front of Xie Zhongming. Xie Zhuming handed Jia Zhen 50 evolution potions and let him distribute them freely. He emphasized that Jia Zhen must retain most of the base's authority, even if not all. Jia Zhen replied firmly, clearly understanding his intent. Pleased, Xi Zhongming ordered preparations for the next zombie hunt. Jia Zhen, worried about exhaustion, asked about tomorrow's plan. Hearing Xi Zhongming would leave, Jia Zhen was shocked and uneasy. Without answering, Xi Zhongming simply told them to organize and prepare early. The next morning in the East City, traces of the apocalypse still lingered. Xi Zhongming opened the box containing the brain worm, confusing everyone. The brain worm's weak voice drifted out like a passing breeze. Smirking, Xi Zhongming ordered it to summon its kin. The brain worm hesitated, unsure of his plan. Forced, it sent out sonic waves to call zombies and mutants. Soon, hordes of monsters gathered outside the base. Watching from above, Xi Zhongming told his team to attack they wouldn't resist. Following orders, everyone charged in to slaughter the zombies. The brainworm trembled under his stare, begging for mercy after obeying. Xi Zhongming shook his head coldly. There was still one thing left. Mentioning its flavor, he stabbed hard, blood splattering everywhere. After finishing the job, Xi Zhongming's group departed in a military vehicle. Watching the car fade away, Jia Zhen stayed silent until Dai Ming called him back. Dai Ming asked about Li Qiang, and Jia Zhen explained he stayed to aid the base. Patting Dai Ming's shoulder, Jia Zhen left, still unsure why they had to go. Meanwhile, those remaining hurried to reinforce the base defenses. Xi Zhongming's convoy rolled steadily away from camp. Seeing no gas stations on the road, Xiao Hu fretted about fuel. Xi Zhongming remained calm, treating the truck as just temporary transport. Zihu curiously asked where their real destination was. Xie Zhongming slowly revealed it was Qingyun Province Villa. Everyone was shocked it was nearly 1,000 kilometers away. Xia Lei didn't know why, but Xie Zhongming said it would be safe there for 2 years. She noticed their route veered off, heading toward Ola County instead. Xie Zhongming confirmed they'd stopped by Ola first to find someone. He asked if anyone wanted to search for family along the way. Mo Ye looked sad, unsure if his parents survived the chaos. Bo Sui grew emotional, thinking of his parents teaching overseas, while Zhen Si stayed silent. Unlike them, Xiao Hu was carefree, believing his parents were fine and they'd reunite someday. Xu Ying grew teary, fearing her loved ones hadn't survived the turmoil. The truck rolled through the moonlit forest, calm and quiet. The group stopped at a clearing to rest overnight. Xie Zhongming, Xia Lei, and Xiao Hu took turns watching through binoculars. From afar, they spotted a large base hidden beyond the forest. Xiao Hu confirmed to Xie Zhongming that it was an active base. The strict defenses and armed guards proved many people were inside. Xi Zhongming was amazed by how quickly humans adapted after the apocalypse. Xia Lei teased that no one adapted faster than him, making him fall silent in old memories. Xiao Hu wondered why not rest at the base, but Xi Zhongming refused to avoid trouble. Knowing their boss too well, Xiao Hu guessed he had another plan, making Xia Lei laugh. Annoyed by their teasing, Xia Zhongming changed the topic and told Xia Lei to go into town with him. The next day, they entered a crowded city packed with people. Several men ogled Xia Lei lustfully and threw lewd comments. The beauty in their sights was Xia Lei, still dazzling despite the chaos. Xia Lei seriously asked Xia Zhongming what reward she'd get for her sacrifice this time. Frustrated, she said she didn't mind fighting but refused to use her body as bait. Xia Zhongming explained it was only a lure tactic, nothing indecent. Still fuming, Xia Lei demanded a fair share, and Xia Zhongming joked about replacing her. Offended, she snapped that all she wanted was priority access to evolution potions. Xia Zhongming replied coldly what if he refused. With a sly grin, Xia Lei threatened to expose his manipulation to the team. He was speechless, though had already planned to prioritize Xia Lei and Mo Ye for potions. By pure strength, those two were the top candidates. Xia Lei had even been taught blade arts by a master, her wind and moon style making her deadly. While he pondered, distant screams made the group tense. A thick cloud of dust signaled 3 military trucks speeding in. The townsfolk gasped in recognition the familiar convoy had returned. They gossiped about the massive magic crystals hanging from the warriors' belts. Yet they also muttered that the area teemed with humans and zombies, many burned or infected. The trucks rolled into the city as civilians cursed under breath but bowed to survive. Xia Zhongming and Xiao Lei watched as the gate guards allowed entry. He led his team inside, with Xia Lei quietly following close. Her striking beauty drew every soldier's gaze. They whispered in awe, few clean, gorgeous women remained in this world. One soldier told his buddy to inform Huang Xiao, hoping for an evolution potion reward. Xia Lei signaled success to Xia Zhongming. The bait had worked. She pointed the way, telling him to wait while he warned her not to stray too far. She stood by a cosmetics stall pretending to shop, waiting for Huang Xiao's gang to bite. When she sensed movement, she immediately walked off. Glancing back, she spotted pursuers tailing her. A group of thugs watched her every step with predatory eyes. When she vanished from sight, they hurried after her. She stood at the corner, arms crossed, smiling mockingly at their slowness. Seeing her calmly waiting instead of fleeing, Huang Xiao's men grew suspicious. At that moment, Xia Zhongming appeared from behind. One lackey raised his club, blustering like a fool about to die. In a flash, Xia Zhongming grabbed the man's collar and clamped his mouth shut. One clean strike sent him flying, body marked by a handprint. His pals turned pale with terror. Xia Zhongming's mere glance made the tank-top thug's spine freeze. Before he could react, he was punched down cold. The last one had his neck crushed between Xia Zhongming's hands, coughing blood before fainting. Seeing his crew wiped out in seconds, Huang Xiao trembled backward. He dropped to his knees, sobbing and begging to give up everything for mercy. He was so scared, he wet himself on the spot. Xia Zhongming coldly demanded to know where Shang Yuan was held his life for the info. Shaking, Huang Xiao pointed toward a southern warehouse basement. At that moment, a nurse carrying 2 bags walked toward the food depot. The guards greeted her, clearly used to her visits. She raised the bags, saying the boss still wanted Shang Yuan alive. The guards muttered, wondering why he tortured Shang Yuan like a monster over a woman. As they whispered, Xia Zhongming entered, startling them into shouting. Without hesitation, he threw them aside and told Xia Lei to finish it. The nurse shouted angrily when she saw him. She demanded to know who dared barge into this restricted area. As always, noisy ones die first. Her neck was grabbed instantly. A crack echoed as her neck twisted like dry wood. Done. Xia Zhongming moved deeper to find Shang Yuan. Inside, Shang Yuan lay unconscious, body covered in brutal wounds. Seeing his friend's state, Xia Zhongming choked up. He remembered their past battles as sharpshooter and a steadfast defender side by side. Shang Yuan had shielded him countless times until dying 2 months before his rebirth. That's why, after returning, had secretly investigated and now confirmed his friend's captivity. Finally rescuing him, Xia Zhongming felt relief and whispered an apology for being late. He carefully carried Shang Yuan out of the underground cell. Outside, Xia Lei had wiped out the guards, cleaning her blade as she asked if this was the one. He nodded. Shang Yuan was the team's shield, the wall against harm. After they left, 3 others entered the food depot. Leading them was Huang Shijie, head of the Olan base, furious at the corpses scattered around. A pink-haired girl, clueless about the scene, joked lightly, worsening his rage. Her careless words earned her a slap straight to the face. His eyes burned with killing intent, furious at being attacked and losing 6 evolved soldiers. He vented his fury by beating the pink-haired woman senseless. Then he demanded his son confirm details about the intruders, a man and a woman. The coroner reported Nurse Ji was strangled by a man. Clean and precise technique. Though unsure if they were evolvers, their combat skills showed physical mastery. When Huang Shijie frowned, the coroner added both had struck equally strong. Their power far surpassed that of ordinary first-tier evolvers. Huang Shijie thanked Dr. Mo with a calm facade. Meanwhile, Huang Xiao cowered like a rat, too terrified to admit had leaked the information. Dr. Mo shook hands goodbye, reminding them of their prior agreement. He left with his medical case, the father and son watching silently, the pink-haired woman dead at Huang Shijie's feet. Huang Xiao whispered, asking why not keep Dr. Mo for safety, but the doctor was already gone. Unconcerned, Huang Shijie replied coldly, ordering martial law and maximum alert across the city. His son wanted to ask more, but Shi Jie clarified it wasn't unwillingness to keep the doctor, but inability. Simply put, the price to retain someone like Dr. Mo was beyond their reach. Meanwhile, Shi Zhongming's group rested safely for a few days at their old site. Sunlight on his face slowly woke Sheng Yuan. He blinked, confused by the unfamiliar surroundings. Feeling uneasy, he sat up instantly. A voice from behind startled him into spinning around. Seeing Shi Zhongming, Sheng Yuan asked if he was his rescuer. Shi Zhongming confirmed, and Sheng Yuan couldn't hide his curiosity about the reason. Shi Zhongming frankly admitted he wanted to use Sheng Yuan's endurance. Though once brothers, working together for benefit was only logical now. Sheng Yuan nervously asked if this support role meant he'd die again. Calmly, Xie Zhongming said without him, Sheng Yuan would already be dead. Sheng Yuan shook his hand, agreeing to cooperate without hesitation. After recovering, he joined Shi Zhongming's team heading deep into the Olan Mountains. Shi Zhongming asked about the shield, and Sheng Yuan confirmed it worked perfectly for his class. The massive shield covered him entirely, yet he lifted it easily with one hand. An unexpected strike hit and he blocked it, rocks flying as the shield's power flared. Xu Yin was amazed by Sheng Yuan's might, while Xi Zhongming noted the shield's self-repairability. The risk of obtaining demon metal for crafting it had proven worthwhile. Its regenerative nature made it superior to high-grade gear. While guarding, Sheng Yuan suddenly turned toward Xie Zhongming. He pointed ahead, asking about the destination. Xie Zhongming confirmed, trusting Sheng Yuan's instincts. Before them lay a strange rotating altar with 4 rectangular slabs like cards. Xi Zhongming placed his hand on the center, deep in thought. Rotating altars in this world varied greatly, the rarer, the more precious. This treasure-collecting altar indicated the amount of treasure nearby. The golden wheel inscribed demonic compass symbolized extreme danger. Xia Lei's team arrived too, observing the bizarre altar. Music Master voiced curiosity about how it differed from normal ones. Shi Zhongming explained it was perilous but offered great rewards and head test their luck. He called Bo Yu over, telling her to stand beside him at the start. But she wasn't to protect him. Her job was to assist Sheng Yuan in danger, while Music Master led others 500 meters east. No matter what happened, none were to approach. Realizing the danger, Music Master felt uneasy about being barred from helping. Shi Zhongming assigned roles clearly: Sheng Yuan to face front, Red Hair to support, and others to guard the perimeter. If intruders appeared, it was everyone's duty to block them. The team instantly took their positions, ready. Shi Zhongming warned they were about to face unknown creatures and pulled out magic crystals. He said he couldn't fight long, so everyone must protect each other, then placed the crystals on the altar. The altar glowed blue, enveloping him as the rectangular slabs began to move. He watched tensely as the altar spun. The result appeared, revealing a strange name. Once unsealed, it would summon a warrior with a unique skill. He recalled Dai Huang Huang, a battle beast once bonded by emotion, capable of betrayal if feelings changed. In contrast, summoned beasts from the altar vanished when their master died pure loyalty. Such beasts existed only to fight, capable of evolving but distinct from normal variants. He once met a man whose summoned beast was a mermaid healer, non-combat but immensely restorative, then fed more crystals into the altar. Shi Zhongming kept watching the rotation, awaiting the next result. He warned the team to brace, the creature was coming. Inside one slab, a lion-shaped silhouette appeared. A blue-orange beam shot from the block. When it hit the ground, the shockwave made Xiao Hu jump. From the light emerged a blazing red lion with blue, feral eyes. Xie Zhongming identified it as the fiery flame lion and ordered it restrained. Sheng Yuan asked its level, hearing it was tier 3, extremely dangerous. Knowing that, Sheng Yuan gripped his shield and shouted, "Beast, come at me." Shi Zhongming continued watching, waiting for the next summon. A massive insect silhouette formed within another slab. The next summon materialized as a giant spider-like monster. 2 colossal beasts at once made Xiao Hu curse in disbelief. Xie Zhongming warned them both tier 3. One breathing fire, the other spraying acid and toxic mist. He looked up at the altar, tracking its reaction. The final summon appeared: Tai Ming Lu Long, making him grin with delight. Luck had finally sided with him this round. He quickly summoned his metal warrior from personal space to join the fight. The giant appeared, radiating intense geomagnetic energy. Its stomp cracked the ground, ready to face the tier 3 beasts. Shi Zhongming then cast a low-level condensation art again. This time, a golden-armored warrior with a massive blade appeared. The golden warrior instantly charged at the fiery flame lion. Xie Zhongming performed a third summon, an earthen golem. The clay figure stood behind Sheng Yuan as his guard, its odd form startling him. With summons complete, Xie Zhongming drew his sword and charged into the beast battlefield. Using the metal warrior's back for leverage, he launched himself toward the main enemy. His flaming blade struck down with force on the insectoid beast ahead. Fire engulfed him mid-battle, had done everything possible. Leaving the rest of his comrades, Xiao Hu roared with laughter, swearing not to let him down. Xiao Hu's team joined the fight, guarding Xie Zhongming as he readied the next altar spin. Without the brainworm's earlier power boost, had already be drained. Ye Zhongming inserts a Tier 2 demon core into the wheel, prepping the next spin. He studies the demon board as the first king pattern appears, signaling a chance for higher tuning. Once a pattern locks, it stays until 4 form or time runs out, and the spinner can't move. He steps back, watching his team fight, trusting their skills. Yi Zhongming recalls that the demonic board's carvings can manifest real attacking creatures. If no win after one spin, 3 elites appear, 2 fails. Bring 6, 5 fails bind the spinner to certain death. Yi Zhongming waits tensely for the wheel's result. Seeing teammates risking lives for him, he refuses to give up. Shang Yuan throws everything into shielding against the blazing lion, giving the team an opening. Flames engulf him as Shang Yuan strains under deadly pressure. 3 summoned warriors charge 2 mutant beasts. Xiao Hu scolds Ye Zhongming for risking himself just to spin. Ye Zhongming explains only he, with 2-star spirit power and matching core, can operate the wheel. He adds that locking a pattern needs high-grade cores and at least 2 attempts. Without the Tier 2 core from the 100-armed zombie, he couldn't activate the wheel. Yi Zhongming waits as the wheel's cubes shift, revealing monster shadows. A green flash stuns him. It's a hollow man. Luckily, it's just a Tier 2 horsefly larva. Not too dangerous. But next appears a sword-wielding Tier 3 beast. He can't believe his rotten luck, only deadly summons. Angry and anxious, he slams the wheel, fearing the team won't last. The summoned creatures go berserk, charging Shang Yuan's group. Yi Zhongming grits his teeth for one final spin, all hope on the third try. Result a Tier 3 Dark Sword Beast Zhongkai Jianlong, deepening his despair. He yells orders, focus all fire on the Tier 3 Hollow Man, summons will stall the rest. Each summon takes on one Tier 3 foe to ease team pressure. Following orders, Xiao Hu, Mo Ye, and Xia Lei ready and open fire. The bullet storm overwhelms the Hollow Man. Da Huang lunges in, biting its leg hard. The joint assault pierces the beast's body, gravely wounding it. Mo Ye recalls Da Huang and warns Red Hair not to act rashly. Both retreat fast as Shang Yuan shields their withdrawal. The gold-armored fighter gets his arm bitten by the blazing lion, badly injured. The metal warrior also suffers heavy damage from the sword beast. The clay golem Ye Zhongming summoned is severely struck by Zhongkai Jianlong. All Yi Zhongming's summons are destroyed, leaving Xia Lei anxious against 3 Tier 3 beasts. He notices the few armor-piercing rounds left and orders the team to finish the Tier 2 one first. Following Xia Lei's order, the team fires at the Tier 2 horsefly larva. With perfect coordination, the Tier 2 creature drops instantly. Yi Zhongming secretly admires Xia Lei's sharp analysis and timing. He keeps his eyes on the wheel, awaiting the fateful spin. Uneasy, he wonders how long his bad luck will last. Only one more symbol needed for a winning combo. Yi Zhongming grips the core, ready for the second lock. Just one more match, he urges fate to hurry up. As the team fights hard, Shu Yin gasps at 2 new flashes of light. A massive snake-like cyclops, ghost of Tier 3, appears. Alongside it spawns a blood zombie covered in red spikes. Then another Tier 2 horsefly larva. Enemy count skyrockets. With monsters piling up, Shang Yuan's team weakens while Shu Yin panics. She turns and yells at Yi Zhongming for dooming them all. Inside, Yi Zhongming is equally frantic. He's spun 7 times and can't stop now. Placing all hope on the last spin, he watches in tense silence. A cube reveals a creature with glowing green eyes. Excitement flashes across Yi Zhongming's face. The wheel roars, summon successful. He clenches his fist and orders activation of the new warrior. Golden light envelops him for a brief moment. The result, a weak Lodier mech combat unit. Staring at the gaudy yellow robot, he's speechless. Disappointed, had hoped for a beast or mystical summon, not tech junk. The wheel rarely yields tech gear like the Qingguang battleship. Hell, settle for this bot. What matters now is whether it can actually help. He commands it to attack, but it just beeps an error. The bot demands an energy refill, stunning Ye Zhongming, a so-called war machine asking to charge before fighting ridiculous. He feeds it a magic core for power. After absorbing it, the robot's eyes blaze bright. It draws a large cannon, ready for combat. Seeing the tiny barrel, Ye Zhongming doubts it could kill a mouse. Xiao Hu panics, calling him back. Teams barely holding on. Another summon has just been cleaved in 2 by the blade beast. The metal warriors also split apart by the naga. The blazing lion keeps burning everything near Shang Yuan. Shang Yuan strains, pain etched across his face. Yi Zhongming realizes if he doesn't act now, everyone dies. As he readies to attack, the bot pings for target selection. It keeps repeating the prompt, driving Ye Zhongming mad. He points at the Cyclops ghost. Its mist is blocking Shang Yuan. Upon receiving the order, the bot prepares to fire. The tiny cannon suddenly unleashes a devastating blast, shocking Ye Zhongming. The projectile moves so fast, the ghost can't dodge, pierced straight through. It lets out one agonized cry before collapsing, fatally wounded. That blast rivals a professional warrior's advanced skill, meaning with just a Tier 1 core, the robot deals damage equal to a 2-star revolver. Yi Zhongming is stunned by the tiny bot's hidden might. He smiles, impressed a weak core could wound a tier 3 monster so badly. Thinking that, he feeds it a tier 2 core. The robot's eyes flare brighter, entering upgrade mode. It manifests a massive cannon, energy level rising to 98. The wounded Cyclops ghost lashes its tail toward Mo Ye and Xiao Hu. Mo Ye dodges, Shu Yin barely blocks the strike, but Xiao Hu is slammed into a tree. Unable to stand, a faint green cross glows over him as Doctor dashes in to heal. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming fights the Naga, waiting for the bot's next charge. It's ready. He commands it to target the Zhongkai Jianlo beast. The robot swivels its cannon toward the marked enemy. The tier 3 creature freezes as the barrel locks on. The tier 2 core detonates, obliterating Zhongkai Jianlu completely. Xiao Hu screams a shocked curse at the sheer power. After the second hit, Yi Zhongming reloads the bot, ordering Sheng Yuan to hold the blazing lion while he handles the Naga and blood zombie. Yi Zhongming orders everyone to split targets. Red Hair and Da Huang charge the blood zombie. Doctor aids Sheng Yuan against the blazing lion. Holding another core, Yi Zhongming marvels deadly wheel. Priceless reward. What seemed a death gamble now feels like salvation. He loads another core, aiming at the Naga. While the cannon charges, he blocks the Naga's advance himself. The next blast doesn't kill but halves the Naga's strength. As he anticipates another shot, the bot warns it's on cooldown. Hearing that, Yi Zhongming's face twists in panic. Furious, he curses who builds a gun with game-style cooldowns. He shouts for everyone to fall back and defend Sheng Yuan. Sheng Yuan endures the blazing lion's fiery onslaught at the front. Shu Yin tirelessly casts healing from the rear. The non-stop casting drains her fast, only prior potions keep her standing. Seeing the team falter, Sha Lei warns Ye Zhongming to think fast. Yi Zhongming's mind spins, eyes bloodshot, debating using his ultimate. Though the robot's strong, its cooldown makes it useless now. He recalls his initial plan time to fish in troubled waters. Resolute, he unleashes his full power skill, his blade blazing forward. Cutting past allies, Yi Zhongming charges the dying Cyclops ghost. The ghost senses danger, spewing toxic red mist to block him. He shields his face, eyes shut, slashing through with a flaming strike. The blow drains much of his spirit power, but that single slash severs the ghost's head, ending it for good. He stares at the dark core from the fallen beast, eyes resolute. Suddenly, the Naga and blood zombie rush in for a surprise attack. Sensing the killing intent, he swiftly dodges their deadly strikes. Doctor keeps chanting, sustaining the healing on the weary team. Yi Zhongming yanks out bomb wires, shouting, "Fall back and hold defense." Everyone retreats behind Sheng Yuan, reforming their barrier. With no time to wait for the robot's cooldown, he bets again on the demon wheel. As he approaches, Shu Yin cries, "You're spinning again." Yi Zhongming grits his teeth, eyes firm. Yes, go big or die big. He slots the core in the rectangular blocks, spin wildly. Watching the motion, his sharp gaze never wavers. Though unsure of the outcome, his gut says this one's special. He recalls teammates still fighting for their lives ahead. Every prior summon had been tier 3 monsters, draining the team near collapse. Xiao Hu eyes the bomb cord suspiciously. "Boss, you planning to blow us all up?" Yi Zhongming nods calmly. "Exactly." He stays composed, watching the prize wheel spin. Sheng Yuan asks if they should detonate now. He replies it's not time yet. Sheng Yuan declares if he dies, the loot's Yi Zhongming's fair deal. Shu Yin charges into the swarm of mutants surrounding them. Wu Xuan gets stabbed in the leg by the blood zombie, terrified. She collapses, body too weak to resist. Sha Lei rushes to drag Shu Yin into Sheng Yuan's shield zone. Seeing the danger, Sha Lei yells for Ye Zhongming to act now. Yi Zhongming hurriedly loads his last Martin core. Everything else is gone. While tending to Shu Yin, Mo Ye gets her arm pierced by the blood zombie, screaming in pain. Seeing her wounded, Xiao Hu calls her name anxiously. The mounting injuries leave Yi Zhongming restless and tense. His eyes lock on the wheel. This time, an image of a gate appears. Spotting the long-awaited item, he grins, stows the robot, and gets ready. Yi Zhongming throws the bombs toward the mutant horde. He shouts for Sheng Yuan to use his special skill, immovable stone platform. Sheng Yuan's eyes glow red as he casts it instantly. A stone barrier forms, encasing the team safely inside. Yi Zhongming stands protected within the stone shield. He leaps atop the sturdy barricade. Aiming at the monsters, he raises his gun to fire. Once all's ready, Sheng Yuan signals the attack. Target lock. Yi Zhongming braces to strike. He pulls the trigger. A massive blaze erupts, setting the forest ablaze in crimson light. The musician squad sees the inferno and rushes to check. Arriving, musician stares in astonishment at the scene. Facing the fiery ring, he still can't fathom why that move was used. Mo Ye and others lie wounded as Xiao Hu frantically tends them. The battle winds down. Yi Zhongming's team is drained but still standing. Musician immediately calls for reinforcements from the rear. Seeing allies arrive just in time, Ye Zhongming finally exhales in relief. Holding the magic core, he feels reassured. His comrades are still alive. They win a resounding victory in this battle. 4 days after the brutal war, things finally calmed down. The area is filled with neatly arranged skeletal energy frames. Da Huanghuang lounges in the sun, enjoying rare peace. He bites into a big chunk of meat with pure satisfaction. Xiao Hu laughs, teasing him on how to properly savor the flavor. The door creaks, open footsteps enter. Yi Zhongming and musician return with food. Greeted by cheers, Xiao Hu grabs the bag curiously, while Yi Zhongming pats Da Huanghuang's head. A voice from above complains about too much dried meat upsetting the stomach. Xu Yin and Xia Lei tease Yi Zhongming, doubting his stomachache excuse. Xia Lei jokes, making Xu Yin blush and pretend not to get it. Yi Zhongming bends down, rummaging through his backpack. He pulls out a cold water bottle, hands it to Sheng Yuan, asking her condition she's better but still needs rest. Hes told that the nectar potion did little to help red hair. Relieved but cautious, he reminds her to rest after overusing her skills. He calls everyone over, telling Xiao Hu to distribute the canned food. Yi Zhongming checks Sheng Yuan's wounds, recalling the bomb gamble that killed the monsters. Thanks to his tactics, they slew powerful beasts and survived the deadly fight. Despite the spoils, no one's truly rested. Yi Zhongming takes a breather. With food and wounds stable, he inspects their loot, especially the magic cores. After the explosion and cleanup, it's time for his first evolution stage. Tier 3 creatures are rare. 1 Tier 3 Marten core allows 2 special uses. He stores the Marten core away, hoping to trade for a 3-star evolution drug. Next, he catalogs the monster parts collected as materials. He touches a special crimson gem, the mysterious soul pearl. In his past life, survivors identified it as the heart of Zhongkai Jinlo. Though useless to normal people, the soul pearl is priceless for crafters and skill users. Yet, what matters more is the innate talent of a craftsman discovered yesterday. He realizes the item is called the Sacrificial Gate, powered by ancient dimensional energy. Simply put, offering items to the gate grants something of equal value in return. Most remarkable, it's a rare golden relic classified as epic tier. Only 7-star evolvers can sense its aura, 8-star ones can wield it. Yi Zhongming tests it by inserting a magic core into the gate. But nothing happens, the item remains silent. Confused, he wonders if he's using it wrong. He tries adding more Marten cores to see any change. Still no response, he suspects the gear's level or offering is insufficient. This time, he uses a Tier 3 Marten, hoping for a real reaction. Finally, the sacrificial gate stirs, making him rejoice. Turns out, it simply lacked enough offerings to activate. Realizing that, he keeps feeding more cores into the gate. Holding the precious relic, he waits for the energy flow to respond. This time, the white light grows stronger and brighter. Yet, despite all his investment, the result is barely any improvement. Even pouring in all his wealth, he sees the energy stream still incomplete. The white energy rises but remains insufficient to fill the flow. He sets the sacrificial gate aside, admitting its worth and rarity. For now, he prioritizes repairing the damaged robot in storage. Examining it closely, he estimates about 30 hours for recovery. However, this isn't just a gunner unit, it's a bomber with advanced functions. Remembering his craftsman profession, he wonders if he can upgrade it. Using his crafting ability, he might unlock hidden traits like Feng Ji Yue. He begins applying auxiliary magic to rework the robot, but after long effort, there's still no visible effect. He tries focusing again, still no reaction. The robot remains motionless, giving no feedback. Disappointed, he notes, this new device shouldn't resist magic like that. He suspects the demon metal he used might be flawed or degraded. To test it, he casually tosses the demon metal into the sacrificial gate. The white light instantly flares, proving the metal's fine. So the gate needs rare materials like gems or demon metal to charge, but such items are too scarce to waste. Yi Zhongming lifts the robot, noticing the flaw might lie in its own design. Flipping it over, he spots something unusual. 3 red circular sockets at its base form a perfect triangle. Excited, he realizes he can finally test his long-unused inlay skill. These aren't normal sockets, they must perfectly sync to transfer traits. There are 3 ways to create sockets: built-in, crafted, or drilled with rare tools. Since this bot already has 3, Yi Zhongming immediately inlays magic cores. Once set, golden light bursts from the machine's frame. The robot begins upgrading, unlocking a loadier frontline turret mode. New fire modes appear: single shot with 15 PAK gun power, 50 meters range, under 1 sec rate. Mode Z locked but could reach 100 meters and stronger. Advanced modes like internal piercing or blade fortress need hundreds to millions of energy units, offering massive damage. Seeing the insane stats, Yi Zhongming is speechless. Just unlocking a level 2 attack requires a million tier 1 cores. Absurd. Even with tier 3 Martens, heads still need at least 100, a staggering cost. He stores the robot away, realizing he owns luxury gear without funds to run it. Done checking, Yi Zhongming leaves, heading to find Sei and heal Red Hair. 4 days after the fight, Red Hair's still badly injured, body torn and drained. Seeing her, he thinks an ordinary person would have died, but she's a puppet with altered organs. Clutching the soul pearl, he wonders if her link to it is fortune or curse rumors from his past life resurface. He places the soul pearl into Red Hair's heart, hoping it'll work. Adding 2 magic cores for support, he leaves the rest to fate. Surrounded by tasty food, Xiao Hu beams with excitement. Yi Zhongming enters holding a bulletproof vest. Surprised, Xiao Hu asks where it came from. He explains that Li Gong found an overturned military truck full of supplies. Hess upgraded those outfits using his crafting skills. Even for normal users, the defense is decent. Suiyan gets one, stunned to be chosen. She asks why Yi Zhongming says there are only 3 vests. Sheng Yuan must have one, and she's vital support, so she deserves it. One remains, and he asks who wants it. Xia Lei and Xu Yin both decline, saying it's too ugly and should go to the guys. Xiao Hu volunteers, claiming he doesn't mind ugly, he's given it and told to lead the charge. Xiao Hu nods confidently, thumbs up, ready for the job. Yi Zhongming leaves to find Sheng Yuan with the last vest, telling others to start eating. Entering the room, he sees Sheng Yuan busy with something. He asks if he's eaten yet, then tosses the vest on Sheng Yuan's bed, saying it's new gear for him. Despite his wounds, Sheng Yuan asks if his shield can be repaired. Yi Zhongming replies it's self-regenerating, shocking Sheng Yuan. Patting his shoulder, Yi Zhongming says he wants to show him a bigger world, mentioning Huang Shijie and Lian Quan making Sheng Yuan wary. Sheng Yuan suspects they come from elsewhere, knowing too much. Yi Zhongming bluntly says Sheng Yuan can't beat them with his current class. Feeling scrutinized, Sheng Yuan angrily demands Yi Zhongming's true identity. Yi Zhongming spreads his hands, refusing to answer, saying only to think carefully if he ever wants help. His eyes turn cold as he declares revenge in this world demands killing power. He then points at Sheng Yuan, saying his team lacks a defensive shield. Sheng Yuan realizes Yi Zhongming's group has strong offense but weak defense. After pondering, Sheng Yuan agrees if he helps with revenge, he'll join. Yi Zhongming shakes his hand, telling him to rest 2 days before action. Sheng Yuan, surprised by his candor, asking if he isn't afraid of being used. Yi Zhongming calmly replies only he can help others evolve and forge stronger shields over time. He adds coldly that with Sheng Yuan's current strength, he's in no position to exploit him. Sheng Yuan concedes the point but warns about Huang Zaiji's backers. Yi Zhongming cuts in, knowing he's with the royal guild. Sheng Yuan's shocked he knows that, but Yi Zhongming just sneers, calling them delusional fools. Meanwhile, Dr. Mo leads a squad into the forest toward a Tier 2 mutant goat herd, enough cores there to fuel an upgrade spin. Huang Shiji's men hesitate, their power too low to take the beasts. Dr. Mo confidently opens his medkit, claiming everything's ready. With a suspicious look, he said he just needed a little more time. Meanwhile, Huang Shijie sat alone in his room, lost in heavy thoughts. The old man downed his drink in one decisive gulp. The liquor was strong, but it couldn't cool his anger. He smashed the glass in rage. Skipping the glass, he started drinking straight from the bottle. Lian Quan stopped him, warning that even an evolver shouldn't wreck his body like that. She reassured him the guild members were taken care of, then asked if he truly needed their help. She felt the Shi Yuan group was too costly and might not even return, but Huang Shijie grew angrier, convinced Shi Yuan and the others would come back. Outside, a pink-haired guild member waited by the door. When it opened, he sneered at the bald fat man, boasting he was stronger than Huang Shijie's crew. The fat man just smirked, advising him to stay humble and not jump to conclusions. Puffing on a cigarette, he said Huang Shijie and Liang Quan had invested too much, there had to be more to this. The pink-haired man tried to enter, but the fat man blocked him, asking if he planned to betray his comrades. With a cold stare, the fat man said it wasn't time yet, at least not for a few days. The pink-haired man swallowed his anger. Unable to argue, he turned away, waving his hand in reluctant acceptance. Once he left, his teammates grumbled that the Blade Shadow guy was getting too arrogant. A black-haired man clenched his fist, upset that guild resources kept going to someone unworthy. The bald old man was also displeased but accepted it, knowing that man's family had influence and healing. Huang Shijie came first. The black-haired one refused to yield, saying 4 of them could easily wipe out Huang Shijie and Liang Quan before leaving. The bald man explained Huang Shijie wasn't stupid. If secrets leaked, even had be finished. Besides, the Olan base would soon be guild protected, becoming a mana crystal hub, and Huang Shijie was their favored pawn. Acting rashly would bring punishment from above, while Xiao Dao was under higher-ups' protection, so better leave him be. After saying that, the fat man left, urging the group to stroll around and see what's new. At night, the gate guards kept watch, firelight flickering against the sky. Suddenly, strange noises made them tense up in alarm. Seeing the figure clearly, they stammered in shock. Shi Yuan had returned. He and the Dai Zhongming squad marched boldly toward the base. The panicked guards shouted for someone to report it immediately. But before they could move, Shai Lei lunged forward, attacking without hesitation. She coldly declared Shed wanted to deal with them since their last visit. Knowing they stood no chance, the guards fled desperately to raise the alarm. Suiyan raged, asking if they'd burn the town for Martin. Xia Lei confirmed, saying thousands had died unjustly. Standing before the sealed gate, Shi Yuan's group hesitated, unsure what to do. Dai Zhongming immediately signaled everyone to fall back. He swung his blade, unleashing a surge of blazing red fire. One mighty slash shattered the thick metal gate into fragments. He turned coldly and said, "Let's just go in." As the Di Zhongming team entered, the soldiers screamed orders, forbidding them from entering the town. Shi Yuan lifted Da Huang Huang and hurled it over the gate. Landing hard, Da Huang Huang instantly bit down a guard, leaving only a scream. Dai Zhongming's squad strode into the base unhindered. Mo Ye worriedly asked Di Zhongming how the base could last without stable production. Zhang Bing ordered ruthless slaughter and plunder. The base was a fake resource site. Its leader used protection as cover to feed a gang of parasites. When Da Huang Huang returned, Xu Yin spotted it and shouted in joy. Zhang Ming told Xu Yin and Yue Shi to team up with Da Huang Huang and track down Huang Shijie. They had to be cautious. Both monsters and humans were deadly foes. Today they faced the powerful Evolver Guild Huang clan, known for its bizarre strength and diverse professions. More dangerous than monsters, the Huang clan was perfect for revenge and combat training. After saying that, Zhang Bing signaled the attack to begin. On cue, Xu Yin's squad swiftly moved out. Zhang Ming waved, summoning his comrades to advance. He pointed ahead, enemy sighted. The group they'd seen earlier, led by the pink-haired man, appeared. Old enemies from past lives stood face to face again. Xiao Dao had once provoked the protagonists in this very base's bar. Zhang Ding and Zhang Jing, two eerie brothers, had died in a brutal clash. Ao Quan, former vice-guild leader of the Huang clan, was famed as one of the 5 great heads, later reaching 8-star rank. Because of old grudges, Shi Yuan's warband once attacked Olan, earning the Huang clan's hidden hatred. Xiao Dao arrogantly warned Zhang Ming's team they'd walk to their deaths. His arrogance enraged Xiao Hu, who was ready to strike. Seeing Xiao Hu draw his white weapon, Xiao Dao grew wary. The Zhang brothers claimed dibs on fighting Xiao Hu to seize that rare weapon. Xia Lei scoffed, taunting them and flaunting her own white weapon. Mo Ye drew his blade too, balancing the standoff. 3 white weapons gleamed, stunning the enemies in fear. Xiao Dao's crew began realizing something was very wrong about their opponent's power. Ao Quan grabbed Xiao Dao's arm, urging immediate action. But then Ao Quan suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent. The suffocating killing aura made him tremble. Dai Zhongming's eyes burned red, his gaze itself a lethal warning. The man silently hinted as long as they stayed out, the 3v3 duel would remain fair. But one more step and death awaited. The thought froze Ao Kuan's blood. Xiao Dao, Zhang Ding, and Zhang Jing lunged at Xiao Hu, Mo Ye, and Xia Lei. The white weapon's superior grade instantly pushed Zhang Ding back. Mo Ye cornered Zhang Jing, forcing him to dodge frantically in fear. Xiao Dao leaned close to Xia Lei, making lewd taunts. Enraged, Xia Lei slashed back fiercely. Xiao Dao's blade strikes were as sharp as his guild reputation claimed. He twisted mid-swing, attacking straight at Xia Lei. But Xia Lei noticed something off. His weapon had suddenly vanished. Dai Zhongming warned her to dodge left. It was a feint, and she countered in time with a deadly riposte. The sudden stab to his chest left Xiao Dao in utter disbelief. Zhang Ming said it was payback, a lesson from their last life where head lost to him. Xiao Dao's swift death sent Zhang Jing and Zhang Ding into panic and fear. Taking advantage, Mo Ye and Xiao Hu struck from both sides. Zhang Jing frantically called Ao Quan for help, but under Dai Zhongming's killing gaze, Ao Quan only shouted warnings, not daring to move. Hearing that, Zhang Jing urged her brother to team up and counterattack. Instantly, both vanished, leaving white mist that blurred vision and forced caution. Dai Zhongming recognized it, a combo of the sister's illusion craft and the brother's ambush skill. Zhang Ding suddenly appeared, striking Xiao Hu and thinking had won. He rejoiced, proud to have felled a strong evolver like Xiao Hu. But Xiao Hu countered immediately, mocking his stupidity and arrogance. He tapped his chest, sneering at his opponent's carelessness. Seeing Zhang Ding collapse, Zhang Jing screamed her brother's name. The white mist drifted past Mo Ye's team before fading away. Zhang Jing knelt, clutching her brother's body in anguish. Dai Zhongming, seeing Xiao Hu's group done, praised their work. As they approached, Ao Quan trembled. The trio had crushed 3 foes effortlessly. Zhang Ming coldly demanded the Huang clan leader's name in exchange for his life. Ao Quan shut his eyes, refusing to surrender. A pair of golden gloves appeared on his hands, ready to fight to the death. But Di Zhongming easily blocked him, scoffing at his weak technique. Then he clenched his fist without hesitation. The golden gloves shattered. Ao Quan screamed as his hands were crushed. Zhang Ming kicked his neck, saying he didn't need the info anyway. With that done, Zhang Ming told everyone to gather the loot. Xiao Hu searched Ao Quan's corpse for anything valuable. Shi Yuan, shocked by the total massacre, worriedly asked if Zhang Ming understood how dangerous the Huang clan was. Zhang Ming calmly replied they were just a bunch of arrogant fools. Xiao Hu brought Zhang Ming a bag with 7 tier 3 mana crystals, over 200 tier 1s, and 2 rare weapons. Bo Sui reported finding 3 Tier 2 crystals, 50 Tier 1s, and a 1-star transformation potion. The items were gathered and stored in a spatial ring. Looking at the corpses, Sui sighed, knowing such killings would become routine. Seeing the girl adapting to this brutal world, Zhang Ming encouraged her to toughen up faster. Suddenly, Zhang Ming heard someone calling his name from behind. Xu Yin ran up, reporting they'd located Huang Shijie. Shi Yuan immediately asked where Xu Yin waved for them to follow. Meanwhile, Yue Shui sat by the gate, waiting for the team to return. After a long while, Dai Zhang Ming's squad finally appeared. Yue Shui happily pointed at the gate, saying the others were waiting for someone inside. Dai Zhang Ming smirked, knowing the person they awaited would never come. Inside, Huang Shijie sat with Liang Quan beside him. Liang Quan eyed the box, unsure if they really had to hand over all the valuable items. Those treasures had cost many evolvers and guards' lives, not something to give up easily. Even so, Huang Shijie remained silent and tense. Liang Quan apologized, admitting Shi Yuan's impulsive killing had caused chaos, but Huang Shijie told her not to bring it up again. The Huang clan discovering these items was only a matter of time, though they still hesitated before our power and territory. Our territory still benefits them, so we can trade this gear for support, especially once Gem enhanced, its potential grows. Huang Xiao coldly hoped both sides would kill each other, but Huang Shijie knew the game was deeper. The dispatch squad was strong. He admitted he knew nothing about gemstones, keeping them was pointless, better trade them for stability. Mid-discussion, Huang Shijie heard noise outside and froze at a sudden shadow. Dai Zhang Ming had stepped through the doorway. Seeing him, Huang Xiao turned pale, trembling and asking how they'd gotten here. Without a word, Di Zhang Ming's group launched their assault. Huang Xiao's side was crushed before they could react. Seeing danger, Huang Shijie shielded his son. Dai Zhang Ming was surprised by the sturdy barrier. His foe was an elementalist with special power. His mocking words rattled Liang Quan, who remembered the brutal beating they'd suffered before. Enraged, Liang Quan lunged at Di Zhang Ming. He met her attacks calmly, unfazed. Bo Sui swiftly raised a solid barrier to block the rain of arrows. Dai Zhang Ming, barehanded, caught Liang Quan's arrows and countered with crushing force. Seeing her strike broken so easily, Liang Quan panicked. Was he even human anymore? Huang Shijie recognized Di Zhang Ming as the greatest threat and shifted to attack. With one light motion, all of Huang Shijie's techniques were neutralized in a blink. The woman's death drove Shi Yuan into seething fury, his hatred blazing. Xiao Hu shouted, wanting to help Shi Yuan, but Di Zhang Ming stopped him, saying this vengeance was Shi Yuan's alone. He yielded the enemy to Shi Yuan and turned his focus to the box on the table. Meanwhile, Huang Shijie was being brutally beaten by Shi Yuan. Liang Quan thought she was safe until Shi Yuan turned his wrath on her. Though gravely wounded, Huang Shijie still tried to protect his son, muttering something, but Shi Yuan coldly cut him off. He reminded the man that out of gratitude had abandoned his elementalist path to become a shield-bearer, nearly dying for them. Shi Yuan snarled each word, condemning Huang Shijie's favoritism, then punched him so hard his teeth shattered. Liang Quan struggled to defend herself from Shi Yuan's relentless assault. Huang Shiji, desperate, begged his son to fight back and save him. Huang Xiao trembled, answering weakly, terror gripping him. Before he could act, he suddenly turned in horror. Da Huang lunged from behind and bit his neck clean through. Huang Shijie screamed as his son was devoured. Behind him, Shi Yuan's cold voice said, "Join him in hell." He crushed Huang Shijie's skull, whispering, "Ask Xiao Ying's forgiveness in the next world." Seeing Huang Shijie slain, Liang Quan wailed his name in despair. But before she could grieve, Shi Yuan advanced, killing intent flaring, declaring it was her turn. Seeing Shi Yuan handle it cleanly, Dai Zhang Ming took the box and walked out, leaving the rest to him. Dai Zhang Ming's team waited outside for Shi Yuan to finish his revenge. Xiao Hu grew worried since Shi Yuan hadn't returned, sensing something off about his earlier expression. Zhang Ming reassured him Shi Yuan needed to vent, let him release the pain. He opened the box, pulling out a white staff that made Xu Yin curious about its use. Zhang Ming gripped it firmly, confirming it was the natural staff, the reason the Huang clan backed Huang Zijie. Xia Lei examined it closely, intrigued by the rare gear but puzzled by the oval slot on top. Zhang Ming explained it was for embedding a natural gem, though they lacked the right one now. Xia Lei tilted her head, still not getting what was missing. Zhang Ming added the staff required elemental gems water, wind, earth, not light, so Bei couldn't use it. Bo Sui sighed that if she could, her strength would have at least doubled. Everyone was stunned by the idea of doubling power and the potent healing from the Kamlu skill. Moreover, defensive skills like Skywave Shield would also strengthen, making them all pity Bo Sui. Watching them fuss, Di Zhangming chuckled quietly, knowing the staff held far more potential. The natural staff had its own power. When fitted with the right gem, it unlocked effects from attack to defense. Wind and other elements granted high adaptability, letting users tune strength by gem consumption. It could unleash partial or full power, activating special effects once a trump card sought by survivors and wielded by the mighty Sha Hong in a past life. Yet, even the expert had struggled. Natural gems were rare, making the staff hard to fully wield for now. Zhang Ming thought that once the right gem was found, it'd become a strategic weapon, then stored it carefully in his space ring. Shi Yuan emerged, bloodied but nodding that it was done. Zhang Ming crossed his arms, telling everyone to let Shi Yuan recover, then stabilize the town over the next 2 days. He sent Xu Yin and Yu Shi to sweep Huang Shijai's old sites for more resources. Mo Ye, Xiao Hu, and Xia Lei were to set up food trades and hunting teams to gather mana crystals. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan and Bo Sui would patrol, maintain order, and collect intelligence. With a Tier 2 anomaly wave approaching, Zhang Ming clenched his fist. Every second counted. 3 days later, sunlight blazed over their base camp. Seated in command, Zhang Ming seriously requested progress reports. Xia Lei eagerly reported they'd wiped out many mutants, keeping the training zone secure. Through food and water trades, they'd earned over 1,000 Tier 1 crystals and 50 Tier 2s. Yue Shi followed up, saying they'd finished auditing Huang Xiji's warehouse. Xia Lei excitedly cut in it, held 4,000 Tier 1 crystals, 150 Tier 2s, and a batch of 1-star evolution potions. Shi Yuan stood proudly, arms crossed, claiming security was fully under control. Bo Sui smiled, reporting they now held nearly 20,000 Tier 1 crystals, 500 Tier 2s, over 100 1-star potions, and 2 armed vehicles. Hearing the impressive results, Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction, adding they'd also found 2 Tier 3 crystals and rare materials on patrol. After the summary, he announced they'd move on to the next location. Everyone wondered why not make this their main base, since it was just secured, but Zhang Ming had never planned to stay. His eyes turned sharp as he revealed a better place awaited their next move. Once preparations were done, the convoy left town aboard 2 armored vehicles. They stopped before an old moss-covered house. Zhang Ming assigned Yue Shi and his aide to inventory the inside and gather any supplies. He told them to take anything useful, then suggested checking on Red Hair's condition. Examining her wounds, Zhang Ming saw no recovery signs. She was beyond saving. He declared her hopeless, and Bo Sui choked up, recalling her fierce fight. Zhang Ming comforted her, saying they should still bury the fallen comrade properly. After the burial, Bo Sui lingered by the grave until Zhang Ming urged her to leave. She nodded reluctantly, glancing back once before boarding. The convoy rolled deeper into the forest. By dusk, the fading sun left the woods cloaked in shadow. Suddenly, a mutated vine began to stir, creeping toward Red Hair's grave. It loomed silently, sensing something unusual. Then it struck down, tearing through the freshly packed soil. A pale hand burst up from the shattered earth. Red Hair rose from her grave, eyes empty and lifeless. She seized the vine as it tried to drain her soul. The moment she gripped it, the vine turned to ash. Red Hair looked toward Zhang Ming's departed group and whispered, "I need them." A faint sound came from behind a zombie with a mangled arm staggered out, muttering, "I need you." From its mouth, a brain worm leapt toward her. It latched onto her head, hissing, "This body is mine." But instead of control, Red Hair reversed the flow, draining its energy, terrifying the worm. She held it in her palm, glaring as it whimpered, "I just saved you." Red Hair opened her mouth, baring fangs, ready to devour it whole. Suddenly, she froze, her gaze shifting toward a female figure standing on the rooftop. The woman peered down from above, studying Red Hair. Ignoring her, Red Hair prepared to eat the worm but was stopped mid-motion. The woman dove down to intervene. She unleashed sharp claws and her battle pet to strike Red Hair. Furious at being interrupted mid-meal, Red Hair's rage flared violently. She snatched the opponent's gun and shot her backward. Yet at the same time, her own arm was pinned by the woman's counterfire. Red Hair's eyes darkened as she faced the mutant foe before her. The woman landed a brutal punch to Red Hair's face, making her spit out the brain worm. Swiftly, the woman caught the worm in her hand. Red Hair didn't hesitate. She lunged forward with a lethal punch. Both were blasted apart, crashing hard to the ground. The two women rose almost simultaneously. They locked eyes, murderous intent crackling between them. One in red, one in blue, both took fighting stances at once. One's face was riddled with bullets, the other pierced by claws, both bleeding and battered. They lunged simultaneously, fighting over the brain worm as if it were life itself. Lightning flashed in their eyes, neither yielded an inch. After a fierce struggle, the brain worm was torn in half. Both stared at the twitching halves in their hands, speechless. At last, they each returned to where they belonged. While Red Hair recovered, Zhang Ming's group focused on planning the route to Yunting Manor. Suddenly, Dai Zhangming sensed something unusual. Xu Yin noticed his unease and asked what was wrong. He just shook his head, denying anything had happened. For an instant, he seemed to reconnect with Red Hair, but the signal was too faint to trace. Folding the map, Zhang Ming urged everyone to refocus. He announced the next leg would require abandoning vehicles and crossing the danger zone on foot. Mo Yu wondered why not use the cars. The roads were fine and outside any city. Zhang Ming replied this land was a disastrous card peril zone, full of hidden threats. It was the domain of supernatural beings, where humans easily lost hope. Yet it also held strange flora, rare minerals, and countless treasures. Calmly, he said all of that was still theory. The dead zone could be a dream or a nightmare for explorers. Hearing this, Xia Lei suggested taking a detour to avoid needless risk. Zhang Ming shook his head. The long route wasted time and wasn't safer. Xiao Hu trusted his leader's judgment. Sure, everything was already calculated. Zhang Ming smiled approvingly and ordered the team to rest. They'd enter the dead zone at dawn. The group took sleeping bags and gathered around the fire while Zhang Ming stood guard. He kept feeding the flames to maintain warmth for everyone. Suddenly, he sprang up, eyes scanning the darkness. In the distance, a crimson mountain shrouded in bloody mist loomed. A chill ran down his spine. The red haze marked the dead zone's edge. Clenching his fist, Zhang Ming recalled the rare gem veins rumored there and decided to risk it. His team left the cave, quietly scouting the surroundings. The blood-red sky painted a scene of pure death. Silence fell, everyone's mood heavy with dread. Zhang Ming turned back, assuring them the path ahead was clear. Seeing giant footprints, Mo Ye gawked at the sheer size of the creature that made them. Zhang Ming explained the beasts here evolved by absorbing gem energy. Those gems fueled professions and even biological weapons. The purple-haired girl asked if such treasure veins really existed in the dead zone. Zhang Ming pointed toward a distant mountain, asking if they saw it. That was the Gem Mountain, source of all rare materials. Xia Lei scouted the 3 o'clock direction and signaled alert. Zhang Ming raised his binoculars, inspecting carefully. His face grew tense, had spotted something troubling. The purple-haired woman asked what it was. Turns out, it was monster urine. Everyone's faces darkened. Monster urine marked territory, a warning of ownership. The girl wondered if those stones were gems that could be set into a magic staff. Zhang Ming explained the pale ones were water type, the dark ones were ice type, both from the same mineral vein. He ordered the formation to move. Heavy-hearted at realizing the beasts here had territorial awareness, a dangerous sign of evolution. Everyone in the team felt uneasy hearing that analysis. Someone asked in shock, "You really plan to go back?" Zhang Ming reassured them with a gentle smile, saying head retreat if things turned bad. Xia Lei and Bo urged him not to, warning of high-level beasts and massive armies nearby. Zhang Ming smiled, saying head bring Dai Huang Wang, a creature with ultra-sharp senses, to avoid ambushes. His eyes hardened as he assigned tasks to each member. He chose Yunding Villa as their base and ordered a full survey of the surroundings. Also, if possible, identify the ranks of nearby cultivators. He stressed they must never set foot near Yunding Villa. Qing Yuan offered to go with him, ready to act as his shield. Zhang Ming refused, saying guarding the music master would help him most. Before anyone could object, he turned and left decisively. He promised that upon return, they'd officially claim Yunding Villa. From above the upper river desolation, he saw a hauntingly silent landscape. Zhang Ming smiled faintly when he found a rare mutated ginseng. This plant could attack any nearby living creature, a deadly trap for the careless. Being mutated, its tubers held low-grade demon essence but could yield steady crops and even boost one's physique. Zhang Ming stored the mutated root in his spatial ring, planning to grow more later using his gardening skills. While observing, he suddenly spotted a 3-eyed frog of level 4. Though equal in rank, the creature was infamous for its aggression. Sweat trickled down. Zhang Ming's forehead. Level 4 was still dangerous even for him. Despite hesitation, he refused to leave empty-handed. He needed spoils. The mutant frog clutched a gemstone tightly as if it were priceless. Dai Huang Wang ran across its sight to draw its attention. The frog grew wary, glaring murderously at the intruder. When it didn't leave its cave, Dai Huang Wang teased it even more. Turning its backside in mockery, it enraged the frog further. The threed frog, furious beyond restraint, finally snapped. Unable to hold back, it lashed out its long tongue. But Di Huang Wang fled, luring it out successfully. Seeing the plan succeed, Zhang Ming cheered inwardly. The frog's speed disadvantage meant it would give up soon. After 3 days of watching, had mastered its reflexes, speed, and attack range. He calculated it would retreat after a minute of futile chase. He secretly placed a cub of the scarlet flame armored beast into the frog's cave, sparking a natural conflict. The cub slept soundly, unaware it was bait. After a long chase, the threed frog realized it couldn't catch Di Huang Wang, so it decided to return to its territory. The scarlet flame armored beast came back, found its cub missing, and suspected the threed frog had taken it. At the same time, the frog grew furious, thinking another intruder had entered its domain. One water, one fire, both roared in rage, ready for a deadly clash. Zhang Ming knew his plan had worked, patted Dai Huang Wang's head, and eagerly waited to snatch the treasure. While the two beasts fought, he slipped into the cave, a move headlong prepared for. Both monsters were equally strong, elementally opposed, and intelligent, so conflict was inevitable. One misunderstanding or reaction would ignite a merciless battle. But if Zhang Ming didn't withdraw fast, the demon three-eyed frog would spot him. He reminded himself to stay calm and precisely locate the energy vein to avoid damaging the gem. Zhang Ming carefully dug the gemstone out bit by bit. The first gem came out perfectly, easing his nerves. He removed the second one and swiftly stored both away. The demon frog sensed something wrong, its face turning vicious. It suddenly fired hundreds of stones at the scarlet flame-armored beast. That was its innate skill, ninefold impact barrage. The flame beast was gravely injured and retreated, while the frog rushed back to its lair. Dai Huang instantly sensed danger and roared to warn Zhang Ming. He had just grabbed the third gem when he felt head reach the limit. His instinct screamed the demon frog was returning fast. He patted Dai Huang's head, signaling immediate retreat. As soon as he exited the cave, he ran straight into the enraged beast. The monster roared in fury, realizing someone had stolen its treasure. Its emotions peaked completely out of control. It unleashed the devastating skill, Ice Cyclone. Zhang Ming was horrified. A level 4 beast shouldn't have that ability. He quickly cast wood-type solid transmutation on a nearby ancient tree. The tree transformed instantly, sprouting countless spikes to block the creature. Using that brief delay, he dashed into the forest, cursing his own arrogance. In seconds, the ice storm shredded the tree and surged forward undiminished. Zhang Ming tried the seal of flowing defense technique, but it proved almost useless against the cyclone's power. He gritted his teeth, with no other options left. The freezing whirlwind spiraled toward him, its pressure immense. The icy current tore through everything in its path. Knowing escape was impossible, Zhang Ming chose to face it head-on. He poured all his strength into the inlaying art aimed at the beast. He roared, unleashing his final counterattack. As the icy blast closed in, ready to consume him, Zhang Ming slammed his staff down, shaking the ground violently. A vision of a spirit woman appeared, blocking the deadly strike. He felt relief. The water shield ward from his staff had activated just in time, but the barrier was weakening fast, about to collapse. He glanced at the dim water gem, wishing it were one rank stronger. With no retreat left, he braced himself to endure to the bitter end. He poured all his strength into the staff, trying to boost the defense. Again he struck the ground, water rippling into patterns as the girl's phantom faded. An ice flower bloomed from the staff, followed by razor-sharp petals. They scattered like volleys of arrows, flying straight ahead. The plan was to carve a path through the deadly ice storm the demon frog had made. Seeing an opening, Zhang Ming's hope reignited. He shouted decisively, "Now's the time, move." But just as he stepped forward, a wall of ice blocked his path. A massive ice barrier rose before him, halting his advance. Zhang Ming frowned, furious that two powerful skills clashed, costing him dearly. The gem on his staff cracked under pressure. With no defense left, countless ice arrows shot toward him. His body froze mid-step, unable to react. Zhang Ming glared at the enemy ahead. The three-eyed frog kept attacking relentlessly. Enraged, he drew his sword, deeming the beast too stubborn to live. Zhang Ming lunged forward, launching a counterattack. Channeling Flame's sealed blade, he formed a fiery edge that shattered the incoming ice. Still, many arrows pierced him. He couldn't block them all. Covered in wounds, he collapsed to the ground. At that perilous instant, the scarlet flame-armored beast suddenly appeared. Zhang Ming rejoiced. It meant another clash between beasts and a chance to escape. He called to Dai Huang, urging it to flee with him. Man and beast finally found a safe spot to hide, Dai Huang licking his wounds. Seeing Zhang Ming motionless, the creature grew anxious. He whispered weakly that they'd escaped for now, but he couldn't move. Zhang Ming urgently ordered Dai Huang to seek help. Obeying, it sprinted away. Zhang Ming felt a flicker of optimism. As long as he breathed, there was hope. Then he drifted into deep unconsciousness. In his haze, he vaguely heard voices discussing his dire state. Strange murmurs told him people were gathered around. They looked at him sympathetically, guessing his comrades were all dead. A brown-haired girl worriedly asked if they should save him. A frowning young man objected, saying not to waste precious medicine on a dying man. He reminded her the medicine was hard-earned by the whole team, not hers alone. Though rebuked, the girl tried to argue, then froze mid-sentence. She pointed at Zhang Ming, as awake. Zhang Ming slowly opened his eyes, seeing strangers around him. His gaze swept over each of them, silently assessing who they were. They were clearly a professional hunting group, disciplined and organized. When Zhang Ming awoke, one of them turned to an elder, asking what to do. The man, called Uncle Da, hesitated and warned not to be rough. Zhang Ming ignored their chatter, still sizing them up, especially the young girl. Spotting the blue vial she carried, he recognized it as a mark of a Zhanghua alchemist. He deduced she was the group's key member, the reason they stayed in this perilous zone. One irritated man nudged him with his boot. He asked bluntly if Zhang Ming could talk, to which Zhang Ming warily asked who they were. The man jabbed a finger in his face, demanding to know why he came to Red Egg, his goal, and whether he was alone. Zhang Ming coughed weakly, saying he'd come alone to hunt for valuables. The others murmured in surprise, thinking anyone daring to come here solo wasn't ordinary. Uncle Da stepped in, confirming if he truly came alone. Zhang Ming calmly replied this was a death zone, but he dared enter because he had a map. He tried to push himself up, wobbling to stand. Duong Guo quickly ran over to support him, urging him not to strain his wounds. Someone from the team called her back, forbidding further help. Reluctantly leaving, Duong Guo made him think she was too kind for this world. He silently thanked her. He tested his limbs, unsure how long had been out. Thanks to his evolved physique, he could move slightly, though full recovery would take a week. Staying with the hunters was best for now. The group debated whether to keep him, saying if he had a map, they could exploit it. Diane asked if anyone found anything on him. The answer was no. Diane reasoned either he was lying to be escorted out, or truly had the map. Same outcome either way. Grinning slyly, he suggested leaving Zhang Ming behind and finding the way themselves. Hearing that, Duong Guo objected, insisting she and her brother could care for him. Angry at being overruled, another girl turned away, unwilling to argue. Uncle Da made the call, head side with Duong Guo and take Zhang Ming along. He ordered no more debate, prepared a branch as a crutch, and sent Duong Guo to scout. Everyone quickly dispersed to their assigned tasks. Diane remained doubtful, whispering to Uncle Da that Zhang Ming might become dangerous when recovered. The older man wasn't worried. No single person could threaten a squad of evolvers, and he emphasized Duong Guo's value as a potion maker. He added that mistreating her too often might cost them a vital ally later. He noted keeping Zhang Ming could be useful if he truly had a map. Great if not, he could still guide them. Without needing further words, Diane understood Zhang Ming might prove handy in unexpected ways. Then Uncle Da approached where Zhang Ming rested. He asked directly if Zhang Ming really possessed a map of this region. Diane cut in skeptically, insisting Zhang Ming was lying. Zhang Ming calmly pointed to his head, implying the map was in his memory. Uncle Da produced a note with an alchemical formula, asking if he recognized the ingredient. He wanted to test Zhang Ming's knowledge of otherworldly materials. One glance, and Zhang Ming identified it as a paralysis potion component. Quite useful. Knowing he wasn't an expert himself, Uncle Da hoped to borrow Zhang Ming's knowledge to strengthen the team. Zhang Ming then glanced toward Duong Guo. As everyone rested, he sat silently by the fire. He quietly analyzed the team's structure and abilities. Though not weak, they called themselves volunteers, which made him suspicious. Testing his legs, he was pleased he'd recover fully in 2 days and ditched the crutch. Taking advantage of their distraction, he slipped away unnoticed. From his spatial ring, he drew out a special gemstone. It was the same gem the demon three-eyed frog had used to attack him. Looking closely, he was stunned. It was a mid-grade, ice-type gem, and had found it while still wounded. By his estimate, this gem could unleash power equal to Ice Dragon Maelstrom, a level 4 beast's killing move. Gazing into the pitch-black night sky, he fell deep in thought. Glancing at the sleeping Duong Guo, he planned to lure her into learning alchemy tricks once he recovered. Later, Zhang Ming continued gathering rare materials with the squad. He asked the man beside him about Duong Guo, who confirmed she was his much younger half-sister. After chatting, they exchanged names Yi Zhangming and Duong Tian. Yi Zhangming doubted Duong Tian's strength since he hadn't used evolution serum, but Duong Tian said he'd given his dose to his sister. Zhang Ming kept Duong Tian distracted while secretly pulling herbs from his spatial storage. Seeing this odd act, Duong Tian asked why, and Zhang Ming pretended he hadn't found the right materials yet. Thinking fast, he redirected attention, announcing a patch of tiger-tooth grass nearby. The group rushed over, Dian shouting excitedly for everyone to check it out. He picked one stalk and handed it to Uncle Da for verification. Uncle Da confirmed its value and told everyone to search the area thoroughly. Following orders, the team split up to gather herbs. Zhang Ming luckily found 2 ingredients, one matching a known formula. Dian and Uncle Da harvested 10 more tiger-tooth roots, enough for 10 doses of paralysis potion to hunt level 2 beasts. Suddenly, alarm screams rang out. A monster attack. Duong Tian and Zhang Ming also heard the commotion. A scout ran up reporting 2 level 2 red deer charging at them. The deer with crimson eyes lunged, one directly targeting Zhang Ming. Dian urged Uncle Da to retreat first. Duong Guo wanted to stay since Zhang Ming was still injured. Duong Tian dragged her away, saying the foes were beyond their ability. Looking back, Duong Guo burst into tears, seeing Zhang Ming stand alone. Zhang Ming clenched his space ring. Regretting the costly resources he was about to spend, he took out a precious gem and mounted it onto his battle staff. It was the last of his 3 basic gems, had used only part of its power. Smiling confidently amid danger, he looked like a man admiring flowers on a battlefield. The others, now safe, looked back toward Zhang Ming. Uncle Da asked if they'd secured the goods. Dian confirmed they had. Duong Guo remained anxious, and even Duong Tian suggested returning to check. Uncle Da agreed and led the team back to the spot. Dian grumbled about risking it for one man, but Uncle Da reminded him of valuable resources. When they returned, they found Zhang Ming calmly roasting meat beside 2 dead beasts. Everyone gawked. He was unscathed and cooking like nothing happened, leaving Ding stunned. Duong Guo was overjoyed to see him alive. The team suspected another creature had killed the deer since their demon cores were missing. Uncle Da grew furious upon realizing the cores were gone and confronted Zhang Ming. Finishing his meal, Zhang Ming coolly produced 2 demon cores, shocking everyone. The group burst with excitement, demanding he hand over the spoils. Zhang Ming tightened his grip and flatly refused, mocking their incompetence. Killing intent flared in his eyes. His refusal came with an unmistakable threat. The whole team glared at him, disdain clear on their faces. One mocked him as a cripple unworthy of speaking morals. Seeing tension rise, Duong Guo panicked, while Duong Tian pulled her back. Murderous intent flashed in Uncle Da's eyes. The group looked ready to rob him. Duong Guo quickly stepped forward, trying to stop them from doing something rash. She pleaded sincerely for Zhang Ming to hand over the 2 demon cores for safety's sake. Zhang Ming sensed her pure heart, thinking she belonged in research, not battle. Dian grew impatient, shoved Duong Guo aside, and threatened Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming said nothing, coldly tossing the 2 cores onto the ground. The group froze, unsure what he meant by that gesture. Uncle Da, angered by his defiance, said the man needed a lesson. Zhang Ming smirked mockingly. Pure provocation. He suddenly asked the man behind Uncle Da if he felt the same, confusing them both. The young man in yellow snapped back rudely, not knowing why he was called out. Zhang Ming turned to another, the one with the headscarf, who also snapped defensively. He didn't stop, asking Duong Tian next, only to get a cold stare in return. Still, Duong Tian calmly said the matter wasn't worth his concern. Hearing that, Zhang Ming relaxed, smiling freely. He stood up, faced them all, and declared, "Want demon cores? I've got plenty." He pulled out a massive pile of cores from his space storage and tossed them down. The sight left everyone stunned, unable to believe the quantity. Seeing their shock, he laughed mockingly, saying, "There's more." Before they could react, he dumped another heap, thousands of glittering cores, sending them into panic. His face hardened as he warned coldly, "We're not done yet." Watching him calmly reveal more cores, the group trembled in disbelief. Uncle Da's team was speechless at the mountain of level 2 cores. Standing tall, Zhang Ming arrogantly asked if they even recognized the rest. Then he threw out several level 3 cores, leaving them breathless. They stammered in fear. No one could fathom a man owning that many high-grade cores. Zhang Ming only answered with a single disdainful scoff. The insult hit like lightning. They stuttered, asking if he truly had more. He confirmed there were plenty, but instead of flaunting, he drew his staff. Raising it high, he coldly declared, "You're not worthy to have them." As frost flared from the staff, the group tensed for battle. But before they could move, Uncle Da and Dian were impaled by ice, collapsing instantly. In a blink, both lay dead, bodies riddled with frozen holes. The rest stood frozen in horror. A blond man gasped, recognizing the wounds they matched those of the slain red deer. Duong Guo choked out Zhang Ming's name, her eyes trembling with emotion. Zhang Ming gathered the cores and offered to teach her a potion formula. He held out a bundle of herbs, leaving her dazed and speechless. Then he turned to the 3 men had questioned earlier, asking their stance now. Terrified, they dropped to their knees, begging for mercy and swearing loyalty. "Hands in pockets," he said coldly. "If you want to live, you'll work for me." Instantly, the men bowed their heads in submission. Duong Guo pointed toward the distant forest, asking what was beneath it. Zhang Ming explained it was a grazing creature called Mong Mei. The species was named for its 4 pure white legs, resembling Earth's animals. Duong Tian frowned, sighing he hadn't expected to see a herd of Mong Mei in such a deadly place. Meeting an alchemist here convinced them their next plan might actually succeed. Zhang Ming asked how many potions Duong Guo had made using his formula. She cheerfully showed her pouch, saying all were done, but curiously asked about the bright red liquid. She kept pressing questions about his staff, gemstones, and the items had used before. Zhang Ming laughed at the girl's endless curiosity. He signaled the group to move to a better spot below. Seeing the meadow ahead, he nodded in satisfaction with the location. He thought to himself it was a good place to start the next phase. He assigned Duong Guo to distribute the Lakhong solution to everyone. The group obeyed, spreading the mist evenly over the marked area. Yi Zhongming told Duong Tian to lure the Mong Mei herd, leaving him confused. Duong Guo quickly protested it was too dangerous. She didn't want her brother involved. Yi Zhongming's tone hardened. Everyone had to prove their worth or be replaced. Duong Tian fell silent, realizing Zhang Ming wanted his sister to follow him from now on. Feeling exposed, Duong Tian asked bluntly what Zhang Ming could offer his sister. Zhang Ming understood his concern and admitted he needed Duong Guo for a specific purpose, but he promised she'd be safe with him and could evolve into a high-ranking alchemist. Duong Tian hesitated, doubting whether such words could be trusted. Zhang Ming smiled, saying, "You don't have to believe me, just live long enough to see it." Duong Tian froze at the word live. Zhang Ming pointed at the other 3, implying they were the ones destined for suicidal missions. Duong Tian accepted the risk, but only if Duong Guo would be protected if anything happened. Seeing her brother agree to lure the Mong Mei, Duong Guo grew anxious. Zhang Ming tossed him 2 green vials as a reward. Duong Tian gasped upon realizing what the potion was. Without hesitation, he drank it when the surge hit. He knew it was a 1-star evolution serum and that Zhang Ming had tested him. Feeling both pain and exhilaration, He rejoiced at his choice. Had he refused, he and his sister would have been no better than the other three. Just then, the other three returned, reporting the area fully treated. Zhang Ming ordered them to guard Duong Guo and stay back while Duong Tian began the mission. Having completed his evolution, Duong Tian's body stabilized. He was ready to start. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming moved into the meadow to inspect and prepare for the next phase. He used his whittlement skill, channeling energy into the grass and soil. A wave of green light spread rapidly, covering the entire field. The vast area strained his control, draining much of his energy. Once done, he panted heavily and decided to hide and recover. The others rested on a boulder, waiting for Duong Tian's return, while Duong Guo stared anxiously into the distance. Duong Tian leads the furious cloud claws straight to the meadow as planned. Duong Guo waves joyfully at her returning brother. Duong Tian pants out a warning. The monsters are right behind him. Seeing the beasts approach, Ye Zhangming stays calm as ever. Suddenly, Duong Tian notices the cloud claws are drawn to some strange scent. They halt abruptly, sniffing around. The beasts focus on tracing the source of that peculiar smell. Finding the drug grass, they rush in like starving animals, forgetting their chase. Duong Guo gasps, asking what potion could make them go crazy like that. Yi Zhongming smirks. This formula was unknown before his rebirth but works wonders now. She wonders aloud if it's some kind of poison. He sneers. Not poison, an aphrodisiac. She jumps, startled. What? The cloud claws keep munching the grass, oblivious to the world. Their expressions grow fierce, eyes turning dangerously toward one another. The drug hits full force, and they plunge into a wild mating frenzy. Embarrassed, Duong Tian quickly covers his sister's eyes. He turns to Ye Zhangming, baffled by how absurdly effective the drug is. Yi Zhangming replies coolly, "As long as it works." Duong Guo pushes his hand away, claiming she's not a kid, just shocked. Duong Tian changes the topic, asking if Yi Zhangming plans to strike now. Yi Zhangming pulls a chunk of meat from his spatial storage, telling them to wait a bit longer. He hands it to the blonde man, warning that rushing in now means getting trampled. Night falls. The group gathers by the campfire, roasting meat that smells divine. While eating, Yi Zhangming reminds them to fill up. They'll need the energy later. Everyone digs in eagerly, answering in unison with full mouths. After the meal, Yi Zhangming leads them back to the meadow where cloud claws lie sprawled everywhere. The beasts, exhausted from their frenzy, collapse motionless on the ground. Seeing Ye Zhangming unmasked, Duong Guo anxiously asks if he's alright. He reassures her he's about 67% recovered. Duong Tian marvels at the sheer number of dead monsters, baffled by the cause. Yi Zhangming explains the drug made them both lust-crazed and violent, slaughtering each other. He orders them to harvest magic cores, warning to avoid any still breathing. Duong Guo grips her knife nervously, staring at the cloud claw corpse. The rest dig out magic cores happily, glad the beasts can't fight back. One surviving cloud claw growls as someone approaches, ready to strike despite dying. It lunges, landing a brutal blow on the intruder. The blonde youth is struck, his insides shattered dead instantly. The group freezes in shock. Duong Guo bursts into tears, while Ye Zhangming calmly tells two others to keep working. He sternly repeats, never touch a beast unless it's truly dead. Duong Guo worries for her fallen friend, but Duong Tian reminds her it's his own disobedience, not anyone's fault. Fearing his sister's softness might annoy Yi Zhangming, Duong Tian apologizes and urges everyone to hurry before the drug wears off. Night falls as the group finishes collecting magic cores and hands them to Ye Zhangming. Two sweaty men deliver their bags. Yi Zhangming orders them to drag fresh corpses to the valley for processing. Though clueless about the purpose, they obediently comply. Both strain to haul the heavy cloud claw bodies, exhausted but silent. After much struggle, they report the task completed. Yi Zhangming nods, then draws his knife, making the two tense up. Suddenly, he stabs the man in brown, leaving everyone stunned. Duong Guo panics, demanding to know why he did that. Yi Zhangming says nothing, coldly rummaging through the man's body. He pulls out a handful of magic cores, proof of the man's theft. Storing them away, he coolly orders the team to move out for an ambush. Duong Tian's group still can't grasp his lightning-fast plan. Yi Zhangming hides the team behind trees, clearly waiting for prey. Sunset filters through leaves, calm yet tense. Yi Zhangming's sharp gaze locks on a massive five-colored bird, lured by blood toward a mutated level 4 eagle. The darkening sky feels ominous, like a never-ending nightmare about to begin. A group in black stands silently, eyes fixed on a zombie corpse. A cold voice orders from behind, "Leave the cores and get lost." Liang Shuyan turns, startled by the sudden strangers. The blonde guy recognizes her, blurting to his boss, "Isn't that Liang Shuyan, the famous influencer?" Seeing a beauty, the boss greedily wants both the cores and the girl, chasing the others off. Xiao Hu laughs mockingly, teasing Shuyan obnoxiously. Shuyan snaps, scolding Xiao Hu for slacking and letting enemies sneak up. He can deal with the mess himself. Yue Gong quickly intervenes, defending Xiao Hu since he's the one who lured the zombies here. The boss turns purple with rage at their casual joking, feeling utterly disrespected. He raises his gun, roaring threats to kill them all. But before he fires, he spins in shock at a sudden sound. Shang Yuan bursts in, shield first, smashing into the thugs. Xiao Hu charges too, swinging his bat, grumbling head, given the signal ages ago. Shang Yuan laughs, apologizing for forgetting, and keeps brawling. The duo fight in sync, shield and bat overwhelming the enemy in seconds. After the beatdown, the thugs groan on the ground as Shang Yuan mocks their pathetic skills. Shuyan calls them to move out, while Xiao Hu asks about today's magic core haul. Shuyan proudly shows off her bag over 1,500 level 1 and dozens of level 2 cores. Xiao Hu snorts, looting more from the fallen, mocking how poor they were. The team gets ready to leave for their rendezvous with Ha Lei. Xiao Hu lights a cigarette, worried about the Bei Nai Ku team lost in the dead zone. Looking up, they spot a blue flare. Long's eyes fill with dread. Its sister Xia's signal flares something bad has happened. Elsewhere, the sky burns blood-red, the air thick with killing intent and chill. Yi Zhongming battles fiercely against a mutated beast. His dragon blood lotus blooms, razor petals piercing the creature's body. Seeing his teammates hesitate, he urges them to harvest the magic cores quickly. He eyes the Waming beast's corpse, deeming it a perfect hunting target. Its glands, once dried and soaked in liquor, can greatly boost poison resistance. Holding the gland, Yi Zhongming grins before rebirth. It could trade for a rare evolution elixir. He keeps dissecting, pleased that using cloud claw corpses as bait worked brilliantly. Suddenly, a vague sense of danger makes him freeze. He instantly orders a retreat behind the hill to avoid exposure. Though uneasy, everyone obeys. After 3 days, they've gained over 500 level 2 cores and some resources, not bad. The level 4 eagle has long since abandoned its hunt. The distance to the signal source isn't far. The 3 figures ahead are nothing like Liang Shuyan's elite trainees. Ye Zhongming notes they're a mounted beast squad, disciplined and organized. The hulking beasts, 2 of them level 3, look tough yet hardly worth the low harvest value. Yi Zhongming punches a tree in frustration, feeling the fight nearing its climax. A familiar howl reaches him. It's Da Huangwang, his loyal dog. Hez stunned. The dog actually found reinforcements, a gamble he never expected to work. As a level 2 creature, it shouldn't have escaped the danger zone alone. Yet it did, and even led Shuyan's team here right on time. Its barking puts the beast riders instantly on alert. They draw weapons and charge toward the sound. Yi Zhongming signals his group to flank along the mountainside, avoiding direct clash. Duong Guo points at the charging foes, fearing the other team plans a head-on fight. She thinks they're insane to face those beasts outright. Even Yi Zhongming is surprised his team never acts so recklessly. The beasts rush and Shuyan's team braces for battle. Uneasy, Ye Zhongming decides to join the fight, breaking his usual restraint. He commands an advance. His squad follows without hesitation. Moments later, they reach the combat zone. Yi Zhongming merges with Shuyan's formation. He orders Shang Yuan to open a gap for them to slot in. His arrival shocks but delights the others. Seeing everyone alive, he exhales in relief. Then he asks why they chose to fight those dangerous beast riders head-on. As the crazed beasts charge, he shouts the question again between strikes. Xiao Hu tosses him an object, grinning that this is the reason. Yi Zhongming catches it, a no-zone card, a rare artifact. It can seal a mutated creature of matching rank, turning it into a battle weapon. However, sealed beasts lose memory, become fully obedient, and can't evolve without a special catalyst. Yi Zhongming excitedly asks where such a precious item came from. Xiao Hu's group casually replies they stole it, lightening the mood. Duong Tian and Duong Guo are stunned. Turns out they've joined a bunch of robbers. Someone jokes that Zhongming might be in love with the girl he raised. Xiao Hu grins, thanking the boss for arranging his love life. Everyone flips him off in perfect harmony, telling him to shut up. Zhongming smirks, then studies the enemy, seeing the beasts split, one flank circling behind. The monsters move smartly, not charging, but trying to encircle them. Hearing his analysis, Xiao Hu groans and asks for a counter-strategy. Zhongming points to the no-zone card, saying they can seal one level 3 beast, then the rest will be easy. Feeling the team's trust, Zhongming feels both pressured and motivated. But seeing their determined eyes restores his courage and hope. With resolve, he moves instantly without hesitation. Zhongming dashes out from cover toward the closing beasts. He casts a basic spell, releasing crackling blue light. The level 3 beast, startled, becomes wary. Zhongming manipulates earth to form barriers blocking its path. As the beast struggles free, he seizes the chance and kicks it hard in the chest. Holding the no-zone card, his eyes sharpen, ready to seal. The card touches the creature, flashing blinding white. When the light fades, the beasts behind still don't grasp what happened. Zhongming stands in the midst of stunned monsters. On the card's surface, the sealed level 3 beast now appears clearly. The others, confused at their leader's disappearance, hesitate. Then their eyes turn feral again. Zhongming charges, activating Flame Gale Blade, unleashing blazing red fire. The inferno scorches the ground beneath Xiao Hu's team and the beasts alike. Seeing their leader still dominating, the team cheers, but Zhang Ming warns they're still surrounded. Xiao Hu raises his weapon with a sly grin, already getting the plan. Another wave of monsters storms in like a hurricane. Zhang Ming orders 3 to hold positions and 2 to guard them. The team instantly acknowledges, full of absolute trust. Zhang Ming grins fiercely, leading the rest into battle. He pulls a small combat machine from his storage space. Then he slots a crystal containing 99 energy units into its chamber. The battle robot activates, locks on targets, and prepares to fire. Its cannons roar, blasting the beasts before they can react. Xiao He's team charges in, hacking through the chaos. As the smoke clears, the last beast realizes Zhang Ming is the commander. A huge monster roars in rage and charges him madly. Zhang Ming calmly tosses out the sealing card he just used. The lesser beast stares at it, baffled. A beam of light erupts, summoning the sealed level 3 creature back. Its sudden reappearance terrifies the raging beast, though it still howls defiantly. Confused, it cannot fathom why its former leader now serves a human. The rest of the beasts tremble, crushed by an unseen aura of dominance. Zhang Ming and the controlled beast attack in perfect sync. Man and monster slaughter the remaining enemies together. Zhang Ming shouts for Xiao Hu to seize the chance and strike. Xiao Hu laughs wickedly, praising the boss stronger than ever, and now with a robot who needs cards anymore. Splattered in blood, Xiao Hu grows even wilder and more excited. Behind them, Duong Guo and Duong Tian stare in awe at Zhang Ming's overwhelming power. Duong Tian smiles with pride, fully trusting his unmatched strength. He reassures Duong Guo they were right to join this team. The furious battle shakes the forest under the crimson dusk. Zhang Ming tells everyone to collect beast claws and fangs, their valuable materials. Afterward, he asks if anyone's interested in owning a mount. Xiao Hu wonders what kind, while Shu Yin hopes for something cute. Zhang Ming explains the cloud claw eggs they just found will hatch into mounts adorable when young. Hearing cute mounts, the two light up, eager and ready to go where he points near the cloud claw nest exit. Zhang Ming reports the cloud claws and fang beasts are wiped out. Danger's gone, but they must hurry. Without waiting, the two dash off, unwilling to miss the chance. Hale approaches, sharing updates from Ying City and confirming info on Xinding Manor. She notes the place isn't under the 3 sects' control yet but is crowded with unknown forces. Pointing at the map, she says the real danger lies not in Xinding Manor, but in 5 other powers nearby. She highlights one, the tech science team, occupying a village 12 kilometers away, led by Dakai, a 2-star evolver with strong forces and solid base. Indicating another spot, she invites Tiu Ya to report what he knows. Mo Ye steps up, describing Ying City prison now seized by violent criminals armed and over 1,000 strong. Their leader, Zhang Da Long, nicknamed He Long, is a battle-hardened killer trained in multiple martial arts and steeped in bloodshed. Hale doubts he's even alive by rights. He should have been executed long ago. Zhang Ming clarifies he's no summoner but a demon binder, a rare and deadly profession. He muses that He Long could one day reach 9-star power. Meanwhile, as night falls, Yu Gong's group carries beast eggs back to base, each busy with their own tasks before dinner. Zhang Ming and Hale keep planning while Mo Yi points at the map, stressing that Zhang Dalong's expansion and greed for resources make him the biggest threat. Over time, everyone with brains knows territory is the key to evolution. Whoever controls it gains the edge. Yi Zhang Ming's eyes turn icy. The war for territory has begun, and even after peace, the struggle will evolve to a higher tier. Shuyin suddenly recalls a strong faction called Liu Clan, an ethnic minority group. They control an island in the lake, naturally fortified and easy to defend or retreat from. Though their full strength is unknown, the clan has hundreds of members, famed for fierce combat and ancient spellcraft. Ha Lei continues, the last force is Dong Suong Ko village, the largest, with over 5,000 people and a level 1 territory core. Zhang Ming frowns, the name Chu Hai Lang ringing a bell. Mo Ye adds that their homemade weapons are top-notch, like products of a military factory. Hearing the report, Zhang Ming nods approvingly. The intel is precise. He reflects that those weapons aren't factory-made but crafted by a master named Li Hao. Dong Suong later became the Dongshan Battle Corps. His own sniper rifle was once upgraded by Li Hao. As for the Liu clan, he recalls they were wiped out by beasts or disaster in his past life. Piecing together past life memories, Zhang Ming notes he's never heard of the tech or night teams but pays close attention to Zhang Dalong, since that area used to be his turf. In this life, he's already encountered 3 potential 9-star beings, though he accidentally blocked 2 from evolving. Hale adds that besides the 5 major powers, a few minor squads exist, only 2 worth noting: H.I. Sand Unit and the Spirit Gun Guild. At the mention of the Spirit Gun Guild, Zhang Ming's eyes darken instantly, his tone turns grave. Mo Yi is shocked none of the big factions stirred him like this. Without a word, Zhang Ming stands, assigns guard duty to Xiao Hu, and prepares for a solo move. His strange reaction leaves the others confused about his next step. In Ying City, sparse streetlights cast a ghostly glow on the empty, chilling streets. Somewhere in the dark, muffled sobs echo through the silence. A silver-haired man roars in fury, demanding results after days of searching. The man in white calmly replies, "The killer of Ti Dao hasn't gone far, he can still be tracked." Wang Tong snaps, saying he'd care more if it were his own kin dead. The other scoffs over his drink, mocking that one dead relative means nothing. Suddenly, a loud shout cuts through their exchange. A silver-masked man folds his hands, smirking coldly, ordering the hunt for the killers to continue. Someone mentions that the Spirit Gun Guild demanded a 2-star evolution potion in the next deal. The whole room jolts, springing up in shock. Dong Yang wonders if not the potion, then what do they want the answer, people? Lots of them. For civilians, 10,000 for 1-star revolvers, each counts as 1,000. Dong Yang frowns, suspecting the guild plans military expansion, though they already have resources. The Silver Mask says coldly that even with a 2-star territory, activating it is difficult, and recent losses have weakened them badly. Dong Yang grows uneasy, the deadline is too short, manpower too scarce. They're ordered to capture 20,000 people within a week, a suicidal task. Several gathering points once meant for intel or magic ore harvesting can no longer be held. The Silver Mask laments losing control of many areas and admits their influence is fading. He hints there's no need for restraint anymore. Towns like Allen are next on the list. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming returns to his room, brooding over how soon the name Spirit Gun Guild has appeared. In his past life, the Spirit Gun Guild was the most ruthless and dominant force of the apocalypse's first decade, never to be underestimated. If forced to face them, Zhongming vows to strike first and hard. Luckily, he has enough resources to start a blood sacrifice ritual. Yi Zhongming dumps a heap of magic cores into the blood gate to activate it. The cores begin filling the slots along the top of the gate. Watching tensely, sweat beads on his brow. Activation might take tens of thousands of level 1 cores. Yet, he muses the potential reward could be worth far more than the cost. He keeps feeding more items from his storage into the gate. Zhongming stares anxiously, hoping a treasure will appear. But nothing happens. The gate stays silent. Doubt creeps in. Did he just get scammed out of all his resources? Furious, he shakes the blood gate violently, refusing to accept defeat. Suddenly, a faint line of light appears. Maybe it needs another gemstone to finish the ritual, but filling it a third time would cost more cores than he has. Still, he stays optimistic, pressing the gem atop the gate like a power button. Maybe it's just a matter of wrong operation, like flipping the switch correctly. All at once, blinding golden light bursts out, flooding the room. The beam pierces the ceiling, leaving Zhongming stunned. He rushes outside to see what just happened. Xiao He's group looks up, wide-eyed at the golden pillar shooting skyward from Zhongming's room. Even at night, the glow is so bright the whole Ying City can see it. Realizing danger is coming, Zhongming warns everyone to prepare for evacuation. Xiao Hu freezes, shocked by the sudden order. Meanwhile, the blood gate's light only grows fiercer. 5-colored golden radiance blankets the entire area. The team instantly obeys, packing up fast and jumping into their vehicles. On the roof, Shuyan scans ahead with binoculars, spotting a small town likely crawling with zombies. Hearing talk of rest and food, she volunteers to cook, dragging Ha Lei along for guard duty. Xiao Hu slaps Sheng Yuan's shoulder, dragging him and Tuo Xiao to scout. Zhongming sits quietly in a corner, clutching the box he just received. The inscription reads, "The more you fill the gate, the greater the reward." Slowly opening it, Zhongming wonders level 3 evolution potion. New skill, certification. Instead, inside lies a mediocre pair of boots. Disappointed? He can't believe such a lame reward. Even a blueprint would have been better. Using his craftsman's skill to inspect, he finds it's an unfinished equipment piece. To use it, he must add materials and manually activate to complete it. Feeling tricked, he groans. This thing even demands more resources. He starts experimenting with materials, first trying beast claws. He inserts a cloud claw into the boot slot. A burst of golden light flares up. The black boots transform into platinum ones, boosting agility and doubling speed for 3 seconds with a 10-hour cooldown. A new skill forms using a 2-star cloud claw, adds a matching ability. Zhongming stays silent, ready to test another material, this time a divine tail specimen. The skill boosts speed, agility, endurance, doubles movement for 3 seconds, recovers in 10 hours, and drains enemies' spirit. The second skill's effectiveness makes everyone thrilled. This is the final test, so every move must be precise. Only one shot left to use the material. The cloud claws and divine essence already upgraded the shoes, but adding the golden demon might. He takes the golden demon from his space and prepares to place it into the snake tube. The result disappoints. Materials don't match and must be replaced. Xi Zhongping is stunned by the unexpected outcome. The Kima Demon, a level 9 Iron Fire cultivator, can resist almost any weapon. Dai Zhongping tries using it, but the demon can't become proper shoe material. If the Kima Demon fails, Zhongping considers a level 3 Armed Demon Tendon or Golden Cloth, hoping the cloth surprises him. He inserts the golden cloth into the shoe tube. A dazzling golden light bursts out, shaking the sky, thrilling Zai Zongming. The little tigers stop eating, staring at the glow. Xia Lei recognizes the source and wonders about its purpose. Everyone's told to eat fast and stay alert, ready to move. The light fades, the shining shoes make everyone step back in awe. The shoes gain rare speed, agility, endurance boosts 100 inches 3 seconds, recovers in 10 hours with Spirit Drain attack and 2 passive upgrades mass control, energy absorption, and healing. Yao Zhongping touches them, delighted with his high-grade golden gear. Unlike the Sacrifice Gate, the shoes activate instantly upon wearing, power clearly felt. With large storage and the Star-Absorb skill maintaining stamina, the wearer feels light as air. Finished, he returns to the Xiaohu group. Seeing him back, Xiaohu curiously asks why he caused such a commotion. Xiaohu eyes the new shoes, jokes they look like limited edition. Xie Zhongming laughs proudly. Annoyed, Moya scolds Xiaohu to just eat quietly. Everyone sits down, eats quickly, and prepares to head toward Yunting Villa. At dawn, the group drives on. While driving, Xie Zhongming frowns at the scene ahead. An armed squad blocks the road, guns aimed at their car. Unsure who they are, the group steps out to investigate. Mo Ye studies their uniforms, guessing they're the Black Cloth Convoy. A blond man raises his hand peacefully, saying they mean no harm. Mo Ye tells him to lower the guns, keeping them raised could spark violence. The blonde orders his men to lower weapons, trying to look friendly. He calls for someone to bring a 1,916 Huang Leilu specialty box as greeting. He introduces himself as Yuan Shang, leader of a black-clad convoy, claiming he just wants a trade. Xia Lei replies that misunderstandings aren't always bad. Her eyes narrow, she likes deals but wants to see what he offers. Yuan Shang praises her sharpness, says he only has food and essentials, inviting them to buy. While he talks, Zhang Ping tests his new shoes, dashing so fast he leaves after images. In an instant, he passes Yuan Shang's group unnoticed. He reaches the military truck, grabs Yuan Shang's full pack of explosives, then immediately returns and tosses the explosives back into Yuan Shang's hands. Yuan Shang freezes, stunned that his explosives were taken so effortlessly. Zhang Ping raises the detonator, smiling that business needs sincerity to earn sincerity. Seeing the controller, Yuan Shang panics, insisting they mean no harm, just ensuring safety. No one knows when the detonator ended up in Xie Zhongming's hand. Yuan Shang's anxiety spikes visibly. He wonders when the detonator pack was stolen. Realizing Xie Zhongming's group's power, Yuan Shang nervously apologizes and urges calm. Yuan Shang hands the explosives to his men, ordering them to dispose of it far away. He approaches Xie Zhongming's group, asking what they need. Zhongming cuts straight to the point. He demands 3 things: ammo, food, and information, raising 3 fingers. Yuan Shang says ammo's scarce, food's plenty, info depends on their request. Zhang Ming stresses that information's value decides the trade. He clarifies he needs real provisions, not basic snacks. Yuan Shang ponders, realizing food's worth in this harsh world, doubting Zhang Ming's intent. Yuan Shang signals his men to prepare supplies. His subordinate brings a bundle and greets Zhang Ming respectfully. Yuan Shang opens it, smiling. 90 rounds and 50 magic cores fit for their guns. Zhang Ming nods in approval. No haggling. Yuan Shang surprised by such generosity. Seeing his enthusiasm, Yuan Shang offers to sell pistols. Zhang Ming asks how many. Yuan Shang says around 10 pistols with 300 rounds, all good quality. Zhang Ming inspects them, likes the finish, and orders to take the deal. Yuan Shang, surprised at the quick agreement, accepts immediately. His men watch the fast payment, whispering about the huge profit. Seeing Zhang Ming's shopping spree, Yuan Shang happily offers rice, salt, and noodles. Zhang Ming declines, tossing him some magic cores mid-talk. Yuan Shang catches them, shocked at the excessive amount. Zhang Ming confirms 500 level 1 magic cores and demands the weapon cache's location. Yuan Shang's men instantly raise guns. He's startled. They know the secret plan. The rest, ready for battle, the tension skyrockets between both sides. With guns pointed, Mo Ye's group angrily aims back. Fair's fair, they think. The standoff tightens. Yuan Shang quickly calms his men and questions Zhang Ming cautiously. Zhang Ming explains their power's limited. They just trade for cores to strengthen, not raid big arsenals. Yuan Shang eyes the young man, uneasy yet wary. Amazed, he guessed the weapon stash. Trying to divert, he offers pricey intel on a food warehouse instead. Hearing it holds enough food for 1,000 people for 2 months, Zhang Ming weighs the value. He requests details on nearby factions, then seals the deal. Zhang Ming's group drives off, leaving Yuan Shang's team dumbfounded. Yuan Shang shouts after him, asking if he isn't afraid of being tricked. Zhang Ming looks back coolly, warning that deceiving him has a price. Want to test it? Yuan Shang instantly backs down, saying he wouldn't dare. Zhang Ming starts the engine, reminding that if they want more business, bring food to Yunting Villa in 2 days. A subordinate starts to speak, but Yuan Shang cuts him off, Eyes sharp, he used to be a headhunter, and he reads people well. He warns his men if they meet that team, drop any shady thoughts, or hell deal with them himself. His eyes turn icy. If you want to die, die alone. Don't drag the team down. At Yunding Villa, the scenery remains calm, green trees and golden sunlight untouched by apocalypse. But such peace and chaos feels eerie, weighing the air with unease. Mo Ye uses binoculars, noting the cliffside peak has only one entrance and ideal defense point. For normal humans, attacking this spot is nearly impossible. In discussion, Xiao Hu adds that for zombies and mutants, it's just a terrain challenge. If not for the strong walls, it'd be overrun already. Enemies likely number in the thousands plus countless mutants. Yue Shi sighs helplessly, admitting good terrain comes with dense mutant swarms. According to intel from the Black Cloth Convoy, 4 major factions exist inside, contradicting earlier data. Their people lure zombies with loud noise, then dash through each time with casualties, so no outsiders dare touch this mutant-infested fortress. Xu Yin panics, asking why anyone would choose such a dangerous place as base. Shi Zhongming reassures her health scout Yunding Villa himself. Tonight, since current intel's unreliable, sunlight seeps through, giving the villa a strangely serene yet haunting aura. Elsewhere, a grim-faced boss glares at the opposite group like head eat them alive. A woman in blue slams the table, furious, shouting that Xiao Dong's gone too far. Xiao Dong exhales smoke calmly, saying the supplies came from his brothers, risking death among zombies. What more do they want? Sister Rong bursts with rage, calling him a man of no word. Xiao Dong doesn't mind. He laughs, asking his men if they agree he's a scoundrel. His men mock along, joking with food and taunting the women to tears. Humiliated, the women weep, cursing that karma will get them. Hearing karma, Xiao Dong's face darkens. He slams the table, roaring in anger. He points at them, calling it karma when they trade their last dignity for food. Bitterly, he says if they can't earn food themselves and still preach morals, their words are empty. He reminds them their past workplace ties mean nothing without him stopping Wei Jue. They'd be dead already. Pointing at the table, he declares that's all they get, and tonight's the same deal as before. One subordinate interrupts, saying they're sick of repetition, cut their rations by half if they resist. The blonde girl panics, calling Sister Rong, who trembles with rage but grabs the food and tells the others to leave. The 3 storm out, swallowing their fury. A subordinate asks if those women are worth keeping. Xiao Dong sighs that other factions are stronger, and their side survives only thanks to the 3 evolved women. He suspects their evolution drugs came from somewhere secret without knowing how. He can't act. Sister Rong's group returns to their villa shelter. Seeing them back, everyone cheers at the sight of food. But only 3 small packs dampen all spirits. Lun Han snaps that if anyone complains, they can serve Xiao Dong tonight for more food. Everyone who tried knows the cost. Resentment's useless. Survival's all that matters. Only 12 water bottles this time. Even less food must ration tightly. Those who go tonight get larger shares later, making everyone reluctant. Sister Rong quietly returns to her room. She sighs at the rotten beauty outside her window. She wonders how far the villa will fall into ruin. Heavy-hearted, she walks down to the basement. Seeing the scene below, her face turns solemn. 2 girls greet her joyfully. She answers with gentle warmth. She asks about combat progress. The 3 fall silent. One girl's being bandaged. The wounded one says approaching within a meter triggers fiercer attacks. She and Jiaji tried rushing in but were repelled, couldn't break a single branch. Xiaobai suggests the old plan shall bait, while others strike the cloud vines. Hearing that, tension thickens. Sister Rong snaps her name. She grips Xiaobai's shoulders, both angry and heartbroken, forbidding such despair. Xiaobai averts her gaze, saying she's filthy and unworthy of touch. Unable to bear it, Sister Rong yells that Xiaobai isn't dirty, just burdened and hurt for everyone's sake. Xiaobai loathes herself more, saying dying wouldn't be surprising. Every humiliation forces her to swallow tears. She's had enough of this life. She declares she'll sacrifice herself for an evolution core, hoping to strengthen the group. Furious, Sister Rong slams her against the wall, forbidding such thoughts. She vows Xiaobai will be the next to evolve, crying and swearing sisterhood for life. Argument over, they leave the basement to avoid side Dong's notice. Ma knocks as signal to open. Jia Ni enters, turning the bottle on the table. She tells Tutu calmly to open the 3 girls' eyes. Seeing the deep descent, Sister Rong steels herself, believing the root can't withstand all 3. Over Yang Villa, darkness thickens, omen of unrest. Liu Yi's reading when a subordinate reports the burdening faction wants to trade food. Without looking up, he coldly asks for the trade terms. Zhang Qingren reports 1 one-star potion for massive rice, canned food, salt, oil, noodles, and water. Liu Yi frowns the demands. Too high. Farm reserves aren't infinite. Xiang Dao lists each faction's evolved count, showing they're falling behind. Liu Yi catches his teammate's implication. Xiang Dao adds the rival group mostly brings ordinary people this time. He suggests an ambush to cut Bird Ning's evolved forces down to their level. Liu Yi asks the consequence it'll end all medicine trade. Xiang Dao insists they must break suppression now and hunt monsters other factions could trade later. Hearing that, Liu Yi slams the table, agreeing. Plan set, Xiang Dao cheers and readies his team. Ji Zhongming sneaks into Yun Ding Villa, observing from the rooftops. Hez puzzled why so many level 2s guard instead of hunting zombies. It makes no sense. He jumps down, trying to recall the secret tunnel's location from his past life but forgets. Landing on an electric roof, he slides down silently. Crouching low, he moves carefully by memory to avoid detection. Inside, he hears passionate noises, awkwardly freezes in place. Uncomfortable with the loud crowd, he suspends his investigation. He redirects toward another area. Suddenly, a terrified scream erupts. Dai Zhongming turns to locate it. Thinking he's exposed, he draws his gun, nerves on edge. He keeps his finger on the trigger, watching carefully for trouble. Inside, unaware of Dai Zhongming outside, chaos and screams continue. Sweat drips, thankfully he didn't shoot. Avoiding unwanted mess, he jumps up to observe, gauging the situation inside. Inside is Xiao Dong and his subordinates, his face twisted in pain. A stern Han man orders him to release the captive. Xiao Dong unleashes firepower wildly, losing all control. Someone bargains release them and they'll be spared. A nearby girl pleads desperately with Sister Xia to stop. The subordinates show no mercy, shoving the girl aside and ordering retreat. Losing patience, one aims at Xia by Xiao Dong intervenes to prevent disaster. Xiao Dong negotiates, offers 2 bottles of serum if Shai Bai cooperates. Refuse, and hell destroy the villa, kill the women, and force their evolution secret. His red eyes burn menacingly. Ji Zhongming realizes the basement's location might match what he's seeking. Xiao Dong's patience snaps. The girl doesn't move. He prepares to kill. As he acts, something pierces his hand. A scream erupts. Someone's ambushed. Ji Zhongming kicks the door in, shocking the thugs. He subdues 3 instantly. Several go down at once. Dai Zhongming aims his gun, forcing the rest to surrender. Terrified, they obey without arrogance. Ji Zhongming restrains Xiao Dong. Now the girl's safe. Xiao Dong pleads to negotiate, promising anything if they calm down. Dai Zhongming coldly demands the basement's location. Holding Xiao Dong, Xia Bai begs him to slow down. Rage burns, half her face scorched. She demands the info but asks to have Xiao Dong herself. She pleads with Dai Zhongming, promising anything if he hands him over. He agrees, tossing Xiao Dong to her. Xia Bai grips her knife, face twisted with hatred, like a demon. Xiao Dong panics, backing away, shouting what she's doing. She roars, sentencing him to death. The blade plunges into Xiao Dong's heart. He screams, eyes wide. Xia Bai is consumed by hatred, all gentleness gone. Just then, Sister Wrong's group bursts in. They freeze, stunned by the scene. Xia Bai bows, apologizing. She's revealed the basement's secret. Xie Zhongming calmly calls her loyal, then asks about the info below. Sister Wrong knows hiding's useless, says she'll talk but with conditions. He cuts her off coldly, saying she's in no position to bargain. She laughs bitterly, death's mercy to them, and they hold what he needs. She declares she'll trade only if her demands are met, otherwise, kill them all. Ji Zhongming sighs, agreeing. He asks for their specific conditions. The room fills with groans for mercy, replacing earlier chaos. Shi Zhongming's surprised they only want the men's lives, hatred running deep. Xia Bai doesn't understand why he calls her. She feels useless. Coldly, she assumes he just wants her body, thinking she has no other worth. He chuckles, saying she's right about dying, but not while he's here. He says he needs someone absolutely loyal, unafraid to bloody their hands for his cause. Extending his hand, he invites her choice. She hesitates. Then she accepts, placing her hand in his like a pact with a devil, calling herself his loyal dog. They shake hands. The deal is sealed. Afterward, Sister Wrong steps out. Dai Zhongming asks if it's finally over. She nods warily, saying she'll lead him to the basement. Outside, the villa feels calmer now that the scum are gone. Back in the cellar, Jiaji moves to the secret mechanism and twists the bottle. A hidden passage opens, revealing the secret they guarded. Seeing the tangled roots, Zhongming realizes it's a demon tree. This tree hides magic cores. Its tendrils bear fragrant fruit to lure prey. Anyone who eats gains levels. The fruit's power surpasses the eaters, so effects are drastic. At first, survivors rush to it as a free evolution path beyond human serum control. But the power lasts only a month before seeds sprout inside, taking over the body. When strength fades, they turn to fertilizer, half human, half tree, and spawn new demon trees. Knowing the danger, Zhongming asks if only 3 ate the fruit. Sister Wrong murmurs a guilty yes. He asks how long. She says over a month. She was the first. Zhongming deduces she's still savable, but time's running out. Suddenly, Da Huang leaps out, scaring the women, unsure if it's a dog or monster. He pats it, guessing Xiaolei sent it after hearing noise. Zhongming and Da Huang head deeper, facing the demon tree. Sensing intruders, the tree opens eerie green eyes. Its tendrils lash toward Zhongming with furious roars. He lights his blade, deflecting the strikes. Then he lunges straight at the tree. His lightning speed stuns it briefly. Zhang Ming slashes hard, severing the reaching tendrils. They fall, oozing foul fluid as the tree screams in pain. Seizing the chaos, he orders Da Huang to attack. The dog leaps, pinning the trunk and locking the tendrils. Zhang Ming runs deeper, telling it to hold the trees still useful. He dives into a tunnel where Zhang Dalong once triggered the 9-star core. If true, he could reach the peak too. Fired by that thought, Zhang Ming's pulse quickens. Before him lies a vast platform. He freezes in awe. 4 runic wheels glow in 5-colored brilliance, each unique. Excited, he confirms he's found the right place. By color, the white wheel is level 2, the black one level 3. The green wheel is level 4, the blue one level 5. 3 level 1 wheels scatter nearby, 7 linked wheels total. This explains why Zhang Dalong built his base here and rose to 9-star once Zhang Ming inserted the gemstone. Gazing at the radiant spin, he thrills. This era will be his. Outside, Sister Rong's group worries he's still not out. A girl rushes in, Wine Xiaoyang's bringing troops to hunt the boy. Sister Rong's team grips weapons, ready to fight. Xiaoyang's faction eyes Tuo Dong's old territory. They see Liu Yi clashing with Birdling's group. 3 evolved dead, too chaotic to step in. Meanwhile, Tuo Dong's side just opened fire. Xiaoyang sees a golden chance. Spotting only women, he's momentarily surprised. He demands Sister Rong tell him where Tuo Dong is. She snaps for him to get lost, and he threatens to flatten the place. She's anxious but stays composed. Duyan Xiaoyang shouts for his men to charge. Suddenly screams erupt. Xia Bai has slain one of his men. Seeing her half-burned face, Xiaoyang recoils, calling her a monster. Her face gleams with both angel and demon fury. She laughs and crushes his arm to pulp, killing him in agony. His subordinates panic, raising knives defensively. They curse and threaten to kill her. Xia Bai hurls the corpse she just slew into their midst. Seeing the gaping holes, one trembles and points at her hand. She repeats her master's words, "Those who don't resist will live." Xiaoyang screams, ordering them to kill the demon woman. She spreads her arms wide, inviting their attack. Her punches and kicks land hard, flooring multiple men. Alone, she wipes out the group without breaking a sweat. Another man charges, throwing a heavy punch. He grits his teeth, shouting, "Die," as he unleashes the stone fist. Xia Bai, splattered with blood, looks hauntingly beautiful. Their fists collide. Everyone expects her bones to shatter. The evolved fighters sure she's done, but her small fist shatters his stone armor instead. The rest recoil. How can a level 2 crush such a skill? Xiaoyang's men drop to their knees, begging mercy, recalling her warning that non-resistors live. Suddenly, Xiaoyang feels icy claws graze his shoulder. Chills spike down his spine. He turns. Da Huang's jaws gape, teeth bared, making him scream. Sister Rong stands frozen, stunned by the scene. Zhang Ming watches from the roof, observing calmly. He thinks to himself, this girl fits perfectly. Elsewhere, Uncle Hai, wearing a hat and smoking a white pipe, discusses business with the wealthy Yuan Shang, asking about his strength. Yuan Shang offers him a cigarette, saying he's not rich, just has goods for special buyers. Uncle Hai exhales, noting few could afford them. Seems new faces have arrived. Yuan Shang smokes quietly, realizing the newcomers plan to head for Yunding Villa. His already placed orders there. Uncle Hai asks if they finalized the previous deal. Yuan Shang ponders, eyeing Uncle Hai's white pipe. It was gray before, now white in days, meaning his village has unique professions. After assessing, he concludes their small group has few guns, not much threat, and plans to buy later. Yuan Shang hesitates, deciding to stay cautious, advising not to expect too much. His men report the goods are loaded. The group departs. Uncle Hai reminds them to stay safe, saying if they meet kin, send them his way. Yuan Shang waves goodbye and drives off. Exactly so. One underling asks if that group's going to Uncle Hai's too, since he's got quality stock. Yuan Shang denies it, warning not to go there lightly, it's deadly dangerous. The underling wonders if the newcomers will join the fun. Yuan Shang stays silent, offering no reply. Meanwhile, at Dai Zhangming's base, he sits on the main chair, Da Huang lying at his feet. Xiao Hu asks why they came to the villa for intel but ended up buying it out. Sister Rong reports Bird Ning's side has about 300 people. Liu Yi's side over 200. Daily deaths, common of their 57, 42 are women. Xia Bai appears behind him, now Zhang Ming's loyal subordinate, half her face still horrifying. Her tone colder, she reports Birdling's group is retreating. Shai Lei recognizes her as the girl with the 2-star evolution serum. Liang Xian also notes the uneven distribution of 23-star serums. Mo Ye catches her jealousy. Liang Xian denies it, just curious about his reasoning for such arrangements. Birdling Sai leads 222 people. Zhang Ming thinks that number's a bit much. Xia Bai understands instantly. She leaps out the window to act. Zhang Ming orders Sister Rong to compile full dossiers, skills, talents, experience, even education. She obeys. Elsewhere, Liu Yi's place Xiang Dao anxiously wonders why they haven't left yet. He reminds him of the plan to relocate, build a new base, and form a rune array with Enan Xiao Yong gone. Resistance will be weak. Uncle Liu disagreed, telling Shang Dao to wait longer. With years of experience, he had learned caution. When unsure, it's best to wait or skip, never gamble. Shang Dao still didn't get Uncle Liu's point. Suddenly, noise outside shouting, killing Uncle Liu stayed calm. While Shang Dao panicked looked like a fairy transformation attack. Shang Dao guessed it was the bird spirit division. Uncle Liu sighed, told him to see the new king of Yunding. They stood before the extermination Zhongming squad. No reaction came. Xia Bai walked in. She was drenched in blood, terrifying to behold. Uncle Liu calculated that the bird spirits would handle it. As she passed, her eyes showed deep disappointment toward him. He wondered if she was upset he stayed instead of fleeing or for not killing him. He saw Xia Bai return badly injured, full of worry. She had 2 severe bullet wounds, 5 broken bones, bullets still lodged, normal magic couldn't help. Zhongming calmed him, promising aid. He asked Sister Rong for info while he treated Xia Bai first. In the room, he held a knife in hand. Besides removing bullets, he had to cut necrotic tissue from her face. The idea alone was horrifying. The bloody scene made him feel her pain. No wonder Xia Bai earned Ye Zhongming's trust. She did what others couldn't. After all bullets were removed, Zhongming asked him to heal Xia Bai. He realized the light apostle profession was insanely strong. He evolved 2 stars, fully used his class, and took a monster treasure. Though not leveled up again, new skills appeared. He used Gentle Wisdom Lotus, an advanced Cam-Do spell, kept only healing, draining spirit but effective. The session ended. Full recovery would continue tomorrow. Xia Bai regained her face and expressed gratitude. Yi Zhongming left, letting Park Su-ying care for her. Uncle Liu's group stayed and were treated as guests. Uncle Liu stood to greet when he saw him. He told them to sit when they didn't leave. Uncle Liu reluctantly stayed. His family was gone. Despite his past, he could still change for the better. He gifted Ye Zhongming a special item. It was a map of the villa area to aid planning. Everyone found it useful. The next step was battle. He needed Uncle Liu's men ready to join. Their group gathered in front of Zhongming's base courtyard. He stood on the balcony, announcing fair treatment for all. Survival meant pushing potential and limits. He wanted proactive people, not freeloaders. They'd go out to hunt monsters. Good results would earn rewards. The new group objected, not understanding why fight. They were lazy, wanting safety and evolution before fighting. Yi Zhongming was annoyed, wondering what they truly wanted. Facing resistance, he asked them to speak plainly. They demanded guns, evolution, drugs, full meals, and protection, no fighting. Liang Shuyin fumed they were spoiled despite favoritism. Yi Zhongming allowed them to pick suitable non-combat tasks for today. Those unwilling to fight would register with Xiao Hu. He stressed give and take must be balanced. They had to choose carefully, only one chance. Nian Da Yuan was assigned to record non-fighters. Bao Jilei distributed missions to those ready to fight. Liang Shuyin wondered why not just let the non-fighters leave. Yi Zhongming kept them for extra base labor. The fighters were sent to battle zombies. The fight was brutal, leaving many injured. Park Su-ying wanted to help with an air shield. Yi Zhongming stopped her, said not yet. Observe blood first. He noted Liu Yi's veteran squad handled zombies well. The women's team was weaker, but still better than cowards. The rest just watched and mocked, thinking themselves wise. They believed their choice was justified. They sought safety, calling risk-takers foolish. By evening, zombies were wiped out. The fighters proved endurance. They realized Liang Shuyin was right. Lazy ones avoid truth. Not seeing good in others was sadly normal. If Ye Zhongming let them go, he just hoped they'd survive. Cleanup done, they headed back for dinner. Zhongming had prepared a grand feast. In the apocalypse, such meals felt like bliss. After battle, the team's core spirit began to form strongly. Uncle Liu saw the food's rare quality. It enhanced physique. Yi Zhongming explained real value lay in effort, not meals. He hoped everyone remembered that lesson. The non-fighters barged in as the feast began. They were upset with small portions while fighters feasted. They complained. Had they known, they'd have fought hard too. They accused him of unfair treatment. Their behavior was utterly unreasonable. Yi Zhongming shot the leader of the complainers. The cries for rights instantly died. One death spread fear among the rest. He declared the base rejected irresponsibility. Xia Bai appeared, reporting vehicles outside led by Officer Shang with urgent news. He grew curious about the message Shang brought. Outside, the situation was being closely watched. They saw Ye Zhongming's group clearly outside. In no time, they took the villa peak and cleared zombies efficiently. Soon, Officer Shang was invited to meet Ye Zhongming. Zhongming praised the HIC strike team's fast cargo delivery. As Shang sat down, he reported all nearby factions moving toward one site. Yi Zhongming wondered why powerful forces would join battles. Head hold off for now. Shang revealed it was the spot Yi Zhongming once predicted held an armory. That armory was now occupied by savage green humanoid monsters, as strong as one-star revolvers. They ate humans and mutant zombies but ignored spirit crystals, all bright ones piled in the armory. Yi Zhongming was stunned, confirming the creatures had no eyelids, sharp claws, razor teeth, and no deep-core crystals. Shang affirmed each beast was a major threat. Though the armory brimmed with crystals, few dared approach. More allies meant safer odds. Yi Zhongming's face turned grave hearing this. It was the first time his team saw him truly serious, proof the armory was perilous. Shang said conquering it meant massive weapon and crystal gains, a win-win deal. He added that though Yi Zhongming was new, his strength was clear if he joined, had earned fair spoils and prestige via Shang's and HIC's backing. Yi Zhongming stayed cautious, making no decision yet. He told Officer Shang the choice would be postponed. After seeing Shang off, things calmed down again. Ha Lei asked his thoughts about those monsters. He knew they were extremely dangerous abominations. In his past life, they came from humans mutated by radiation, losing humanity and eating everything. They had no spirit cores, power scaled by height, 1 meter equal to 1 star revolver. Every extra 50 centimeters, one more level 5 meters meant 9 stars. No special skills, just raw bodies, weak evolvers. Meeting them were doomed. They bred rapidly, using women and female zombies to spawn new ones. Killing them gave no direct gain, yet their fertility made them humanity's bane. He reminded the team that barely a month into apocalypse, they'd seen missiles streak the sky without leaving the city. He asked why humanity hadn't used mass destruction weapons in this genocide. Xiao Hu guessed nukes were used too far away. Nian Dai Yuan agreed, the apocalypse came too suddenly. High radiation zones were buried or contained by governments to prevent collapse. Yi Zhongming refuted humanity was dying, no time for restraint. The real cause, alien strikes detonated nuclear arsenals, spawning overpowering mutants. The monsters were terrifying, radioactive creations of immense strength. Officer Shang said over 100 guarded that armory, making approach suicidal. He wasn't afraid of the 100, his team could handle them, but first priority was building the new base. Though they were common foes, he avoided direct clash, focusing on collecting scrap vehicles nearby. Autumn passed, winter came. By spring, they'd turn it into farmland. Old Hu would train fighters and select safe seeds. Old Hu agreed and began executing the plan. Yi Zhongming stressed 2 days to clear the zone, set checkpoints. Others self-arrange. Liang Shu Yin and Shi Yuan led men to Yunding to guard mapmakers and survey terrain. In short, once the area was clean, everyone would prep for the next mission. Another harsh day of apocalypse slipped by. In a dark room, 4 men whispered through iron bars. One asked Lao Sen about the scrap rumor. He confirmed it. The HISA squad spread word. Many nearby knew. They discussed scavenging abandoned cars at Yunding Villa. Even one meant valuable trade. He sat hugging his knees, pondering rare peacetime chances. A middle-aged man barged in, eager to test luck, finding a running car, nothing to lose. Silence fell before their decision. Finally, they chose to search for cars per the rumor. The news reached the outpost. The man met and told another old Zhang. He swore loyalty, saying there was no trickery between them. He convinced old Zhang that Yunding Villa needed people, even the untalented had food and safety. In just days, those around old Zhang had dwindled sharply. He worried about food trades with fewer people, fearing zombies would overwhelm them. The man's words made old Zhang think, and he agreed to try his luck at Yunding Villa. Officer Shang left, telling them to say everything was his doing when they arrived. His underling asked curiously what Yunding Villa wanted and how many people were needed. Shang judged the kid fit only to drive, not for big plans. He spoke of Yunding Villa's ambition far beyond their understanding. His team just needed to work for them, gain small profits, and observe the true scheme. Elsewhere, a man was scouting around. The man, wearing a doctor's coat and glasses, looked kind, but was starving after being trapped too long. If he found no food today, had collapsed tomorrow with no hope left. He dashed toward a doorway. Joy flickered when he saw the chaos inside. A sudden idea flashed in his mind. A rough hand grabbed his arm. His coat was yanked, and he fell hard to the floor. The attacker had planned the ambush. The man searched him but found nothing valuable. The trap wasted effort. He marveled that the doctor was still alive. Unwilling to waste more time, he decided to draw a zombie bait with the man's blood. He turned away to continue scavenging. When he found what he wanted, the doctor was already standing. The doctor slashed his neck in one swift move. The man froze in shock. The doctor held a scalpel, killing out of sheer desperation. Below the building, outside, a few women waited anxiously. When he opened the door, they rushed over, asking about the wounded. Meijing confirmed the surgery succeeded. The young tree demon was removed, done by Dr. Zhang. Yi Zhongming praised his effort and told him to rest. Several new cases awaited Dr. Zhang, everyone relying on him. Yi Zhongming told him to stay nearby and check the hot springs condition. By now, I had identified a certain man. She reported that Xie Lei blocked the road, vowing to punish him on behalf of the moonlight. Her words struck Yi Zhongming emotionally. Xia Lei charged at him furiously. After some chasing, he asked seriously about her report. Xia Lei didn't fully grasp the recruitment reason, but arrivals at Dongport kept increasing thanks to propaganda. Building the base too fast caused problems. The worst was food shortage. With current supplies and planning, they'd last 2 months without hunger. Staying calm, he asked what other issues remained. Xiaolei exploded, fearing the problems had grown too severe. Food was nearly gone, scrap trade income dropped, while traders and demand rose. Beyond food hygiene, safety, and health were worsening too. At the gathering site, Xiaolei voiced everyone's concerns. She asked how he would handle it. Yi Zhongming planned clothing distribution, cleanup, better meals, and labor adaptation before wall construction. Scrap collection must continue. Strict training for Xiao Hu. Repair machines once Sister Rong's body recovered. He withdrew with Xia Luo. Then Liu Shi's anxious shout came from afar. She reported a crowd outside hauling scrap trucks, fully armed, wanting to seize trade. These fools brought trouble themselves. Yi Zhongming went to check. He asked their origin, they stayed silent, but Uncle Lia's men recognized them as inmates from Ying City prison. Yi Zhongming's eyes glinted coldly. He guessed they belonged to Longhua's Yunding faction. The group dragged heavy trucks, all glaring and fierce. Their scar-faced leader looked restless. Wages hadn't come yet. Without news, the scarred man would barge in without hesitation. Yi Zhongming's men told him to wait. He'd appear soon. The moment they saw him, the group advanced. Zhongming noted the leader was unfamiliar, not one of Zhang Dalong's. Old Hu asked greedily if he was truly the boss here. Head brought 40 trucks carrying women, scrap, and 150 people. How should that trade go? Everyone saw he thought them fools, yet Zhongming calmly offered 40 jin of rice and 50 bottles of water. The ringleader cursed, pointing in his face, but Zhongming only added 50 jin of rice and 50 bottles. Zhongming refused to back down, brushing his hand aside. He barked loudly, making the crowd freeze. Old Hu sensed his aura far stronger than expected. The man felt bold with numbers and guns, but losing face before Zhang Dalong was unacceptable. Seeing his silence, Yi Zhongming asked what he wanted. He demanded 150 jin of rice, 100 cans of meat, and half a truck of oil and salt. Zhongming's people pressed. How many mouths would that feed? Old Hu growled a vicious threat. Zhongming stood and agreed to every demand. He ordered the supplies delivered immediately. Everyone was shocked. This wasn't his usual style. He used the deal to both appease them and gain his own leverage. Liang Shuyan fumed. Why didn't he just kill the man? They needed to focus on building the base, not warring with nearby factions. Nian Da Yuan agreed, long-term thinking over rash moves. Zhongming smiled, urging all to keep strengthening the base. They left. Only Nian Da Yuan remained, sighing about the younger generation. He knew Zhang Dalong ruled the area, and the villa had barely 50 fighters. War meant disaster. Zhongming had planned it. He'd teach Old Hu and Zhang Dalong a lesson later. A week later, two opposing sides met on the outskirts of Ningxuan County. One side led by Uncle Hai from Dongsun Village, the other by the gang of boss Hungry Knight Ji, Yun Xiao, and their crew. The boss wore flashy clothes and a smug grin. Uncle Hai saw his arrogance, muttering he'd shave the boy's head if he were kin. Yun Xiao froze awkwardly hearing that. The tension thickened. A mounted squad arrived, radiating dominance. Their leader greeted them. He was Lu Zhen Xiao, master of the Leather Tower. Uncle Hai happily welcomed him, having awaited his arrival. Yun Xiao smirked, inviting the girl beside him to visit the main guild hall. She flatly refused, saying it stank like rot. Lu Zhen Xiao urged Yun Xiao to get to the point. He introduced Beizi from the Ling Trade Association. Seeing Beizi made the two men hesitate. This was unexpected. Lu Zhen Xiao reassured them she was only observing, not sharing spoils. Uncle Hai pondered briefly, weighing the situation. At last, he nodded agreement. They began their operation, targeting the military depot. Yi Zhongming's squad was already hidden atop a tall building, weapons ready. Receiving word, the scouts neared the base. Zhongming immediately ordered action. The goal: seize Ningxuan County's food warehouse enough to feed the base a month. Victory was mandatory, failure not allowed. Yi Zhongming's team surrounded the depot. Positioning complete. The transport crew followed his commands precisely. Everyone strictly obeyed their assigned roles. The rear base had prepared thoroughly under his guidance. Now they only waited for Yi Zhongming's frontline strike. He led the assault team straight into the target. The mission: wipe out all surrounding zombies. He hated not using guns, fearing noise would draw mutants. The zombies began swarming their position. Their advance slowed. Some fighters gave chase. He dashed in to save a sergeant under attack, then handed him an evolution vial. The gesture deeply moved the man. Tears welled up in his eyes. Yi Zhongming roused the team, urging courage in their first true horde fight. He promised an evolution vial for everyone if they succeeded. The words lit a fire. Morale blazed as they charged wildly. Yet the number of monsters near the depot was far higher than expected. Elsewhere, a dense horde chased the meat transport trucks. Sister Rong and Mo Ye commanded the operation. They were nearing the weapons zone. Mo Ye suggested changing tactics. The assault was too risky. Zhongming had lured the zombie pack toward the food depot. Gunfire near the armory pulled even. More beasts there. They used the zombies themselves to fight the mutants, the team's trademark tactic. Mo Ye was confused but trusted Zhongming's plan. Just complete the mission. Xiaobai watched silently from afar, sensing something off. She shouted for everyone to move aside, jumped off the truck, and told them to go ahead. Sister Rong panicked, while Mo Ye knew Jia Bai, a two-star revolver, had her own agenda. Xia Bai Lin advanced. But suddenly, two mechanical-armed twins blocked her path. They threatened to kill her if she didn't back off. Xia Bai showed no fear. They mocked her looks, claiming perfect beauty was the peak of evolution. They accused her of luring zombies here, demanding she confess. She answered with 5 iron punches, no words. As a two-star revolver, she was strong, yet the man outclassed her, dodging easily. They realized her rank. She moved swiftly, attacking non-stop. They countered fiercely. An explosion rang out. Was Xia Bai defeated? They sneered a two-star revolver couldn't rule this strange world. They bragged she wasn't even top 50. While they ranked in the top 20, Xia Bai still lunged, punching one square in the face. Her power struck true. The man's body warped grotesquely. Then he exploded like a balloon. Xia Bai stood unharmed. They laughed mockingly at her. She kept fighting stubbornly. The result repeated again. They gawked. She seemed insane. To them, she was a child. Even as a two-star revolver, she held no advantage. Every strike she landed was useless. She was blasted apart in an instant. The brutal scene continued. Xia Bai Yang seemed barely intact. Still, she charged again, fell, and rose to strike once more. This time, her fist smashed into one's face. He toppled back, shocked. Turns out that one was the real body, the other a mirage. She didn't care which was real. She'd test them all. Her face and aura terrified him. She was insane. Yet if not a two-star revolver, she'd be dead long ago. From the start, Shed planned to endure 6 explosions just to break their class ability. Though they still believed victory was theirs, they never expected her to deliberately take hits and keep fighting. Then she pierced the fracture point barehanded. Seeing his brother struck, the younger screamed for help, but Xia Bai ended the fight, most disgusted by their slippery words. At Ning Xuan's food depot, Ye Zhongming still battled fiercely with the zombie swarm. He shouted for the charge, morale soaring. They fought until exhaustion. But just as they advanced, another wave of corpses surged out, stalling their line. Zhang Ming rushed forward, ordering the team to fall back. He unleashed a fire seal technique. Flames roared, burning the zombies to ash. The path was cleared. The move's power was overwhelming, sweeping the warehouse entrance clean. As the team prepared to collect supplies, a strange object shot toward them. Yi Zhongming blocked it instantly. He examined the thing. Thick black slime, signs of a mud zombie. He hadn't expected one here. Xiao Hu's leg went numb, but Zhongming calmed him. It was fine. Then he moved deeper to hunt the creature. The monster tried to ambush from behind, but he sensed it in time. A slimy body of dense sludge appeared. Its glowing red eyes stared eerily at him. It spat paralyzing venom, devouring anything it touched. A nasty ability. Luckily, it was only level 3. Higher would have been dire. He had just entered the depot and was already dodging sticky acid shots. Xiao Hu recovered, rushed back. Full of fight, Zhang Ming told him to stick to the plan. The others held off outside while he handled the mud zombie inside. He couldn't use fire, risking burning the food, so he fought up close, dodging nonstop. Suddenly, the high windows shattered. Level 1, mutant zombies poured in. Over a dozen minions of the mud zombie. They swarmed at him. He switched abilities, activating his ultimate stone color brush. It boosted his attack power to terrifying levels. Each blow sparked fire, killing swiftly. Yet he was still cornered. He struck again and again, but the creatures clung relentlessly. Spinning aside, he triggered Bloodsucker Demon to heal. The ability surged, energy flooded back. His stamina restored, wounds closing fast. He kept slaying without pause. With that recovery speed, holding 1 hour meant total victory. These beasts were nothing. Only the mud zombie remained. It spat more slime, charging another toxic strike. He gritted his teeth, waiting for the killing moment. Outside, his comrades shouted his name, ready to move supplies once called. They saw him standing atop the black slime corpse, a brutal sight. The transport team rushed in to collect goods, while the rest guarded the perimeter. Food transfer had to be swift, no waste allowed. Mo Yes team circled back, successfully diverting zombies and joining support. Zhang Ming asked about Xia Bai Dong's status. Mo Ye replied Xia Bai had sensed anomalies. Told them to go ahead, she'd cover the rear. Where she stood now, Xia Bai was being chased by a masked man in bizarre attire. Nearly spent, he shouted she was running the wrong way. Her team wasn't here. This led back to the food depot. Xia Bai had intentionally gone off-route to lure zombies to Ning Xuan. Her eyes glinted. She stopped, waiting for her chance. He realized it. Praising her strength, she had slain his subordinates. He introduced himself as Beizi, 5th saint of the 9 sacred seats of the Ling Trade Union, offering her a place under him, sparing her team, and opening a new world. Xia Bai punched him straight in the face, then smirked, flipped him off, and cursed, calling him a damn snail. Corpses gather everywhere before the Nin Xuan food depot. The food transport crew rushes, soldiers guarding tightly. Suddenly, a shout, "Don't waste bullets, move fast." A shadow dives from above. It's Si Zhongming, dropping down with a fiery punch that clears everything. The path opens instantly, and he leads on. The group dashes across a wooden bridge over a chasm, shouting encouragement as they charge. After a long run, a container truck waits. They hurriedly load it with food. The ground shakes, everyone panics, thinking it's an earthquake. Nope, 2 level 3 monsters are charging. Someone warns Zhongming. Zhongming frowns, tense at the sight. They're not ordinary two-headed fiends, but deadly ones. He asks Xiao Hu if the teams cross the bridge, still a dozen guarding the rear. He summons a yellow mechanical engineer robot. He orders Xiao Hu to tell the group to retreat safely. Xiao Hu obeys, helping the food team retreat before the monsters close in. Once everyone's across, Zhang Ming commands to destroy the bridge. Zihu swiftly cuts the support ropes. The bridge collapses, monsters plunge into the abyss. Others halt at the edge. He orders the small engineer robot to fire. The robot roasts the monsters reaching from the other side. After cleanup, he tells everyone to board. All vehicles roll out immediately. The last group stays alert, weapons ready. Giant rocks fly toward them, trying to smash the trucks. Zhang Ming sighs. We've been caught up. He launches flame punches, slicing the stones like giant potatoes. Jia Lei worries, but Zhang Ming warns the 2 massive beasts are super strong, dangerous if they catch up. The twin-headed demons gleefully hurl rocks with freakish power, nearly reaching the convoy. With no choice, Zhang Ming charges energy into a blue stone. The stone heats up, ready to fire. He quickly takes aim. The twin-headed beast spots the glowing stone. It raises its reinforced hand to block. Result, both its big and small heads lose an arm. Zhang Ming keeps aiming, but the enhanced shot is still deflected. Yet both monsters keep throwing rocks relentlessly. He adjusts aim precisely again. Pulling out another stone, he presses harder. This time, one monster's arm blasts off, both now wary. He fires several more shots, light streaks like shooting stars toward the beasts. Seeing them retreating, he signals a warning. They seem frightened. He warns this is their final chance, chase again and face the consequences. The 2 monsters give up the pursuit. He stays alert. Ammo reserves just enough. Above, a red-haired girl with strange body markings defeats a hulking man with one hand. She looks at herself, then scans around. The symbols nearby look like words, yet she can't recall how to read. From behind, a woman and a black cat approach. The woman raises her hand, saying the red-haired girl can't escape. The cat senses danger and screeches. The black-haired woman soothes it, politely saying cooperation brings freedom, resistance blocks evolution. She warns, refusal means annihilation. The red-haired girl simply replies, AA. The black-haired woman hesitates, unsure if that's yes or no, but suddenly senses something wrong. A crimson drill shoots straight toward her. She and the cat react fast, dodging the attack. The red-haired girl frowns. Annoyed her strikes missed. She shifts the red energy's attack pattern, forcing the black-haired woman and cat to adapt. After deflecting every blow, the black-haired woman moves while scolding and pressing the redhead. Unwilling to yield, the redhead changes tactics, channeling crimson energy underground. Red vines burst up from below, catching the black-haired woman and cat off guard. In the critical instant, the black-haired woman hugs the cat tightly. She shields it with her body against the redhead's lethal strike. Her hair hardens into armor, but the red vines keep tightening. Dust fills the air after their fierce duel. The redhead waits for her foe to reappear. When the smoke clears, the black-haired woman still protects the cat but is badly wounded. Seeing them alive, the redhead clicks her tongue in irritation, ready to finish it. Before the black-haired woman can counter, instinct screams, "Run if you want to live." She is ultimately left behind. Gritting her teeth, the woman watches the redhead flee, pulling red thorns from her body and vowing revenge. Scene shifts to a distant forest. A gray-haired girl, battered and limping, staggers through. Behind her, a mysterious black-cloaked man offers one last choice: serve him or die. His arrogance makes her turn away coldly. Enraged, his glare sharpens as he mocks her 2-star pseudo-evolver status. He sneers that all others are mere commoners, only the Spirit Trade Guild reigns supreme. He boasts of his power, saying she should be grateful. He even noticed her a rare honor. Then he punches straight at Xiaobai's chest with deadly force. Xiaobai reacts but is still slammed into a tree, coughing blood, grievously hurt. He strides closer, taunting that he hasn't even used his real strength or class skills yet. He reveals he's a 3-star evolver, claiming the Spirit Trade Guild has dozens like him, and their leader is unmatched. Despite his rant, Xiaobai stands still, eyes burning with resolve and fury. Entranced by her gaze, he touches her cheek, murmuring about her beauty and suffering. Xiaobai suddenly grabs his hand tight. She coldly threatens to roast it for her pet to eat. The words enrage him. He curses, fist clenching with rage. The ruined hall is full of wounded people, only a few still hiding in corners. A blonde youth roars in frustration about the monster's overwhelming power. Suddenly, a girl is thrown hard to the ground before them. The man stands calmly, ignoring her battered state. The blonde shouts, questioning why he brought back a dying girl. Haibing points at her, asking who she is with a heavy tone. The man replies that during the fight, another group used gunfire to lure zombies. As a result, they were counterattacked. Serves them right. The girls from that group, he orders them to interrogate her and report back. He warns she's a 2-star evolver, stay alert. His voice turns sharp, eyes never leaving them. One punch from him shatters a wall. He warns them to respect the Spirit Trade Guild. He leaves, the three men standing confused beside the dying girl. Once he's gone, they finally step out of hiding. The building he struck collapses entirely. The onlookers shiver at such raw power. The bald old man approaches Shabai, asking to take her for treatment. Someone objects, insisting they must return to Dinsun Manor. Outside, the food team hauls supplies back. In the meeting room, Mo Ye reports heavy losses, many dead, wounded, and out of ammo. The base technically won, but its defense force is severely weakened. The injured will get light duties and long-term care. A member agrees caring for them will strengthen trust in the base. Zhang Ming assigns picking suitable evolvers, counting numbers, then receiving enhancement drugs. Mo Ye issues a replacement list, preparing the next report. Sunset paints the sky red, masking chaos with false calm. A meeting member looks out the window anxiously, no news of Shabai yet. Zhang Ming orders the hunting squad to search for Shabai, offering evolution and immunity drug rewards. Two members agree, gearing up and reminding about base communication gear. He tells Mo Ye to ready 40 one-star evolution vials. Other rewards depend on outcomes. Uncle Lu returns, saying Ye Lauda has spread the news to Commander Yuan. He also hands over intel documents for everyone to study. Xiale notes Dong Shueiko village and the Hungry Tiger Knights suffered heavy monster losses. The intel from Commander Yuan isn't fully accurate, but still useful. Uncle Liu gets an assignment from Ye Lauda to go on a mission. Zhang Ming directs them to trade food for weapons, ammo, or magic crystals as needed. Mo Ye keeps an eye on Chang Dailong discreetly. Xiaolei asks about the Spirit Trade Guild. Considering investigation after the Arsenal conflict, the guild is brutal and extreme. They'll avoid it for now. Work continues into the next day. Zhang Ming and team hold a new meeting. Tia Lei reports an armed group of 200 from Ying City Prison heading toward Yunding Manor. Their leader is Bang Lin, nicknamed Evil Tower, who once extorted the manor. The shooting range squad spotted 20,000 zombies marching toward Ying City, many at level 3. News from Dong Sunko says they refuse trade and hold Liang Yi's 10-man team for ransom, 10 tons of food. The team asks if there's more news. Mo Ye adds that the tech team sent a threat letter, food for lives. Xiabai was captured by the Lu Ya faction, badly wounded and near death. Xiao Hu roars in fury, refusing to accept being cornered. Suo Yin snaps, condemning Dong Sunko for rejecting trade and taking hostages. Xia Lei intervenes, urging calm. They agree to focus on finding solutions first. The proposal ranked threats by danger level, then handle them one by one. First, risk the Ying City prison group. Maybe food can buy temporary peace. Suo Yin slams the table, opposing those guys clearly want to loot everything. Meeting concludes, battle is inevitable, rescue both hostage groups, deal with tech team later. Lastly, the zombie horde, if it stays course, it'll be the biggest disaster. Zhang Ming praises Tang Tian's clear analysis. Xiaolei details that Bang Lin is one of 5 mid-tier prison leaders. His group has 200 men. He's a 2-star evolver, with 51 stars and over 10 guns. Commander Yuan's men are soon all evolvers thanks to drugs from them. Zhang Ming sets down a crystal, conjures potions, and orders Xiao Hu to spread word of war and rally volunteers. He instructs to distribute potions by list, report shortages, choose recipients before handing out. Xiao Hu grabs the supplies and leaves to distribute them. Tang Tian and Tang Guo stay behind to guard the base while the main team's away. They're told to retreat. If the base falls, no heroics allowed. Zhang Ming gathers the squad, declaring the start of battle and the purge of all threats. They confirm Commander Yuan's group remains at the manor. Zhang Ming smiles slyly, calling that an advantage. Xiao Hu mobilizes everyone to load cargo as fast as possible. Commander Yuan mildly scolds Zhang Ming for underhanded tactics. Zhang Ming replies confidently he only borrowed some ammo and explosives, leaving the rest intact. He reassures that most of Yuan's men are now 2-star evolvers strong enough to handle themselves, and he promises extra 2-star potions after the mission. That promise shuts Commander Yuan up immediately. Zhang Ming orders everyone to move out. Once the trucks are loaded, the convoy departs. Commander Yuan watches anxiously, praying the manor endures. Night falls over the enemy camp. Bang Lin yawns, dragging himself out of the tent. He mutters about crushing another faction soon. He even dreams of capturing the famous girl and the pretty widow from Yunding Manor. While relieving himself, a strange voice behind asks if he's Bang Lin. Startled by the danger, he spins around, but only in time to see a blade flashing toward him. He activates his ring light, bursts forth. A transparent barrier wraps around him, blocking a strike inches from his face. Zhang Ming smirks, complimenting the decent energy shield. His flaming blade then tears it apart. Fire flares bright as he's about to cleave the foe in two. Bang Lin twists aside, dodging by a hair. He rolls several times before landing hard. Putting distance between them, he starts taunting. He roars that Zhang Ming will die miserably next year. As he speaks, he slaps his body, muscles swelling rapidly. A few more slaps and he's a hulking brute, he sneers. But Zhang Ming just calls it low-grade bloodline trash. The brute charges first, but Zhang Ming dodges easily while analyzing his powers. He notes brute strength is its only edge, useless without a solid hit. Suddenly, the brute's legs are locked. He panics, screaming to be released. Zhang Ming appears behind him, 5 blades stabbing at once, scolding his lack of awareness. A burning slash scorches across his back, blood spraying amid a scream. He collapses, spine severed, body paralyzed. In the camp, comrades rush out, shouting to catch the attacker. Xia Lei leads her squad, closing in on Dong Sunko. Seeing their numbers, the elder there freezes, realizing prior intel was false. He discovers the manor hides its chief plus 3 2-star revolvers. Even the rumored Tier 2 pet has appeared. They also spot over 50 1-star revolvers, far beyond reports. Their weapons gleam gray-white, looking almost divine. He realizes the enemy is far stronger than expected, hard to suppress. He warns Xia Lei their presence looks like provocation and demands immediate withdrawal. Xia Lei states the manor's terms: release the captives and add 2 modified guns for peace. He scowls, calling 2 guns absurd, countering with 10 as his condition. He also insists on a 6-month non-aggression pact. Xia Lei calmly negotiates, stressing the value of friendly relations. She mentions revising some terms, irritating the elder who thinks she's asking too much. Xia Lei reassures him the goal is long-term cooperation built on mutual benefit. Mentioning trade softens him. He tells her to continue. He then orders his men to bring out the hostages and prepare 10 guns. Xia Lei's people are released. Uncle Lu thanks her for the timely rescue. The weapons arrive. Xia Lei inspects them, surprised by their superior quality and upgraded parts. After receiving both guns and men, she declares the matter settled. Before leaving, she reminds him to keep his word and asks him to check on Hai Dong. Hai Dong's craft talent and refined gun upgrades only make the elder fume as she departs. An ally asks if they should eliminate Xia Lei when she returns. Master Hai hesitates, uneasy that Xia Lei knows about Hai Dong. Xia Bai remains imprisoned, her body battered yet refusing to reveal anything under torture. Unusual activity stirs at Yun Ding Manor. Something's clearly happened. He offers her release if she discloses evolver counts, weapons, and roles. Xia Bai firmly calls him a fool. He snaps, enraged. Beating her, he shouts that she's clever, but he hates Red. After a full day of torture, Xia Bai stays silent, revealing nothing. He worries failure to break her means losing access to evolution drugs later. His patience runs thin, threats spill nonstop. Xia Bai bites her lip, staring at him with unwavering defiance. Furious, he throws his whip aside. He growls that her silence will cost her life. As he raises his hand, subordinates burst in. He yells but can't react in time. Xiao Yu reports someone's at the lake looking for Xia Bai. He frowns. Just one person? The subordinate confirms yes. Rage boils. He decides to see this bold intruder himself. The family council convenes, confirming the youth has a single purpose. They're stunned. He swam across the wide lake armed only with guts and luck. The lake's aquatic beasts are deadly. Risking it all for one girl is madness. The patriarch orders his children to handle the intruder. The man in orange mocks Xiao Yu for torturing all day without results. Xiao Yu sees but stays silent. Father always favors the younger brother. The eldest sister intervenes, demanding they bring the intruder in. Xiao Yu glares at her brother but begrudgingly complies. Zhang Ming appears before the family's council room. Soaked to the bone, he steps in, declaring he's here to take someone home. A clan member snarls, calling him insolent and out of line. He orders Zhang Ming to drop his arrogance. He even threatens to give him 500 lashes like Shibai. Zhang Ming coolly confirms, so she's being held here. The man curses louder, spewing insults. Zhang Ming wastes no words and fires his gun. Xiao Yu drops dead instantly. Everyone freezes, stunned by what they just saw. Zhang Ming calmly aims at the next man. He fires another greeting shot, dropping him too. The nearby girl screams. A councilman jumps up, draws his gun, shouting to kill the arrogant fool. The whole group opens fire on Zhang Ming. He activates his energy shield. Once their clips run dry, he retaliates with a blazing counterattack. The patriarch goes berserk seeing his men and son shot down. He roars, swearing Zhang Ming will pay for touching his bloodline. He summons a giant spectral hand and slams it down. Zhang Ming stays calm, drawing the 2 staff. The staff activates Sister Shui manifests, forming a watery barrier around him. A massive wave rises, blocking the blow and sending the council chamber into chaos. The clash forces the giant hand to sink under pressure. Seeing family fall, the daughter flashes forward to strike Shui. She lunges and shouts, pressing her assault. Each stab aims for the throat, making Shui frown at the cold precision. Old Zhang cheers, urging his daughter to break the barrier. Before he finishes, a gun barrel touches his bald head. Zhang Ming's cold voice demands release of the prisoner. The old man bluffs despite fear. His men panic, screaming for Zhang Ming to let go or die together. Zhang Ming sneers if they persist. None will leave alive. The staff morphs, stone replacing its broken tip. The controller gasps. The staff is a living artifact. Holding his stance, Zhang Ming warns the boss to choose life or extinction. The boss threatens that a suicide fight means mutual destruction. He argues they outnumber him and his trump cards are gone, both dying is easy. Zhang Ming smiles, logic won't change his resolve. The old boss fumes but hesitates, no one wants to die together. A subordinate tells Xiaoling the decision now rests with her. With her father captured and subordinates helpless, pressure mounts. After tense thought, she grits her teeth and orders the prisoner released. Moments later, a youth carries the wounded girl back to them. Xiaoling demands her father's release so they can leave. Zhang Ming tightens his grip, forcing them to keep distance and promising release only after safe retreat. Xiaoling rages, insisting he honor his word and free her father now. He answers firmly he won't break promises but won't trust enemies either. He urges a choice, cooperate or die together. Xiaoling finally orders her people to comply. She curses Zhang Ming as ruthless and heartless, vowing revenge. Furious yet powerless, she watches him leave with her father. Their boat docks safely in calm silence. Zhang Ming carries Xia Bai while old Zhang, still near, growls a question. Zhang Ming smirks, his contempt obvious. He ignores the old man and his troops, walking on without pause. Holding Xia Bai, he wonders why he spared them. Old Zhang sweats, realizing that faint smile hides something ominous. That face radiates total confidence and indifference just like his own in the past. He sighs, letting it go and retreats with his men. Before heading back, Zhang Ming takes Xia Bai to the Thay Mak graveyard. She steps atop zombie corpses, her spiritual energy flaring violently. Even she doesn't understand the strange phenomenon. The monsters, drawn by her blood scent, approach. She uses it to recover swiftly. Zhang Ming worries as she advances, fearing she's not yet ready. Xia Bai kneels, assuring him she's fine. He sighs and smiles in relief. She orders the convoy back to base and weapons unloaded, few but complete. Xia Bai puts on her boots and carries out the mission Zhang Ming assigned. She tells someone to sit in the car and get ready to depart first. Determined to punish Bai Zi, her eyes gleam with killing intent. The Spirit Trade Guild team agrees to deal with Bai Zi as planned. As she drives off, Zhang Ming plans the next step, trusting Xia Lei handled Dong Sunko well. He still hides a secret about Dong Sunko, not yet shared with Uncle Hai. Feeding Bang Lin resources is wasteful. Once he's dead, Ying City Prison's power will wane. Even if Ying City wants revenge, they won't strike soon. Now the only remaining target is the group from Ying City Prison. Dawn glows over the weapon depot's roof. Using binoculars, he senses something's off. The zombie numbers don't add up. Yunding Manor can't withstand this. Against such a horde, Evolver ranks mean nothing. The only option is to flee. Yet he refuses to abandon the 7-star target at Yunding Manor. After absorbing energy, he arms himself and strides forward confidently. A small monster guards the depot gate, half asleep. Seeing it snooze, he chuckles at its chubby cuteness. He swiftly pierces its skull, ending it. His surprise, its flesh is soft and defenses weak. Suddenly 5 imps burst out, jawless yet trying to bite him. He glances at them, activates his art, morphing his weapon into a flame blade. A burst of fire sweeps at the charging imps. The flames fail, so he uses his cleaving technique, splitting them apart. The floor opens suddenly. He leaps away from the pit's mouth. Muscular green ogres emerge, looking like gymatics. He grins finally. Stronger ones show up. Deciding to bait them, he darts into the forest as they chase, singing mockingly. Mid-run, he spins back, raising the weather staff to cast Blood Dominion. The forest tears apart, revealing a massive clearing. A flash of light wipes the demons out completely. With that done, he heads back to the weapon depot. Flashlight in hand, he scouts the tunnel, regretting the rush as zombies close in. He manages to grab mid-grade natural stones, but no magic crystals, a total loss. The depot's small but stocked over 1,000 rifles, plenty of ammo, 100 new pistols. Armor is abundant, though high-damage weapons are scarce. Luckily, a door is ajar. Zhang Ming curiously steps in, flashlight cutting through the dark. The sight freezes him in place. Before him lie motionless pregnant women, their babies near birth. He realizes this is a monster breeding site, needs to be purged. Zhang Ming bows his head, regretting he can't save them. A noise at the door puts him on guard. He readies for combat, gun and blade at hand. A dirt-stained woman enters calmly, lowering her weapon, telling him not to act rashly. He replies casually, noting she's an evolver too. The woman coldly agrees, letting him act if he feels safe. She steps closer. He warily retreats, weapon raised. She examines a dead woman nearby, body stiff, cause of death consistent, nothing harvestable from zombies. She eyes Zhang Ming, saying his cleanup was too precise for normal knowledge. Her subtle words tighten his nerves. He feels pressure, though she's not threatening. He asks who she is and how she knows so much. She smiled, explaining Shed caught his move at a glance. She noted his reflexes were instinctive, not like a trained sniper or commando. Zhang Ming denied it. She said she's a Heavensight professional with special combat observation skills. She was surprised he knew her skill's name. She proposed an info exchange. Shed explained first, then had to answer her doubts. Zhang Ming agreed. She said Shed been a forensic doctor, PhD in medicine and anatomy, genetic expert, an honorary lecturer at 2 top 10 universities. She was often nicknamed cold things like Soulless or Hell's Ghost. Due to corpse and mutation research, she had done unethical acts, became a professional through talent and luck, weak in combat but survived. She found the monsters had radiant strain traits, using women and zombies to breed highly dangerous. Her sharp analysis impressed Zhang Ming. He asked her name, unsure how to address her. She reluctantly introduced herself as Liu Zhenghong, calling the name rustic. Hearing it, he saw her differently. Wasn't she the infamous science freak? She guessed he knew her fame and wanted to kill her, asking why, since she didn't recall him. He hesitated. Her title, Red Creator, was a symbol of evil to survivors. Rumors said she spliced humans and mutants, destroyed bases, leaving piles of corpses. Yet despite infamy, she ranked among the top 3 scientists of the apocalypse. When he stayed silent, she turned away coldly, saying, "Never mind." She examined a pregnant woman, finding faint life. She rubbed the belly, knife ready to act. He stopped her, scolding her recklessness against a mutant fetus she couldn't handle. Annoyed, she said if she'd die by his hand anyway, she wanted to see the new generations form first to verify species or gene variant. Seeing her stubbornness, Zhang Ming shoved her aside. The dying woman's belly quivered. The scientist coughed softly, long out of tears. The woman's desperate eyes begged him to end the thing inside. Heavy-hearted, Zhang Ming stabbed down, killing both. Her thankful smile faded unfinished. Liu Zhenghong protested, saying he'd wasted a valuable specimen for nothing. Zhang Ming calmly said, "Clean kills teach survivors." She merely glanced at him, wanting data. He realized research was all she cared for. She carefully examined another pregnant corpse. She pulled the newborn out barehanded, thrilled by new research potential. Everyone was helpless at her composure. Zhang Ming offered resources, evolution, drugs, and cooperation at his base. She tossed the mutant aside, agreeing without true conviction. Zhang Ming calmly handed her an object, urging her to study it. She didn't get his meaning at first. Opening the glass jar, she still couldn't identify the specimen. Moments later, she agreed, declaring him her boss now. Some subordinates entered the armory to explore. Xiao Hu cheered, praising Zhang Ming's solo achievement. Chief Liao nodded, saying Yi Dao Lao was unfathomably deep, and no one could bring weapons in. Lao Lu reminded that 3 allied forces once attacked here and failed, while Zhang Ming handled it solo. Zhang Ming led Liu Zhenghong out of the depot, greeted by cheers for their boss. Seeing everyone safe, he exhaled in relief. Uncle Liao held his hand, knowing his life now depended on Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming promised no more pointless deaths. He introduced the woman behind him, Liu Zhenghong, and La Bei, to everyone. She was a famed expert in medicine and biology, joining the base for treatment and research. All welcomed her warmly. She coldly announced she'd start now, inviting anyone to gather key research samples. Zhang Ming was speechless. He coughed to ease the mood, assigning Xiao Lei and Xiao Hu to pack weapons for transport. The others assisted Dr. Liu. Since her research was vital, everyone got to work. 3 days later, at the Cloud Ascending base, everyone gathered around the table for the debrief. Uncle Liu reported the path from Mountain Foot to Peak cleared, with 4 defense lines built and a 5th at the gate. They'd also built 4 concrete outposts. Finally, firepower could wipe a zombie tide if plans held. Engineer Gong added traps covered the gate area. No battle deciders, but still deadly. Xiao Hu said the evolvers led the hunt teams and supported regulars in fighting zombies, but the tide was too dense. Bait tactics failed to split them. Mo Ye added that the regulars had trained well, could shoot and obey orders. Old ammo was fully used up. Suo Yin reported rescuing a survivor group now merged into the combat unit. Zhang Ming nodded approvingly. He concluded that Yingcheng Prison, Dongshan, and Luya all cleared their zombie tides, victory assured. In a corner of the room, Yuan Shang panicked, hearing 2-star evolution serums would be given only after the zombie battle, thinking it was promised earlier. Zhang Ming calmly clarified after the tide meant post-battle. Yuan Shang complained of no spare ammo and felt unsafe without bullets, asking for more. Zhang Ming smiled, asking what he'd trade for it. Yuan Shang said he had nothing valuable, hoping old friendship would count, offering to pay and handing over an item. Zhang Ming took it, surprised it was an invitation letter. Yuan Shang explained Yun Dingshan offered no long-term gains once Yi Lao Da reformed things. Small forces would vanish. He needed survival routes, especially since Yingcheng had the famed human incense team with 200 evolvers. They led a grand trade fair hosted by Team Oliver, attended only by powerful figures. Getting the invite cost him dearly. Reports said their handmade products proved the crafting team could self-produce and control factories qualified for the Yingcheng Central Trade Fair. The city swarmed with zombies. Entering its center unprepared meant certain failure. He'll treat the invite as an expense, Zhang Ming said. Hatley will brief you later. Rest for now. The meeting ended. Zhang Ming pondered the fair's value and chance to learn from the powerful. Scene shifted to Zhang Ming and Xia Lei in discussion. Xiao Hu rushed in reporting scavengers exploiting zombies. Zhang Ming just smiled. It was normal these days. Outsiders watched, profiting off both sides' losses like mantises and hawks in a hunt. He patted Xiao Hu's shoulder, saying brains mattered most. He ordered the pests crushed his advantage wouldn't be so easily used. The whole city was now flooded with mutant zombies, dense as protest crowds. A group whispered behind a wall, receiving alerts from nearby forces. A man named Dong-hu calmly acknowledged but found it hard to manage. The sharp-nosed man asked Dakai about the villa's ownership. Dakai said it belonged to Zhang Dalong, not him. Dakai turned to ask the accompanying girl's opinion. The tight-suited girl looked determined and focused. Wu Yue teased Sasha. She replied, "Shed observed zombies long enough, weighing pros and cons, not quitting." She said there was no pretense in meeting, she came because she must. The sharp-nosed man suggested waiting till tomorrow to bluff the enemy, each handling their part. Dakai asked Dong-hu what Da Ding's real intent was. Dong-hu frowned, rejecting the plan as unsound. Irritated, Dakai thought if the three of them united, Sasha couldn't resist and they could swallow that weakling whole. He muttered angrily about being underestimated. From afar, Zhang Ming watched through binoculars. He was shocked to see her. He recalled when both were Evolvers level 4 close in an underground bar, but she refused to join him until losing a disastrous battle and joining another force. A year later, she avenged herself but failed a betrayal, vanishing into a dead zone. No one ever returned from there. Her old ideals doomed her life. Now they were the most familiar strangers. Xiao Hu eagerly asked if they'd launch an attack. Xia Lei snapped, warning that losing troops meant no defense against the zombie tide. Zhang Ming smiled, confirming the battle plan. Xiao Hu cheered. He pointed toward the forest, saying strategy mattered. Did they spot the man with glasses? Xiao Hu replied it was An, head of Da Ding's tech team. Zhang Ming said hitting him would deal heavy losses and warn others. He assigned Xia Lei the mission with a promised reward. She hesitated but accepted. Night fell, fire burned outside, met with cold indifference. In the quiet, Dakai let the girl sleep and secretly opened her bag. Inside were nearly 200 magic crystals worth 2 one-star evolution vials. Tomorrow zombies would reach Yun Ding Villa. Scouts said they'd seal the mountain's base. He mocked their stupidity. Screams suddenly erupted, startling him as chaos hit the camp. Dakai rushed out, demanding a report. Seeing the enemy's upper hand and his forces collapsing, he still admired the biker squad's bravery. Gripping his weapon, he swore vengeance for Van Xiao and his fallen brothers. Xia Lei suddenly appeared before him. Seeing her, he froze in shock and panic. Far away, a few men were killed trying to flee. The tech squad proved truly dangerous, spreading panic. Zhang Bing smiled slyly, noting both Van Xiao and Da Ding were mortal enemies. He suggested discussing cooperation right now. Shadows hid behind the crowd. Sudden silence shocked them at the tech squad's power. Moments later, a truck burst from the woods. Van Xiu stepped out, heading straight for Zhang. Xia Bai and Xia Lei jumped down after him. Van Xiu greeted hesitantly. They shook Van Xia's hand, explaining their alliance with Sasha, inviting him to listen if interested. Van Xiu skeptically asked what benefits he'd gain. Zhang Ming said their main target was zombies and they needed help with defense. They reassured him the manor was theirs, retreat was allowed if danger rose, no burden. Worried, Van Xiu heard Zhang Ming remind that risk was part of protecting one's gains. Zhang Ming promised that if at least 30 evolvers joined, each would earn 1 evolution vial, 10 more would mean another vial, and 30 more guns would earn 1 too. Yi Lao Da agreed but only asked for 5 vials total. Zhang Ming then asked for Dakai's long spear, wanting it now. Zhang Ming pulled Dakai's pig spear replica from the rock and handed it to Van Xiao. Van Xiao accepted, vowing effort. Sasha estimated they'd wipe most zombies, surprising Zhang Ming with her modest target. They wished each other success in the partnership. At dawn, everyone gathered at Guangzhong Square. All members were present, ready for battle. Zhang Ming spoke on stage, hands in pockets, stressing evolution serums as rewards for clearing zombies and deterring opportunists. He hoped brave souls would earn the serum and become the manor's pillars. Pioneers took vials from the box and drank immediately. Members eagerly consumed them, yearning to evolve and fight. Zhang Ming urged for an assault force against the zombies, promising more serum and asking if they were ready. The crowd roared, fired up to purge the horde. Young soldiers waited tensely behind barbed lines. Seeing green zombies approach, they grew excited for battle. Mo Ye ordered attack prep, and all obeyed. As his command ended, the whole unit opened fire. Zombies still charged wildly, unstoppable. The fallen were trampled into piles, the horde raging at the flying candy of bullets. Mo Yi ordered precision fire aim for the legs, no wasteful bursts. Spotters reported over 1,000 casualties among zombies, about 800 meters away. Mo Ye ordered shooting from 100 meters intervals to boost accuracy against distant hordes. Xiao Hu reported new waves advancing. Tier 2 mutant zombies appeared, evolvers ready interception. Behind the frontliners came pale zombies with embedded gems, carrying giant shells and rings. Mo Ye calmly ordered leg shots to restrain them, precision first. Yet these zombies acted unpredictably, tougher than expected. New dark threats loomed farther out. As a special ops soldier, Mo Ye dodged stones hurled from afar. Scouts confirmed the rocks came from large packs. Observers warned of long-range zombies ahead. Seeing the struggle, Zhang Ming used a rune cannon from stone scripts to disrupt the black demon ranks, support the iron zombies, and counter ape-type mutants from afar. He noticed the zombies moved in uncanny harmony, each variant fitting perfectly. After locking onto the big cluster behind, his bullet hit true, but barely pierced. At last, the beast was neatly taken down. Its allies raged, hurling spiked orbs at Zhang Ming's formation. The orbs hit the ground, bursting into deadly thorns embedding deep like traps. Soldiers, both scared and curious, approached to inspect the strange spiked rock. Suddenly, it rolled toward them, sending the group fleeing in panic. Zhang Ming was stunned. It was a rare thorn fiend creature. From Van Xiao's side came shouts to retreat. Everyone wanted out. The zombies were just 50 meters away, but Van Xiao barked no retreat. He cursed the cowards, vowing anyone fleeing after swearing to fight would die by his hand. Though fierce in words, fear gnawed at him. Running first would shame him forever. Mo Ye calmed the crowd, ordering civilians to fall back to line 2, leaving evolvers to hold front. Xiao Hu confirmed the order, led the withdrawal while Mo Yi covered the rear. He urgently reported zombies just 10 meters away, asking if they should retreat. Zhang Ming said only when they reached the last alarm line he'd handle the rear himself. Moments later, the horde closed in. The ground collapsed, trapping the front ranks, but the rear climbed over. Zhang Ming ordered fallback to line 2. Drums boomed beneath the wall. He looked down. Zombies crowded below, clawing upward. As they grabbed the edge, Zhang Ming unleashed a fire-scorched skill, flames engulfing them all. At the second defense line, everyone hurried. Crates per Xiao Hu's command, promised a meaty lunch afterward. Zhang Ming asked Mo Ye for casualty numbers. She reported light losses, but the zombie tide hit 20,000 traps, buried only 3,000. Troops lacked skill and heavy arms like bombs or artillery. Zhang Ming sighed heavily but thanked them for their effort. In his past life, battles quickly turned into fierce melee. Since evolvers were seasoned now, the force was too green. Next morning, Van Shu and his men ate breakfast leisurely. He grumbled the battle burned too much ammo but would yield tons of magic crystals. Zhang Ming told Mo Ye to continue the plan. He and Xiao Hu would guard line 3. The Yang Suiyan's team was to stall, disable traps, then regroup at the next line. Xia Bei's group watched the zombie flow marching toward the next defense. Sasha observed developments from afar. They gathered 34,000 magic crystals. One subordinate proposed keeping all. Another stopped him, warning betrayal would ruin their name and anger Yun Ding if they won. He admitted fault. Unaware, Xia Bei nearby heard everything. Sasha smiled, reminding subordinates to keep their word. All obeyed in unison. She pointed to the big dog about to reach level 3, a sign of its master's power. She added that the disfigured woman once leveled Dakai's camp. None of them could. Seeing their hesitation, she encouraged them that true reputation brings profit, making them trust her lead. Xia Bei, hearing it all, decided to overlook them for now. Lost in thought, by 1 p.m., Yun Ding's second defense line collapsed. Zombies flooded in violently. Defenders panicked, some fighting to their last breath. At the death line, the wounded gathered there, struggled to hold on. Xiao Hu warned the 20,000 zombies weren't even the final wave. They outnumbered whole Ak villages. Zheng Hong appeared, joining the youths to compare forces with the zombie tide. Xiao Hu Lian was uneasy. Only about 12,000 fighters left. Though Dr. Liu calculated calmly. She noted there was only one inmate left, making them oddly confident of victory. Zheng Hong stressed they still needed to observe the real situation. Mid-talk, Shai Lei called, saying Zhang Ming wanted to see her. She agreed to go. Mo Ye and Zhang Ming compared line 2 and line 0 results, finding line 3 swarmed with crazed zombies and dense tier 2s. When line 3 fell, 30 evolvers died holding ground. Total losses hit 137. Yet everyone's eyes shone this was still better than their first zombie tide. Xiao Lei and Zheng Hong arrived. Zhang Ming said had brought Dr. Liu. He confirmed timing matched the plan. Zheng Hong nodded and gave the order to begin. She confidently demonstrated her observation skill before all. Others were amazed. Zhang Ming explained. She specialized in skyview scanning, widening vision without mental strain. The skill had a long cooldown last time. After scanning the armory beast, it took ages to reuse. She precisely monitored the zombie horde, reporting brief data. White type 367. Mo Ye worried. White signified tier 2 zombies, now over 300. Then came black type 42, shocking Xia Lei. Earlier predictions were just 20 tier 3s. Zheng Hong continued, announcing green. A green zombie hid among them. Without her, that tier 4 menace would have gone unseen until too late. She smiled, praising their detection and confirming it as a tier 4 evil marquis per their map details to follow. The evil marquis had 2 flexible tendrils. One could coil a neck to kill the weak or choke the strong. The mutant's body turned golden, its power surging. It seemed to reach tier 5. I wondered how city zombies got here, led by such a fierce tier 4. As the tide broke, it already set traps to slow their advance. Zhang Ming calmly adjusted command wires, resolved to face the tier 4 himself. Everyone rushed to ready for battle. The war between humans and zombies grew fiercer than ever. Zhang Bing and Mo Ye arrived. Initial bullet storms suppressed the horde, but ammo would soon run dry. From afar, Sasha reported arrival as planned. Their team attacked the tide from below. We agreed and thanked them for keeping their word. Xia Bei leapt after the Earth Emperor beast. Zhang Ming froze, seeing that beast in Xia Bei's hands nearly made him drop his gun. Mo Ye patted his shoulder, signaling him to focus. We closely watched the zombies moving past their squad. One leader zombie commanded 4 red pit bulls marked with black spots. The red dogs howled, revealing gold-silver collars. The rest of the zombies stood frozen, affected by the dog's sound. The howls drove zombies berserk, intensifying the battlefield's speed and chaos. No one expected such high-level zombies, creatures born from extreme conditions, terrifyingly strong. Zhang Ming ordered full-force fire, no mercy. His team fired continuously. Zombies roared over barriers but fell one by one. Zhang Ming carried the Earth Emperor back, handing command to Xia Lei, regretting the boss evolved at a critical moment. Dang Qua and others moved the Earth Emperor to the rear. Dang Qua stroked its fur. Zhang Ming reassured it was fine. After handing it to Dang Qua and Master Lack, Zheng Hong went silent, preparing surgical gel. I didn't need to manage logistics for the wounded. Zombies crazily climbed barriers, piling on each other, gripping thin walls to advance. Liu Zihui led a team with 2 guns, reporting the horde's encirclement and ordering a charge. Small teams raised shields, trying to hold positions. Zombies lunged at humans, jaws snapping at anything in reach. The zombie lovers slipped into prime positions. Xia Lei prepared an attack. Troops received orders, tossing explosives into the horde. Screams and chaos diverted the zombies behind them. A blue-skinned zombie leapt tens of meters, soaring over others below. It landed lightly on a larger zombie's shoulders. Regardless of consent, the blue zombie laughed joyfully. Zhang Ming realized it was a fake evil marquee appearing in the tide. 7 zombies lunged with open mouths, forming a serious threat. Xia Lei ordered revolvers forward. The rest retreated into buildings to fire from afar. The battlefield grew fiercer. Zhang Ming fought while observing from a distance. All revolvers were present, targeting the Beastmaster and fake evil marquee. Mo Ye used skills to enhance combat efficiency. A streak seemed to dart through the zombie mass. The red dogs gnawed bones to scratch itches. It received neural support without harm. Zhang Ming charged straight at the aura-filled zombies, using every ability to take them down. A red dog unexpectedly blocked a Beastmaster strike, stopping fire from spreading to the zombie leader. Zhang Ming's fingers shifted from cold to hot as he attacked. He realized he couldn't protect all, aiming only for the Beastmaster's weak points. Midair, he targeted and bid farewell to the zombie leader and red dog. His feet landed steadily. We observed the giant Twoten-tackled zombies. Exchanging glances, Zhang Ming approached the zombie leader cautiously. He aimed his gun coldly at the giant, ready to act. The girl's battlefield grew unfavorable. Suo Yin worried as her comrades were pushed into the corner. She showed strong resolve, vowing punishment to the enemies. The giant zombie's muscles bulged, 6 arms strong and powerful. Suo Yin and Mo Ye bravely attacked simultaneously. Mo Ye quickly cut one of the 6 arms. The girls cheered as the tactic worked. Suo Yin held the zombie, preparing a special skill. The marching zombies were hit by thrown stones, causing chaos. Mo Ye tricked them by running, making the horde chase her. In an instant, zombies lunged after Mo Ye for revenge. She used her small frame to dodge the 6-armed zombie's legs, shouting warnings. Suo Yin understood, letting Mo Ye continue luring. The small girl leapt high, forcing all zombies to look up. She struck downward at the zombies below, showing her professional attack power. After the battle, many zombies fell. Only cautious, Tier 3 mutants remained standing. As they prepared to continue, one zombie suddenly collapsed. Xiao Hu moved up with his gun, checking on Mo Ye and the others. He called for focus, aiming to kill more zombies to support Zhang Ming on the other side. Xiao Hu excitedly praised the boss' 3-pronged power for Su Yin, hoping to upgrade skills. Mo Ya anxiously warned that Zhang Ming was fighting a level 4 mutant zombie. Zhang Ming lunged with his long sword, aiming to strike 2 zombies at once. The zombie used fast tentacle moves to ambush, forcing Zhang Ming to defend. It exploited Zhang Ming's opening for a surprise attack. Ha Lei held the front line, worried about Zhang Ming facing the slippery zombie. From over 20,000 zombies initially, fewer than 5,000 remained, half the army lost. The battle's outcome hinged on Zhang Ming versus level 4 leaders. Red slippery zombie. Zhang Ming exposed himself and got ambushed by the slippery zombie. He quickly used gel to sever the zombie's tentacle. The zombie shifted and grabbed his weapon-wielding wrist. Thinking Zhang Ming was controlled, it smiled smugly. Zhang Ming stayed calm, smiling wisely at the formidable foe. He dodged and directed a preloaded robot to attack from afar. The border robot fired its cannon immediately on command. The zombie's tentacles found no one, so it waited, observing and targeting the small robot's cannon. They could only wait and choose a target to attack. The cannon fired, its blast strong enough to flatten a zombie area. Blinding light obscured vision when smoke cleared, everyone froze at the result. The slippery zombie transformed into a shining golden form. Seeing the golden layer and tentacles, he recognized level 4 power and advanced defense skills. Yun Xiao's group panicked, morale dropping as zombies approached, while Elder Dai sent his strongest support. Frustrated by heavy losses, they gritted their teeth to retreat mid-battle. Mabad resolved to take zombies down if needed, refusing to flee. Distant allies also panicked, worried and wanting to retreat quickly. Guo reminded them to focus on the current battle, ignoring evolution, drugs, or items. This fight defended humanity. Fleeing today meant more battles tomorrow. A steadfast female general declared she would stay and try to eliminate all zombies. Zhang Ming faced a 2-star Chimera robot, unafraid of a level 4 zombie, believing level doesn't decide all. Laughing at himself, he pulled out a paper, which burned and vanished in seconds. Wu Liao attacked with 2 maritime rods, hitting zombie tentacles right after the paper disappeared. As he entered battle, Wu Liao approached the golden zombie and struck hard. He realized his momentum was insufficient, changing strategy and attitude. The zombie's tentacle quickly impaled the monster Zhang Ming had just dropped, getting restrained immediately. Distant zombies noticed the incident, eyes following the golden zombie. All turned at once, moving to support the golden zombie. Ha Li's group felt both relief and worry, seeing the zombie return to help, causing concern but hope. Xiao Hu and Shi Jiao's team chased to assist, stopping Vochi zombies from interfering. Zhang Ming struggled, his right hand nearly crushed by the golden zombie tentacle. If his right hand was cut, the tentacle could coil around his neck. Deadly. Ha Bai appeared like a war god, wielding Zhang Ming's weapon. She grabbed the golden zombie's tentacle, stopping its attack. Using her strength, the tentacle released and retracted, giving the group a chance. Ha Bai followed the retracting golden tentacle. She shouted while throwing the weapon, coordinating to restrain the tentacle. We quickly assessed the situation, stayed calm, and coordinated with Ha Bai to handle the zombie. The team tracked the retracting tentacle, following it all the way. Zhang Ming swung his fire blade, delivering an excellent strike. The slash hit the zombie's golden body precisely. The golden mass split in two, causing severe damage. The blazing fire blocked the zombie's recovery, forcing it to retreat. Nearby zombies froze in silent shock at the fallen golden one. Without a word, all zombies fled. The rear team rejoiced at victory. Exhausted, we still finished off the remaining zombies. Zhang Ming, tired, smiled victoriously as the battle ended in triumph. Despite winning, many lives were lost in the fight. Zhang Hong led Zhang Ming to the injured. She ordered high-level zombies, especially level 3 and 4, to be gathered for study, forbidding anyone from touching them beforehand. We silently watched the motionless people, agreeing and asking about casualty stats. Zhang Hong ignored this, signaling to give the data to Ha Lei later. After the battle, Zhang Ming held a small meeting. Ha Lei reported severe losses, over 13 troops. Shan Zhuang had fewer than 200 left, only about 40 evolved, many permanently disabled. Uncle Liao added that many had died, irrecoverable. We acknowledged the victory but mourned the heavy losses. Duang Tian reported loot 22,500 level 1 crystals, 385 level 2, 31 level 3, 1 level 4. After Zhang Ming defeated the evil general, high-level zombies fled. Level 3 was too strong. Only Zhang Ming, Dai Huang, and Ha Bai could handle them. Some escaped. We agreed, realizing losing nearly 10 level 3 zombies meant missing level 3 evolution opportunities. Mo Ya reported 2 squads hadn't left Shan Zhuang. Suffering heavy casualties, Yun Xiao seemed about to speak. Zhang Ming swallowed his anger, replying that he understood the situation. He looked at Yun Xiao's back alone before the law pile. Zhang Ming approached slowly, asking if Yun Xiao trusted him. Yun Xiao turned, explaining not to worry, she just wanted to repay a debt, whether she found him or not. Zhang Ming smiled, not perfect, but still trustworthy. Yun Xiao pondered briefly, her tension gradually easing. She asked if she could follow Zhang Ming. Seeing her awkwardness, Zhang Ming realized Yun Xiao had been spoiled, finding it hard to humble herself to others. Yun Xiao admitted she had never trusted or obeyed others before. Today, she risked her life to fight, protect teammates, and saw others protect her. She confessed that she had acted selfishly, relying on her family, but now saw some past deeds as right. After the battle, she reflected on her past, feeling anger and a desire to change. Yun Xiao expressed her wish for strength, to fight alongside teammates, and felt glory in sacrifice, refusing passive life. She wanted to rely on herself, asking Zhang Ming if he could accept her into the team. Zhang Ming listened to her sincerity, thinking carefully before answering. He asked her to cut her flashy hair, unable to stand the gaudiness. Yun Xiao happily agreed to cut her hair. Zhang Ming smiled, encouraging her growth. Zhang Ming stood before the basement stairs, observing the flat steps as smoke rose. He looked at a large sinister tree, tilting his head to confirm the situation. The tree attacked fiercely as soon as it appeared, a lesson in Miden's disobedience. With 30 level 3 spirit stones today, He confidently tried the level 3 rotation platform. If his luck held, there was hope to achieve level 3 evolution today. Zhang Ming nervously released the stone, watching the dial spin. After a long wait, the final result appeared. The soldiers were shocked, unable to react, defeat clear. Luck came through a good result, though still below a 3-star evolution drug. Excitement began to rise. Zhang Ming dropped stones repeatedly, patiently awaiting results. After 7,749 attempts, he remained focused and waiting. Now, he anxiously watched the dial spin again. The result, a level 3 potion. A successful first step. Zhang Hong held the potion in her office. He carefully observed the monster on the table. As she prepared to act, Zhang Ming hurriedly stopped her. She pouted, reminding him the potion was for research, even the boss couldn't touch it. Zhang Ming explained he didn't mean sabotage, only borrowing Athe's gel. Hale looked at him, confirming the gel was borrowed correctly. We approached the tentacle calmly, taking only level 13, leaving level 4 for other purposes. Zhang Ming was firm, promising another chance later. Hale accepted and agreed to guide level 2 potion crafting. Zhang Ming revealed he could craft independent 3-star potions, even higher, though results weren't simple. He trusted his ability, but research limits meant it couldn't finish in just 2 months. He could also craft 2 3-star potions, acting as the first creator, not destroying humanity. Hearing this, Zhang Ming was determined, threatening to find the creator if the truth wasn't told. Zhang Ming placed the zombie tentacle neatly on the mat to prepare work. He used a level 4 skill card for level 4 zombies and lower. A lucky card could spin high-level skills, collecting enough level 3 cards to join a 3-star Chimera team. Though single-use, the fake armored monkey meant 50 chances for full-body armor. When the talisman touched the zombie tentacle, a brilliant golden light flared. Within seconds, the card in Zhang Ming's hand transformed into its base form. Seeing the glowing object, he rejoiced master skill had obtained full-body wax armor. He considered who should use the skill, amazed by the bittersweet morning experience. Full-body armor offered high defense but reduced speed and agility, unsuitable for nimble skills like blood kick or wind harmony strike. The strongest squad member seemed suitable, but their profession only enhanced defense via equipment, so full-body armor wasn't necessary. Shi Yuan was incompatible due to her profession. The skill wasn't for her. Mo Ya, Hale, and Xiao Hu would refuse the pure defense skill. Liu Zhenghong would lead the team to protect targets. Others were ineligible. At dawn, everyone gathered early at the plaza for a speech. On the podium, he expressed deep gratitude to the XAXA team and friends from the Enjiahu team, compensating for everyone's sacrifices. Young soldiers cheered, praising the boss looks. Mo Ya playfully teased his mischievous personality. He and Hale brought 31-star evolution potions to the XAXA team to make up for losses. Additionally, 10 sharp weapons were available for anyone from the warehouse. Later, he gave the potion crate to Yun Xiao's team. They received it gratefully. He told the crowd all current rewards had been fully distributed. Even without evolution, everyone received a 1-star evolution potion and a Feng Ji Yuan. The crowd went wild, shouting "Long live Elder Dai," shaking the plaza. He felt a chill down his spine and turned to see Su Yin presenting a golden-covered box. The words on the cloth surprised him. She playfully responded with a cute look. This was a reward for those who had accompanied him from the start. When the cloth was lifted, Xiao He's eyes lit up, receiving a 2-star elixir. The crowd buzzed over the 4 elixirs. Yunding Manor was about to have 8 level 2 elixir users. 2 days later, Zhu Zhongming smiled at the uniform team formation, noting unity from matching outfits. Yi Zongping thanked Deng for adjusting the uniforms over 2 days, acknowledging her effort. Deng Ti smiled, saying uniform tweaks were easy, just minor adjustments. Xiao Hu excitedly showed off his new outfit. Ye reminded him to wear an undershirt. He observed the Yunding team, all in tight, action-ready gear, thanks to the mansion's wardrobe and prop storage. The full team assembled. DG Zongming divided tasks into 5 squads led by Xiao Hu, Su Yin, Lu Yihei, and Deng Ti. The rest became vice leaders. Hale was appointed overall captain, surprised and curious about his authority. Zhang Ping laughed, explaining he was responsible for leading everyone forward. The convoy left the manor, heading deep into rugged forested mountains. The driver praised DG Zhongming for killing many zombies, admiring his strength and skills. Zhongming stayed humble, offering an elixir as thanks and promising a reward for the driver. The driver cheerfully accepted. Surprised, Zhongming had seen through his intentions and asked about joining the trading guild alone. Zhongming confirmed he was prepared. The driver held the evolution elixir, reminding them the trading guild promised many surprises. After a long journey, they reached the city center. Zhongming stepped off the car alone. Across the street, a person in red waved, calling out Boss Ye. Xiao Wan appeared, shaved head still eager, reporting surveillance and plans ready for everyone. Xiao Wan's appearance surprised Zhongming, who sternly warned not to let subordinates draw attention. Xiao Wan explained the long-range telescope could monitor hundreds of meters. Any appearance would alert the surveillance team to enemy hideouts. Xiao Wan's words confirmed the close link between Yi Zhongping and the Spirit Commerce Guild, but Zhang Ming didn't want direct involvement. Noting their influence covered the Yunding Manor area, Zhang Ming asked Xiao Wan about hometown and occupation. He hesitated but confirmed he was local, surprising Zhang Ming with his role. Zhang Ming smiled at Xiao Wan, asking about the origin of his occupational skills. Xiao Wan honestly explained the skills came from multicolored lion boards in the Simong factory, used in roles by Wo Hu Knight, so no one had reached level 2 elixir yet. While moving, Xiao Wan realized the lion board was broken. Zhang Ming warned that the black tiles were extremely dangerous. Xiao Wan gave directions and reminded Boss Ye they had to cross a quarter of the city to reach the trading guild. Zhang Ming watched the sunset on crumbling concrete pillars and decided to rest to avoid zombies at night, continuing tomorrow. Xiao Wan chose a nearby warehouse and pushed the door open. The two were surprised to see another team already inside. Seeing Xiao Wan and Zhang Ming's confusion, the team immediately became alert. The other team drew swords to fight, but luckily one held them back, signaling to wait. The man stepped forward and greeted them. Zhang Ming looked at Xiao Wan, seeing him shocked, pointing at the greeter. They quickly recognized each other. Xiao Ju hugged Xiao Wan, relieved he was alive, while Xiao Wan anxiously asked about his father. Xiao Ju reassured him that his father was currently in their camp. Suddenly, Leader Lin appeared to question them. Xiao Ju confirmed and looked surprised to see his nephew. Xiao Ju explained he couldn't compensate Leader Lin. Leader Lin agreed to let them follow but stressed camp rules must be obeyed. Xiao Ju nodded happily. The leader ordered an overnight stay and food preparation. Xiao Ju bowed in agreement. Xiao Wan noticed the strict tone and glanced at Ye Zhongming for help. Zhongming gently instructed them, emphasizing the need to gather more information. Wanting to avoid attention, the three searched for food. Xiao Ju asked about Xiao Wan's recent life. Xiao Ju shared his solo survival outside, worried about him. Xiao Wan reassured him, saying he remained strong. As they chatted, Zhang Ming noticed movement and told them to stop. Xiao Ju questioned. Xiao Wan understood and stayed quiet. They saw a man fleeing monsters through the window. The monsters caught him, and he was painfully torn apart. The sight of him being eaten left blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Ju stayed alert, thinking the newly evolved had been killed, wondering about the zombie numbers outside. Zhang Ming decided the night belonged to zombies, so they should eat what they had first. Xiao Ju brought food to Leader Lin and was praised for his preparation. Leader Lin distributed the food among team members. The leaders noticed Xiao Wan was treated unfairly, taking food home without equal sharing. Zhang Ming patted Xiao Wan's shoulder, reminding him to stay calm and follow him. Zhang Ming led Xiao Wan to another area, shared food, and invited everyone to eat. Xiao Wan was slightly displeased but yielded. Zhang Ming analyzed the situation, suggesting they follow to find Xiao Wan's father, then arranged to return him to Yunding Manor or stay at Wo Hu Knight, avoiding conflict for now. Xiao Wan felt grateful, realizing Boss cared for him. Xiao Wan gave food to Xiao Ju and asked about the current situation. The leader accepted and nodded. Leader Lin signaled 4 with his fingers, indicating the 4 strongest forces: Ren Hong Squad, Li Hong Squad, Lan Lu Squad, and Tin Xiam Company. He lowered 2 fingers, emphasizing the strongest was Ren Hong Squad. All members evolved. Boss Bai Fang was 3-star evolved. No longer pseudo-occupation. Zhang Ming ate while listening, analyzing information and finding the invitation credible. The leader assessed the remaining 3 forces as weaker than Ren Hong but still strong, all having 3-star evolved members. Xiao Wan was surprised, asking about 3-star evolved numbers. Xiao Ju explained the city had distributed 3-star elixirs over the past 2 weeks. Pham could provide locations of level 3 evolved creatures. Each discovery led to massive battles with many casualties. Xiao Wan feared the plan, worried lives would be sacrificed for 3-star evolution. Boss affirmed it was inevitable, as small forces had little chance. Leader Lin explained the small force ranking: 1st Ren Hong Squad, 2nd Tin My Company, 3rd Li Hong Squad. Xiao Wan asked about Yunding Manor. The leader said it was a famous resort, once home to a top 41 expert. The unexpected meeting confirmed Zhang Ming's judgment about rankings becoming standard. He just told everyone to rest early for Xiao Wan's father tomorrow. The next morning, the group set out with Leader Lin's team to the ruined sacrificial hall. The elders signaled, saying Xiao Wan's father and uncle were alive in the front garage, bad condition but still alive. He pointed to the collapsed buildings, explaining they took turns scavenging magical items for food. Xiao Wan noticed the crowd and questioned it. A domineering voice berated an old man, mocking his former status and threatening to kill him. Xiao Wan's father was forced to kneel by 2 thugs, openly humiliated. A man in red stood outside, expression cold. Xiao Wan rushed forward, punching the leader, shouting to release his father. His father recognized him in shock. Xiao Ju and Zhang Ming helped him up, asking about his condition and what happened. The elder panicked, begging Zhang Ming for help, fearing Xiao Wan would be in danger alone. Zhang Ming smiled, thinking the opponents were just a few weak, evolved, and ordinary people. He observed Xiao Wan restrained, deciding such a small fight was valuable training if handled by him. Xiao Wan was fully locked down, fighting 3-1, causing his gun to drop. The leader immediately picked up the gun. He aimed triumphantly, ordering his men to kill Xiao Wan for interfering with Da Yu's affairs. Trained by Zhang Ming, Xiao Wan elbowed backward, staggering the rear thug. He then swung a strong punch at the one holding his leg. The punch sent the opponent crashing to the ground. Da Yu aimed at Xiao Wan, shouting threats as his men fell. Gunfire rang out, but Xiao Wan had already lunged. Da Yu was defeated in an instant. The crowd screamed in panic, witnessing the kill. Xiao Wan's father ran over, urging him to leave quickly, fearing pursuit. Xiao Wan remained calm, telling all three to go and giving 2 evolution elixirs to his father and uncle first. A man in black led a few subordinates, shouting for them to clear the way. Seeing Da Yu's body, she worried and scanned the surrounding crowd. The leader ordered 3 subordinates to attack. Zhang Ming spoke up, reminding them not to kill inside the camp. Xiao smiled, pointing at Zhang Ming, ordering the attack to continue. Zhang Ming stepped forward, trying to explain the situation to Xiao. Xiao Wan reacted quickly, attacking Xiao with force. He struck hard from above, quickly taking down the enemy. Zhang Ming frowned, observing and assessing that the situation was under control. Xiao was subdued, no longer resisting. His father's voice rang out, calming him and ordering a stop. And Bao waved an apology for Xiao Wan, offering compensation. He invited Xiao Wan into a private room to discuss matters over drinks. Zhang Ming agreed to release Xiao, accepting the opponent's goodwill. Xiao Wan observed and confirmed the opponent was evolved. Zhang Ming insisted his son come first, pushing aside unrelated people. He told Yi Zhangming that Xuandi was 3-star evolved, capable of leveling the area, apologizing for his son. He indicated the accompanying members and offered evolution elixirs as compensation, ready to negotiate further if needed. Xiao Wan and the elder received special favor. Xiao Wan proudly introduced Zhang Ming to his father and uncle. Zhang Ming's team was warmly received in the station room. Xiao Wan sipped wine, asking about Zhang Ming's injuries. Zhang Ming replied thoughtfully, blaming the wounds on the Ji martial team. He angrily recalled that the crazy group had taken 3-star evolution elixirs, assumed the right to join the trading guild, and tried to steal the invitation. Teammates poured drinks, warning that aggressors will eventually pay. Zhang Ming understands, smiles, his son shakes head, says it's just circumstance. He describes a large building with level 12 monsters and strange trees on the 5th floor. Each tree has gray heart-shaped sacks, spawning monsters. Level 2 ones fly from the thickest tree. Guards added strange level 3 trees with level 12 monsters, thinking a level 3 brother could handle a disaster struck. Zhang Ming refuses evolution medicine, advising Bao to keep it. Everyone is stunned by his refusal. He explains that just borrowing Bao's team is enough. Zhang Ming and Xiao Yun coordinate Bao's team toward the monster lair. Bao hides outside, amazed at Dai's calm navigation near danger. Xiao Yun monitors timing and signals it's almost time to act. Seeing the green flare, he shouts that the signal is sent to Lao Da. Bao immediately orders the team into action. Large fire clusters ignite, burning an entire block. Excited by the flames, monsters break glass and attack. Bao leads the team into the opposite bank, locking doors to block monsters. Seeing the situation secure, Zhang Ming notes it's time to act as the fire drew monsters away. Entering the ruined building, Zhang Ming watches for the Tham Yuan Gui Chao, a level 4 parasitic plant that devoured Bao's son. Its mother tree creates hallucinations, luring creatures to be absorbed as nutrients. Then the mother tree reproduces, creating dependent life forms called blood swifts. Blood swifts are small, fast, stunning, but weak level 2 evolved humans can kill 34 inches one strike. In the cold, toxic basement, Zhang Ming notes that once the mother tree is nourished, it spawns identical but sterile offspring. The door opens to reveal over 20 Tham Yuan Gui Chao, likely more after days of growth. Zhang Ming pauses, calculating that as a level 3 evolution, he can hold breath 5 minutes to finish quickly. Before him, the Gui Chao nest stinks, eyes blazing at him as their top enemy. The trees hang sacks full of blood swifts, ready to launch on command. Farewell, he tightens his weapon and charges, but he must fight while accounting for poison and time, leaving no mistakes. Thanks to Bao's team lighting fires to lure some blood swifts away, but the rest remain overwhelming, each strike spraying blood and thickening the ominous air. The others, ignorant of Thong Yuan Kui, inhaled toxic gas causing hallucinations, making survival difficult even for the strong. Dai Zhangming strikes decisively, quickly eliminating all blood swifts. As the battle nears its end, Ha Lei suddenly appears, unsettling Zhang Ming, wondering why she is here. Soon after, Suo Yin appears on his right, surprising him with her presence. Next, Mo Ya shows up, continuing the chain of surprises. Zhang Ming just smiles as the whole situation becomes clear. A precise sword strike shatters all surrounding illusions. A strong Dao blast destroys the hallucinations. Zhang Ming identifies the Thong Yuan Kui as the source, inescapable even for the strong. Trusting his instincts, Dai Yi Zhongming suddenly lunges, striking deep into the enemy's core. He realizes the hallucination was meant to kill him, but it can't fool Mo Ya, immune to emotional tricks. Xiao Yun outside shouts as Zhongming returns, signaling their victory. Toxic gas lingers, Zhongming observes, noting losses seem minor. Bao fumes, seeing the Thong Yuan Ku corpse, realizing it caused him so much trouble. He vents fury with repeated stabs, eyes blazing at the mention of the enemy. Exhausted, Bao thanks Zhongming for avenging them and yields all the loot. Zhongming declines, insisting everyone deserves a fair share. Bao is shocked by his generosity, unable to believe it. Zhongming suggests if Bao feels uneasy, they join his true target trading event together. On the rooftop, Bai Lao's team is assembled. Opening is near. Bai Lao's assistant signals someone arriving from the right. It's Dong Bao, arriving on a personal flying device, happy to see Bai Lao's team again. Bai Lao sees him and guesses he just acquired a rare item. They shake hands. Bai Lao silently notes, Dong Bao is a spirited youth, leading the Xin Dian Lei mercenaries. After the meeting, another team arrives, stirring the crowd. Their arrival is strange. Lao Li rides a motorcycle, towing teammates with a cable. The bike stops precisely before the two assembled teams. Lao Li steps down, greets, and teases Bai Lao and Dong Bao, recognizing them. Bai Lao responds politely, confirming he's the Hongjian leader, once a mechanic, now post-apocalypse chief. A Hongjian member points out something odd, drawing all three's attention. Across the building, another group lands decisively on the rooftop. It's Team 15 from Yinbing's forces. Dong Bao wonders how they landed so accurately from afar. Bai Lao says only evolved power could do it. Lao Li praises Bai Feng, leader of Renshang team, truly formidable. More stranger groups appear. Lao Li guesses the gathering point is a mall surrounded by zombies and mutants, promising valuable intel. Dong Bao spots a familiar figure in the crowd, the stranger woman he met before. Only the top 20 strong teams are invited. XA in black uniforms shows unity, boosting morale. Bai Lao explains Sasha came because her team recently reached rank 20, surprising Dong Bao as she was rank 30 before. The mall entrance opens again, leading is An Bao, drawing chatter about the new Huo Rentian group. Sasha notices Ye Zhongming, puzzled why he's here. Xiao Yun sees Sasha, stays alert, greeting stiffly as a reminder to remain cautious. At the appointed moment, Bai Lao claps, drawing all teams' attention. He declares it's time to act. A mysterious light appears behind him, making everyone wonder if it's an ancient teleportation gate. Dai Ye Zhongming recognizes it as a rainbow device, a short-range, mentally powered tool with long cooldown, very useful if timed right. Bai Lao spreads his arms, explaining the guild's goal is item exchange for needed goods, promoting evolution and strength for all. Bai Lao assures no one will be exploited, confidently steps into the teleport space first, leaving guild members to calm the crowd. Dai Ye Zhongming reports An Bao's team is ready. The group decides to follow. Inside the grand hall, Bai Lao stands on the podium, announcing the first public auction organized by Rensheng team. Highest bidders will claim the items. Dai Ye Zhongming observes and analyzes other teams and opponents. Bai Lao announces rules based on the latest rankings. Each sets their own item price to join the auction. After the auction, free trading allows everyone to buy and sell items at will. Dong Bao and Lao Li are excited by this flexible exchange system. Bai Lao emphasizes that anyone can set prices and negotiate freely. The organizers won't intervene. He then signals the reception to introduce the first auction item. The covering cloth drops, revealing the first item with Bai Lao's introduction. It's a stone from an expedition. Function unknown. High heat content. Starting price 200 level 1 magic stones or 2 1-star evolution potions. XA notices Dai Yi Zhongming's eyes light up, guessing he recognizes the stone's true value. Da Zhongming stays silent, smiling, turning to the person next to him. He tells An Bao the stone must be won. At that moment, a gray-clad person raises a bid as instructed. Bai Lao confirms and asks if anyone wants to bid more. No one else responds. The stone is awarded to the Huo Ne team as Bai Lao declares. Dai Ye Zhongming is quietly pleased, confirming the stone is fire-aligned. Exchanging it for 2 evolution potions is too cheap. His knowledge far exceeds most here. The auction continues. Bai Lao signals the reception to present the next item. He begins introducing the next special item. As it's revealed, Dai Ye Zhongming is stunned. It's the second secret key, unexpectedly appearing so quickly. Bai Lao explains it belonged to Lam Luan team, stronger than Renshang, but vanished mysteriously. The news shocks the hall. Lam Luan was An City's top force. Their sudden disappearance raises suspicions of something deeper. Bai Lao suggests the key's secret may have caused Lam Luan's downfall. They likely touched forbidden knowledge. The hall erupts. Many protest, saying selling such a dangerous item could harm people. Bai Lao calmly smiles, saying great risks yield greater rewards. He hints that surviving the hazard might grant high-level evolution potions, rare combat skills, or powerful career scrolls. Who can predict? Dong Bao and Lao Li are convinced in the current world of evolution. It's a gamble, and nothing is too risky to bet on. Bai Lao stresses this item is meant for ordinary people. The price is 2 level 2 evolution potions. The audience is stunned. Some loudly oppose the high price, saying level 2 potions could upgrade a team who would trade them for an uncertain item. Daiye Zhongming frowns, admitting the price is indeed a bit steep for the risk. He raises a hand, asking if 1-star evolution potions could be used instead. Bai Lao responds reluctantly, though he needs level 2 potions. Level 1 ones can be accepted in equivalent quantity. Daiye Zhongming happily accepts without hesitation. The audience doubts him, wondering how he can represent An Bao in such a major decision. Bai Lao quickly shifts attention to the next item, a high-level piece of equipment. Outwardly focused, Daiye Zhongming quietly notes this auction is yielding many valuable opportunities. After all main items are presented, Bai Lao announces free trading begins. Anyone can exchange items. The atmosphere erupts, people loudly sell evolution potions, rare monster spots, even rights to celebrity-related items. Amid the noise, a calm voice announces a career scroll for sale. The item immediately draws attention from seasoned bidders. Daiye Zhongming sees an old man holding the scroll, offering it for a single potion. An Bao frowns, whispering it seems to be the elder of Taiping Gudu team. Recently dropped from top 5 to 10, could it be because of this scroll? Some try lower bids, thinking 2-star potions are too much, but the elder calmly repeats, not worth it? Forget it. Dissatisfied people leave angrily, cursing the old man for being arrogant and unwilling to negotiate. In contrast, Daiye Zhongming is intrigued, approaches to negotiate, accepting that level 2 potions are reasonable. The elder nods, agreeing to trade if at least 100 high-quality magic stones are offered. On a nearby rooftop, Makim Sang stands beside Boy Z, observing the scene below. Makim asks if this is the target. Boy Z crosses arms, confirms, and notes Mai Lin has withdrawn. Makim smirks dangerously, eyes gleaming with killing intent, dreaming of a 4-star breakthrough as he watches the crowd. He reasons why the trading guild separates zones at higher evolution. Raising pigs hunting is no longer easy. Pointing at the mall, Makim scorns the pseudo-evolved auctioneers, believing even strong ones will die as usual. Seeing no reaction from Boy Z, he changes topic, mentioning Boy Z's anger over not getting An city control and meeting the guild leader alone. Boy Z just smiles, saying a few people in the city catch his special attention. It seems the person Boy Z refers to is Daiye Zhongming and the heroes, prompting Makim to ask their identity. Boy Z laughs mysteriously, only letting out a cryptic ha. Before leaving, he turns to warn Makim. Remember, don't die. Makim watches him leave, smiling confidently. Die? Those people aren't skilled enough yet. In the free trade zone, Daiye Zhongming makes a round, acquiring many good items at fair prices. Everyone trades happily with him. Holding the scroll and a precious gem, he praises their quality, another useful item gained. It's the Du Kim Chi-than's skill. He's unsure whether to keep it or trade for something more suitable. Ultimately, Daiye Zhongming decides to auction it, offering a golden skill card that lets the body turn to metal, greatly boosting defense and strength. Besides boosting attack and defense, the skill doesn't affect using other skills or weapons, only slightly reducing flexibility. He emphasizes the skill can be upgraded, making killing level 3 zombies feasible for anyone. The item immediately draws many organizations' attention. They discuss the metal skill, recalling similar zombies. Seeing this, Daiye Zhongming confirms it's true. Such zombies have appeared and are very hard to kill due to innate skills. Zaza behind him gasps in horror. It's a level 4 Tahao Jia monster, capable of siphoning suicidal energy from real zombies. Terrifying. Bai Lao steps up to ask for bids. Daiye Zhongming casually says people can offer, and hell consider if suitable. Someone bids 1 level 2 evolution potion, but Daiye Zhongming refuses, only considering level 3. The bidder withdraws, thinking the item isn't worth a level 3 potion, telling him not to overprice. A representative from Tin Ni, Lone Cheng, offers a shiny sword for trade, but Daiye Zhongming still shakes his head, just an ordinary white-tier weapon. Seeing his refusal, the elder frowns, thinking if Bai Feng, who boosts punch and defense, learns the skill, Ren Xiong team would surpass Tin Jie, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Finally, Bai Lao joins, offering a sound upgrade scroll, piquing Daiye Zhongming's curiosity about how many exist. When asked back, Bai Lao gets angry. Daiye Zhongming bluntly says no trade without 2 copies. Bai Lao admits there's only 1, claiming the value is already fair. Daiye Zhongming remains firm. He wants 2 copies, no negotiation otherwise. Bai Lao relents, suggesting adding another career scroll, but asks Daiye Zhongming to add something to balance the value. Daiye Zhongming likes clear deals, so agrees to add 5 level 1 evolution potions. Bai Lao pushes to 10 potions, tension rising, but Daiye Zhongming finally nods in agreement. Just as the deal finishes, the door is kicked open, sending someone flying. The person crashes and lies motionless. Before anyone understands, Bai Lao sternly asks the meaning of the act, voice now wary. Makim appears with masked followers, arms crossed, radiating menace, greeting provocatively. He mocks the crowd, asking how it feels before taking evolution potions, nervous, excited, or thrilled, as he feels the same. Seeing only people with crude weapons, Makim sneers, calling them fat pigs ready to be sacrificed. Dai Ye Zhongming reacts immediately, preparing to fight. A call signals readiness to engage in the protection zone. Seeing his people attacked, Makim signals his subordinates to encircle them, laughing and threatening. But Ye Zhongming swings a powerful blade, instantly taking down an opponent. The tense battle silences everyone. The air feels oppressive, as if a melody is out of rhythm and unheard. Ye Zhongming realizes his opponent is Liu Shuang, once rated among the 6 top masters, known as Than Tho. In a past life, he reached 8-star evolution, led the underground in An City, and is extremely dangerous. Ye Zhongming calls on An City residents, urging them to stop watching and fight. They hesitate, thinking his last strike maintained peace between both sides. He smirks, mocking them. Peace? Those are Ling Thuong Guild people. Pig farmers if captured, they'll all become pig fodder. He exposes their cruel plan, turning humans into controlled zombie food, then harvesting magic stones when tiny bombs and zombie heads detonate. The crowd is shocked and outraged, realizing the enemy's evil nature. Makim wonders how this kid knows the Ling Thuong Guild's secrets. Ye Zhongming continues psychological pressure, yelling at the axe wielder that today hell side with neither. In the next instant, Liu Sung lunges to attack. He roars, promising to kill another if he defeats one. He recalls in his past life, he wasn't even allowed to shine this man's shoes among the 9 holy seats, symbols of blood and terror. Villains like Makim, Boi Zi, Duat Long, Lai Tin, and Doc Sin climbed power atop their comrades' bones. No matter their strength, they're still ruthless trash. Ye Zhongming vows never to kneel before them again. He strikes hard, forcing Liu Sung to raise his axe in defense. The axe handle cracks, leaving Liu Sung stunned. He quickly recovers, displaying cruelty and praising Ye Zhongming's strength. He draws 2 small blades, assuming a weapon master stance. Cold killing intent erupts as he lunges like a predator. Ye Zhongming blocks smoothly, analyzing that weapon masters can make any tool deadly, worthy of an 8-star future. The fight intensifies while Makim watches the crowd below like a feast, ordering full-scale attacks. His mocking applause echoes arrogantly. Enemies then pour down from the rooftop like rain. An City residents panic seeing so many pseudo-evolved Ling Thuong Guild members. They all shout, realizing this isn't the time to hold back. They must fight or be pig fodder. Kill echoes as the battlefield descends into chaos. Bai Lao clenches his fist, advancing toward Makim to confront him, who laughs in amusement. Makim raises a hand, mock regretful, saying they could have cooperated. He needs a strong guild, not more corpses. Bai Lao, enraged at Makim exploiting humans, attacks after seeing him feed zombies. The battle rhythm becomes unbearably intense. Despite resisting, Bai Lao is injured by each bite from Soa Ma. The creature absorbs strength from powerful targets. As Makim laughs in delight, he suddenly breaks through all soul defenses. He joins the fight, hands growing hard claws, showing full seriousness. Ma Kim attacks Bai Lao with a deadly white bone scratch technique. The sharp claw nearly hits its target. Bai Lao is forced to block with metal protection. A counter-twisting strike makes Ma Kim hesitate, but he scorns it, believing he's still superior. His hands visibly distort, signaling readiness to unleash true power. Ma Kim's wrist coils into a glowing circle, releasing a destructive warning strike. 2 massive drills slam down, aiming to completely suppress Bai Lao. Ditch Trung Bin senses danger and wants a quick finish. He uses his specialized light skill to break through. Casting the spell, Ditch Trung Bin charges into the fray, leaving Liu Dung stunned. He rebounds, unleashing the Spring Peach move and counterattack. He pours full power into a decisive strike, aiming to finish his opponent. Liu Sung shows weakness, unable to keep pace with the battle rhythm. As a result, he's severely injured, his body thrown violently. When Ditch Trung Bin lands, Liu Sung is defeated. Ma Kim notices his ally's defeat, becoming distracted in combat. He shifts focus to Ditch Zhongming, threatening him directly. Zhongming calmly points at Ma Kim, declaring war. Ma Kim prepares his core drill attack. They must hold their positions to block the downward strike. The clash pushes both back. Ma Kim remains furious. His attack was blocked, unable to believe someone stopped him. Zhongming kicks Liu Sung's head, provoking Ma Kim into using a strong move. Ma Kim growls, summoning river spirits. He counters with a special skill, calling forth condensed lightning. The ground erupts with crystal block barriers. Zhongming uses blood battle kick, charging like a whirlwind. Z-shaped movement lets him approach at blinding speed. The sudden strike forces the opponent to use both hands to block. Ma Kim's armor cracks, making him acknowledge Zhongming seriously. He retreats, admitting the opponent's strength but still confident in his superiority and nearing ultimate power. Ma Kim transforms back into his original, sin-born monster form. Seeing this, Dai Zhongming steps back to observe and plan a counterattack. Surrounded by demonic aura, Ma Kim threatens to turn his opponent into food. Suddenly, the arena shakes, dust flying, drawing everyone's attention. People suspect an earthquake, fearing the area will be flattened. Someone spots strange light from afar, shouting for everyone to look. He points to a giant wheel, claiming it caused the quake. Both sides pause. Zhongming is wary as the evolution wheel suddenly appears in An City. The scene turns the battlefield into a gathering spot, everyone stunned by the high-level evolution wheel. Zhongming sighs, immediately rushing toward the wheel at extreme speed. This angers both allies and enemies, thinking he's fleeing. Ma Kim is furious, calling Zhongming a coward, quitting mid-battle. Zhongming smiles contemptuously, thinking Ma Kim should be thankful for the rescue. Without his allies' intervention, he could have defeated Ma Kim with high probability. Spinning the evolution wheel allows selecting items from a limited list instead of fixed goods. After choosing a category, all items in that group display exchange prices. Zhongming selects potions. Each spin releases red liquid, attracting mutants, as it contains evolution energy. He advances, knowing the wheel always turns the surrounding area into a deadly battlefield. The golden period lasts 30 minutes after the wheel appears, before others can arrive to compete. On the way, a pretender tries to extract information from Zhongming. He immediately feints with a blade and dodges, refusing to engage the stranger. Finally, Zhongming arrives, first to reach the evolution wheel. He inserts the magic stone into the reward slot, excitement surging as he prepares to spin the wheel. The evolution wheel begins accepting the stone, officially starting the exchange process. The outside crowd is noisy, some shouting to stop or destroy the spinner. The wheel stopped on a secret spot, pleasing the onlookers. Zhongming chose the design for the Lanji armor. Receiving the Lanji light armor blueprint, Zhongming instantly changed strategy. At the same time, red liquid oozed from under the wheel, signaling impending chaos. This wheel appearance drew more forces into the area. On high-rise buildings, secret spies from rival factions silently tailed the scene. They also brought a squad of fierce zombies to join the fight. A provocative challenge appeared, signaling a brutal trial ahead. Zhongming continued spinning the wheel as two level 5 auras charged at him. Watching the rapidly evolving creatures, he realized the gap between humans and anomalies. After a violent spin, the wheel stopped on another unusual slot. He shivered seeing it land on the only slot with no function description. Despite confusion, Zhongming decided to gamble on the rare chance. His name quickly drew attention when someone noticed his 3 consecutive abnormal moss stone spins. To block attackers, he immediately summoned a condensation statue skill for defense. A giant earth warrior rose, blocking the path and startling pursuers with its grotesque shape. Thanks to the statue holding them off, the wheel stopped a third time, granting him a precious blood vessel. Zhongming was pleased to exploit the chaos to escape before the mutants arrived. Acting swiftly, he leapt onto a nearby roof, leaving before the battle erupted. The fierce war for wheel ownership officially broke out. Zhongming's team regrouped below, with Bo analyzing the situation and worrying about safe retreat. A member urgently reported a group approaching, led by a mysterious girl. Repeated questions of why not sounded cryptic, as if denying something unbelievable. Xiao Yun and Bo sat in the auction area, with Bo asking about her connection to Zhongming. The girl casually said they knew each other but weren't close, raising Bo's suspicion. After a pause, Sa bluntly said she followed Elder Da for potential benefit. As they talked, a thud made them immediately alert and ready to respond. Zhongming appeared, raising his hand in a friendly greeting, making Xiao Yun cheer with joy. Amid excitement, Zhongming declined action, insisting the group rest before major plans. He requested to stay with Bo, who agreed warmly and hospitably. Afterwards, he regrouped the team, still planning bigger moves but uneasy without trusted allies. He asked Xiao Yun if she'd risk danger with him, receiving her unwavering loyalty. Xiao Yun's relatives worried, but Xiao Ji had advised letting her decide herself. Zhongming entrusted 2 precious items, giving Xiao Yun responsibility and authority. Xiao Yun was moved, realizing it was genuine trust, not a sacrificial ploy. Zhongming encouraged her, emphasizing that learning is the only way to gain strength to protect others. Undeterred, he approached Sa to negotiate more manpower for the plan. Sa smiled, predicting this, and demanded a 3-star evolution potion as a condition. The high price made Zhongming hesitate, insisting such a rare potion should go to his team first. Sa offered a surprise if she joined the team. Could she get priority? Zhongming flatly refused but said he'd consider it if her team suffered losses. They quickly reached an agreement. Sa shook hands to confirm cooperation, admitting she was pragmatic because no one cared for her. She mentioned her appearance and scar making her self-conscious, and Zhongming accidentally complimented a hidden spot. His words made Sa blush and push him away immediately. Zhongming panicked, realizing he nearly revealed memories from a past life. Sa pressed questions rapidly, leaving Zhang Ming flustered. Meanwhile, Bika's team was thrilled after receiving a new mission and high-grade weapons from Zhang Ming. All admiring him, Sa and Bo gave Zhang Ming 2 bags of high-grade moss stones they collected from the Soul Zone. Sa encouraged Bo, noting today's gains came from teamwork and Zhang Ming's equipment support. Zhang Ming collected the moss stones and inquired about the wheel area, but Bo shook his head, describing heaps of corpses like mountains. He pondered, realizing he must scout the center personally, as he couldn't fully rely on Bo's team. Outside the building, An Chang's people gathered, anxiously awaiting news. As Lo Li stepped down, someone immediately asked about the latest around the wheel area. Liu Li, given water, despondently described the area as utterly chaotic. He detailed hordes of zombies, beasts, and mutated animals swarming like ants, making access to the wheel nearly impossible. Someone asked if they might kill each other to clear a path. Liu Li explained they initially slaughtered but then stopped abruptly. Dong Bo was annoyed by the roundabout story. Liu Li agreed to explain the emergence of the alpha creatures. In the east, a giant beast resembling a black dragon appeared with a 20 meters wingspan, extremely fierce. Remarkably, a glowing blue moss stone sat atop the dragon's head. Hearing about the blue moss stone, everyone realized it might be the highest level 4 moss stone ever seen in Ancheng. Liu Li admitted he dared not approach the black dragon, and in the south, a group of mutant rats had taken over. He growled, describing level 4 rats the size of children, humanoid, walking upright, even with belly armor. Their legion included hundreds of level 3 and thousands of level 12 rats, too many to count. Li stressed that even the level 5 black dragon dared not challenge the rats, as they controlled most nearby anomalies. An Sheng asked if anything scarier existed as expected. Liu Li nodded, recounting bizarre events in the west where zombies dominated, led by a mysterious group. The news shocked the group. Stronger anomalies cooperated and organized into packs. Ali confirmed 4 level 4 zombies stood in that group, not exaggerating. Shockingly, 2 were extremely beautiful women, making Dong Bo laugh in reaction. No one believed Liu Li, thinking women couldn't survive in a zombie pack without being eaten. Liu Li elaborated that one woman, a long-haired zombie holding a black cat, was unbelievably beautiful. Upstairs, the big sister laughed, saying her beauty wasn't like Ting Mia's but still stood out. The other woman had red hair and no moss stone on her forehead, proving she was still human. Just then, a femur smashed the wall beside Liu Li, thrown by Zhang Dalong in anger. Zhang Dalong led his group, shouting for directions to reach the wheel. He flew into a rage, pointing at the big sister on the roof, demanding she come down or leave. The big sister calmly descended, analyzing that the anomalies were likely vying for something mysterious. After her cold warning, she declared she'd deal with the ruffians once everything was over. Zhang Dalong cheekily retorted, threatening head sleep with her after this. Furious, the big sister noted the conflict could erupt anytime, just 10 miles from the wheel. Above, winged demons prepared to attack, targeting female warriors as spoils. However, Zhang Ming's team arrived first, slaying the bats in time. Each kill yielded the moss stone on the creature's head as a reward. A strong wind blew, and Zhang Ming looked up to see a gigantic creature, Ianos. In his past life, this western dragon had killed a level 9 powerhouse after leaving Ancheng. It had even massacred to the point that the Abyss Master submitted as its subordinate, and it had its own name. Surprisingly, Zhang Ming encountered it so early this life, already at level 5, enough to crush most life forms. Watching Ianos swoop over the wheel, Zhang Ming realized all previous plans were futile. As it landed atop the wheel, hopes of claiming it seemed lost. Facing such power, even Zhang Ming struggled to stay calm and trust himself. Sadly, it couldn't be killed, as every part of Anno's body was an invaluable treasure. While analyzing, Zhang Ming was distracted by noise below. Realizing Ancheng elites had intervened, he wondered about their true objective. Another group of Ancheng elites also attacked the zombies. Zhang Ming suspected factions from Ancheng might be secretly aligning to divide control of the wheel. But could they outmatch Ianos guarding the wheel? As the first attack struck, it forced Ianos to temporarily divert and charge. As predicted, Ianos was lured away from its post to attack the provoker. Clearly, this was a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Zhang Ming took a good vantage point, confirming someone was sneaking in via the sewers. The wheel still shone brightly, but the intruder's plan was reckless and unprepared. Zhang Ming thought the chaos they caused wasn't enough to fully distract attention. With such a sloppy strategy, they couldn't hold out long. Sure enough, the intruding group was intercepted by mutant rats. Simultaneously, zombies arrived and slaughtered the intruders. However, they did manage to brew a 3-star evolution potion, leaving Zhang Ming regretful as no one survived to use it. Suddenly, a pale hand snatched the potion unexpectedly. Zhang Ming froze, recognizing the familiar red hair. Hadn't the girl died? No soul, no blood, no connection. How was she still alive? He looked up to the building's upper floor, seeing her faintly reel. They stared at each other, eyes filled with suspicion and hatred. When she left, Zhang Ming felt a sharp pain in his head. Right. Memories of the red-haired girl from fragments of his past life were resurfacing. She was the first living puppet he had ever created. Her presence stunned Zhang Ming, making him realize everything he knew about zombies might be wrong. With an evolved, conscious being like her, human efforts alone were insufficient to resist. Zhang Ming decided to create a new puppet to test what had happened to the red-haired girl. After the wheel stopped spinning, An Chang was tasked with leading people into position per the plan. Zhang Ming used blood to recreate a zombie, the process identical to creating the red-haired girl before. This time, he immediately sensed a connection with the new puppet. However, the red-haired girl suddenly appeared, intervening before the process finished. She lunged, snarling that she hated the puppet, startling Zhang Ming into dodging. She no longer recognized Zhang Ming and turned to suck blood from the newly created zombie. After drinking, she explained in a hollow voice that despite hating it, the puppet boosted the team's strength. Zhang Ming retracted his words, handing the 3-star evolution potion to the red-haired girl. She thanked him, returning the potion and advising him to stay calm and not act rashly. He refused, fearing discovery would shock the evolved community in Anne. Seeing his refusal, she wondered if he hesitated. She confessed, gesturing at the new zombie with disdain, and returned the potion to him. She decisively handed him the potion, forcing him to accept it, and he reluctantly thanked her. Looking at the potion in her, he asked if she remembered anything from before becoming a puppet. She replied cryptically, saying she wanted the red of the big round table. Hearing this, he realized the red blood from the wheel had a special function. He mentioned seeing her with Wai Ba, and she clarified they only collaborated for blood, not out of affection. He began to understand their complex relationship. The wheel's blood was useful, hence the cooperation. The anomalies openly revealed their plot, as the wheel's blood was too tempting for evolvers. He wondered if the zombies could be stopped. The red-haired girl shook her head, saying no. He realized even powerful beings like her and Wai Ba couldn't control zombies before the zombie king. He gripped the potion, thinking if he signaled at the right moment, it could turn the tide. She confirmed she could disrupt the zombies at the crucial moment. With her assurance, Da Zhongping enthusiastically declared the decisive battle would begin. The story shifted to the central district of An. The wheel appeared again, drawing special national attention. Strong evolved groups discussed heatedly, debating whether to join this time. On the platform, 4 people looked at each other. The new figure was unclear but rumored very special. Observers speculated the mysterious young man came from a top 40 resort area and was considered very strong. Bio spoke firmly, stating the reason for gathering everyone and declaring his participation in the campaign. He emphasized the mission's difficulty, noting their weaker position required discipline and unified obedience. The crowd cheered enthusiastically, vowing to follow orders to seize the wheel. After rallying spirits, Bio clarified that the true leader was Da Zhongming, who entered the wheel from the start. The hall fell silent, all eyes on Da Zhongming, noted as a special figure in the city. Da Zhongming confirmed, offering cheap equipment for participants, 1-star evolution potions for just 70 Ma stones. Everyone was thrilled by his generosity, admiring him for hiding such strength. He also announced low-level weapons at steep discounts, further exciting the crowd. Some doubted the source, but Sa laughed, saying Da Zhongming hid even more terrifying things. Da Zhongming set purchase limits per group, divided into units of 10 and 20. As soon as he finished, people eagerly registered, creating a frenzy. He felt satisfied, binding allies, creating a chance to boost strength, and making a profit. Next, he outlined the combat plan, warning he couldn't guarantee results or survival. Yet he vowed that anyone acting today would be considered part of Van Dingshan Manor. Beyond long-term supplies, he promised to help anyone in need, provided his own interests weren't harmed. To prove his words, Da Zhongming called logistics to distribute equipment. Groups lined up neatly, exchanging Ma stones for combat supplies. Sa couldn't help commenting that even without entering the wheel, he could dominate An. Da Zhongming merely smiled at the praise, neither confirming nor denying. He considered the remark, then whispered to Sa that action would start tonight. After the meeting, Da Zhongming returned to his room, studying maps of minor forces to plan the next move. His assistant reported some groups had begun acting, suggesting they wait to benefit from others' efforts. Some agreed, noting that joining after 50 strong teams would still be impressive. Yet all eyes were on Da Zhongming for the final decision. He decisively chose to act first, avoiding passivity. The team was shocked by the risky choice, questioning why he'd lead in such danger. He explained the wheel required evolver blood, which the anomalies couldn't produce themselves. They needed humans. Despite the risk, humans wouldn't give up the chance to seize the wheel. He emphasized the key danger wasn't when spinning the wheel, but afterward. Sa realized the blood dripping from the wheel was what attracted monsters. That was the critical moment to escape swiftly. Bio worriedly asked how they could retreat when surrounded by evolved creatures. Sa agreed, noting even the entire human evolver force couldn't face them. Die Zhongming responded firmly that he would personally spin the wheel at the most dangerous spot, taking the first risk. Hearing this, the brothers felt reassured, determined to fight, trusting their leader. Meanwhile, in another area of Ancheng, Ellie's team was also assembling, preparing for the campaign. Li concluded the meeting, asking if anyone objected. No one spoke, though they knew the final plan wasn't much different from the original. Regretting Bi Feng wasn't there to balance the forces. In the still air, one of Lo Li's subordinates rushed in, panicked with bad news. He reported that a group had begun spinning the wheel. The hall leapt to its feet, shocked by the news. At the same time, the wheel appeared and the giant monsters emerged one by one. Through binoculars, people saw Die Zhongming's team advancing toward the wheel. Dong Bio asked in surprise who they were and if they were crazy to dare such a move. Li also believed the group would be destroyed immediately, but his teammates saw it as a rare opportunity. Before Die Zhongming stood the wheel, surrounded by Ino's, Top Duo's team, and mutant capybaras. He signaled to prepare for action, despite the Trial King calmly gnawing on prey. Previous encounters hadn't caused significant losses to his team. Die Zhongming reassured the team to stick to the plan. As they neared the wheel, a protective circle was quickly established around him. Step by step, he approached the wheel without haste. Ionos roared violently from above, as if issuing a warning. The Alpha Capybara, seeing the wheel move, dropped its meat and focused. Screams of mutant zombies echoed everywhere, sensing the danger. The wheel stopped, completing its rotation. Die Zhongming secured the first item from the wheel. The signal was sent, indicating the battle was about to erupt. The first drop of evolver blood fell from the wheel. He ordered the main phase of the plan to begin. The blood drop hit the ground, marking the critical moment. This event immediately shifted the balance toward Die Zhongming. He threw the blood to the young man with a blade leading the team. The man caught the blood perfectly. The bloody blade was thrown toward the capybara horde. The blade landed before the Trial King, confusing it about what was happening. Above, Ionos saw the blood fall to the capybara's side and roared in anger. Die Zhongming quietly rejoiced, correctly guessing that zombies and beasts had divided the evolver blood. Ionos, confident in its superiority, had let the Trial King take the first drop but wouldn't allow it a second time. If the second drop fell to the capybaras, another high-level mutant would emerge among them. Then zombies and capybaras would unite and multiple level 4 anomalies would appear, threatening even level 5 Ionos. A subordinate capybara mistakenly grabbed the bloody blade, thinking the next reward was theirs. Instantly, a shockwave from Ionos blew the capybara away, killing it instantly. Seeing its subordinate killed, the Trial King erupted in fury, eyes blazing. The clash between Ionos and the Trial King immediately broke out. Die Zhongming was pleased to see the two strong beings fight each other. He calculated quickly the recent spin had yielded a blood crystal and the second drop of evolver blood. However, time allowed no delay. He immediately added moss stones to activate the wheel again. As the second spin began, Zaza reported zombies rushing in unexpectedly. He reassured that it was all anticipated. The wheel stopped. The reward this time was a high-grade purple weapon. Die Zhongming received the weapon, satisfied with the result. He nodded in approval, knowing this equipment would be extremely useful. Immediately afterward, he obtained the third drop of evolver blood at the right moment. The remaining teams in the city watched closely, amazed to see blood veins and purple weapons appear. Some still didn't understand his identity, wondering why he hadn't retreated and yet acquired treasures on the battlefield. Li flew into a rage, cursing those half-heartedly monitoring the battlefield. Someone reminded him that the zombie side of the battle was still unclear. Yuan Lo noted that although Die Zhongming's team wasn't strong, their divide-and-conquer plan succeeded despite risks. The big sister agreed, as level 4 zombie kings approached, leading a sea of undead, worsening the situation. To survive, the three-way balance needed restoring to avoid being crushed. Dong Bio doubted that even with a three-way reset, Die Zhongming was still surrounded, with no escape. The big sister nodded, saying this was the moment the next phase would be truly exciting. With Ionos now involved, the battle officially became a four-way melee. Die Zhongming's team was currently targeted by the remaining three factions. Sa tossed a capybara to him, reassuring the team to stay calm. Die Zhongming caught the capybara and calmly thanked her. He advanced, holding the capybara in one hand and a drop of blood in the other, warning the entire field. He declared he would keep the capybara, not use it, but wouldn't let others seize it easily. Die Zhongming's cold gaze fixed on the Trial King, as he stated clearly, "I will spin the wheel once more." From opposite buildings, other teams were surprised as the monsters suddenly stopped, wondering what he was demanding. One member observing through binoculars spoke up, reading his lips. He confirmed Die Zhongming had declared he would spin again, leaving everyone stunned. Chang Dalong grew increasingly delighted, praising Die Zhongming for his audacity and bold play. Yuan Lo pessimistically said he'd soon be destroyed, while the big sister believed he wouldn't die so easily. She thought the setup he arranged was complete, surely with an escape plan ready. Ionos, the Trial King, and the zombie team could only grit their teeth as Da Zhongming continued spinning the wheel. This time, he obtained a skill reel, extremely satisfying, and another extremely rare drop of Evolver blood. Seeing Ionos eyeing him as if to devour him, he smirked, mocking its self-perceived supremacy. Ionos hissed in anger, eyes fixed on the 3 drops of blood in Da Zhongming's hands. He continued to provoke, asserting that all of Ionos' body was valuable and daring it to bet. Bo, watching from afar, worried he was courting disaster by taunting Ionos. Da Zhongming insisted that, except for the first drop, the next 3 would go to no one else. Ionos went berserk, eyes blazing, descending with explosive force that shook the land. He pointed at the zombies, calling them pathetic, too weak to do anything even if united. With resources, they remained. Level 4, inferior to someone seizing opportunities. Not just Ionos, he insulted the Trial King too, calling it a filthy rat. He mocked it for thinking sitting upright made a human, when it was forever garbage living in sewers. He concluded Ionos wasn't a dragon but merely a flying beast, no match for a true Eastern dragon to destroy it. Allowing no reaction from the 2 monsters, he declared he would clear the entire central zone, showing his true power. With that, a divine pillar of light erupted from the wheel, bursting into the sky. A vague image of a divine dragon appeared amidst the blinding light. The surrounding air seemed to burn, and the dragon image's eyes shone fiercely. Following Da Zhongming's commands, fiery power radiated, making the space tremble. A legendary creature appeared, blocking Ionos and mocking it as an unworthy hybrid dragon. The level 5 battle beast manifestation threw all of Ainsheng into chaos. No one expected Deep Zhongming to possess a level 5 battle beast. It was absurd. Lao Li and Dong Bao were stunned, confirming this was his hidden ace. Lao Li emphasized that a single level 5 battle beast could crush all forces in Ancheng. Everyone admired him, proving he never disappointed. Yet, elder sister still felt something was off, though she couldn't say what. Seeing Ionos stop, Deep Zhongming calmly declared they weren't worthy opponents, especially to Ionos. He listed the dragon parts he would harvest as a declaration of war. He added he'd give them to a necromancer to turn them into a reborn ancient dragon, frightening Ionos. Deep Zhongming pressed his advantage, crushing the dragon's mind with absolute confidence. Ionos, overwhelmed, panicked and flew backward in retreat. Deep Zhongming was shocked by the weak reaction and disdainfully called it trash. The situation was completely different from his original plan. Looking around, he saw surrounding monsters also fleeing. This meant more spins were possible, with no one blocking him. Slightly uneasy, he decided not to spin further and stopped. The final item he received was a rare linked equipment. He quickly ordered the team to prepare for withdrawal. XAXA wondered why they retreated, when enemies had fallen back, a perfect chance to seize the wheel. But Deep Zhongming cut him off, ordering an immediate withdrawal without explanation. The team successfully withdrew from the monster zone without resistance. The battle dragon scare tactic was so perfect it terrified both mutants and humans. Sase could only admire the crazy plan that actually worked. Afterwards, they returned to Lela's base to regroup. Tuyenming and weaker forces were guided into the safe zone. He saw Deep Zhongming, cheerfully greeted him, confirming he lived up to expectations. He recalled how Deep Zhongming had given Xiaoyun evolution pills and a profession scroll at the start. The scroll allowed users to fully mimic someone's appearance, aura, and gaze. Killing a target, draining its blood, and absorbing its magic stones let the user harness its power. The limit was transforming only into creatures up to 2 levels above oneself. That's why Deep Zhongming passed Red Hair's evolution pills to Xiaoyun to fulfill his role in the plan. This enabled creating a level 5 evolution creature, and Ionos fled in fear, achieving perfect success. Deep Zhongming raised his hand to announce a break and a celebration, his words carrying weight in Ancheng. Met with unanimous approval. Back in their rooms, the team displayed all the loot from this run. He had spun the wheel 8 times. Evolution blood appeared mid-spin, suggesting about 20 total spins, leaving 12 chances. If the mana stones hadn't run out, he would have kept spinning. The haul exceeded expectations, with a 4-star evolution badge signaling advancement to intermediate level after a challenging journey. Opening the vial, the liquid slowly slid down his throat. Light around his body went wild, signaling full level 4 evolution activation. Once the potion took effect, he smashed the essence tube on him. After the boost, his power now neared level 5. 2 rare bloodline crystals had been preserved even 10 years after the apocalypse. The chance of getting them from the wheel was extremely low, even at level 6 inches of past life. Head never touched one. Looking at the stone, he regretted it wasn't suitable for males, and only one bloodline could be assimilated. So the only option was to see if the basic Hell Messenger bloodline would work. He clenched his hand and drove the crystal into his vein. The surroundings shifted abruptly, revealing a dense red-black door before him. A hellish world emerged, ready to spill demons and dark creatures. He sat cross-legged, stretching his right leg forward. The bloodline effect became clear, and a new form appeared. Activating it granted him a skill linked to electricity. His attacks carried darkness and summoned hellish creatures for short battles. At intermediate level, the bloodline allowed form changes, greatly boosting personal combat power. The most valuable reward was a crystal magic gun from the 5th spin, surpassing even metal weapons. Rumor had it even level 9 masters coveted it, second only to legendary weapons. Lifting the gun, he aimed and tested its weight. It didn't use normal bullets but absorbed magic stones, thus an energy crystal gun. Now Diep Xiangming was severely short on magic stones, everything from unlocking mechanisms, altars, evolution pills to the new gun needed them. He held his head in despair, heart aching, unsure where to get enough magic stones.